Chapter 1. The Frustrating Journey Through Time. In the dead of night, within the village of Hengsha in Yangsheng, an antiquated apartment complex housed a dilapidated single room. The unmistakable aroma of instant noodles and takeout pervaded the air. Sitting at a cluttered desk, Xia Lang gazed at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his computer screen, his expression one of exasperation. Damn it, you wretched heaven, you've thrown me into this temporal quagmire, and yet you can't send me back a bit further? He exclaimed, frustration mounting. What's the point of returning to just 7 days ago? I've just painstakingly completed my code, and now I must start all over again. Are you deliberately playing with my psyche? He muttered, raking his fingers through his disheveled hair in irritation. Unlike other protagonists who traverse time, soaring to great heights, achieving success, marrying the affluent, and effortlessly besting the privileged, his fate was decidedly different. For him, it was merely a return of 7 days, without the prospect of altering fate. He neither purchased lottery tickets nor remembered winning numbers. Every opportunity seemed to elude him. This is utterly ridiculous, he vented. After sitting in silence for a few moments, Xia Lang rubbed his hair and retrieved his phone from the desk, tucking it into his pocket as he resolved to take a stroll to alleviate his troubled thoughts. Having endured the relentless trials of life, he had cultivated a robust adaptability. He pushed open the door, descended the dimly lit staircase, and exited the corridor. Turning right, he walked over 200 meters and rounded a corner. There lay a street lined with makeshift stalls, the air thick with a tantalizing sense of fried noodles and barbecue delights. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly rumbled, reminding him that he had yet to have dinner. Boss, they'll have 20 skewers of meat, a plate of crayfish, and 5 bottles of beer, he called out to the vendor grilling meat. Sure thing, the vendor replied promptly. Find a spot to sit. The vendor efficiently retrieved 20 skewers from the freezer and instructed the kitchen to prepare the crayfish before returning to his work. Bored, Xia Lang settled at a table in the stall, lost in thought about the day's events. At the adjacent table, 2 young men, approximately his age, were engrossed in their phones. The first prize is a reward of 100 million huaxia coins. This show must have cost a fortune, one remarked. Indeed, but I believe this program is bound to be profitable. Without any tools, broadcasting survival on an uncharted island the likes of which has never been seen before, the other added. Just hearing about it is incredibly intriguing. Once it airs, it will undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation, igniting an online frenzy. In a moment of unexpected clarity, Xia Lang perked up at the mention of this conversation, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Weren't they discussing a survival show? When had such a program emerged? Moreover, wasn't Bear Grylls the pioneer of survival shows? How could they claim that no similar programs had existed before? Could it be? Xia Lang's eyes sparkled with realization as he unlocked his phone and opened the browser. He promptly searched for Survival in the Wild. After a few moments of intense reading, his expression morphed into one of astonishment as he stared at the screen, incredulously murmuring, "This world lacks Bear Grylls." Thus, I have not traversed back to 7 days ago, but rather to a parallel universe. This hypothesis invigorated Xia Lang. If it is indeed a parallel world, there must be numerous loopholes for me to exploit. As an avid reader of novels, Xia Lang had perused many tales of traversing into parallel realms. Venturing into a parallel universe, leveraging the discrepancies between the two worlds, could yield significant opportunities. For instance, he had previously encountered a narrative where the protagonist found himself in a parallel world, where companies like Penguin and Alibaba were in their nascent stages. The protagonist invested directly in both companies, becoming a shareholder in these leading enterprises, thus reaching the pinnacle of success at the very onset of his journey. With such thoughts igniting a fervor within him, Xia Lang felt his palms tremble slightly around his phone. He began to search for renowned enterprises from his past life: Penguin, Alibaba, Weibo, Tushio, and all the well-known companies he could recall. However, as time passed, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a stiffening expression. How could this be? They all exist. Damn it. Through his recent searches, Xia Lang discovered that the prominent companies from the alternate world had counterparts in this reality as well. Many retained their original names, while others had been rebranded. For instance, the most popular live streaming platform was called Dosha. I refuse to be daunted, Xia Lang declared, unwilling to relinquish hope. Although other companies seemed out of reach, there was still the chance with Survivor. Wilderness. This program had captured global attention. Even a small share of its rewards would ensure his financial security for a lifetime. With this determination, Xia Lang navigated to the official website of Survivor, Wilderness, to gather pertinent information. It quickly became evident what the young man at the neighboring table meant by the grand prize of 100 million. The production team of Survivor, Wilderness, in a bid to amplify the show's influence, had established exorbitant rewards. Contestants were required to survive for a year, with those enduring the full duration receiving the grand prize of 100 million Huaxia coins. Those who managed to survive 3 months would be awarded second prize, 5 million Huaxia coins, while those lasting a month would earn third prize, 500,000 Huaxia coins. 50,000 for just 1 month, Xia Lang mused, contemplating the enticing prize amounts. In the alternate world, he had watched numerous survival shows, including Bear Grylls Adventures, which he had diligently followed on educational channels. Armed with survival skills gleaned from those programs, he believed he could at least endure for a month, and, with a stroke of luck, perhaps even 3. I shall register. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Xia Lang clicked on the registration link, ready to take a chance. 9 million applicants. What the hell? Oh my heavens, is this never-ending? Did you bring me here just to toy with me? Xia Lang nearly gasped in disbelief at the displayed number of applicants. 9 million vying for merely 200 spots. His chances felt as slim as winning the lottery. The following day, under the blazing midday sun, within the confines of his cramped rental apartment, Xia Lang grimaced, clutching his head. The throbbing pain within his skull was a lingering reminder of the previous night's inebriation, a consequence of discovering that all opportunities seemed to elude him. Then he lost consciousness. Phew, it truly isn't a dream. Instinctively, Xia Lang picked up his phone to check the date. August 2nd. He had indeed traversed time. I shall continue to sleep. Casually tossing his phone aside, Xia Lang reclined and closed his eyes. As for his work, he had no desire to concern himself with it. He needed a respite for his soul. Otherwise, if he failed to reap the benefits of this journey and instead succumbed to depression, it would be a considerable loss. With that thought, he sank into a more tranquil slumber. Ding dong! Just as Xia Lang closed his eyes, on the brink of entering the realm of dreams, his WeChat notification rang out with a crisp chime. Flipping onto his side, he tucked the phone beneath his pillow, determined to continue sleeping. Not even the Almighty would disturb him today. Ding dong! The WeChat notification chimed again. Xia Lang prepared to ignore it, allowing it to ring on. Suddenly, the notifications erupted like a frenzy, incessantly chiming. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! One after another, the sounds persisted without end. Damn it! Nothing has gone right for me these past few days. With irritation etched on his face, Xia Lang opened his eyes, retrieved his phone, and contemplated shutting it off to resume his slumber. However, a casual glance halted his movements. What does Chao Gu want from me? Chao Gu, also known as Lu Chao, was a close friend from his university days with whom he rarely communicated. Could it be an urgent matter? With this thought, Xia Lang sat up, unlocked his phone, and opened WeChat. There, he noticed 99 unread messages. Upon delving into them, the first was from colleague. Lang Gu, you're about to take off. You won a prize, remember to treat us to a meal. Take off? Xia Lang was left even more bewildered. What on earth is happening? With a sense of inexplicable anticipation, he began to open the messages one by one. Most were congratulatory. However, after sifting through 3 or 4 messages, Xia Lang began to grasp the situation. I become a lucky contestant on a survival show. When did I sign up for this? Clutching his phone, surprise illuminated his face, and his heart raced. The least reward was a staggering 50,000. Could it be that I signed up last night after drinking? A faint suspicion began to form in his mind. Steady now, I must remain composed. Xia Lang exhaled deeply, seeking to quell his excitement. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his hand. He was receiving a call. Looking down, he saw it was his father. Wow, this show has quite the reach. They just announced the list at noon, and within half an hour, my parents already know. I wonder if they approve of my participation. Gritting his teeth, Xia Lang swiped to answer. Dad, what's up? Upon hearing his voice, his father immediately responded. Son, everyone is saying you're about to become a big star. What's going on? 3 dark lines appeared on Xia Lang's forehead. He hadn't even participated yet, and they were calling him a big star. Those folks back in the village sure could boast. I was selected for a program on television. To survive in the wild for a year and succeed will earn you a prize of 100 million. 100 million. The voice on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, followed by a note of concern. Son, have you encountered a scammer? Could this wilderness survival challenge be linked to those who traffic human organs? Upon hearing his father's words, Xia Lang felt a twinge of apprehension. Nonetheless, he reassured himself, as the program was an official one, broadcasted by the Double C Scientific Educational Channel, which made explanations less tedious. Dad, it's the Scientific Educational Channel. You'll be able to see me on television. The Scientific Educational Channel? Is that Channel 10? His father sounded somewhat excited. Yes, Xia Lang replied. In the eyes of the older generation, Double C represented authority, and those who appeared on it were regarded as exceptionally accomplished. Then you must strive to secure first place and bring honor to our family, his father encouraged. I'll do my best, Xia Lang replied with a wry smile, knowing well how elusive first place could be. With his limited wilderness knowledge, surviving a year would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, he heard his mother's voice on the other end, seemingly scolding his father. I've heard from others that participating in the show means facing the elements, and there are lions and tigers. Why aren't you dissuading him? Instead, you're encouraging him. What'd you say before? Hey, I thought it was the Scientific Educational Channel. If he truly wins first place, it will bring glory to our family. Son, don't listen to your father. If it becomes too difficult, just come back. Your safety is paramount. Yes, I know, Mom. You're well aware of my personality. I'm quite timid. If I encounter danger, I'll withdraw immediately. That's good to hear. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more minutes, Xia Lang finally ended the call, just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated once more. The caller ID displayed Brother Chow. Seeing this name brought a smile to Xia Lang's face as he answered the call. Wow, just a few days apart, and you're already going on television. A teasing voice came through the line. One exaggeration, I'm currently a bundle of nerves. Everyone is nervous the first time. After a few tries, you'll be at ease just like the water. You're ridiculous. Xia Lang was left speechless by this guy's antics. Just kidding, good luck. If you win the prize, I don't need much, just a model from the club will suffice. Dream on. I have to prepare now, let's talk later. He chuckled and hung up. Then buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated again. Auntie. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, Xia Lang's cheek twitched, and without hesitation, he turned off his phone. His aunt was famously chatty. He imagined that his other aunts would soon call as well. If he responded to each of them, it would be impossible to accomplish anything else that day. As for wilderness survival, he hadn't even begun to prepare. He hadn't even reviewed the program's detailed rules. Newcomer, new book. He hoped for the support of esteemed readers. Thank you. Chapter 3. The $1 billion prize. Once the phone was silenced, tranquility enveloped the room. After a series of phone calls, Xia Lang had regained his composure. He decided to examine the rules of the competition. Rising from his bed, clad only in oversized shorts, he approached his computer. Once powered on, he promptly opened the browser. Searching for wilderness survival, the official website appeared as the first result. Upon entering, Xia Lang meticulously scrutinized every option on the webpage, determined not to overlook even the slightest detail. It seemed the prize would not be easily attainable. 5 minutes later, he rested his chin on his hand, fixated on the screen, murmuring to himself. The official site provided no substantial information. It merely offered a brief overview of the rewards, with the sole link directing to the lottery registration portal. There was no indication of the wilderness survival location or its climatic conditions. No details were disclosed regarding the rules either. Xia Lang initially intended to prepare based on the guidelines, such as acquiring specific tools suited to the island's climate. For a rainforest, a machete would be indispensable, as it would be nearly impossible to navigate the island without one. Conversely, if it were a dry, hot island, a thermos would be a vital asset due to the drastic temperature fluctuations. However, with no information available, Xia Lang felt somewhat at a loss. He decided to check Weibo. He had not yet surrendered. Any useful source of information could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Opening Weibo, he clicked on the search icon, intending to look up wilderness survival. To his surprise, he found several trending topics related to it. The first trending topic read, National goddess Lin Qingyu becomes a contestant in wilderness survival. Lin Qingyu? The national goddess? Xia Lang's curiosity was piqued as he navigated through the posts, eager to discover what this national icon looked like. Before long, he came across a photograph featuring a long-haired girl wearing a white cap, strolling through a campus. She was tall and slender, her hair silky and smooth, her delicate face illuminated by the sun, exuding a radiant glow. Most striking was her cool gaze, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. She radiated intelligence, reason, and grace, undeniably deserving of the title goddess. "How beautiful," Xia Lang remarked with a smile, promptly closing the post. Such an extraordinary girl was undoubtedly beyond his reach. His focus returned to the news regarding wilderness survival, and he continued scrolling. The second trending topic stated, according to foreign media, the island owner of wilderness survival intends to gift the island to the winner. A gift of an island? Xia Lang's expression shifted in surprise as he clicked on the post. The article opened, revealing an extensive English report. He continued scrolling, soon discovering a Chinese translation. Xia Lang's gaze sharpened as he began to read the report swiftly. Before long, he had absorbed its entirety. The report primarily revolves around the owner of an island, an elderly magnate and an ardent outdoor enthusiast. Upon learning that his island had been leased for the purpose of filming a survival program, he was instantly captivated. After thoroughly understanding the rules of the show, this aged billionaire resolved to bestow the island upon the champion of the competition, thus amplifying the stakes. Xia Lang rubbed his temples, feeling his heartbeat quicken slightly. It is well known that the price of private islands is exorbitantly high. An island capable of accommodating 200 individuals for a year of survival surely would not be a small one. Consequently, the value of the island is undoubtedly substantial. With a deep exhale, Xia Lang continued to scroll through the comments, anticipating some intriguing insights. Among the remarks, he discerned a plethora of sentiments. The island was valued at a staggering $4.3 billion. He knew that many fathers would be eager to learn more. The wealth of the affluent is not to be taken lightly. Such a sum could simply vanish into thin air. If only he had known, he would have signed up himself. Envy had long since consumed him, wondering why he was not the one chosen. Even if he had participated, winning was not guaranteed. Surviving the wild for a year is no trivial endeavor. Venomous snakes and ferocious beasts would surely impart valuable lessons. As a fervent aficionado of outdoor adventures, having once survived alone in the wilderness for over 100 days, he lamented his misfortune. Where was his 100 billion? After locating the information he sought, Xia Lang refrained from delving deeper into the comments, which were rife with envy and jealousy, but devoid of substantive content. 100 billion is enough to sustain an individual for several lifetimes. Reclining in his gaming chair, Xia Lang felt an inexplicable sensation of unreality wash over him. Excluding yesterday's peculiar occurrence, he was merely an ordinary farmer, average in appearance, attended a common university, and held a mundane job. His monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000 might not even surpass that of a food delivery worker in the bustling city of Yangqing. Suddenly, 100 billion felt tantalizingly within reach, as if he could grasp it with a mere stretch of his hand. Xia Lang found himself enveloped in a dreamlike state, questioning the authenticity of his circumstances. It appeared that his plans required some recalibration. He shook his head, dispelling the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. Initially, his objective was simply to survive for a month, perhaps striving to endure for 3. Now, however, he felt an intense desire to secure first place. Nonetheless, with the billionaire's sponsorship, the program's fairness was bound to be compromised. A sudden thought flashed through Xia Lang's mind as he muttered to himself. If the prize were merely 1 billion, he might still entertain faith in the program's integrity, as the entire event would be broadcast live, making it difficult for the officials to manipulate the outcome. However, with the introduction of the 100 billion prize, it was inevitable that some officials might entertain unscrupulous intentions. As for the specifics of their potential actions, Xia Lang could only speculate, for the means to manipulate outcomes are vast. Faced with the daunting challenge of competing with merely a modicum of wilderness knowledge and his current sedentary physique, the prospect of claiming first place seemed exceedingly bleak. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the white wall, various thoughts swirling in his mind. At that moment, a chime resonated. The system had completed its loading process. Soul binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. The survival system has been successfully initiated. Ding. The novice gift pack has been generated. Please collect it, esteemed host. To the new readers, thank you for your support. Chapter 4. The Daily Survival System. Ding. The system has successfully loaded. Binding the soul. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. The survival system has been activated. Ding. The beginner's gift package has been generated. Please check it, host. Upon hearing a series of mechanical prompts echoing in his mind, Xia Lang was initially taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. A system? I knew it. How could one traverse without a system? Moreover, it is a survival system, seemingly linked to wilderness survival. Xia Lang clenched his fists, his elation palpable. This is a sure win, absolutely assured. With a few enthusiastic punches in the air, Xia Lang rose from his chair and paced around the room, seeking to alleviate his exuberance. After a minute or two of back and forth, he took several deep breaths to calm himself. He could not afford to become overly complacent. The extent of the system's assistance remained uncertain. Steady now. System, please elucidate your functions. Xia Lang resumed his seat in the gaming chair, poised to inquire further. Ding, this system is a daily survival system. Based on the duration of the host's survival, opportunities for a lottery draw will be awarded. For every week of survival, the host will receive one low-level lottery opportunity. Surviving for a month will yield one mid-level lottery opportunity. A year grants one high-level lottery opportunity. Surviving 10 years offers one diamond lottery chance. A century of survival results in one legendary lottery chance. A millennium of survival secures one epic lottery opportunity. Listening to the system continue its enumeration, Xia Lang interjected, Stop. Stop. I comprehend your meaning. Surviving for a millennium? From today onwards, if I can manage to survive for a century, that would be enough to delight me. Having grasped the system's functions, Xia Lang fell into contemplation. It was clear that he had misinterpreted earlier. The system, named the survival system, was not necessarily affiliated with wilderness survival. Given this realization, he must now ponder whether to participate in the wilderness survival program. After all, wilderness survival carries certain risks. Encountering venomous creatures or ferocious beasts could spell disaster. With a system at his disposal, there was no need for him to court such peril. Xia Lang tapped his index finger on the computer desk, remaining silent for a moment before continuing. System, what sorts of items are typically obtainable through the lottery? The lottery of this system is randomized. The higher the level, the more rare the items obtained. The prizes are diverse and cannot be specified. Is that so? Then tell me, what can one generally expect to receive from a low-level draw? Xia Lang inquired again. In a low-level draw, there is a high probability of acquiring basic skills. The range of skills corresponds to the host's professional endeavors. This system aims to assist the host in achieving a better daily life. The system responded in a monotonous tone. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang paused, murmuring to himself, skills relevant to my profession, is it? He began to grasp the essence of the system. Fundamentally, it serves to assist him, rewarding him with corresponding skills based on his pursuits. He continued to write code as a programmer, with the potential rewards being a variety of computer language skills, such as C, Java, data architecture, and a host of related techniques. Should he choose to become a chef, the rewards might consist of recipes and similar knowledge. Thus, it appeared that wilderness survival remained the quickest avenue for his ascension. With his chin resting on his hand, Xia Lang mused quietly. After enduring the trials of society for more than 2 years, he had come to a profound realization of the difficulty in transcending social classes. Technical expertise was merely the foundation. Luck and diligence were far more crucial. With the aid of a system, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a senior architect within a mere year. However, even as a senior architect, the annual salary would not be exorbitantly high, still relegating him to the role of an employee. To aspire for wealth in the billions was undoubtedly a fanciful dream. Most importantly, the existence of this system felt ephemeral and insubstantial. While he felt a sense of excitement, a tinge of unease also lingered within him. Who could predict whether this entity, bound to his soul today, might suddenly vanish tomorrow? Even if it did not disappear, what if it ran out of power? The uncertainties were too numerous, and he dared not place all his hopes upon the system. Conversely, the opportunity to compete in wilderness survival was a tangible prospect he had already grasped. He understood the wisdom in the adage that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Even amidst danger, it was worth a try. His fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping on the desk, and Xia Lang resolutely made his decision. Now, let us see what assistance the system can provide. With a light chuckle, he communicated with the system, saying, "System, activate the novice gift package." Ding! The novice gift package has been detected and is now being activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired foundational knowledge of botany. Congratulations, host. You have acquired foundational knowledge of zoology. Congratulations, host. You have acquired essential wilderness survival skills. Congratulations, host. You have received a low-level body enhancement potion. As the system's S4 notifications echoed in his mind, a wave of cool energy surged into his consciousness. Subsequently, a torrent of unfamiliar knowledge flooded his brain, merging seamlessly with his existing memories. Within mere minutes, Xia Lang felt as though he had transformed into a master of wilderness survival, as if he had been immersed in this discipline for decades. How intriguing, truly marvelous. After taking a moment to savor this newfound awareness, he slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, a unique sensation enveloped him, akin to a rebirth. Upon observing the aloe vera plant on his balcony, a wealth of information promptly materialized in his mind. Aloe vera, a perennial evergreen herb belonging to the lily family, edible. Benefits: anti-aging, promotes healing, invigorates the heart and blood flow, dispels heat, and possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Upon reflection, he could recall even more intricate details. He couldn't help but chuckle, his heart brimming with excitement. Armed with the knowledge in his mind, he felt confident about claiming victory. However, it was still insufficient. Glancing at his slender, flaccid arms, he recognized the quintessential physique of a homebody, unmistakably lacking in strength and immunity. With his current physical state, even if his mind is brimming with knowledge, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to survive a year. Chapter 5. The Reinforcing Elixir. It is essential to comprehend that this is a matter of survival in the wilderness, devoid of the soft, warm embrace of a plush mattress or the comforting cocoon of a fluffy quilt. Instead, one is confronted with the damp, unyielding earth and the exposure of the open air. The foremost challenge that contestants face is not the ferocity of venomous creatures, but rather the threat of illness. In such an unforgiving environment, falling ill almost guarantees disqualification. Xia Lang is acutely aware of his own physical condition. Having spent years in seclusion, often engaging in late-night vigils and neglecting physical activity, his immune system is decidedly compromised. Faced with such extreme circumstances, the likelihood of succumbing to a cold is nearly inevitable. Fortunately, the system proves to be exceedingly considerate. With a mere thought, a test tube containing a luminescent blue liquid materializes in his hand. Gazing at the vial, a smile graces Xia Lang's lips as he murmurs, "Within a month, this will enhance my physical prowess by 1 to 3 times. If auctioned, it could fetch millions. For certain affluent individuals, a few million equates to the cost of a meal. Many would gladly invest for the promise of a robust physique. Alas, there exists but this solitary vial, destined solely for his consumption." With a light chuckle, Xia Lang tilts his head back and consumes the entirety of the elixir. The liquid is refreshing, reminiscent of mint-infused soda. Upon finishing, he smacks his lips and promptly reclines onto the bed. Uncertain of the potion's effects, he deems it prudent to lie down. Once comfortably settled, Xia Lang awaits the elixir's transformative effects. Approximately half a minute later, a warm sensation emanates from his abdomen, gradually radiating throughout his body. This feeling is exquisite. With his eyes closed and his body relaxed, he savors the warmth flowing through him, akin to the indulgence of a sauna, yet exponentially more pleasurable. It is as if he has returned to the womb, serene, tranquil, and enveloped in safety. As Xia Lang lies there, his consciousness gradually becomes hazy, and he gently drifts into slumber. There is no searing pain, nor any tingling discomfort. Upon awakening, he feels rejuvenated and remarkably clear-headed. Who am I? In a fleeting moment of confusion, Xia Lang recalls the events preceding his slumber. Unlike his usual awakenings, characterized by a foggy mind and scattered focus, he now feels an abundance of vitality coursing through him, with a sharpness of mind that is devoid of fatigue. Since graduating high school, he has never experienced such exhilarating mental clarity. According to the Elixir's instructions, it is designed to fortify his body over the course of a month. Sitting upright, he gazes at his abdomen, a look of delight illuminating his face as he quietly muses, "I never anticipated such immediate results from the elixir." At that moment, his formerly protruding, soft abdomen has noticeably receded, revealing the faint outline of six-pack abs. He is oblivious to the extent of his newfound strength. Like a child who has just unwrapped a new toy, Xia Lang leaps from the bed, eager to test his physical transformation. However, unexpectedly, bang! Upon rising, he stumbled and fell to the ground. However, rather than feeling anger, Xia Lang burst into laughter. The shift in his demeanor was so pronounced that I found it difficult to acclimate. Just as he slipped on his slippers and took a tentative step, he discovered that his feet felt as though they were not his own. With a lack of control, he lost his balance and tumbled to the floor. After his hearty laughter, Xia Lang cautiously rose from the ground, striving to familiarize himself with his body. After approximately 10 minutes of adjustment, he was finally able to walk normally once again. Thus, he took his phone and ventured out, making his way to a nearby sports field. Was this sensation the experience of robust health? It was utterly delightful. On the playground, Xia Lang trod upon the crimson track, his steps light and buoyant. He wondered how many laps he could run. With a focused gaze, he commenced his sprint on the track. At that moment, it was 3 in the afternoon, and the sun blazed like a fiery orb, casting intense heat upon the field. Aside from Xia Lang, there was not a soul in sight, allowing him the freedom to run unabated. Initially, he jogged at a leisurely pace, but after half a minute, he felt unsatisfied. Consequently, he accelerated, his legs seemingly defying gravity. With the speed of a sprinter, he dashed across the field, akin to a wild stallion breaking free from its restraints. Alone on the expansive playground, Xia Lang's pace began to exceed his control. The sudden surge of strength rendered him somewhat unable to manage his own body. As he pushed his speed to the limit, he experienced a sensation akin to drifting around the corners of the track. Haha, what exhilaration! With minimal exertion, he completed 3 laps. Unlike before, where he would be breathless and drenched in sweat after a single lap, he now only felt a slight quickening of breath, with just a hint of perspiration gracing his forehead. Xia Lang sensed that, should he choose to, he could effortlessly run another 3 or 4 laps. This was merely the initial enhancement from the potion, and his body would continue to strengthen over the next month. Clenching his fists, Xia Lang's eyes sparkled with confidence. With his current physique, he felt an 80% certainty of securing first place. As for the remaining 20%, that was contingent upon the unpredictable variables from the production team. Therefore, he could not afford to be complacent. Xia Lang remained grounded, aware that reality is not a fairy tale, and one must always maintain vigilance. Often, danger strikes without warning. Chapter 6. A Transformation in Charm. The following day, shortly after 8 in the morning, having returned his rented apartment and sent his computer back home, Xia Lang found himself at the taxi stand, suitcase in hand, en route to the competition registration point in the bustling metropolis. "Young man, we've arrived at the E-station," announced the taxi driver as he gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Xia Lang, retrieving his phone, spoke up, "Fishin." The driver promptly produced the payment code, and with practiced ease, Xia Lang scanned the QR code and completed the transaction. He then approached the trunk, retrieving his luggage as he exited the vehicle. "Goodness, there are so many people," he remarked, observing the long queue at the entrance of the high-speed train station. He made his way to the ticket machine, ready to collect his ticket using his identification card. "Is there something on my face?" He pondered silently, as he noticed several individuals casting what seemed like accidental glances in his direction. Could it be that the enhancement serum had some unforeseen side effects? A troubling thought crept into his mind. Typically, he spent little time in front of a mirror, merely splashing water on his face during his morning routine. Thus, if there were indeed any irregularities, he was oblivious to them. After hastily retrieving his train ticket, Xia Lang began to queue for entry. He intended to check the restroom mirror to ascertain the condition of his face. As he stood in line, he became increasingly convinced that something was amiss, as the number of furtive glances directed at him multiplied in the crowd, making him quite uncomfortable. At last, after what felt like an eternity of 2 minutes, he entered the station, dragging his black suitcase purposefully toward the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom's entrance, where the sinks were located, Xia Lang immediately turned his gaze toward the mirror. The reflection that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Is that really me? He thought, his mind momentarily bewildered. In the mirror stood a youthful figure with fair skin and bright eyes, exuding an aura of freshness and vitality. Previously, Xia Lang's appearance could only be described as passable. However, now he could unequivocally be termed handsome, possessing an air of charismatic charm. It appeared that the enhancement serum had not only bolstered his physical strength and endurance, but had also conferred an unexpected enhancement to his features. A smile crept across Xia Lang's lips as he finally comprehended why he had garnered so many lingering looks. Evidently, the serum had transformed him in more ways than one. He surmised that his newfound attractiveness stemmed largely from his fairer complexion, more vivid eyes, and an upright posture. Having spent years confined to his home, with irregular hours and frequently burning the midnight oil, his diet had primarily consisted of takeout and instant noodles, resulting in a sallow complexion and bloodshot eyes. The hours spent coding had also left him slightly hunched. Consequently, he had appeared lackluster and far removed from the realm of charm. However, under the serum's influence, his skin had likely returned to its healthiest state, and his demeanor was revitalized as well, resulting in a bright complexion and sparkling eyes full of life. The serum had also restored his posture to its natural upright form. Even so, Xia Lang found his nose more prominent and his facial features more defined. It appeared that, according to my genetics, optimal enhancements had been made. With a smile, he caressed his face, feeling quite satisfied. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had inadvertently transformed into a pretty boy, which made him feel a tad embarrassed. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Xia Lang dragged his suitcase towards the boarding gate. He had arrived just in time. Any delay, and the train would depart. Upon exiting the restroom, Xia Lang strode confidently towards the second floor, during which he noticed several individuals casting casual glances in his direction. This time, he felt no discomfort, only a secret thrill within. Attention all passengers, we are approaching South Station of the Magic City. Please collect your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion, especially those with children. As the train's routine announcement echoed, Xia Lang turned off his phone and lifted his gaze, ready to alight. To his surprise, his eyes met a young girl with a delicate visage, reminiscent of a first love, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt with short hair. Clearly taken aback by Xia Lang's gaze, she blushed and quickly averted her eyes, pretending not to notice him. It was indeed true what one often reads online. Girls are not unapproachable. They simply do not initiate when it comes to certain individuals. Xia Lang mused inwardly. This girl had stolen many glances at him throughout the journey. Enhanced by the serum, his senses were far more acute than those of the average person, making such observations effortless. To avoid any awkwardness, he had feigned ignorance. Once he retrieved his luggage, Xia Lang proceeded directly towards the train's exit. However, before the train came to a complete stop, a voice called out from behind him. Excuse me, are you Xia Lang? Huh, do we know each other? Xia Lang turned, puzzled by the sudden familiarity. Is it now common for strangers to know each other's names? Hello, my name is Li. Like you, I am a contestant in the wilderness survival competition. A contestant? Xia Lang blinked in surprise, feeling that this was quite the coincidence. Suddenly, he felt a bit awkward as he realized why the girl had been staring at him on the train. She was not enamored with him, but simply recognized him as a fellow competitor and wished to greet him. Oh, you're also a contestant? Xia Lang scratched his head sheepishly, responding, pleasure to meet you. Then, an unusual silence enveloped them, persisting until the train gradually halted and the doors opened. Out of courtesy, Xia Lang finally broke the silence. So, would you like to join me in registering our information? Yes, sure. Li Mengxi appeared somewhat distracted, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. After a moment, She nodded vigorously in response. Here, let me take your luggage, Xia Lang offered, noticing that she was carrying quite a bit, a backpack and a wheeled suitcase. No, it's all right. I can manage, she replied, a hint of nervousness in her tone. As she grasped her suitcase to exit, her swift movement caused her to stumble slightly, nearly losing her balance as she tripped on the platform. Standing at the back, Xia Lang gazed at the clumsy demeanor of the young girl, utterly speechless. Is she truly preparing to partake in wilderness survival? Is this highest? Perhaps I should lend a helping hand. Chapter 7. The program begins at the south station of the Magic City, the ticket checking point for high-speed trains. The two stood at the end of the queue, waiting to exit. Thank you for helping me with my luggage, Li Mengxi said shyly, walking alongside Xia Lang. You're welcome, Xia Lang replied with a smile, effortlessly dragging his suitcase. After his physical enhancement, his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Pulling the suitcase felt as light as if you were dragging a box made of foam. Is this your first time out? Sensing the conversation was about to reach a lull, Xia Lang casually initiated a new topic. Yes, Li Mengxi nodded, adding, I just finished my college entrance examination. Once again, the conversation fell silent. Xia Lang internally sighed at the girl's extreme shyness. She responded to his questions but offered little else. It was as if she were a complete conversation terminator. Realizing her communication style was lacking, Li Mengxi took the initiative to ask Big Brother, do you have confidence in the competition? I'm feeling extremely nervous. Not too bad, Xia Lang chuckled lightly, jesting. I initially thought the competitors would all be survival experts, muscular giants, which created a bit of pressure. Now that I see a beautiful girl like you competing alongside me, I feel considerably more at ease. Li Mengxi puffed out her cheeks, indignantly exclaiming, I am quite capable as well. She tightened her small, fair fists and waved them emphatically. Ha! Xia Lang was amused by the girl's adorable demeanor. Yes, I have already recognized your strength and will certainly regard you as a formidable competitor. After Xia Lang's playful teasing, Li Mengxi's Shinas disipata sumawet. Noticing that Xia Lang seemed to doubt her abilities, she felt a bit defiant and patted her backpack, proclaiming, Big Brother, I am truly impressive. I have over 10 volumes of field botany encyclopedias in my bag, and I have memorized them all. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, surprised. The girl did not appear to be lying. Her clear, sincere eyes revealed no other emotions. Then in the competition, if you happen to encounter me, remember to lend your big brother a hand, Xia Lang said with a grin. Li Mengxi nodded earnestly, affirming, yes, I certainly will. As they spoke, the two gradually approached the ticket-checking exit. After sliding their train tickets into the validation gate, the barrier opened. Just as Xia Lang was about to ask Li Mengxi if she wanted to accompany him to the registration point, a throng of individuals wielding cameras suddenly surrounded them. Xia Lang was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the remarkable influence of the program. He had not even begun competing yet and was already gaining attention. However, the crowd bypassed him entirely and surged towards Li Mengxi. Are you Li Mengxi? May we interview you? I'm a reporter from Oriental Satellite TV. The top scorer of the college entrance examination, Li Mengxi. I'm from IO Network. May I conduct an exclusive interview with you? What are your thoughts on being the second most popular contestant? Do you believe you can defeat the national goddess, Lin Qingyu? Rumor has it that you possess an extraordinary photographic memory. Could you perhaps demonstrate it for us? As Xia Lang listened to the cacophony of reporters, he stood somewhat disoriented in place. Is this little girl truly so renowned? Second in the popularity rankings, top scorer in the college entrance examination, and gifted with an eidetic memory. No wonder she boasts of her remarkable recollection. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi, just emerging from the venue, found herself surrounded by a throng of reporters, resembling a startled fawn, casting a pleading glance towards Xia Lang. Observing this, Xia Lang felt compelled to weave his way through the crowd. Make way, please. Li Mengxi is not in the mood for interviews right now. His formidable presence proved effective as he carved a path through the previously impenetrable mass. Upon reaching Li Mengxi, Xia Lang took her hand firmly and led her out. The reporters continued to pursue, but it wasn't until they hailed a taxi and squeezed into the back seat, shutting the door behind them, that they finally eluded their persistent followers. Driver, please take us to the Magic City Sports Arena. The taxi driver cast a peculiar glance at the reporters outside, but asked no further questions, simply starting the engine. Phew, we finally escaped them, Xia Lang exhaled, patting his chest. Beside him, Li Mengshi blushed as she withdrew her small hand. It was her first experience holding hands with a boy, having been grasped by Xia Lang the entire time. Thank you, Brother Xia Lang, for helping me once again. It's nothing really, just a small matter. Xia Lang waved off her gratitude and continued. Once we enter the arena, I'm unsure of what arrangements the production team has in store. Should they make any excessive demands, don't hesitate to seek my assistance. If you find it too difficult during the competition, remember not to push yourself too hard. Xia Lang felt a sense of fondness for this girl he had just met, akin to that of a caring older brother, prompting him to offer her a few more words of advice. Understood, Li Mengshi nodded earnestly. The two arrived at the Magic City Sports Arena in a mere 10 minutes by taxi. Upon entering, they were directed to a designated registration point. After completing their registration, the staff escorted them to the Huading Hotel. Mr. Xia Lang, this is the accommodation arranged for you by the production team. Should you require anything, please feel free to call the front desk, the staff member stated respectfully. The preliminary rules for the competition have been placed in your room's office. You may review them at your convenience. Additionally, please refrain from disclosing any information related to the competition, as violations will result in immediate disqualification. Yes, thank you, I understand. Xia Lang responded politely before closing the door behind him and surveying his surroundings. As a 4-star hotel in the Magic City, the decor was undoubtedly impressive. The suite contained an office, a lounge, a bedroom, and a living room, complete with a small bar stocked with an assortment of unfamiliar red wines. It appeared the production team was indeed not lacking in funds. After casually scanning the room, Xia Lang remarked, if all 200 competitors are housed here at the Huading Hotel, the costs must amount to hundreds of thousands each day. However, considering the reward of 100 billion for the first place, it's hardly surprising. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Lang set down his backpack and headed straight for his office. He was eager to grasp the competition rules at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 8. Finally arriving on the island upon entering the office, a stack of A4 papers awaited him on the far right corner of a brown desk. Summer Lang approached, picked up the contract, and began to read it intently. 3 minutes later, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and murmured, the settlements will occur monthly, determined by the number of fans, dictating the order of selection for survival tools. Contestants ranked beyond the top 100 will forfeit their right to choose survival tools. If more than 2 contestants survive for a full year, the top position will be determined by popularity. It appeared that the production team was not devoid of intellect. Before arriving, he had harbored doubts. Indeed, wilderness survival was an excellent theme for a variety show. However, even the finest concept requires engaging content. If all contestants were preoccupied with mere survival, it would ultimately result in viewers witnessing no entertainment value, with the live stream devoid of any interaction. No matter how promising the theme, it would flounder. Now, it seemed he had been overly apprehensive. With the introduction of this rule, contestants would undoubtedly devise myriad ways to interact with the audience, seeking attention to secure better survival resources. For him, this rule was indeed a fortuitous piece of news. A smile crept across Summer Lang's lips as he set the rules down on the table. Prior to his arrival, he had resolved to engage with the audience earnestly, ensuring his visibility. Even in the event of an untimely exit, he could still emerge as a star contestant in the Wilderness Survival Series. Although the grand prize of billions was beyond his reach, it offered a form of safety net. As for creating engaging content, Summer Lang was well aware. After all, he had viewed numerous videos featuring Bear Grylls and others enduring hunger. He was fully capable of replicating the allure that wilderness survival could evoke in viewers. What remained was a matter of patiently awaiting the unfolding events. 2 days later, in the most popular live stream on Shark Fight, a host with a fair complexion and gentle demeanor began speaking. Dear viewers, welcome to the Wilderness Live Room. Upon seeing the host, the audience's barrage of comments surged instantaneously. It's Teacher He from Mango TV. They were astonished that the leading host for wilderness survival was none other than Teacher He. With Teacher He at the helm, the program would undoubtedly possess stellar entertainment value. Gazing at the flood of welcoming comments directed at him, Heejong smiled warmly. Thank you all for your support. I will strive to host this program to the best of my ability. Beside him, the portly Du-hai also offered a polite smile. I am the co-host of the program. I kindly ask for your support as well. Du-hai's presence ignited even more fervor in the comments. The audience was thrilled to see two members of the happy family, suggesting that others would likely make appearances too. This added an element of excitement. Otherwise, merely watching them survive might soon lose its appeal. Indeed, I had planned to watch the weekly edits. I heard that each contestant's weekly life would be compiled into videos for viewing. Following this, Heejong provided a brief overview of the competition rules for wilderness survival. Then the camera shifted. In the wilderness, a young girl with skin as fair as jade, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and a face as exquisite as a work of art, traverses the dense jungle. Lin Qingyu, the first scene is of her. I urge my brothers to type out her name. As a special golden comment appears, a multitude of fans immediately follows suit. In an instant, the screen is filled with her name, the comments crowding densely together. It takes several seconds before other comments gradually reveal themselves. Lin Qingyu. How delightful it is to witness her live stream all day. It's a tremendous gain. Indeed, even if she were merely streaming her slumber, I would gladly watch. Qingyu must exercise caution. They say the deserted island harbors venomous snakes, and she must avoid being bitten. The comments flood in, all from Lin Qingyu's devoted fans. At this moment, Heejong's voice resonates in the live stream, clarifying no need for introduction. Everyone is well aware of her identity. She is a top student from Yinjing University, our national goddess, and also the popularity champion of this program. It appears she has safely arrived at Xianyu Island. Judging by the surrounding environment, it's likely the northern jungle region of the island. A splendid beginning. On Xianyu Island, in the northern jungle, Xia Lang moves slowly through the underbrush. Thanks to his body enhanced by potions, he walks through the rugged terrain as if it were level ground. Is this gadget malfunctioning? Xia Lang glances back at the small drone trailing him like a hummingbird, steadily capturing footage. On his wrist, a sleek black smart watch displays the backstage of his livestream. This device was provided by the official team to enhance the streaming experience for contestants. It serves two primary functions. First, to communicate with fans by showing comments and viewer counts. Second, to control the drone behind him, allowing him to maintain privacy when necessary. Female contestants are entitled to ample privacy rights. However, what frustrates Xia Lang is that despite descending from the helicopter over 10 minutes ago, his viewer count stands at 0, with not a single comment in sight. Wilderness Survival is a program that garners national attention. Surely, even if he is not well known, someone would stumble upon it. It's disheartening. He hasn't even secured his first tool, and if this continues, significant problems will arise. Although he knows that viewers will eventually arrive, Xia Lang still feels a twinge of anxiety. Just then, a comment pops up on his smartwatch. Such a sunny young man, I adore him. This seems to trigger a chain reaction, as one by one, comments begin to appear. Wow, he is so handsome, I feel a bit inferior. Comparing oneself to others is disheartening. How can one be so handsome and still qualified to compete? Life is unfair. I wonder if this streamer is mute. I've watched a dozen already, and they're all so dull, lacking any entertainment value. Yes, it's somewhat disappointing. I'll give it a little longer. But if it remains this way, I'll wait for the weekend video edits. Chapter 9. The Ancestors of Millet. Seeing that there were finally people in his live stream, Xia Lang let out a sigh of relief, slightly adjusted his expression, and began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Lang, and I warmly welcome you to my live stream. I was once an enthusiast of wilderness survival, and I am fortunate to have been selected for a program that allows me to showcase the allure of surviving in the wild. Following a somewhat official-sounding introduction, the chat began to buzz with activity. Wow, he can actually speak. Clearly, these were viewers who had just entered the stream. He is so handsome and not a dullard. I'm in love. Come on, support you handsome. Haha, a wilderness survival enthusiast? With skin this fair, I can't believe it. One, probably just trying to show off. Waiting for the inevitable failure. I think I'll go watch Lin Qingyu instead. The host should focus on survival. It would be embarrassing if he can't even withstand a day. Casually glancing at the barrage of comments, Xia Lang chose to ignore the negative remarks and continued. All right, next, I will explain some professional knowledge about the wilderness based on the island's environment. I hope you all enjoy. With that, Xia Lang resumed his trek through the forest. After about 3 minutes, his eyes suddenly lit up. A tuft of green, fluffy foxtail grass came into view. Dear viewers, I believe you must have encountered this plant before. I have seen it, foxtail grass. Is a host going to use it to weave grasshoppers? My grandmother loved to weave them for me when I was a child. I'm completely baffled. What use does this have? No need to wait. The host has already failed to show off. Come on, host, hurry up and find something to eat. This time, there were about a dozen comments. Watching the increasing barrage, Xia Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the audience watching his live stream was growing, and his interaction with them was having an effect. With this thought, he chuckled softly and said, "This plant is called foxtail grass, also known as Cetaria, belonging to the Poaceae family. It is an annual herbaceous plant with remarkable vitality, found in most regions of the world. Most importantly, foxtail grass is the ancestor of millet. Between 9500 BC and 3500 BC, our ancestors were continuously domesticating millet, which is derived from the foxtail grass I hold in my hand. Each year, they would select the plumpest and largest seeds of foxtail grass to plant, year after year, ultimately domesticating the millet we know today. Therefore, when we spot foxtail grass in the wild, we sometimes consider it a source of food." As he spoke, Xia Lang brushed his fingers through the foxtail grass, and small green seeds appeared in his palm. After tossing the seeds directly into his mouth, he continued, "These are a rich source of sugar. Of course, foxtail grass cannot be consumed directly, as its outer fuzz can easily get lodged in the throat. To indulge in its consumption, one must first roast it over a fire, thereby incinerating the fine hairs on its exterior to prevent any choking hazards. Unfortunately, I have no fire at my disposal at the moment, hence I shall refrain from demonstrating this process." Following an extensive exposition by Xia Lang, a brief silence enveloped the comments section, only to be succeeded by a flurry of messages. 6666, I've learned something new. I can flaunt this knowledge. The host is remarkable. Everyone, let us keep our comments professional. Wow, Xiaomi is derived from dogtail grass. What does Lei Jun think? Ha, the host is putting on airs. Do you think I would be swayed by your empty boasts? The fool above duly noted. Indeed, I am a medical university student, versed in relevant knowledge. The host's statements are, in fact, accurate. I feel as though I have discovered a treasure in this charismatic host. Ladies, it is time to shower him with gifts. Upon the appearance of this comment, a multitude of viewers began to send gifts. My king is cute hair, gifted Xia Lang 200 fish balls. Lalalala, gifted Xia Lang 150 fish balls. Lin Qingyu, the top fake fan, gifted Xia Lang 50 fish balls. Thank you all for your generous contributions. Xia Lang's heart soared at the sight of those fish balls. Although the total sum amounted to but a few dimes, this was merely the beginning, with only a handful of viewers present in the live stream. Once the audience grows, a wave of donations will surely exceed mere dimes. After expressing his gratitude, Xia Lang was poised to continue his journey when suddenly, several comments erupted on the screen. Host, run. Be careful. There's a snake behind you in the tree. Oh no, this is perilous. Quick, flee. Upon reading the comments, Xia Lang instinctively turned around to find slender, dark-colored snake, the thickness of a thumb, coiled around a small tree of wrist-like girth. As he turned his gaze, the snake halted its movements, slowly raising its head, the dark tongue flicking in and out, exuding an aura of danger, as if poised to strike at any moment. The viewers, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of adrenaline, experiencing the allure of wilderness survival for the first time. Fear not, this is merely a non-venomous snake known as the black-bellied snake, also referred to as the long snake, black snake, green snake, and others belonging to the family of colubrid snakes. In essence, it is an adept swimmer. Naturally, the viewer's primary concern was whether it possessed venom. I can assure you with certainty that it is non-venomous. Even if it were to bite, it would not be fatal. As Xia Lang engaged with the audience, he raised his right hand, gradually approaching the black-bellied snake. The snake, seemingly oblivious to Xia Lang's intentions, continued to flick its tongue while maintaining eye contact with him. neither advancing nor retreating. Chapter 10. The Atractaspis. What on earth am I witnessing? The streamer has encountered a snake, and remarkably, he shows no fear. How exhilarating. What kind of snake is this? Is it venomous? Viewers entering the live stream immediately flooded the chat with astonished comments. Yet at that moment, no one responded. All eyes were glued to the screen, breaths held in anticipation. Xia Lang slowly approached the Atractaspis, and as he drew nearer, he suddenly extended his right hand with swift precision, seizing the snake by its neck. Caught off guard, the Atractaspis opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Attempting to resist, however, it was firmly gripped, its head immobilized, rendering it unable to bite Xia Lang. Quite powerful, Xia Lang remarked, feeling the snake's force constricting his arm. But I'm not a mouse. With that, he tightened his grip, preparing to sever its spine. Sensing the impending threat, the scaled body of the Atractaspis began to thrash wildly. A faint cracking sound echoed as its spine snapped. Subsequently, Xia Lang crouched down, found a stone, and placed the snake's head upon it. With a swift motion using his probing stick, he struck down, and the head burst apart, splattering into a vivid red pulp. It was only at this moment that the chat became a flurry of activity. Impressive. The streamer is truly fierce. I'm in awe. So thrilling. I love the streamer. Can the streamer add me on Feishin? I'm female, 36E, photos available in my profile. This is far more entertaining than those mute streamers. I originally came to watch Lin Xingyu. What I do now? 36E has gifted Xia Lang a rocket. Wang has gifted Xia Lang 30 shark fins. My King's adorable hair has gifted Xia Lang 100 shark fins. Once Xia Lang had dealt with the Atractaspis, he finally took a moment to glance at the chat. Upon seeing the rocket donation, a surge of joy filled him. That was a sum of 500 yuan. According to the program's contract, donations were split 70-30. So he had just secured 350 yuan, more than he would earn from a day of arduous coding, and the show had only just begun half an hour ago. Thank you to the esteemed 36E for the rocket. Your support is much appreciated, Xia Lang expressed, casually hanging the deceased snake from his belt. And thank you to all for the shark fin donations. After his gratitude, Xia Lang resumed his journey. To keep the live stream engaging, he fiddled with the Atractaspis at his waist and spoke. As I mentioned earlier, this little fellow is called the Atractaspis. Though it may appear intimidating, it is in fact non venomous. Encountering one in the wild signifies good fortune for the day. The flesh of the Atractaspis is remarkably delicious, containing approximately 5 times the protein of chicken, making it an excellent source of quality protein. Most importantly, it is non-venomous. With a bit of courage, even young women can catch it. Initially, after disembarking from the island, I feared I would go hungry today, but it seems that Lady Luck is on my side. Certainly, there exists a point of curiosity regarding the appearance of the inland snake on the island. Upon voicing this inner inquiry, he turned his gaze towards the barrage of comments, which did not disappoint him. Haha, I know this one. Let me show off a bit. The authorities had just announced that the island's proprietor had previously released a multitude of wild animals into the terrain. Most importantly, the owner had explicitly stated that there were formidable predators on the island. Wolves, lions, tigers, and grizzly bears had all been set free. There were other creatures as well, though he could not recall them all. Good grief, formidable predators? The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. It feels exceedingly perilous. The host must exercise caution. Upon reading this comment, Xiang's cheeks twitched. Wolves, lions, tigers, and grizzly bears. Are you jesting? No matter how robust he may be, facing such colossal predators head-on is impossible. Initially, he had felt somewhat at ease, but this revelation instantly heightened his tension. He realized he must hasten to construct a shelter. This was undeniably dreadful news. As he traversed through the jungle, he began to speak. Wolves, lions, and tigers are manageable. They exist within their territories. As long as one is careful, evading them is not insurmountable. The true challenge lies with the grizzly bears. Their hunting range extends over 30 kilometers, and their sense of smell is 7 times more acute than that of a bloodhound. If they set their sights on me, the probability of demise is exceedingly high. Therefore, I must quickly devise a plan to locate a suitable site for a shelter. Speaking of shelters, it is imperative to share some wilderness survival wisdom, as there may be viewers who could benefit from it. When you find yourself lost in the wild, there exists an ancient yet practical rule. Locate a stream or river. Then find a path. Following that path will lead you back to civilization. However, this rule does not apply to me. I must endure in the wilderness for an extended period. Thus, I require a commendable location to establish a shelter. As he spoke, Xiang pointed towards a distant hillside and remarked, "That is a vantage point. I shall investigate whether I can find a stream there." Based on his survival knowledge, he deduced that there should be ample freshwater resources in the vicinity. Otherwise, the vegetation would not be so lush. The host demonstrates remarkable professionalism with a clear objective, far surpassing the other streamers. Indeed, the other hosts appeared to lack any planning, merely foraging for wild fruits or vegetables. I shall wait for their failures. The host is truly impressive, knowledgeable about so much. I am now a fan. By the way, why is there a snake hanging from the host's waist? Have I missed something? Chapter 11. How long can one survive without water? Upon determining his objective, Xia Lang proceeded towards the distant hillside while engaging in conversation with his audience. In the realm of wilderness survival, the paramount consideration is the establishment of a goal. A goal serves two vital purposes. First, it provides clarity on one's actions, thus enabling the efficient utilization of time. Second, it occupies the mind, allowing for a sense of fulfillment. Surviving alone in the wilderness can easily lead to feelings of despair. A well-defined goal can keep one preoccupied, leaving little room for negative thoughts. My current objective is to locate a source of potable freshwater. Now, do the viewers understand why my first task is to seek water rather than food? A sudden recollection struck Xia Lang. Much of his wilderness knowledge from his previous life stemmed from Bear Grylls' educational programs. In this world, however, there is no Bear Grylls, no wilderness survival shows. He was uncertain if the ordinary people here possessed even the most basic knowledge of survival in the wild. Therefore, he decided to inquire, engaging with the audience, which would also serve as a small survey to aid his future broadcasts. The host seeks water primarily due to thirst, having already secured some food, and thus, he embarks on the quest for water. I am unsure. Read one response. I believe one should find food first. As for water, it can wait. I get dizzy after skipping a meal. The audience graciously indulged Xia Lang, flooding the screen with a barrage of comments. Xia Lang parted the underbrush before him and glanced at his smartwatch, instantly raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the wilderness knowledge in this parallel world seems to be at a significantly lower level than that of his previous existence. It appears that this task has fallen to me. With a slight smirk, he began to elucidate. In fact, high school biology textbooks explain that approximately 70% of the human body comprises water. Hence, water is often referred to as the essence of life. So, let's ponder. Does one survive longer without water or without food? The comments poured in immediately. I feel that one would perish faster without food. As for water, it seems manageable. I drink very little, and my mother constantly urges me to hydrate. Another chimed in. I agree. Going a day without food, the next day, I feel dizzy. Uncertain, the audience awaited the host's enlightening discourse, having already settled comfortably. The host asserted that water is the essence of life, prompting one viewer to wager, "I bet one would die faster without water." As he perused the comments, Xia Lang shook his head slightly. Such a fundamental tenet of knowledge in another world would be known even by middle school students. Yet in this realm, the majority remain oblivious. Revealing the answer, he stated that without food, an individual can survive for 1 to 2 weeks. Indeed, some may endure up to 3 weeks. Whereas without water, death typically occurs within 4 to 7 days. Upon hearing Xia Lang's revelation, a flurry of question marks erupted across the screen. Is the host deceiving us? It seems contrary to my understanding. I've gone days without water without issue. How can one possibly perish in just 3 or 4 days? The notion that one can survive for 3 weeks without sustenance, 21 days, is met with incredulity. Indeed, it seems implausible to endure such a duration without food. Even a single day without nourishment leaves one feeling painfully famished. The overwhelming response from the audience reflects a collective skepticism towards Xia Lang's assertion. as it starkly contrasts with their personal experiences. Many who are not particularly fond of water can go days without it, yet do not exhibit signs of weakness, while a mere missed meal prompts an urgent sense of hunger. Amused rather than offended by the audience's rebuttals, Xia Lang finds the discourse quite engaging. Confident in the correctness of his stance, he anticipates that once these individuals conduct their research, they will return, eager to express their admiration. Observing Xia Lang's unwavering confidence, the audience begins to waver in their doubt, with many promptly engaging their search engines. After a brief moment, astonishment ensues. The information retrieved from Bing aligns perfectly with what the host has presented. Impressive. Xia Lang possesses an extraordinary wealth of knowledge, an enlightening experience indeed. The chat transforms from skepticism to admiration, filled with expressions of respect and awe. Soon, a wave of generosity sweeps through the audience as they begin to shower Xia Lang with gifts. Xiao Biluo, the top contributor, donates 500 fish fins to Xia Lang, while his devoted fans offer him 50 fish fins. Uncle Lee next door gives him 8,000 fish balls, and Wang's adorable character presents Xia Lang with 10 aircraft. As Xia Lang gazes upon the cascade of gift icons in the chat, a surge of joy fills his heart, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I'm truly appreciative. In that moment, he earns nearly 1,000 yuan, equivalent to 4 or 5 days of work. With previous donations, Xia Lang's earnings have reached approximately 500 yuan, all within the first hour of his broadcast. The influx of money is astonishing. The audience comments on how Xia Lang's stream is far more captivating than others. Indeed, thank you to the generous supporters. The host not only engages actively with his viewers, but possesses a remarkable breadth of knowledge, evoking admiration. Continuing his discourse, Xia Lang remarks on the lackluster performances of other streamers he observed, describing them as exhausted and lethargic, unable to move much at all. He even notes a female streamer who, upon encountering a caterpillar, screamed for half a minute, an absurdity compared to his own dynamic presence. Xia Lang smiles at the chat's commentary. Among the 200 contestants, most are ordinary individuals fortunate enough to be selected for the program. Thus, their lackluster performances come as no surprise to him. As for audience interaction, being abruptly thrust onto a deserted island surrounded by untamed wilderness and various creatures, it is unrealistic to expect one to acclimatize swiftly. Adaptation is a gradual process. In time, as contestants regain their composure or experience the allure of audience donations, they will undoubtedly begin to engage with their viewers. This interim period presents a golden opportunity for Xia Lang to shine and significantly expand his following. Chapter 12. Astonishing Achievements. The contestant, named Xia Lang, truly exhibits an extraordinary performance. In the office of the Dousha live streaming platform, a young girl with a ponytail, possessing a delicate countenance and clad in a white work uniform, gazes intently at her computer screen, her eyes brimming with admiration. The girl, Dong AI, is a senior administrator at Dousha. Her daily responsibilities involve reviewing live streamers on the platform and assessing their potential. Due to her remarkable capabilities, she was reassigned to collaborate with the survival show production team, overseeing the live streaming activities of the hosts. Should any violations arise, she possesses the authority to terminate the stream immediately. Conversely, upon discovering promising hosts, she is empowered to recommend them to upper management for enhanced visibility. To her astonishment, she notes that Xia Lang's audience retention rate is an astounding 90%, a phenomenal figure indeed. Dong AI muses softly as she examines the back-end data, considering that the typical retention rate for live streams hovers around a mere 20%, even for moderately successful streamers. Some less capable hosts struggle to retain even a single viewer out of 10. In her year of service, she has never encountered a retention rate as high as Xia Lang's. Initially perplexed by such an outrageous statistic, her curiosity compelled her to enter Xia Lang's streaming room and observe for a while. She soon found herself utterly captivated. The concept of survival in the wild is inherently novel, brimming with unpredictability and intrigue, thus enticing to viewers. Xia Lang enhances the allure of wilderness survival by engaging interactively with the audience and imparting fascinating knowledge. Viewers glean a wealth of information from his streams. For instance, they learn that the ancestor of millet is actually a type of grass, and that humans can survive without food for up to 3 weeks, yet cannot endure without water for more than a week. Such intriguing tidbits leave Dong AI in awe of Xia Lang's extensive knowledge. This exceptional retention rate must be communicated to the team leader. If Xia Lang were featured on the homepage, he would undoubtedly achieve great fame. Murmuring to herself, Dong AI strides toward the office of the team leader. Knock, knock, knock. Dong AI raps gently on the glass door of the office. Come in. A deep voice responds from within. Upon entering, Dong AI is met with the gaze of the team leader. Dong AI, what brings you here? The leader, Li Xiao, adjusts his black-rimmed glasses, narrowing his eyes slightly. Feeling a twinge of discomfort under his scrutiny, Dong AI finds his gaze ostensibly straightforward, yet senses an underlying impropriety. Whispers among colleagues suggest that the team leader has questionable morals, often taking female employees from other teams home. However, such matters are irrelevant to Dong AI. She is here to seek a recommendation for Xia Lang. Suppressing her unease, she articulates, Team leader, I've discovered an exceptional streamer and wish to propose him for a homepage recommendation. Oh, what streamer could compel you to come all this way? Li Xiao inquires, adjusting his glasses as he leans forward, intrigued. Dong AI seizes the opportunity to succinctly present Xia Lang's profile. A retention rate of 90%? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised. However, he quickly concealed his astonishment, nodding with a smile and saying, I understand. I will make the arrangements. Arrangements? Dong AI momentarily appeared perplexed. Wasn't the process for applying for a recommendation to first fill out an application form, then submit it to the operations department, allowing them to handle the recommendation? What did arrangements entail? Sensing Dong AI's confusion, Li Xiao added, I will observe the streamer you mentioned. If the situation proves to be as you described, I will submit the application. Team leader, I assure you that what I said is the reality. You can watch the live stream right now. Dong AI expressed. Xia Lang's situation guarantees a recommendation. Whether the circumstances are valid can be discerned with a mere glance. There's no need for such complications. Li Xiao frowned, his patience waning. Are you the team leader, or am I? I will submit the application based on the situation. You may leave now. Dong AI's petite face scrunched up, feeling the urge to say more. Ultimately, she refrained, recognizing that Li Xiao was the team leader. Engaging in conflict would only lead to her own detriment. On Xianyu Island, Xia Lang stood atop the hillside where he had previously pinpointed his target, exhaling deeply, and jested, Phew, I've finally made it up here. That nearly exhausted me. Upon hearing his words, the audience immediately flooded the comment section. Haha, I believe you. Streamer, you haven't even broken a sweat. The streamer is truly impressive. After over an hour of trekking, not a single drop of sweat. That's frightening. It's simply abnormal, another streamer. After less than 10 minutes of walking, was already worn out. If I had that stamina, my wife wouldn't find me lacking. To the one in front, please share your story. Indeed, we are quite curious about your tale. Xia Lang glanced at the comments, chuckling lightly, to sharing a little joke with everyone. Now, we have reached a vantage point spanning several kilometers. The next step is to search for a river or stream. The method is straightforward. Standing here and looking down, the concave valley likely harbors a water source. As he spoke, Xia Lang pointed to a nearby area where two mountains converged, revealing an unmistakably sunken spot. The elevation there appeared lower, and the vegetation seemed more lush than its surroundings, suggesting a high probability of water. Thus, that shall be my next target. Continuing, Xia Lang glanced at the sun in the sky, remarking, however, it seems to be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I wish to reach that location quickly, I cannot afford to dawdle. Otherwise, by the time I arrive, night will have fallen, and setting up a shelter will be rather rushed. Therefore, I must find a way to expedite my journey and reach the water source before darkness descends. I shall now demonstrate a method to traverse the mountains and forests swiftly. Chapter 13. The streamer speeds ahead. I shall now demonstrate a method for traversing the forest swiftly. With a broad grin directed at the camera, Xia Lang surged forward in an explosive motion, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, racing downhill with fervor. The official drone, equipped for the task, struggled to keep pace, lagging several seconds behind and failing to capture his fleeting figure. The live chat momentarily fell silent, leaving the audience in astonishment. Then, a flurry of reactions erupted. What on earth? Is this truly the method you are showcasing for rapid travel? Are you jesting? The streamer is so dashing. Has he activated some kind of cheat? I'm in awe. I wouldn't dare traverse such a slope. Yet he is sprinting with ease. Unbeknownst to Xia Lang, the audience was ablaze with comments. However, he could surmise their astonishment. A slight smirk graced his lips at the thought of their expressions in the chat. After all, what distinguishes a person from a mere fish out of water if one does not exhibit a touch of flair? Moreover, his intention was not merely to show off. He aimed to reach the area suspected of housing a water source swiftly to establish a shelter as soon as possible. His path lay along the sun-drenched northern slope, where the vegetation was sparse, mostly comprised of ferns and shrubs, offering a clear and level view. With his current strength and reflexes, running felt as effortless as walking on flat ground. Since rapid movement was the most advantageous choice, why not indulge in a bit of showmanship while at it? In the metropolis of Magic City, at the luxurious residence known as Tang Chunyi Pin, a strikingly beautiful young lady, exuding a hint of allure, reclined gracefully on her pink bed in a delicate camisole, her gaze fixed upon her Apple laptop. Boredom enveloped her. Anya absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair, lazily resting her chin on her hand as she idly navigated through various live streams. Is wilderness survival truly that captivating? She mused, recalling her aloof friend Lin Qingyu, whose eyes sparkled with excitement whenever the topic arose. Anya shook her head in resignation. It was the first time she had witnessed Lin Qingyu exhibit such eagerness. This very reason compelled her to endure an hour of watching foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. Yet, after maintaining her attention for an hour, she could no longer bear it. It was utterly tedious. Perhaps only first-hand experience could yield enjoyment. With a sigh, Anya was about to close her laptop when, She paused mid-motion, her expression shifting to one of intrigue as she focused on the newly switched streamer. This host was rather fascinating. His agility rivaled that of Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou, her father's dedicated bodyguard, was a former elite reconnaissance soldier and had served as a special forces trainer before retiring to safeguard her family. Moreover, this young man possessed the kind of looks she favored. Let us observe a bit longer, she chuckled softly, clicking on the gift donation icon. Xinyu Island. Xia Lang's voice echoed across the hillside, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. The ascent took him nearly an hour, yet the descent was accomplished in less than 10 minutes. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Gradually coming to a halt, Xia Lang beamed at the drone's camera. Ever since he ingested the body-enhancing elixir, he had developed an affinity for the liberating feeling of unrestricted running. His body functioned like a perpetual motion machine, providing him with nearly limitless stamina. As he sprinted, fatigue was non-existent. Only pure exhilaration remained. After a moment of reflection, Xia Lang raised his arm to glance at his smartwatch. What is this? His eyes sparkled with delight. The display showcased a red rocket emblem, prominently positioned at the center of the screen. Most significantly, there was a 10 indicator behind the rocket. Grateful for the 10 rockets gifted by Lin Qingyu's friend, he wholeheartedly expressed his appreciation. The barrage of comments reflected a wave of admiration. Such a tycoon. My monthly salary, and yet he casually donates. Tycoon, do you need a subordinate? Lin Qingyu's friend? I think I've stumbled upon something intriguing. Envy was palpable among the viewers. 10 rockets amounted to a staggering 5,000 yuan, enough to procure the latest Android smartphone. Simply given away. Could an ordinary person not feel envy? Xia Lang himself was a quintessential commoner, and 5,000 yuan represented a significant sum in his mind. Previously, while watching live streams, he had envied those affluent individuals generously rewarding the streamers. Now, he had become the very streamer he once admired. The joy in his heart was, of course, ineffable. After a brief pause, Xia Lang resumed his journey without hesitation. The audience's willingness to contribute was not merely due to his looks, but rather the entertainment value of his stream. Thus, he did not overly express his gratitude. Diligently streaming and delivering engaging content was what the viewers truly desired. As he continued on his way, Xia Lang engaged with his audience while remaining observant of his surroundings. After approximately half an hour, his footsteps suddenly halted, eyebrows raised, a smile gracing his face. "Dear viewers, I have wonderful news. The water source lies ahead." "Found water? How did I miss that? Wasn't he said we wouldn't reach the water until evening? It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. The streamer is speeding. He must be swift. Speeding. 6,666. After informing his viewers, Xia Lang pressed onward. "Surely, you must be curious as to how I am certain of the water source ahead. Allow me to elucidate. Firstly, there are 3 methods for locating a water source in the wilderness. The first method involves searching for low-lying areas. If the vegetation in such places is denser than in others, there is a high likelihood of a water source being present. I have previously explained this, so I shall not elaborate further. The second method entails following animal tracks, as wild creatures also require water, thus their trails can lead to a water source. However, this method is generally not employed under ordinary circumstances. The reasoning is quite straightforward. This method entails significant risks. Should fortune not favor one, there would be no need for water, as one would merely serve as sustenance for formidable predators. Chapter 14. Arrival at the water source. The rationale is quite simple. This method carries significant risks. If fortune does not favor one, it could lead to becoming a meal for large predators instead of quenching one's thirst. Let us discuss the third method. Xia Lang pointed to a patch of light green moss nearby and inquired, "Does anyone know what this is?" "I know it's moss." "Moss 1. They chimed in. "It resembles the moss by my family's pond, so I'm certain it is moss." Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Xia Lang's forehead furrowed with 3 lines of annoyance. Moss is a broad category of plants, akin to grass. It belongs to the plant kingdom. Shaking his head in exasperation, Xia Lang elaborated, "Its scientific name is sphagnum moss. This plant can absorb water equivalent to 10 to 25 times its own weight, making it one of the most efficient water-absorbing plants in nature. Furthermore, it is a medicinal herb known for its ability to clear heat and brighten vision, as well as alleviate itching. It is commonly used for conditions such as cloudy vision, skin diseases, and insect bites. I can collect some. If I get bitten by mosquitoes tonight, having this will ease the discomfort." By now, everyone should have a good idea of what the third method entails. This third method involves plant identification. In the jungle, if one discovers a large quantity of moss, it is a strong indication that a water source is nearby. In a desert setting, one should look for shrubs such as tamarisk or bellflower prickly pear, as they are also adept at absorbing water. As Xia Lang explained, the comments flooded in. "Impressive. I envy such a wealth of knowledge. I am dumbfounded." 6666. "The host is phenomenal. Surely a biology major. As someone who studied biology, I feel utterly outclassed. What is this Willow character? I can't even read it. This is a treasure of a live stream. I love it. What on earth are other streams about? I just saw one where someone got poisoned by mushrooms and claimed to see little people." Bending down, Xia Lang collected some sphagnum moss and tucked it into his pocket before continuing on his way. Soon, a faint sound of trickling water could be heard. As Xia Lang advanced, the sound grew louder. After passing through a thicket of low shrubs, a crystal-clear stream came into view. The stream was about a meter wide, with a plentiful flow, gurgling pleasantly. Fortune was on his side. It was fresh water. Xia Lang squatted down, cupped his hands to gather the cool, clear stream water, washed his face, and smiled at the audience. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention, in the wild, unless in special circumstances, one should never drink untreated water. Untreated water can harbor various viruses and bacteria, along with parasites, the most common being salmonella, which can lead to severe diarrhea. Without effective medication, it could result in dehydration and death. This is why professional hikers carry water purification systems. Of course, in emergencies, if one must resort to drinking untreated water, it is essential to assess the situation. For instance, this stream is relatively high quality, clear, and fast-flowing, indicating it is fresh water." Pointing at the stream's bed, Xia Lang continued, "When one can observe freshwater shrimp in the stream, it signifies a high quality of water. Freshwater shrimp are quite particular about their habitat, so remember this." With that, He rose and continued his journey. Although he felt a slight thirst, it was not severe enough to compel him to risk drinking from the stream. I've learned enough. It's time for me to show off, he thought. After a brief commentary, Xia Lang received an abundance of praise along with generous donations. As he navigated through his smartwatch to the broadcaster's backend, he was pleasantly surprised to find his follower count had soared to 5,000, just over 2 hours prior. His live stream had been devoid of viewers. In such a short span, he had amassed quite the audience, and he felt immense satisfaction. Thank you all for your support. Refocusing his attention, he proceeded along the stream, stating, "This location features a clear stream, making it an excellent candidate for a long-term survival point. However, one must not be swayed by appearances." Upon reaching a pine tree, he pointed to the base and said, "I'll give you half a minute to guess if this area is suitable for camping." The audience, eager to engage, began to discuss fervently. "I believe it's feasible. The water is clean and teeming with shrimp. It's promising." Indeed, the broadcaster has affirmed the high quality of the water. But what does he mean by pointing at this pine tree? As the curiosity grew, one viewer noted, "There is a ring of mud at the base of the pine tree. Could it be?" "Ah, I see. It must have been flooded, which explains the mud." The audience, not lacking in discernment, quickly grasped the implications of Xia Lang's observations. Nodding with a faint smile, he acknowledged, "Indeed, as you surmised, the water quality is excellent. However, observe the 3 distinct mud rings at the base of the tree, with the highest reaching my waist. Therefore, if one wishes to avoid being inundated during the night, this is not the ideal spot for camping. Nonetheless, I plan to rest nearby tonight for a simple reason. Dusk is approaching, and it is impractical to continue seeking a suitable location. Moreover, as it is autumn, I have noted the local vegetation. The last rainfall occurred approximately a month ago. Thus, rain is a rarity unless one is particularly unfortunate. After a night of rest, we shall follow the stream tomorrow in search of an appropriate survival point. For now, I will demonstrate how to construct a temporary shelter." A new author with a new book, my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers for their unwavering support. Chapter 15. Those are their inferior creatures in the wilderness. Unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from traversing at night. The nocturnal environment is shrouded in darkness, rendering navigation perilous, with the ever-present risk of slipping and encountering danger. Furthermore, nightfall marks the active period for predators, both large hunters and venomous snakes and insects, which thrive in the shadows. Thus, the most prudent choice at night is to seek a secure location and endure the night in safety. At this juncture, the significance of a shelter is self-evident. Allow me to demonstrate how to construct a shelter. As I speak, Xiang arrives before a half-broken pine tree, glancing at it briefly before advancing. When erecting a temporary shelter, the paramount consideration is, of course, safety. The more secure, the better, while comfort can be relegated to a secondary concern. In urgent circumstances, one might even opt to spend the night in the branches of a tree. However, I am afforded ample time to meticulously craft an ideal shelter that harmonizes safety and comfort. With that said, he crouches down, embracing a severed log of substantial girth, and positions it atop the first branch of another pine tree. This arrangement forms a triangular structure between the severed log, the pine tree, and the ground, serving as the ridge of the shelter or perhaps the skeleton of a tent. After patting the connection and confirming its stability, Xiang nods in satisfaction and addresses the camera. I trust that the astute viewers have discerned my intentions. Next, we must sever the unnecessary branches from the fallen pine tree. Following that, we will drape some covering over it, thereby completing a natural tent. While elucidating this process to the audience, he adeptly breaks off the extraneous branches and places them atop the trunk of the pine tree. Moreover, when constructing a shelter, it is imperative to clear the ground of debris to prevent ants, scorpions, or even venomous snakes from lurking beneath the fallen leaves. The method of cleansing the area involves using a stick to rake aside the leaves, exposing the soil beneath. Once the area beneath the tent is cleared, Xiang proceeds to construct the roof of the shelter. He ventures to a moist area by the river, easily locating patches of verdant moss. Without hesitation, he excavates several pieces of moss along with the underlying soil. After collecting a dozen or so patches, Xiang returns to the shelter, draping the moss over the triangular slant formed by the pine tree. Finally, he adorns the roof with a layer of pine needles, completing a temporary shelter. However, the task is not yet fully accomplished. Xiang gestures towards the ground, explaining, although the earthen floor is safe, it possesses a high thermal conductivity. Sleeping directly on the ground overnight significantly increases the likelihood of catching a cold by morning. Therefore, we must also construct a bed. The ideal materials for the bed should be soft and fluffy plant matter. However, one must avoid using moss. While soft, it harbors a multitude of bacteria and fungi that can provoke skin allergies, leading to unbearable itching. Fortunately, the surrounding area is abundant with fallen leaves, providing a comfortable and safe bedding option. As Xia Lang delivered a series of professional explanations, the barrage of comments on the screen surged forth, overwhelming the visuals after a brief pause. Goodness, this streamer is extraordinarily impressive. Are there any newcomers among us? Let's keep the basics straightforward, gentlemen. Please share your expertise on the screen. Xia Lang is indeed remarkable, elucidating various details with clarity. Truly, this is survival in the wilderness. Those other mediocre streamers are merely playing trivial games. By the way, why does the streamer have a snake around his waist? I almost forgot. When did Brother Lang eat a snake? I am eager to witness him consume one. Eating a snake? There is no fire in the wilderness, right? I just saw another streamer struggle to create fire by friction, and his hands were bloodied without success. After covering the ground of his shelter with a thick layer of fallen leaves, Xia Lang smiled with satisfaction. Building a shelter by his own hands bestowed upon him a unique sense of fulfillment. Once he confirmed the shelter was secure, he raised his arm and glanced at the barrage. After reading the comments, he chuckled and remarked, "Creating fire by friction is quite simple, provided one knows the correct method." Upon hearing this, several viewers who had just entered the live stream erupted in disbelief. Haha, I've seen only one person succeed after going in circles, and he relied on the flint provided by the officials. This streamer is just boasting. Indeed, while creating fire by friction may appear straightforward, it is, in fact, quite challenging. Many streamers have ended up with blistered hands without even producing smoke. Bashful streamers, I admire your shelter construction, but I never expected you to be so arrogant. If you enjoy watching, stay. If not, leave. Brother Lang's word is law. The streamer hasn't even started, and you fools are already hurling insults. What is wrong with you? Brother Lang, showcase your skills and silence these critics. In response to the barrage of criticism, Xia Lang raised an eyebrow and, with a mischievous grin, declared, "What I say is simple, and it is indeed simple. As for other streamers finding it difficult, that is simply because they lack skill. Now, open your eyes wide and watch how I ignite fire." After uttering these words, Xia Lang approached a pine tree and snapped off a straight, uniform branch, roughly the thickness of a water pipe. He then searched the ground for two stones, one large and one small. The larger stone was fist-sized, oval-shaped, and a pale yellow quartz, while the smaller one was a flat piece of marble, equally common. Holding the flat marble in his left hand and the oval quartz in his right, Xia Lang began striking the marble with the quartz. With each crisp strike, sparks of orange flared up as the two stones collided rapidly. After about 10 strikes, the flat marble suddenly shattered. Xia Lang picked up the broken shard, scraped the sharp edge with his thumb, felt a slight sting, and smiled with satisfaction. This was the method for crafting a disc knife, the most convenient and easily made tool when one is without equipment in the wild. Whether it is for slicing food or crafting kindling, it proves to be indispensable. Chapter 16. Li Mengxi's plan today. I have acquired a wealth of peculiar knowledge. How amusing. Just a moment ago, I was watching another live stream where the host was struggling with a vine for over 10 minutes, and it made me feel nauseous. Coincidentally, I had just seen that same streamer. Had he possessed knowledge as extensive as Lang Ji's, he would have severed that vine long ago. Speaking of which, wasn't there a mention of starting a fire? Where's the fire? Just a moment ago, the bravado was astounding. Why hasn't the fire been kindled yet? In the live stream, the trolls remained, mindlessly spewing their vitriol. Goodness, these fools are truly irritating. Does the streaming platform not have moderators? They ought to be confined to a black room. each one of them spewing nonsense. Didn't they hear the host mention that a stone knife is used for starting a fire? Do they lack common sense? Perhaps their brains could be donated, though I must admit such minds would only cause harm. Xia Lang casually glanced at the barrage of comments, preparing to voice his thoughts when suddenly a message zipped across the screen. Professional troll Li Sawbao has been sent to the Black Room. Following this, a series of white special messages appeared. I believe it, has been sent to the Black Room. Dragon Ao Tion's father has been sent to the Black Room. And Ikai is so cool has been sent to the Black Room. At that moment, Xia Lang noticed a message in his backstage panel. Xia Lang, focus on your live stream. I will take care of those trolls. The message concluded with a cute bear hug emoji. A moderator, perhaps? A smile crept across Xia Lang's face. He found this moderator quite endearing. The audience, upon seeing those special messages, erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The moderator is truly impressive. The fools have finally been silenced. What a relief. Their disruptive presence was detrimental to the viewing experience, and they deserved this punishment. It was a joyous moment, Xia Lang. Continue your live stream, and do not let these individuals affect you. My King's Fringes gifted the host a rocket. Great job, keep it up. Lin Xingyu's bestie gifted the host 3 rockets. Keep going. Lin Xiaodai gifted the host 2,000 fish fins. Xia Lang, you can do it. This unexpected influx of gifts left Xia Lang momentarily stunned, followed by a warm feeling in his heart. Aside from his parents, few show concern for him, making this unexpected support and encouragement particularly moving. Thank you all for your concern. I'm not adversely affected, Xia Lang smiled broadly. If anyone feels my tender heart has been wounded and wishes to compensate me, I would not mind at all. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, the bobbed-haired Li Mengxi was slowly making her way through the forest. At this moment, she was clad in a professional army green sweatshirt and topped with a green steel helmet. Due to her petite head, the helmet nearly covered half of it, making her appear quite diminutive. Phew, the equipment provided by the production team is quite heavy. Li Mengxi adjusted her slightly tilted helmet and addressed the distant camera. On the opposite side of the lens, the audience erupted into laughter upon hearing those words. The other survivors must be infuriated upon hearing Meng Meng's remark. How could one complain about the weight of the best survival gear? Aside from Lin Xingyu, Mengxi's equipment is undoubtedly the finest. Indeed, Lin Xingyu is the crowd favorite, starting the game with 3 pieces of equipment, a truly fortunate beginning. It is hard not to feel sympathy for those contestants ranked beyond the top 100, who begin with nothing and may very well be eliminated within a week. Yet, that is not necessarily the case. I just witnessed a streamer named Xia Lang, whose extensive knowledge was astonishing. He can soar without any equipment. Chuckling, it seems that even within the first few hours of the show, there are already trolls at play. While scanning the comments, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled upon reading a particular message. Xia Lang, the charming elder brother. She recalled their encounter on the train before the competition, which left a deep impression on her. Handsome, warm-hearted, and humorous. Most notably, he had held her hand. With this thought, Li Mengxi conceived an amusing idea. Excuse me, may I ask the audience member who mentioned the streamer Xia Lang, which contestant number he is? The viewer in the live chat, clearly a fan of Li Mengxi, responded promptly. Xia Lang is contestant number 184. 184, I see. One more question. Do you know which direction contestant Xia Lang headed after the start? He has consistently been moving northward, the viewer replied. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Thank you. Prior to the show, the officials had presented a video outlining the rules to all contestants, which included a fleeting aerial map of the island, marked with red numbers. These numbers, ranging from 1 to 200, corresponded precisely to the total number of contestants. After descending from the helicopter, Li Mengxi had confirmed her suspicions based on her landing position. That fleeting map was indeed the layout for the contestants' starting positions. The production team clearly did not anticipate that a prodigy like Li Mengxi would possess such an exceptional memory, inadvertently revealing key information. What a coincidence, Xia Lang. As Li Mengxi visualized the map in her mind, she noticed that contestant 184's landing spot was not far from her own, approximately 20 kilometers away. Even more fortuitously, Her position was directly to the south of Xia Lang's. This implied that he had traveled a considerable distance toward her direction, making the actual distance even shorter. Huh, I wonder what expression Xia Lang will have when he sees me. Joy danced in the depths of Li Mengxi's bright eyes. I promised the elder brother that I would help him. After whispering to herself, Li Mengxi resolutely turned and set off towards Xia Lang's direction. Chapter 17. The fortunate streamer, after sharing a jest with his audience, Xia Lang began to scour the sanctuary for desiccated twigs. In the wilderness, one is seldom a loss for such withered branches. Given the month-long drought in the jungle, these twigs were thoroughly parched, devoid of moisture, perfect for kindling a fire. Within approximately 5 minutes, Xia Lang had gathered a substantial bundle. The next step was to seek out tinder, also known as fire fluff. Addressing the camera, he remarked, "Tinder is a crucial step in the process of friction fire. Without suitable tinder, even if you successfully generate sparks with a drill, you cannot ignite a flame." The criteria for selecting tinder are straightforward. Fluffy, dry, and fine grasses, or the fibrous remnants of reeds, serve as excellent choices. Of course, there are also readily available tinders that are dry and efficient. Viewers might hazard a guess as to what they could be. Xia Lang was keen to engage with his audience, frequently posing small questions. These inquiries not only invigorated viewer participation, but also enhanced the barrage of comments, enriching the viewing experience. Natural tinder? Could be pine needles? He pondered aloud, noting that the surrounding area was predominantly pine trees, which seemed to suggest pine needles without a doubt. Having grown up in the city, I can say that pine needles are notoriously difficult to ignite. Indeed, while they burn rapidly when the flames are vigorous, they extinguish easily when lit with a lighter. Why elaborate on such matters? The fact is, Brother Lang is impressive. Impressive one. Observing the comments, Xia Lang chuckled softly and pointed to a nearby tree branch. Do you see that abandoned bird's nest? If you encounter a deserted nest while surviving in the wild, consider yourself fortunate, for it is the finest tinder one can find. Bird's nest. How'd I not think of that? Truly the best tinder. Brother Lang's notion of luck is merely his own perspective. Indeed, if one is unaware that it serves as tinder, it remains just a bird's nest. I concur. I often hear Brother Lang speak of his good fortune, and I find it curious how he seems to possess such luck. Upon reflection, encountering a snake without losing half one's life is hardly fortunate. What luck is that? 666. I didn't even realize until you mentioned it. Force luck. Without Brother Lang's skills and knowledge, a snake is a danger, and a bird's nest is merely a nest. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments, a smile creeping across his face as he absorbed the audience's sentiments. Haha, I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. However, maintaining an optimistic mindset is paramount in the wild, as it fortifies your will to survive. It enables you to overcome difficulties and refuse to yield. Only with such a positive outlook can you thrive in the wilderness. Allow me to share a brief tale. 3 years ago, a group of wilderness enthusiasts in the Sahara Desert encountered a sandstorm. Among them, one individual became separated, and when the rescue team arrived to search for that unfortunate soul, the unfortunate soul has met his demise, and the place of his passing lies merely 3 kilometers from the camp. As inferred from the traces at the scene of death, it appears he struggled for several hours. Had he not relinquished hope for survival, traversing 3 kilometers would require no more than half an hour. From this harrowing lesson, we glean a profound truth. The mindset for survival in the wilderness is of paramount importance, rivaling the necessity of sustenance. Upon hearing the tale recounted by Xia Lang, the barrage of comments flooded the screen once more. The light of righteousness illuminated the earth. We must remain optimistic. Indeed, I have learned. You speak the truth. I was moved. How is it that amidst such a tragic narrative, I perceive a tinge of irony? It feels as though Xia Lang is mocking the unfortunate victim, employing a style of satire unique to him. As he observed the comments, preparing for the audience to be stirred, 3 lines of worry appeared on his forehead, and he shook his head in resignation. To expect these individuals to be touched is but a dream. Instead of wasting breath on them, it would be far more prudent to simply tend to the fire. It seems Xia Lang is rather disheartened. He feels a sense of disappointment towards us. His spirit has been wounded. Brothers, let me distribute some complimentary fish balls." The screen erupted with a flurry of gifts, and Xia Lang smiled with satisfaction. "Well, I am magnanimous and will forgive you all. Now, let us light the fire, for the day is fading." After addressing the audience, Xia Lang stepped back, lunged forward, and leapt. In an instant, he soared to a height of about 1 meter, effortlessly retrieving a bird's nest from a tree branch. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, causing a flurry of fallen leaves to scatter in his wake. Damn, I am envious of that leaping ability. I feel the same jealousy. If I possessed such agility, dunking would be a mere child's play. My classmate, a reserve in the CBA, lacks the leaping prowess of this host. Having retrieved the nest, Xia Lang smiled at the screen and remarked, "A trivial task. Do not be so astonished. It is but a basic operation. I sense you're showing off." I have unfollowed. The host, who had mocked the audience, has now lost a follower. After sharing a light-hearted moment with the viewers, Xia Lang squatted down to commence the fire-making process. Since we have some time to spare, allow me to explain the technique of friction fire to everyone. I believe many of you have heard of this method to some extent. When discussing friction fire, one must inevitably mention fire itself. Fire is the earliest natural force utilized by humanity. Its mastery signified the end of our primitive existence, marking a monumental step on the path of human civilization. I have included the names of the esteemed readers who have written reviews in the book. I hope this does not offend. The names were rather challenging to compile, so I shall select them from the reviews in the future. Chapter 18. The art of fire stands as one of the earliest forces harnessed by humanity, marking the conclusion of our primitive era of raw existence and representing a monumental stride towards civilization. The utilization of fire provided cooked sustenance, enriching our dietary structure and furnishing essential nutrients for brain development, thereby rendering our cerebral architecture increasingly intricate. In essence, without the discovery of fire, modern humanity, as we know it, would not exist. However, this discourse is not intended to evoke a sense of empathy for the struggles of our ancestors. Rather, I find myself idly engaging in conversation. Suddenly, Xia Lang shifted the tone of his narrative, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Feeling comfortable now, Brother Lang is suddenly waxing philosophical. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss. It turns out Brother Lang was merely jesting. Another chimed in. "What Brother Lang is unwittingly imparting to you is knowledge. Do you comprehend?" The earlier understanding was undoubtedly clear. It was evident that none favored a dogmatic exposition. Rather, a lighthearted and whimsical style was preferred. Returning to the topic of fire by friction, the principle is rather straightforward. Two pieces of wood are rubbed together rapidly, generating substantial heat. When the rate of heat production surpasses that of dissipation, the heat accumulates, ultimately igniting the wood shavings. In light of this principle, it is advisable to select softwood for the drilling board, as it yields shavings more readily. As he spoke, Xia Lang selected a thicker branch from the dry twigs. He took up a round knife, first smoothing one side before proceeding to carve a hole, creating a V-shaped channel for the fire along the edge. The traditional method of fire by friction is quite simple. It involves embedding a sturdy stick into the hole and swiftly rotating it to create friction. As long as the speed is sufficient, sparks will be produced. However, while this method is uncomplicated, it demands considerable physical exertion and may easily lead to abrasions on the palms. In a wilderness setting, such injuries pose a heightened risk of infection. Thus, it is prudent to avoid them whenever possible. Today, I shall teach you another method of igniting fire. After a lengthy discourse, Xia Lang instinctively glanced at the barrage of comments. His expression faltered, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. The audience was engrossed in discussions that bore no relation to fire by friction. A hard stick, a hole, rapid friction. What have I stumbled upon? One commentator mused. What has transpired? I stepped away for a moment, and now we seem to be on a different path. Xia Lang inwardly lamented, bemused by the talents of the audience. How could a mere discussion on fire by friction provoke such fervor? Shaking his head in disbelief, he chose to disregard the banter and continued his preparations for fire-making. Today, I will introduce you to the bow drill method of fire by friction. As the name suggests, this technique begins with the crafting of a bow. By using the bowstring to rotate the drill rod, one can achieve a speed of rotation 4 to 5 times greater than that of a hand drill, thereby accelerating the heat generation process. Correspondingly, the difficulty of igniting fire is significantly reduced, conserving considerable physical energy. The most challenging aspect of constructing a bow drill lies in the resilience of the bowstring. In the pursuit of swiftly maneuvering the drill rod, the resilience of the bowstring becomes paramount. However, suitable materials are generally elusive in the natural world. Yet in the realm of wilderness survival, it is essential to employ ingenuity and maximize the resources at one's disposal. Although the production team exhibits a degree of rigor towards the contestants, they retain a semblance of humanity, at least providing us with shoes and clothing to ensure we are not completely hindered. The shoelaces of these shoes serve as the finest material for crafting the bowstring. In a moment, Xia Lang removed his green hiking shoes and detached the circular nylon shoelaces. He then affixed the shoelaces to a living pine branch, roughly the thickness of a thumb. The choice of not using dead wood stems from the superior elasticity and resilience of living wood, making it less prone to breakage. After securing one end of the shoelace to the branch, he bent the branch to form an arc and tightly bound the other end. Thus, a rudimentary bow was crafted. With the bow completed, the next step involved creating a pressure plate to secure the drill rod. Xia Lang sought out a thicker piece of wood and drilled a hole the size of a fingertip using a circular blade. A simple pressure plate was thus fashioned. The final task was to produce the drill rod itself. First, it was necessary to locate a relatively straight piece of dead wood, approximately the thickness of a finger, and to sharpen it as much as possible. If no knife were available, one could use a stone to refine the point. Once these preparations were complete, he placed the tinder beneath the fire channel and prepared to ignite the flame. After showcasing the assembled materials to the audience, Xia Lang pressed the drill plate down with his foot and wound the drill rod several times with the shoelace bowstring. He then bent down to secure the drill rod with the pressure plate. He began to move the drill rod swiftly. Within half a minute, the wood of the drill rod turned a deep black, and a faint wisp of smoke began to rise. Gradually, the smoke thickened, coalescing into a dense cloud, and bright orange sparks cascaded down the fire channel onto the tinder. Observing that the sparks had gathered into a small clump the size of a pinky finger, Xia Lang carefully released the bowstring and gently cupped the nest. He softly blew upon it, causing the sparks to glow even brighter. White smoke swirled, thickening as it ascended into the sky. The viewers in the live stream had fallen silent, their eyes riveted to the screen, fearful of inadvertently disrupting Xia Lang's endeavor. Controlling his breath, he provided the sparks with ample oxygen while ensuring they remained alight. Suddenly, a barely audible pop resonated, and a flicker of orange flame sprang to life. Swiftly igniting the nest, Xia Lang promptly placed it on the ground and positioned the prepared slender sticks over it. The flames immediately consumed the sticks, growing ever more robust and vigorous. True to expectation, the fire was lit. A joyful smile spread across Xia Lang's face as he addressed the audience. Chapter 19. The terrifying income. Gazing at the crimson flames as they soared, Xia Lang inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment. For the first time, he experienced the exhilarating joy of survival in the wilderness. No wonder those who had endured hardship, like Ai Hong and Bei Yi, claimed that the most comforting and secure element in the wild is fire. With a smile, Xia Lang redirected his attention to the screen of his smartwatch. At that moment, the small display was inundated with a flurry of comments, obscuring any visual content. The broadcaster's speed was astonishing, truly remarkable. One could ignite a fire in mere half a minute. Did you see those naysayers? Langa stated that it was simple, and indeed it was. Others failed to kindle a fire simply because they were inept. Unstoppable. Seriously, how could you not start a fire with a group? I'm just happy for Langa. Is it wrong to express my joy? Simultaneously, an avalanche of gifts began to flood in. The little gummy bear from before vanished, gifted the broadcaster a rocket. The Grand Mentor of the Medicine Era Guild gifted the broadcaster a rocket. 11 Ling Tian gifted the broadcaster 666 shark fins. Fan Li Qinyang gifted the broadcaster 666 shark fins. Lin Xingyu's best friend gifted the broadcaster 10 rockets. Xia Lang watched in astonishment as the gift icons surged upwards. This was undoubtedly the largest wave of donations he had received since the start of the broadcast. Instinctively, he swiped the screen to access the broadcaster's backend. Withdrawable amount, 25,412. 7 over 20,000. Xia Lang was momentarily taken aback, his mind slightly dazed. He had been so engrossed in the broadcast that he hadn't meticulously calculated his earnings. Initially, when viewers began donating rockets, he felt a surge of joy. However, as the number of supporters increased, he became somewhat numb to it. Reflecting on it now, each rocket was worth $500. Indeed, participating in this program was the right decision. Xia Lang grinned broadly, feeling quite satisfied with his choice. Over 20,000 was nearly equivalent to 5 months' salary. Yet, he had only been live for a few hours. Moreover, this was during a period of low popularity. If he ascended to the throne of popularity, it was conceivable that an afternoon of donations could yield over 100,000 or even 200,000. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lang reminded himself, "Stay calm. Stay calm. You are a man aiming for 100 billion in rewards. 20,000 is merely a drop in the bucket." After repeating this mantra 3 or 4 times, his excitement gradually subsided. "Thank you all for your generous donations," he addressed the screen, regaining his composure. "Haha, don't get too excited, Lang. Just a small sum. Lang, continue your wonderful broadcast. It has been a while since I've seen such an engaging program. Indeed, nowadays, television is filled with pretty boys, which is quite nauseating. Yes, this is what real men should be watching. Keep it up." Observing the barrage of comments and evaluations from the audience, Xia Lang's lips curled into a faint smile. In another realm, the spectators would undoubtedly not bestow such high praise. The reason is simple. That world has already entered the era of short videos, teeming with captivating content across various major video platforms. However, in this world, short videos have yet to rise. The small site remains just that, a small site, with active users numbering less than 1 million. Douyin and Kuaishou have only recently launched, offering a pitifully scarce collection of video resources. Moreover, due to the market's vacuum, the influence of the Korean wave's youthful stars is even more formidable, with entertainment programs predominantly featuring various talent shows. In summary, the entertainment landscape in this world is relatively barren. While the essential elements are present, they exist only in their nascent stages. The primary source of leisure for the populace is simply watching television. The amalgamation of these factors has resulted in the explosive national effect of wilderness survival. Bringing his wandering thoughts back, Xia Lang expressed his gratitude once more, intending to search for additional resources nearby. However, after taking just a couple of steps, his expression subtly shifted. What is this? He detected a faint scent of damp earth at the tip of his nose. Typically, such an aroma in the wild arises only when it rains. Puzzled, he lifted his gaze toward the heavens. The sun hung high in the sky, like a blazing orb radiating brilliant golden light. The sky was also devoid of clouds, utterly unindicative of impending rain. Could it be an illusion? Xia Lang inhaled deeply again, but the earthy fragrance had vanished. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and continued along the stream, addressing the audience. Once the fire is ignited, the next step is to explore the surrounding environment and see if there are any other resources to utilize. Based on my experience in this subtropical zone, there should be a particular type of plant near the riverbank. I will search for it. If I can find it, tonight's meal will be considerably more enjoyable. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately grew curious. A plant? A fruit, perhaps? I sense it must be a spice. Didn't Langu already catch a snake? Oh my! Could it be cumin? Cumin, really? How could there be cumin in a subtropical region? Indeed, had he not mentioned it, I would have forgotten that Lang Ji's dinner today is snake. Waiting to eat snake. 1-0, you all have such peculiar tastes. Snakes are terrifying and surely not palatable. As Xia Lang surveyed his surroundings in search of his target, he glanced at the comments. Upon reading the phrase peculiar tastes, he couldn't help but chuckle. For those who claim to have peculiar tastes, you must not have seen Bear Grylls videos. Earthworms, centipedes, urine, elephant dung, fresh bull testicles. That is true peculiar taste. Remove the head, and it's delightfully crunchy, with a flavor of chicken. This is no exaggeration. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. I cherish you all. Chapter 20. Saltbush. Upon witnessing Lang Ji's smile, I sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Lang was undoubtedly contemplating something more risky. Indeed, the moment that barrage of comments appeared, his expression confirmed my suspicions. Xia Lang grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites, and declared, "I am utterly innocent. Do not let your imaginations run wild." The more he insisted on his innocence, the more my thoughts spiraled. While I was tempted to indulge in Bear Grylls' wild antics, Xia Lang's rationality ultimately quelled that impulse. Consuming worms or insects could be surmountable with a mere mental leap, but his decision to forego such options stemmed from safety concerns. Bear Grylls dared to eat insects and drink untreated water because he had a robust support team ready to assist him at a moment's notice. With an arsenal of medications at his disposal, he could take risks knowing he had a safety net. Xia Lang, however, participated in a year-long wilderness survival program, where any health issues could only lead to withdrawal from the competition. This consideration was precisely why he had refrained from drinking from the stream. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xia Lang continued to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a spark lit in his eyes as he murmured, "Indeed, it seems today is my fortunate day." As he spoke, he advanced towards the left front, halting before a thicket. The shrubs stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, their oval leaves about the size of a palm, lush and verdant, appearing no different from others. The sole distinguishing feature was the abundance of fruit adorning the tree, roughly the size of green beans. Moreover, these fruits were coated in a layer of white frost, reminiscent of icing sugar. To my astonishment, it was indeed this. A comment flashed across the screen, swiftly followed by a flurry of others. I recognized this. I had seen it on the mountains back home. My grandmother had told me that this plant could yield salt. Saltbush. Our elders often foraged for salt from this very species during times of poverty. With a smile, Xia Lang nodded, affirming, "You are absolutely correct. This plant, scientifically known as the saltbush, belongs to the Anacardiaceae family and can grow into a small deciduous tree or shrub, reaching heights of up to 10 meters. It is distributed across various provinces in China, excluding northeast China, Inner Mongolia, and Xinjiang, and is also found in India, the Southeast Asian Peninsula, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Korea. It thrives on sunlit slopes, in valleys, and along streams at altitudes ranging from 170 to 2,700 meters. What makes it particularly unique is the layer of salt frost that forms on its fruit. In the past, impoverished villagers relied on saltbush to collect salt frost, fulfilling their most basic culinary needs. I had initially set out with a mere intent to explore, not expecting to actually find it. This stroke of luck was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this particular saltbush was of excellent quality, with an unusually thick layer of salt frost. A small amount would suffice for several days' sustenance. After explaining in front of the camera, Xia Lang bent down to begin gathering saltbush fruits, his luck seemingly extraordinary. It is somewhat daunting to witness the breadth of knowledge possessed by Brother Lang. Even in the wild, he prioritizes the search for seasoning, suggesting that this young gentleman leads a rather refined life. I concur with the preceding sister's opinion and wonder if we could connect via Feishin. "Get out of here. I am a formidable man," exclaimed one viewer, followed by exclamations of disbelief and disdain towards perceived perversions. Brother Lang is indeed impressive, appearing as though he is on a leisurely outing. I share the sentiment. While observing other contestants, their meals resemble swine fodder. They roast wild grasses and claim them delicious, and I am left incredulous. While everyone else consumes wild grasses, Brother Lang stands out, savoring meat and acquiring salt. Without engaging in the banter of the audience, Xia Lang diligently continued to collect saltbush fruits, which would serve as a source of sodium in the coming days, thus requiring utmost care. Once he had harvested an entire tree's worth of fruits, filling both pockets to satisfaction, he turned to the camera and stated, "Saltbush has been duly explained. Since we have the time, let me also enlighten you on how to gather salt in the wilderness. You never know when you might find yourself lost in the wild." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in jest. "If we ever get lost out there, I'm sold," remarked one viewer, hinting at the irony of being a fan of Brother Lang and potentially facing wild misadventures. Chuckling softly, Xia Lang chose to disregard the playful banter and continued. I believe everyone understands the significance of salt for the body. Prolonged sodium deficiency can lead to weakness in the limbs and neurological fatigue. In severe cases, it may result in accelerated heart rates, muscle spasms, diminished reflexes, and even fainting. Therefore, the intake of salt is crucial for survival in the wild. He elaborated on the various methods of acquiring sodium in nature. The simplest method involves evaporating seawater to extract sea salt. This method yields a substantial quantity with a straightforward process. Once I establish my shelter, I certainly plan to distill some salt by the seaside. The second method involves animal blood, which contains considerable amounts of salt. In special circumstances, we can obtain sodium by consuming animal blood, he noted while gesturing to the snake at his waist. However, this approach is fraught with risks, as animal blood often harbors various parasites and bacteria, and drinking it indiscriminately can lead to severe consequences, including vomiting and diarrhea. The third method, which I am currently employing, involves seeking out naturally salt-producing plants to obtain salt efflorescence. At this point, Xia Lang paused, his expression shifting as he gently inhaled. A faint earthy scent filled his nostrils. Unmistakably real, not a mere figment of imagination. Chapter 21. Persian Blue. At this moment, Xia Lang's expression paused, and he gently sniffed the air. A faint scent of moist earth filled his nostrils, unmistakable and not a mere illusion. Could it truly be on the verge of rain? A subtle furrow appeared on his brow as he gazed skyward. The sun remained resplendent, even as the clock approached 5 in the afternoon. Its rays were still fiercely warm. The temperature, he estimated, must be above 30 degrees, entirely uncharacteristic of impending rain. However, the humidity in the air was palpably increasing. Plucking a blade of grass, he rubbed the leaves between his thumb and forefinger, feeling a slight dampness. It was time to prepare. Discarding the grass, he murmured softly to himself, a glimmer passing through his eyes. Rain was not necessarily a harbinger of misfortune. For ordinary contestants, it could spell disaster. Yet for him, it might yield unexpected benefits. Still, he was uncertain whether rain would indeed fall. Langu, please continue, came a voice. Yes, what is the fourth method of acquiring salt? The audience's curiosity grew, as one exclaimed, I can't hold it any longer. Suddenly silent, Xia Lang left the viewers in a state of perplexity. Regaining his focus, he chuckled softly and continued. The fourth method is a rather special one, typically not applicable in the wild. You're likely familiar with mineral salt, a unique mineral formed from the crystallization of salt and minerals. If one can discover a high-quality salt mine in the wilderness, it represents the best option. Mineral salt, having settled underground for millennia, is essentially free from pollution, ensuring unparalleled quality. In the marketplace, varieties such as Hawaiian red volcanic salt, black volcanic salt, and Persian blue salt can command exorbitant prices, with some reaching thousands of dollars for a mere 100 grams. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted. Wow, my knowledge has just expanded. Do the wealthy consume a different kind of salt? I thought we all used the same. Persian blue salt sounds incredibly expensive. Thousands for 100 grams seems outrageous. I can't afford that. Blue salt, is it actually blue? Indeed, it possesses a light blue hue. Wow, we've caught a big shot. Xia Lang, engrossed in reading the comments, noticed one particular message. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the username. It belonged to Lin Qingyu's close friend. Upon recognizing the ID, he paused, then quickly felt at ease. She was his primary benefactor, having sent him 20 rockets throughout the afternoon, an impressive sum of $10,000. It was no surprise that she could afford Persian blue salt. Exiting the back-end interface, Xia Lang chuckled. There's no need for envy, everyone. Mineral salt and regular salt are not fundamentally different. Their prices are merely inflated. Consider it a tax on intelligence. It won't seem so disheartening. The audience responded immediately with a flurry of comments. Ha ha. With Langu saying this, I feel much better. Well said, Langu. Indeed, it's all NaCl. What difference could there be? In the distant city of magic, amidst the opulent decor of a luxurious apartment at Thompson 1, the beautiful young girl Anya lay on her bed engrossed in a live broadcast. Upon hearing the words of Xia Lang, She ground her teeth in irritation, sensing that this young man was rather mischievous. Since childhood, she had cherished Persian blue salt, not for any other reason than its sapphire-like, crystalline appearance. And given her wealth and preference for it, why should it be deemed a tax on intelligence? Unbeknownst to Xia Lang, thousands of kilometers away, a woman was offended by his remarks. After exchanging a few casual words with the audience, he resumed his ascent along the brook, eager to discover if there were any additional resources to be found, for the daylight still lingered. After trekking roughly 300 to 400 meters, Xia Lang paused, a smile illuminating his face as he pointed to a tree a few meters away. Dear viewers, I'm certain you recognize this tree. It is the camphor tree. Instantly, responses flooded in. Yes, it must be the camphor tree. I remember these lining the roads during my school days. At last, he had encountered a tree he recognized. It had been quite the struggle. But what purpose does the camphor tree serve? The cheerful demeanor of Xia Lang was evident. He nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, it is a camphor tree. In urban settings, such trees are quite prevalent, as they are evergreen throughout the seasons and emit a distinctive fragrance, making them a popular choice for street trees. Additionally, camphor trees exhibit strong resistance to toxic gases such as chlorine, carbon dioxide, and fluorine, rendering them excellent for urban greening. As for their uses, the primary benefit is mosquito repellent, and the second will be revealed shortly. With that, he approached the camphor tree. Oh, Brother Lang is keeping secrets. Someone teased. Indeed, after all this time together, still keeping secrets. Brother Lang, this is quite romantic, don't you think? The playful banter from the audience heightened their anticipation. Glancing at the teasing comments, Xia Lang chuckled in disbelief. When did I say it was a secret? It's just that I cannot elaborate on it all at once. Speaking in such a manner would be rather dull for you. With that, he turned his attention away from the audience and directly beneath the camphor tree to begin collecting its branches. Chapter 22. The wolf, the camphor tree, stood modest in size. Its branches slender, mostly no thicker than a thumb. Although Xia Lang lacked tools, he was adept at prying them apart with his bare hands, accumulating a considerable pile at his feet within mere minutes. That should suffice for now. I will transport these back to the shelter, and then we shall seek some vines to craft a backpack. At present, I possess an abundance of items, far beyond the capacity of my pockets. The official trousers provided only feature 2 pockets, both of which are already filled with peat moss and saltbush fruit, leaving no room for anything else. Brother Lang can weave baskets. How impressive! A spectator teased upon hearing Xia Lang's words. I too possess craftsmanship. It is a hereditary skill, came the reply from a nearby onlooker. Craftsman 1-1, chimed in others, eliciting an expression of exasperation from Xia Lang as he surveyed the screen filled with comments. He was no naive novice. He understood the implications of craftsmanship all too well, as any man would. Disregarding the banter, Xia Lang hoisted a substantial bundle of camphor branches and made his way towards the shelter. Upon his return, he found the fire he had ignited previously roaring brightly, the vivid yellow flames dancing joyously. He bent down to place the camphor branches on the ground and added several dry logs to the fire. Then, he tossed a heap of branches onto the blaze. The flames were momentarily subdued, followed by a thick plume of white smoke rising straight into the air. Done. Let them smoke for now. I shall see if there are any other materials available, Xia Lang announced to the camera before following the stream upstream. This was day 1, and the start had been promising. Not only had he found food, but he had also encountered saltbush and successfully located a water source. However, he remained vigilant, maintaining an acute sense of urgency. Wilderness survival could yield unexpected challenges at any moment. A moment of carelessness could result in dire consequences. Moreover, despite the illusion of abundance, the items he had gathered were negligible when considered over the span of a year. A single rat snake would barely suffice for one meal, and even then, he might not feel satiated. As for tomorrow's provisions, Xia Lang harbored no certainty. The saltbush fruit could provide temporary relief, barely lasting 4 or 5 days before he would need to devise a new plan for acquiring salt. Brother Lang was truly relentless, unwilling to ease his efforts. He seems determined to claim first place, remarked another. Indeed, he could easily take a moment to rest. I just visited one of the top 10 contestants, a streamer named Wang Yuan, who is said to be a former Special Forces soldier. Like Brother Lang, he caught a snake and has been endlessly bragging about it. It was painfully awkward to watch. In my dormitory, a classmate named Wang Yuanshui incessantly boasts about his prowess, to the point that my ears have grown callous from his unceasing bragging. In the end, he captures a snake and continues to prattle on, leaving the audience well aware of his claims. Indeed, after Long Gu caught the snake, he ceased to mention it. Compared to him, I believe Long Gu embodies the essence of a Special Forces soldier, with an astonishing reservoir of knowledge. By the way, has anyone seen the footage of the eliminated contestant? I watched it, and that wolf was truly terrifying. Previously, when reading novels, I dismissed the concept of killing intent as mere exaggeration. Yet upon witnessing the wolf's eyes, I began to believe in such a notion. Its ferocity was deeply unsettling. That contestant was indeed unfortunate, encountering a wolf on his very first day. Had the staff not acted swiftly, I fear he might have been devoured. Let us hope Long Gu does not cross paths with a wolf. That would be most unfortunate. I pray for his safety. Long Gu is destined to claim first place, and encountering a wolf would be sheer misfortune. As Xia Lang searched for vines, he glanced at the barrage of comments and raised an eyebrow. The production team is truly going to great lengths for the sake of entertainment. Typically, when an ordinary person encounters a wolf without any tools, the chances of survival, even with desperate struggles, are exceedingly slim. The ferocity of wild animals is beyond what humanity can withstand. In the wild, it is a matter of survival of the fittest, with each hunt representing a life-or-death struggle. Consequently, the combat experience and savagery of wild animals far exceed ordinary human comprehension. He had previously seen a video where a wolf, despite being surrounded by a pack of hyenas and suffering grievous injuries, fought valiantly and managed to kill 2 hyenas. Humanity lacks such a fighting spirit. Even now, he does not possess the confidence to triumph over a wild wolf. It is imperative to quickly establish a sturdy and secure shelter. The current situation is far too perilous. Xia Lang murmured to himself. Surviving the night in the wild without any weapons is a gamble each evening, and he does not wish to entrust his fate to the production team. Thank you all for your concern. The island is vast, and I should not be so unfortunate. Xia Lang adjusted his mindset and smiled at the audience. Yes, Long Gu is indeed a fortunate man. Go Long Gu. I believe in him. And even if a wolf appears, Long Ji's agility will allow him to escape by climbing a tree. That's a brilliant idea. Climbing a tree is certainly within Long Ji's capabilities. Indeed, wolves can climb trees. Xia Lang chuckled at the comment, but refrained from informing the audience that a wolf's sprinting speed surpasses that of the world record holder Usain Bolt. The wolf's maximum speed reaches 69 kilometers per hour, averaging 16 meters per second, completing 100 meters in approximately 5.2 seconds. In contrast, Bolt's record stands at 9.58 seconds for 100 meters. If a wolf truly hunts, humanity cannot outrun it, even with Xia Lang's enhanced physique. Wishing everyone a joyful return to school. Chapter 23. Roasting Snake. As Xia Lang searched for vines several kilometers away, the petite Li Mengxi navigated through the jungle, supporting her green helmet. Phew, I'm exhausted. She fanned herself with her hand, exhaling deeply. Upon hearing her words, the audience immediately expressed their concern. Mengxi, please stop. It will soon be dark. You must find a safe place to hide. Obediently, Mengxi halted, and nearly all the contestants ceased their journey to prepare for the first night. The night was perilous. Mengxi should no longer press on, especially after one contestant had encountered a wolf. While catching her breath, Mengxi's eyes widened upon reading the barrage of comments. Are there wolves on this island? Indeed, the production team was quite ruthless. Had it not been for their swift emergency response, the contestant would have surely faced grave danger. Quickly, find a safe place to take shelter, the audience urged. After confirming the presence of wolves on the island, Mengxi swallowed hard, her complexion paling slightly. She had never anticipated encountering wolves in the wilderness when she signed up for the show. Moreover, due to her exceptional memory, she was well versed in various data about wolves. Thus, she understood that in the presence of wolves, she was essentially a large walking sausage. If she encountered a wolf, Mengshi was certain her chances of survival would be 0. Does anyone know the number of the contestant who encountered the wolf? She asked in a moment of panic, eager to ascertain how far away that contestant was. The audience did not disappoint her. Someone immediately replied, "It's contestant number 186. Why do you ask? 186. Mengshi's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Xia Lang was contestant number 184, and from her recollection, their distance was roughly over 30 kilometers. According to the hunting range of wolves, he was indeed within their grasp. She had to inform Brother Xia Lang of this alarming news. Biting her lip, a wave of urgency surged in her eyes. She was uncertain why she cared so much for that older brother. Perhaps it was because she had been watching him throughout the train ride, or because he had helped her escape from the reporters when she felt most helpless. It could also be that he was the first male to hold her hand. Regardless, Mengshi was deeply worried for Xia Lang's safety. "Calm down," she whispered to herself, tightening her delicate fist to steady her nerves. The situation was not yet dire, centered around the contestant who had exited with a radius of 30 kilometers. At least 7 or 8 contestants were also within the hunting range of the wolves. With a 1 in 7 chance, Brother Xia Lang was unlikely to be that unfortunate. Furthermore, at a distance of 30 kilometers, even a wolf would take 4 to 5 hours to traverse that expanse, assuming a direct path. Thus, Brother Xia Lang was likely still safe. If she hurried, he would remain unharmed. After comprehending these joints, Li Mengshi let out a sigh of relief and, disregarding the fatigue in her legs, promptly rose to hasten towards the direction of Xia Lang. Meanwhile, Xia Lang was seated beside a campfire, with a substantial amount of vines coiled around him. In the wilderness, vines are remarkably easy to procure. As a natural form of rope, their utility is manifold. They could be employed for climbing, binding objects, and even crafting baskets, proving to be exceedingly versatile. Finding what he sought brought Xia Lang great delight, and he smiled at the camera. "Are you planning to weave a basket next, Brother Lang? I once witnessed my grandfather doing that in my childhood." The recording mode had been activated. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Xia Lang shook his head, saying, "There's no rush right now. The basket can wait. I haven't eaten much all day and am feeling a bit hungry. Furthermore, hearing you mention wolves, I dare not leave this here." Indicating the snake discarded on the ground, he continued, "Wolves possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, typically capable of detecting scents from several kilometers away, and they are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Therefore, it is prudent to deal with this sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, the audience in front of their screens inundated the comment section. "Wow, wolves can smell from that far. That's terrifying. Hurry up and take care of it, Brother Lang. If a wolf tracks you down by scent, it could be perilous. Indeed, eat it quickly." After waiting all day, Brother Lang is finally eating snake. How exhilarating. Xia Lang chuckled, picking up the snake while addressing the audience. In the wild, snakes are quite a good source of protein. Even venomous snakes can be transformed into a delightful dish if one removes the head. Moreover, the preparation is relatively straightforward. With that, he smashed the snake's head against a wooden stick, took a sharp stone knife, and forcefully severed it. Then, he made a vertical incision along the snake's skin, gripping the front part with his right hand while pinching the flesh with his left. With a swift tug, he peeled the skin away as if stripping bark from a tree. Subsequently, he utilized the stone knife to cut open the snake's belly, extracting its innards. Thus, the snake was thoroughly prepared. Xia Lang displayed the pristine white snake meat towards the camera, then tossed the severed head and entrails into the fire. In survival situations, such bloodied remnants must be incinerated in the campfire. This is imperative, as large predators have highly developed olfactory senses. Leaving these remains nearby while sleeping is tantamount to courting disaster. Undoubtedly, nocturnal hunters would arrive to seek companionship and perhaps a midnight snack. Thus, if one wishes to survive, it is essential not to forget this crucial point. Chapter 24. My culinary skills are lacking. Making friends is achievable, albeit with a hint of flamboyance. Wolf, can we be friends? I'm quite famished. To everyone's surprise, Langu also indulged in playful banter. The audience, upon hearing Xia Lang's words, began to tease him. Xia Lang chuckled lightly and remarked, "Jokes aside, if you ever find yourselves in the wilderness, do exercise caution. The allure of wilderness survival has become a nationwide phenomenon. One cannot dismiss the possibility that some may venture into the wild, inspired by trends, and these individuals are likely to emerge from among his fans. Thus, Xia Lang emphasized several crucial points, reiterating them for clarity. We heed Lang Ji's words, even though I have no intention of venturing into the wild. Lang Ji's sense of responsibility is astonishingly profound. To speak candidly, Lang Ji's character is beyond reproach. After his emphatic discourse, Xia Lang began to prepare his evening meal. Having gone an entire day without sustenance and having trekked for several hours, even his robust physique was beginning to falter as waves of intense hunger surged within him. His stomach felt desolate, gnawing with hunger. Next, we shall roast a snake. While spirally wrapping the snake meat around a pine stick, roughly the thickness of his finger, Xia Lang addressed the audience. Snake meat, as many of you may know, is a delicacy in the ancient land of Huaxia. Dishes such as golden dragon soup, triad snake stew, crisp snake segments, and sauerkraut snake soup all feature snake as the primary ingredient. The flavor of snake is reminiscent of fish with a somewhat chewy texture, akin to chicken. Typically, it is prepared through stir-frying or stewing. However, given my current circumstances, as you are all aware, I lack proper cooking utensils and can only roast it haphazardly, unsure of the resulting flavor. As he spoke, Xia Lang extended his palm toward the fire. When roasting meat, temperature is paramount, while seasoning takes a back seat. Provided the temperature is correct, the resulting dish will be crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, and delectably juicy. There exists a small trick for gauging the ideal temperature. Hold your palm toward the flames or burning coals for 3 seconds. A pronounced sensation of heat indicates the perfect temperature. If positioned too closely, the heat will incinerate the food. Too far away, and the dish will remain undercooked, with a lack of aroma and texture. All right, watch me as I demonstrate. After explaining the roasting technique, Xia Lang positioned the snake meat at an appropriate distance. He then retrieved a small handful of salt from his pocket, gently rubbing it in his palm. In a matter of moments, he had a delicate mound of fine, white salt in his hand. At that moment, the crystalline, pristine snake meat before the fire began to secrete a layer of translucent fat. Xia Lang pinched a sprinkle of salt between his thumb and forefinger, evenly distributing it over the snake meat. The addition of salt accelerated the release of fat. Under the influence of high heat, the fragrant fat began to sizzle gently. The audience, observing this scene from their screens, erupted in excitement. Wow, is this what you call casual roasting? Just when I finished eating, watching Lang Gu roast a snake has made me hungry again. It looks so tender and aromatic. Lang Ji's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Is this wilderness survival? Goodness, after consuming a mere instant noodle, I long to venture downstairs for some barbecue. For others, wilderness survival signifies survival, while for Brother Lang, it equates to an outing. I initially intended to lose weight, but upon witnessing Brother Lang grilling a snake, my stomach has begun to rebel. Gazing at the barrage of comments, Xia Lang couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face as he theatrically inhaled deeply. Ah, the fragrance, simply exquisite. To be the object of such envy and admiration from so many, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. My temper flared. I unfollowed. A sultry streamer, feasting on snake meat. Am I the only one considering confronting Brother Lang? One to those ahead. You cannot contend with Brother Lang. Just moments ago, I witnessed another streamer consuming charred roots, leaving me with a sense of superiority, pitying those contestants. Now, I find myself in disbelief. Xia Lang chuckled at the playful comments from the audience and cleared his throat to mask his emotions. Truth be told, it's not as delectable as you might imagine. Think about it. If snake meat were truly delightful, why do we seldom encounter snake meat shops on the streets? Furthermore, how often do you hear about someone particularly fond of eating snakes? Snake meat tends to be tough and unpalatable. Moreover, I possess no seasonings here. How could it possibly taste good? It merely appears aromatic. The reality doesn't live up to your expectations. Upon delivering this monologue, some viewers promptly agreed, acknowledging Xia Lang's reasoning. Brother Lang's assertion rings true. With only salt, the flavor is likely quite bland. While this may be the case, the snake meat undeniably appears appetizing, translucent, and seemingly tender, sizzling with grease. Meanwhile, I'm already enjoying skewers downstairs, relishing the comfort. Having quelled the audience's commotion, Xia Lang flipped the snake meat over, estimating that just a few more minutes would suffice before it's ready to eat. If he were at home grilling, this would be the perfect moment to indulge. The texture now, without a doubt, would be tender and crispy, bursting with juices upon the first bite. Yet here he is, in the wilderness, and considering the snake is wild, a few more minutes of cooking would ensure safety. After an additional few minutes, Xia Lang picked up the snake skewer, preparing to indulge. "Let us begin," he said to the camera as he started to bring the snake meat to his mouth. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the nearby woods. Xia Lang paused, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a look of calm seriousness. What could it be? His brow furrowed slightly as he set down the snake meat and rose to peer in that direction. From the sound, the creature must be substantial. It couldn't possibly be a small animal. A large predator? The thought crossed his mind, tightening his chest. I apologize. Important matters deserve repetition. My computer malfunctioned, and it took 2 days to repair, resulting in a hiatus. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Moving forward, I will update daily with 3 chapters to make up for the missed ones. My sincerest apologies. Smiley face. Chapter 25. The tool. The audience observed a notable change in Xia Lang's expression, sensing that something was amiss. What's wrong with Brother Lang? It was the first time they had witnessed such a serious demeanor from him. It seemed he had heard something unsettling. Could it be a wolf? Should we contact the production team? It feels as if something is about to happen. Yes, hurry and reach out to the production team. Does anyone have their contact information? In an instant, the barrage of comments was filled with expressions of concern. Even Anya, far away in the bustling city of Shanghai, displayed a sudden shift in her expression, revealing her tension. By the campfire, Xia Lang gripped a thick wooden stick, his gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. However, as night had fallen and his eyes had yet to adjust from staring at the flames while roasting meat, all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lang felt his heart racing, the tremors in his chest unmistakable. Aside from the faint sounds of distant footsteps, the only noise was the crackling of the burning firewood. As time progressed, the sounds grew closer. Xia Lang's body became increasingly taut, his posture bending as if he were poised to strike at any moment. He had no desire to flee. He was reluctant to abandon his position. The surrounding darkness was thick, devoid of the night vision that beasts possess. Leaving the safety of the fire would be akin to blinding oneself. Moreover, wild animals feared flames, making his proximity to the fire the safest place to be. To flee recklessly would only provoke the predatory instincts of a hunter, leading to a more ferocious attack. Creak! Creak! The rhythmic footsteps drew nearer, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. The audience, too, held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. At long last, when the footsteps became audible to all, Xia Lang made his move. He expressionlessly discarded the wooden stick, bewildered as he exclaimed, "Li Mengshi?" As his words echoed, Li Mengshi appeared before the audience, clad in a loose-fitting green mountaineering outfit, her green helmet askew atop her head. "I nearly soiled myself. You bring me a cute girl? Is that it? Where's the wolf?" My heart was racing just moments ago. I know. I felt like I was holding my breath. So tense. Thank goodness Brother Lang is all right. I was just about to call the police. Damn it. I nervously dialed and was in the midst of explaining. "How did you find your way here? Did you really come all the way out here at night?" Xia Lang steadied his nerves, then spoke with a hint of exasperation. "My goodness, wandering through the wilderness at night. You truly possess a bold spirit." He did not believe Li Mengshi's arrival was mere coincidence. First, she was the only contestant he knew from the entire production team. Encountering her here was far too fortuitous. Second, her eyes bore no surprise, clearly indicating she had come specifically for him. Hearing Xia Lang's partially teasing yet concerned remark, Li Mengshi stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "I thought I could make it before dark, but it seems I took a bit longer." Xia Lang shook his head, exasperated. "You really are fearless. Please have a seat." Upon hearing these words, Li Mengshi beamed with a radiant smile. nodding obediently before finding a stone to sit upon. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments cascaded across the intelligent watch's screen like a flurry of snowflakes. The implication from the two was clear. Did Li Mengxi have an acquaintance in Longo? How on earth did she manage to reach out to him? Was there some connection with the production team? Long Ji's behavior seemed rather inconsiderate. Upon her arrival, he should have offered her a seat. Alas, how the morals of society have declined, and how the human heart has grown estranged. This dilapidated road could barely accommodate a vehicle, and the upper floors were in dire disrepair. The arrival of Li Mengxi's legion was palpable, with calls of encouragement echoing for her. Many of the comments were from her fans, comprising roughly 70 to 80% of the barrage. Xia Lang instinctively accessed his backstage statistics, only to witness his follower count surge like a volcanic eruption. 28, 974, 29, 771, 32, 879, 35, 987. Nearly every second saw an increase of 1 or 2,000. It was nothing short of explosive. Indeed, comparisons were harsh. Xia Lang mused inwardly. She possessed an innate charm that drew fans effortlessly, while he toiled tirelessly, accumulating followers at a far slower pace. "Allow me to clarify," Xia Lang said as he returned to his previous spot. Li Mengxi blinked, ready to explain when a resounding gurgle echoed from her stomach. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Xia Lang shook his head in resignation, offering her some sizzling snake meat he had roasted on the ground. Having not eaten all day, Li Mengxi was enveloped by the alluring aroma that tantalized her senses. Gazing at the glistening, crackling meat, her mouth watered in anticipation. Yet, she refrained from reaching out for it. "Big brother, you should eat it. You must be hungry too." Li Mengxi quickly shook her head in refusal. "I am accustomed to fasting from my diet. Missing a meal is no great concern." Xia Lang chuckled at her response. Is dieting comparable to surviving in the wilderness? One involves staying at home without exercise, while the other entails trekking through the wild for miles, consuming energy at an exponential rate. "Here, I insist. You eat half, and I shall partake of the other half," Xia Lang said, forcefully placing the snake meat into Li Mengxi's hands with a smile. He sensed her genuine reluctance. Without proposing a compromise, she likely would not take a single bite. "I'm quite all right," Li Mengxi insisted, though her desire for the food was evident. "You're quite stubborn. How about this? Lend me your tools for a while, and we can consider an exchange. How does that sound?" Xia Lang's gaze was drawn to the oversized steel helmet adorning her head and the gobo knife strapped to her waist, a sight that sparked his interest immensely. Chapter 26. Truly inedible. You are quite stubborn. How about this? Lend me your tools for a while, and we shall consider an exchange. Does that sound agreeable? Xia Lang gazed enviously at the large steel helmet perched upon Li Mengxi's head, as well as the gobo survival knife sheathed at her waist. That knife is indeed a gobo survival knife. Originating during World War II, it was crafted by the Gobo Company for the American military. The blade is made from high-carbon steel and features a matte coating, giving it an alluringly dark appearance. The front of its genuine leather sheath is equipped with a magnesium fire starter. A mere vigorous friction with the back of the blade ignites a flame. The back of the sheath is lined with a diamond powder sharpening stone, ensuring the blade retains its keen edge. The handle, designed with ergonomic principles in mind, is fashioned from non-slip textured rubber, providing an almost perfect grip. At the bottom of the handle lies an aluminum alloy, which can serve as a small hammer in critical moments. As a survival knife, it is simply impeccable. Tools? Li Mengxi looked at Xia Lang's fervent gaze, puffing her cheeks in contemplation. It seems that this cute girl has yet to possess a knife that could rival Xia Lang's allure. Meanwhile, the audience before the screen clearly witnessed this scene. Haha, this is hilarious. Forever alone. Brother Lang is a steadfast, ironclad man. He is hopeless. The adorable girl rushed over. Yet knife proves to be more captivating. Who could blame him? Considering Brother Lang is an expert in survival, a passion for equipment seems entirely reasonable. Earlier, who had said that Brother Lang was indifferent? The moment a girl appears, he insists she take a seat, first seeing Li Mengxi's puffed cheeks. Xia Lang realized he had overstepped. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, my apologies. Let's split it evenly. No more refusals." Li Mengxi, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, hesitated for a moment before accepting the grilled snake meat. Since the older brother had gone to such lengths, it would be rather excessive to refuse him again. Thank you, big brother. The small frown on Li Mengxi's face dissipated, replaced by a gleeful smile. You're welcome, Xia Lang replied with a chuckle, picking up some firewood from the ground to stoke the flames. Holding the snake meat, Li Mengxi could no longer resist the mouth-watering scent. Parting her lips, she took a generous bite of the tender snake meat. The flavor. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was absolutely delicious. The meat was succulent, rich in juices, and with each bite, it felt as if her tongue was melting away. Although it was seasoned solely with salt, the freshness of the ingredients overshadowed this simplicity. The minimal seasoning only accentuated the unique and delightful flavor of the ingredients. Is it delicious? Seeing the enjoyment etched on Li Mengxi's face, Xia Lang inquired with a smile. The method for preparing the grilled snake meat was included in the wilderness survival knowledge provided by the system. While he had anticipated that following the system's instructions would yield a satisfying result, he was genuinely surprised by how exquisite it turned out to be. Delicious. Even better than the private kitchens in Yanjing. Li Mengxi nodded eagerly, generously offering her praise. Xia Lang, you should have a taste too. Li Mengxi suddenly offered a skewer of snake meat to Xia Lang's lips. Xia Lang hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to take a bite after Li Mengxi had just nibbled on it. It was not that he found her unappealing, but rather that it seemed slightly ungentlemanly. However, he soon chided himself for his scruples. After all, she seemed unfazed. Resolving his inner conflict, he took a hearty bite. Instantly, the succulent, tender, and slightly hot snake meat filled his mouth. There was no trace of fishiness, just an indescribable burst of flavor that awakened his taste buds. Did I truly create this? Xia Lang thought, astonished by the deliciousness. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi, holding the skewer, felt her cheeks flush as she witnessed Xia Lang take a bite. She had been quite shy when she offered the snake meat, but given the wilderness conditions, she felt compelled to act nonchalant. The audience watching this scene began to comment fervently. I can't believe I fell for Brother Lang's words, thinking it wouldn't taste good. Just finished a midnight snack, and I'm hungry again. I told you, it looked too enticing to be bad. Are they luring a dog to slaughter? Mengxi, you're too young to be in a relationship. Is this really survival in the wild, or just a picnic? There's a snake meat shop downstairs from my apartment. I must go tomorrow to satisfy my cravings. After swallowing the snake meat, Xia Lang glanced at the comments and chuckled. It's truly unappetizing. We're merely pretending. Li Mengxi nodded in agreement. Brother Lang, are we really that foolish? With the audience unconvinced, Xia Lang swiftly changed the subject. Mengxi, you haven't told me how you knew where to find me. Li Mengxi blinked and, without hesitation, recounted how she had watched the official introduction video and memorized the map. Xia Lang listened, captivated by her tale. You memorized the map just from a fleeting glimpse in the video? Surely, that cannot be possible. The audience gasped in astonishment. Is there really someone with such an extraordinary memory? Life is so unfair. She is not only beautiful, but also incredibly intelligent. I confess, I feel envious. Ignoring the playful banter in the comments, Xia Lang regained his composure and continued. But why did you rush over? With your knowledge, you must understand how perilous it is to travel at night. Li Mengxi's voice grew softer as she explained. I heard from the audience that there was a wolf attack on contestants, and based on my calculations, that wolf is merely 30 kilometers away from you. I was genuinely worried for your safety. As she spoke, her expression reflected a touch of embarrassment. It seemed rather peculiar for a girl to show such concern for a man, especially at the risk of her own safety. Upon hearing Li Mengxi's words, Xia Lang's pupils slightly contracted. I invite readers to share intriguing plot lines in the review section. I shall select some captivating narratives to weave into the novel. Chapter 27 Night reigned 30 kilometers away. Xia Lang furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of crisis swirling within him. The distance he had covered during the day was likely around 10 kilometers. At the starting point, where the production team's helicopter had dropped him off, he unexpectedly captured a black mamba. Lacking the proper tools, he resorted to the simplest method, smashing the snake's head with a wooden stick. If a wolf were to catch a whiff of the snake's blood, it could very well follow the scent. Contemplating this, A shadow of foreboding enveloped him, akin to dark clouds looming overhead. "What is wrong?" asked Li Mengxi, who was enjoying her meal with a look of delight, noticing Xia Lang's unusual expression. Xia Lang adjusted his demeanor, choosing not to share the disquieting news with her. Instead, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered that I might have left the gas on at home." Li Mengxi burst into laughter at his remark. Surely, her big brother was joking. The audience was equally amused by his words. "What do you mean the gas is still on? I just saw Brother Lang frown and thought something dangerous had happened. Brother Lang is just creating a comedic effect, you know?" Yes, that's quite funny. I'm dying of laughter. I'm serious. Why don't you believe me?" Xia Lang maintained a solemn expression. Seeing this, Li Mengxi laughed even more heartily. Her big brother was so earnest while joking, it was delightful. Xia Lang chuckled along and then said, "You keep eating. I'll go fetch some water. I haven't drunk anything all day." At his words, Li Mengxi licked her dry lips, realizing she too had gone the entire day without water. "Here you go," she said, removing the green helmet from her head and handing it to Xia Lang. This item, while appearing to be a safety helmet, was in fact a multifunctional survival tool for the wild. The internal safety frame could be easily disassembled and used as a tripod. In the wilderness, it was quite convenient for boiling water or cooking food. "All right," Xia Lang nodded, taking the helmet, and was about to rise when he suddenly paused. "Could I borrow your knife as well? Perhaps I can catch a fish in the creek." "Fish?" Li Mengxi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she nodded. She then drew the gobo knife from her waist and handed it to Xia Lang. As he grasped the handle, he subtly tightened his grip. "I'm off to get water now," he said, turning toward the creek a few meters away. However, the moment he turned his back, a flicker of intensity crossed his gaze, and his smile vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He had just analyzed various pieces of information in his mind, and increasingly felt that he might be being watched. Firstly, wolves seldom attack large animals alone in the wild. Typically, their primary prey consists of wild rabbits, rodents, and wild goats, occasionally capturing birds and insects for sustenance. Only under extreme circumstances do lone wolves attack large prey. Based on this premise, the wolf's fixation on the contestant indicates that the latter is indeed in a state of desperation. If Li Mengxi's estimation is accurate, Xia Lang feels he has at least a 50% chance of being targeted. The mere thought that there might be bloodthirsty hunters lurking in the shadows around him ignites a sense of restlessness within Xia Lang. Hence, after clarifying the situation, he contemplates for a moment before deciding to take the initiative. He and Li Mengxi remain by the fire. A lone wolf would undoubtedly refrain from attacking as long as it approaches the flames. The fear of fire is an instinct deeply ingrained in the genetics of wild beasts. Only by distancing himself from the fire and separating from Li Mengxi could the wolf potentially commence its hunt. With a deep exhale, Xia Lang steadily makes his way towards a stream. The flickering flames grow dimmer, and the surrounding darkness envelopes him like a rising tide. If he seizes the opportunity, there remains a chance to prevail. Gripping his dark survival knife tightly, he murmurs to himself, without a proper weapon, armed only with a wooden stick, he would indeed be awaiting his demise if confronted by a wolf. However, now equipped with a gobo knife, while it may not slice through iron, it is more than capable of penetrating flesh. The wolf's vulnerability lies 3 inches beneath the throat. A diagonal thrust upward would reach the heart and lungs, ensuring a swift kill if executed correctly. Reflecting on the knowledge he possesses about wolves, Xia Lang gradually regains his composure. His steps become more deliberate, shedding the earlier chaos. As he advances towards the stream, he meticulously surveys his surroundings, ever poised to strike. With each step forward, the sound of rushing water grows louder. The silence enveloping him is profound. The anticipated attack does not materialize. No pursuit. A flicker of thought crosses Xia Lang's mind, leaving him uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. The absence of danger is preferable. He bends down to submerge his helmet in the stream, filling it with water before rising to return to the campfire. The journey back remains tranquil, serene. Even the chorus of insects has not diminished. No insect sounds? A thought strikes him like lightning, prompting him to inhale deeply. The rich scent of damp earth and moisture fills his nostrils. Rain is imminent. Suddenly, as if to affirm Xia Lang's suspicion, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaves the dark sky, illuminating the surroundings with startling brightness. Following this, a deafening rumble of thunder reaches his ears. Pitter-patter, large raindrops descend from thousands of meters above, striking the dry earth and creating small craters. In the blink of an eye, the rain intensifies and the sound of falling droplets becomes a continuous rhythm. The torrential downpour arrives in an instant. Chapter 28. Night raids suddenly. A torrential downpour descended upon the land, the rain falling in large droplets from the sky, saturating the earth and creating tiny rivulets of water. This transformation occurred within mere seconds. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi, who was savoring snake meat, was momentarily taken aback. How could it rain so heavily, so suddenly? Her expression shifted as she glanced towards the fire. Under the relentless onslaught of the rain, the flames dwindled rapidly, thick plumes of black smoke billowing upwards. Brother Xiang, please return quickly. The fire is about to extinguish. Li Mengxi turned anxiously in the direction from which Xiang had departed. As the flames flickered out, the surrounding light diminished drastically, and the heavy rain rendered visibility all the more difficult. The area where Xiang had gone was now enveloped in darkness, obscuring any sight of him. In the live broadcast room, viewers were equally caught off guard by the sudden deluge. Wow, on the very first day, such a torrential rain. This is an infernal challenge from the outset. If they stay out in the rain all night, many will likely fall ill. Wasn't Brother Xiang supposed to fetch water? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have gone wrong? Yes, he has been gone for quite some time. Why is there no news? Growing increasingly anxious without any response, Li Mengxi plunged the remaining snake meat into the ground and stood up, braving the rain as she headed towards the direction where Xiang had gone to fetch water. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the sky, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. In that moment of brilliance, Li Mengxi finally caught sight of Xiang's figure. It was a wolf. Li Mengxi's body tensed, as if paralyzed by fear. The viewers, who had been worried for Xiang, also witnessed the alarming scene. Did I just imagine that? I saw a wolf. It's confronting Brother Xiang. Quick, call the production team and have them send someone over. I've already called. The production team is aware. How can they possibly arrive in such heavy rain? Without a helicopter, the rescue team cannot reach them. What will happen to Brother Xiang? We must find a way. In Modu, at the luxurious Tang Chun Yipin, Anya was no longer her usual languid and elegant self. Her expression was filled with concern as she spoke on the phone. Contestant 184 has encountered a wolf. What is your rescue team doing? On the other end of the line, a respectful voice responded, Miss Anya, we did not anticipate such a sudden torrential rain, and the helicopter cannot take off. The rescue team cannot reach them. Upon hearing this, Anya's face grew even more anxious as she coldly replied, I do not care about your circumstances. You must ensure his safety. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Miss Anya Chun Xiaojia listened to the busy tone after the call ended, a wry smile escaping him. As the president and founder of the Dosha Group, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to hang up on him. However, upon contemplating Anya's identity, the only response he could muster was a bitter smile. The daughter of Sequoia Capital, concealing her wealth, likely possesses a fortune surpassing even that of the richest in Huaxia, with a political standing that is extraordinarily significant. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a member of royal nobility, her status even more esteemed than that of a princess. What does it matter if he hangs up on her? Even if he were to physically confront her, he would still be left with no choice but to wear a forced smile. Who exactly is this Xia Lang? Curiosity piqued. Chun Xiaojia steadied his mind and reached for his phone, just as he prepared to call the rescue team. Suddenly, his phone vibrated once more. The screen displayed the name, William Devonshire. Duke William? Chun Xiaojia's expression momentarily reflected surprise before he promptly answered the call, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Setting aside the fact that the caller is a member of the British royal family, the mere act of gifting an island to a wilderness survival program commanded his utmost attention. After all, this was his benefactor. Is this Chun Xiaojia? A voice on the other end spoke in remarkably standard Mandarin, seemingly belonging to a young man. May I ask who you are? Chun Xiaojie's tone remained humble upon hearing the voice. Duke William expressed concern for one of his favorite contestants, who had encountered difficulties and requested that assistance be dispatched swiftly. A contestant in trouble? Chun Xiaojie was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was indeed for Xia Lang. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, he quickly adjusted his mindset and replied, "Please inform Duke William that the rescue team is already en route." "That's excellent," came an elderly voice from the other end. Following that, the line went dead as the call was terminated. Chun Xiaojie paid this no mind. The individual was of a different echelon altogether, and the disconnection eased his worries. If he had been the one to end the call, he might have feared offending the Duke. Shaking off these thoughts, Chun Xiaojie commenced contacting the rescue team for the program, issuing a stern order that even if a helicopter needed to be sacrificed, they were to retrieve the contestant named Xia Lang, although he was still unaware of who this Xia Lang truly was. The mere weight of these two phone calls left him no room for negligence. On Xianyu Island, after a moment of dazed hesitation, Li Mengxi's face paled as she hurried towards Xia Lang's direction. There was no room for hesitation or fear. As if hearing of Xia Lang's peril compelled her to traverse the night without a second thought. "Big Brother Lang," Li Mengxi sprinted, closing the distance of several meters in just a few breaths. Meanwhile, the drones provided by the officials, undeterred by the torrential rain, steadfastly followed in her wake. The viewers watching from their screens felt their hearts clench at the sight. "Mengxi, don't run over there. It's too dangerous. We still don't know how Lang is doing. Has the official response come yet? Damn it, something's happened to Lang. I'm done with this show." "Lang is definitely fine. He said he felt lucky today." Chapter 29. Wolf Warrior in the pitch-black night rain. The wild wolf's gaze was fierce and cold, emanating an eerie green glow. Its bared, bone-white teeth glistened, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. The relentless raindrops cascaded down its gray fur, forming rivulets that trickled past its eyes. Yet, the wolf remained utterly unperturbed, fixated on Xia Lang, biding its time for a lethal strike. A mere few meters away, Xia Lang gripped a black dagger in his right hand, his body contorted into a taut bow, muscles coiled, poised to spring forth at any moment. This was a stance brimming with aggression. There was but one chance. A single strike would have to suffice. Furrowing his brow, Xia Lang contemplated gravely. The wolf's teeth were teeming with bacteria and potentially harbored the rabies virus. A single bite, or even a scratch, was a consequence he was unwilling to bear. A bacterial infection could lead to unrelenting fever, rendering him incapacitated. In the wilderness, losing the ability to move was tantamount to death, leaving retreat as the only option. As for contracting rabies, the implications were even more dire. Rabies is currently the deadliest disease worldwide, boasting a 100 fatality rate once symptoms manifest, surpassing even cancer in mortality. Thus, should he be bitten by the wolf, he would be compelled to abandon the wilderness to receive a rabies vaccination, effectively meaning forfeiture. He had to emerge unscathed. Xia Lang licked his lips, murmuring softly. Cornered and desperate, his tension dissipated, leaving only calmness and an inexplicable fervor. The campfire's glow would likely be extinguished by the torrential downpour in mere moments. Should darkness envelop him, his predicament would grow increasingly precarious. With this thought, Xia Lang broke into a smile, revealing his teeth, his breath lengthening and growing faint. His taut body gradually relaxed, the rigidity of his movements easing. His martial spirit and momentum surged, an invisible yet palpable aura of pressure enveloping him. Simultaneously, a crisp sound of footsteps squelched through the mud, drawing nearer. This sudden noise incited anxiety in the wolf, its growl intensifying in urgency. Meanwhile, Xia Lang's presence reached its zenith. He took a deliberate step forward, a move that seemed to snap the proverbial straw on the camel's back, shattering the wolf's courage. The sensitivity of beasts far surpasses that of humans, particularly in perceiving presence and intensity. Xia Lang's transformation instilled in the wolf a profound sense of peril. Instinctively, it chose to retreat, casting a wary glance at Xia Lang. The wolf slowly backed away, then swiftly turned and vanished into the inky night rain. Li Mengxi, rushing forth with a drone, captured this moment with precision. Instantly, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness, invincible! What did I just witness? Brother Lang scared the wolf away. I have goosebumps. What divine maneuver is this? To conquer without battle. It was evident that Brother Lang had become even more formidable. In those days, Chen Daozi began to chant with a mere 20 yuan. Lang is truly remarkable. Why do I perceive hope in Lang Ji's eyes? Is it love? I sense that Lang Gu yearns for wolf meat. Alas, the opportunity slipped away, and Lang Gu must now be filled with regret for not seizing it sooner. The wolf exclaims, "Where is the promised midnight snack?" Such an extraordinary video deserves to trend on the small site. It is bound to be a hot topic. To those ahead, great minds think alike. I have already uploaded it. The barrage of comments densely filled the live stream. Even Li Mengxi's fans were captivated by this scene. Xia Lang watched as the wild wolf turned and departed, momentarily stunned. It's leaving? He felt a tinge of disappointment. He had prepared for a fierce battle, his fighting spirit at its peak. Yet his opponent had chosen to flee, and to claim he was not disappointed would be disingenuous. However, after a few seconds, as his fervor subsided and rationality returned, that feeling quickly dissipated. His goal was to preserve himself, and since he had emerged unscathed, avoiding conflict was indeed the best outcome. At that moment, Li Mengxi rushed over, her eyes reddened with concern as she gazed up at Xia Lang. "Big brother, are you all right?" Witnessing the girl's anxious demeanor warmed his heart, and he smiled as he ruffled her damp hair. "How could I be in trouble? I am a man at the top of the food chain." With a chuckle, Li Mengxi, having never heard this quip before, broke into laughter. "That name suits you quite well." "Indeed, I find it quite fitting as well," Xia Lang replied with a smirk, fully embracing the title without a shred of guilt. "Now, let us hasten back to the shelter and light the fire, lest we catch a cold by morning." He patted Li Mengxi's shoulder and began to lead her back. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand to glance at his smartwatch. "Huh." Upon seeing the screen, his expression froze. Rockets, 103, and the count was steadily rising. "What is happening?" Confused, Xia Lang turned to the barrage of comments. Soon, he understood the situation and felt a surge of joy. A delightful surprise. Just from the rockets, he had received 50,000 yuan. It was indeed lucrative to be a streamer. Amidst his excitement, Xia Lang did not forget to express his gratitude to the audience. However, before he could speak, Li Mengxi interjected, "Thank you all for your donations, but you should direct your support to Big Brother." "Why didn't he do anything just now?" Instinctively, Xia Lang glanced at Li Mengxi's smartwatch. Rockets, 189? He wore a bewildered expression. It was he who had frightened the wolf away. What did it mean that they were donating to Mengxi instead? The key point was, her total was nearly double his. Damn. Would titling it War Wolf constitute infringement? Perhaps next time I'll call it Wu Jing. Chapter 30. Ambiguity in the headquarters of Dousha, within the office of Group D Supervisor, Li Xiao, adorned with his plain glasses and a facade of feigned cordiality, was engaged in a phone conversation. "Mr. Wang, you must be aware of the immense power of a recommendation. The Wilderness Survival Program has captivated the attention of the entire nation. With just a single recommendation, your son's live stream could attract at least 1 million additional viewers. I trust you understand the value of this." On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's voice emerged, tinged with evident displeasure. "Supervisor Lee, the price we agreed upon was 500,000. It seems rather unseemly to raise the price now, simply because the show is performing well." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao maintained a polite tone, yet his expression betrayed a palpable air of arrogance and disdain. "Mr. Wang, if that is the case, we shall forego this transaction. I am confident there are others who would be willing to meet this price." "Well then, that will be all." With that, Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and abruptly hung up, exuding an unmistakable disinterest in further discussion. After terminating the call, he leisurely tapped his fingers on the desk, seemingly awaiting something. 10, 9, 8. As he counted down, a mocking smile adorned his face, embodying a sense of assured victory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he reached 5 in his countdown, his phone vibrated on the table. The caller was none other than Mr. Wang. However, Li Xiao chose not to answer immediately. Instead, he slid his finger across the screen to disconnect the call. He then leisurely lit a cigarette for himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, a minute elapsed. During this time, the phone rang 3 times, all of which he dismissed with a flick of his finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was only when the phone rang a 4th time that Li Xiao took his time to extinguish the cigarette in the ashtray and answer the call. Mr. Wang? Supervisor Li, I accept your terms. The voice on the other end was laced with palpable frustration. Huh, Li Xiao scoffed. You must understand who is seeking whom. The new price stands at 1,200,000. You, came the exasperated retort from the other side. Very well, if you agree. I expect the funds to be transferred by midnight tonight. With that, Li Xiao hung up again, his expression remaining mockingly triumphant. Such a blind fool. He smirked, donned his coat from the rack, and prepared to leave. Knock, knock, knock. The glass door of the office was rapped upon. Li Xiao Baoza, rehanging his black suit before returning to his chair. Kumin. With a soft whoosh, the glass door slid open, revealing Dong AI, a poised and attractive individual standing at the threshold. Supervisor, have the recommendations for contestant Xia Lang been finalized? Li Xiao's eyes narrowed imperceptibly before a gentle smile graced his face. Yes, they have been submitted. I reviewed the contestant you mentioned. The livestream performance is exceptionally good. If we recommend them tomorrow, it will undoubtedly attract even more traffic for the company. Really? Dong AI's eyes gleamed with delight, her joy unmistakable. She initially harbored some reservations and made a point to remind the team leader before his departure. In retrospect, she had underestimated him, for the leader was far from the rumors that had circulated. Indeed, you should leave a bit earlier, Li Xiao said with a gentle smile, waving his hand. Yes, I will. Dong AI promptly nodded, turning away cheerfully, simultaneously clenching her fist, thinking to herself that once the recommendations went live tomorrow, Xia Lang's popularity would surely soar. It would be no trouble for his fan base to multiply tenfold. With his streaming prowess, he could easily earn 1 million or 2 during the promotional period. I must insist he treats me to a meal then. Li Xiao watched Dong AI depart, his gentle demeanor morphing into a cold facade. Another individual incapable of discerning the larger picture. How naive to believe I would relinquish such a valuable resource to a stranger. Utterly ludicrous. Prior to the show's premiere, Li Xiao had already regarded the streaming platform's recommendations as his own. He had even prepared to leverage this resource to purchase a car and a house in Jiangxing. The unfolding events indeed aligned with his expectations, progressing toward a more favorable outcome. I must find an opportunity to remove this bothersome individual, he mused with a steely gaze. He would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. This was his most opportune moment to ascend the social ladder. As for the contestant named Xia Lang, in his grand design, he was merely an inconsequential figure. A programmer without connections, what could he possibly do? On Xianyu Island, within a shelter. Big brother, the shelter you built is amazing. In the cramped confines of the shelter, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at its triangular roof. Even with torrential rain, the shelter remained dry, the ground untouched by water. Only a few spots on the roof exhibited minor leaks, which were of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang chuckled lightly. Stop joking and dry yourself off quickly. Catching a cold tomorrow would be quite the dilemma. He had anticipated the rain when constructing the shelter, layering 2 sheets of moss on the slanted roof, topped with a layer of pine needles, effectively channeling the rainwater down the incline. Okay, I got it. Li Mengxi wrinkled her nose and huffed. After making her playful sound, she decided to heed Xia Lang's advice and began drying her clothes. The next moment, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and an inexplicable blush crept onto her face. What is it? Xia Lang inquired as he noticed her pause. Could you turn your body around? Li Mengxi asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, I will do that immediately. Even Xia Lang, typically oblivious, grasped the implication. After being drenched in such heavy rain for several minutes, she must be soaked inside and out. Chapter 31 Aftermath. Even for someone as straightforward as Xia Lang, the realization dawned upon him. After being drenched in the torrential downpour for several minutes, he was undoubtedly soaked to the core. To avoid falling ill, it was impossible to merely dry the outer garments. After remembering to turn off the drone and leaving behind a remark devoid of substance, Xia Lang turned his back to the campfire. Li Mengxi emitted a sound as faint as a mosquito's hum, already overwhelmed by shyness. Thus, the atmosphere descended into an awkward and peculiar silence. Neither party uttered a word, uncertain of what to say. A few seconds later, Xia Lang heard the faint rustling from behind him. Simultaneously, an elusive fragrance wafted into the air. Upon catching a whiff of that scent, Xia Lang's breath quickened slightly. Even though it was night, the rain continued to fall, and the temperature had plummeted. He still felt a flicker of warmth within his body. In his mind, a myriad of amorous thoughts surged forth like wild grass. Ahem, it seems the rain has lessened. I shall step outside to assess the situation, lest that fellow return. Xia Lang cleared his throat, concocting a flimsy excuse, and without waiting for Li Mengxi's response, he stood up and exited the shelter. Stepping outside, a wave of cool, damp air greeted him. Exhaling deeply, he felt a considerable amount of heat dissipate from his body. The tangled thoughts in his mind were swiftly severed. What a headache! Xia Lang shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He suddenly recalled a joke he had heard in the past. A man and a woman shared a bed, and the woman drew a line down the middle, telling the man, "If you dare cross this line tonight, you shall be deemed a beast." The next morning, the woman discovered that the man had indeed not crossed the line and remarked, "You are even less than a beast. I suppose I cannot be deemed lesser than a beast. The circumstances are entirely different." With a light chuckle, Xia Lang activated the drone's camera, resuming the live stream. Instantly, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Victory for the wait-and-see party. What has transpired? I feel as though I have missed a grand performance. Why does Brother Lang's face appear a bit flushed? Is it merely an illusion? Ha ha ha. Something must have indeed happened. Li Mengxi's stream has also ended. Brother Lang is simply a beast, taking advantage of a girl fresh out of high school. The comments were rife with playful teasing. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of messages, feeling a bit embarrassed, especially upon seeing the remark about his flushed face, which struck a chord within him. Ahem, you lot have such sordid minds. I only disconnected the live stream a few minutes ago. Do you truly underestimate me? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Xia Lang made a rather innocuous risque joke. 66666. The host is openly engaging in innuendo reported. Well, I reckon with Brother Lang's constitution, he could last at least an hour. How reckless. Underestimating Brother Lang is our folly. Indeed, Brother Lang need not explain. We believe you did not do anything inappropriate with the young girl. With the interruption of the barrage of comments, Xia Lang completely emerged from his state of agitation. Once freed from such emotions, he became acutely aware of a profound hunger and fatigue enveloping him. After traversing mountains and streams all day, and having bravely repelled a wild wolf, even with his enhanced physique, he felt the strain. It was fortunate that his body had been augmented by strengthening agents. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion, unlike now, when he still brimmed with energy. Surviving in the wilderness proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the events of the day, Xia Lang quietly remarked to himself that he had been somewhat naive to believe that merely having food would ensure survival. After the recent attack, he had come to a profound realization. The greatest peril in the wilderness was not hunger, but rather unforeseen calamities. He resolved that tomorrow he must find a suitable location for survival and construct a shelter. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he silently vowed that had he possessed a sturdy little house and ample food, he could have easily outlasted the wolf. There would have been no need to abandon the campfire to engage in the most perilous hand-to-hand combat. Having solidified his resolve, Xia Lang lifted his head and addressed the camera. After an entire day without food, I will now seek something to eat, just to suffice. Upon hearing this, the audience flooded the comments section. Ha! That casual remark about just grabbing a bite is simply brilliant. I can sense a nonchalance in Brother Lang's words. His tone exudes confidence. From his attitude, it seems he perceives the situation as rather simple. All right, I can't quite match the previous bravado. Brother Lang is truly formidable. It appears he finds foraging remarkably effortless. Setting aside everything else, all the other contestants are drenched, and lynching you is no exception. Brother Lang's wilderness survival experience is at its peak. Glancing bemusedly at the playful comments, Xia Lang strode purposefully toward the stream. This time, he was considerably bolder. harboring no concern about a sudden wolf attack. In nature, once a beast experiences submission or fear, it typically retreats swiftly from the area that incites its terror. Moreover, wolves are remarkably intelligent creatures. The more astute they are, the better they understand the principles of self-preservation. Coupled with the impending downpour, large predators would not venture out to hunt at such a time. Thus, Xia Lang felt remarkably at ease, entirely unperturbed. After approximately half a minute of calm walking, the sound of babbling water reached his ears, signaling that he had arrived at the stream's edge. However, at this moment, Xia Lang's vision was quite blurred, and he could only discern vague outlines. This was due to the flickering campfire within the shelter. Otherwise, it would be a textbook case of utter darkness. I await Brother Lang's performance. In this darkness, I am curious how he will manage to find food. 1. If it weren't for the camera's night vision, I wouldn't even be able to see Brother Lang. Since Brother Lang has spoken, we might as well wait to hear him impress us. The audience, seated before their screens, was filled with intense curiosity, eager to discover Xia Lang's next move. Chapter 32. The big-headed Xiang Lang chuckled, remarking, "I can't see, but you all are still here." He gestured towards the stream, recalling, "I believe the camera has night vision capabilities." The audience in the live stream was further perplexed, their screens filled with question marks. Am I having trouble grasping this? Is my intelligence lacking? Allow me to elucidate a biological phenomenon. Have you ever heard of migration? Xiang Lang was unhurried, turning to the camera to explain. It was time for another session of knowledge sharing. I had already prepared my little stool and taken out my cherished notebook, ready to take notes. Whenever Brother Lang shared these snippets of knowledge, I always felt as though I had learned something profound. To those in front, I too shared the same illusion. Facing the audience's good-natured banter, Xiang Lang smiled and continued. Migration is a distinctive form of movement exhibited by fish, characterized by their active, periodic, directional, and communal horizontal movements, which are species-specific. Migration is also a cyclical phenomenon, occurring annually as the fish progress through various life stages. Generally, fish migrate upstream, often during heavy rain. With that explanation, I trust you can grasp my meaning. Shortly, I will follow the current upstream, and if all goes well, I should witness a considerable number of fish migrating. At that moment, Xiang Lang felt a pang of nostalgia. Finally, he possessed a piece of knowledge not acquired from the system. The concept of fish migration was something he had known since childhood, as there was a small creek in his hometown. Whenever it rained heavily, one could observe the carp swimming upstream. At that time, placing a net in the narrow waterway would yield dozens of fish within minutes. I had a hunch about this, he said proudly. For others, it may be just a downpour, but for me, it's a divine gift of sustenance. Childhood memories flooded back, evoking a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. After engaging with the audience, Xiang Lang proceeded along the dark creek. I will need your assistance shortly. Please signal me when you see any fish. The audience eagerly responded, assuring him of their cooperation. Rest assured, Brother Lang, today's catch is guaranteed. Even Jesus himself couldn't intervene. With laughter and encouragement, the atmosphere in Xiang Lang's live stream was vibrant. In stark contrast to other dull streams, where not a single utterance could be heard, Xiang Lang's was filled with excitement. Not only did he possess remarkable skills, but his plethora of intriguing knowledge and creative survival techniques also attracted a large audience. Moreover, Xiang Lang constantly engaged with his viewers, creating a viewing experience that was truly unparalleled. Now, it's up to you, Xiang Lang beamed, navigating the creek in darkness while glancing at his smartwatch, awaiting the audience's response. And thus, the adventure continued. He slowly treaded upon the soft, slippery earth, moving forward for approximately half a minute. Suddenly, the sound of water ahead grew considerably louder. If Xia Lang recalled correctly, there was a 1-meter elevation drop in the nearby creek, forming a small waterfall that cascaded into a shallow pool below. Based on Xia Lang's experience, such locations typically teemed with fish. The elevation differential allowed the fish to swim upstream, only to be swept downwards by the current and gravity, thus accumulating in the pool beneath the waterfall. Over time, this pool would gather a multitude of small fish. As he approached the water's edge, the barrage of comments erupted. Brother Lang, there are fish. Wow, so many. Hurry, catch the fish, Brother Lang, there are tons. Today is truly your lucky day. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, promptly removing his green vest. The sight of his well-defined, muscular physique captivated the audience in the live stream. Wow, is this getting risky? I'm feeling a bit flustered. What a body, I'm envious. It seemed the female viewers in the stream were almost overwhelmed by the sight. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Lang scratched the back of his head, momentarily forgetting his enviable physique. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just planning to catch some fish in a short-sleeved shirt. In this desolate wilderness, he couldn't find a net to catch fish, nor did he have time to weave one from vines. Just then, a golden airplane icon appeared in the live stream, accompanied by the notation of 10. 36, he gifted the streamer 10 planes. Following this, a golden comment flashed across the screen. Brother Lang, after the show, you must invite me. Taken aback by this comment, Xia Lang recognized 36E as one of the initial viewers of his stream, the very first to send him a rocket. Thus, feeling it would be impolite to decline the invitation, he nodded and replied, "Sure, after the show, I'll treat you to a meal." The audience erupted with excitement, bombarding the stream with teasing remarks. TSK, Brother Lang is being unfaithful. I saw 36E's Weibo. She's quite the beauty. Brother Lang might just succumb. An online streamer. So alluring. Xia Lang shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore the jests as he prepared to catch fish. However, before he could make a move, 10 more golden rockets danced across the screen. Wang's hair gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Another golden comment followed. When will you treat me to a meal, Brother Lang? Xia Lang scratched his head again, chuckling awkwardly. Let's wait until I return. I promise to treat you. At that moment, having never had a girlfriend, he felt at a loss for how to respond. He sensed that Wang's hair's words might carry a deeper meaning, not merely a simple invitation for a meal. Just as Xia Lang began to feel overwhelmed, in a live broadcast room, 10 airplane icons soared into the sky. Lin Qingyu's close friend gifted the host 10 airplanes. Chapter 33. As long as we are not embarrassed with the appearance of the tipping icon, a stream of golden comments cascaded across the screen. Lingo, why not add me? Upon reading this line, Xia Lang offered an awkward smile. It was true that he was somewhat oblivious, yet he was not foolish. The words of Lin Qingyu's friend were clearly laced with jealousy. Reflecting on this, he recalled the earlier remarks of Wu Wang, whose words, though different, conveyed a similar sentiment. Upon grasping the situation, Xia Lang felt a sudden heaviness in his mind, stammering for a moment before hesitantly proposing, "How about I treat the three of you to a meal?" The audience watching the live stream erupted in laughter at his words. "Haha, Langgu is going to make me die of laughter. Langgu, how do you eat this soft meal? I'm in a hurry, waiting online." In his youth, he had been unaware of the allure of such indulgences, mistakenly investing his youthful vigor elsewhere. 3 wealthy female admirers were consumed with jealousy over him, while he effortlessly navigated the situation. He, Langgu, is preparing to enjoy all, something mere mortals cannot comprehend. Xia Lang, who had been intently watching the comments, felt overwhelmed. He was uncertain whether his response would anger them. After all, these were 3 affluent fans who had generously tipped him tens of thousands throughout the day. Although relying on such support might seem unmanly, the allure was undeniable. After a long pause, none of the 3 female fans responded. Xia Lang's expression turned helpless as he inwardly lamented. Women's thoughts are truly difficult to decipher. Surviving in the wilderness is far simpler. When faced with a wild wolf, all he had to do was act. But when confronting women, he was utterly clueless. The audience, witnessing Xia Lang's troubled expression, reveled in his discomfort. Ha ha ha, finally, there's something I'm better at than Langgu. Proud JPG. You know nothing. Langgu is pure-hearted. All right, I can't hold back any longer, huh? Langgu, a true innocent soul. Come at me if you dare. Gazing at the comments on the screen, Xia Lang felt a twinge of annoyance and swiftly shifted the topic. All right, let us catch some fish. With that, he proceeded along the pond's edge, intending to construct a stone dam to aid in his fishing efforts. However, just a few steps in, his body suddenly tilted and his foot slipped. Crap! Xia Lang exclaimed loudly. Splash! Accompanied by a meter-high splash of water, he plunged directly into the pond. Within the live stream, the comments momentarily fell into silence, followed by an explosion of laughter. Ha ha, let me laugh for a moment. Lang Ge has lost his composure. Ha ha, this is killing me. Even Lang Ge can fumble. Xia Lang felt an icy sensation engulf him. Instinctively, he kicked off the bottom, his body gliding gracefully through the water like a fish, his head surfacing immediately. Ugh! Xia Lang wiped the water from his face and spat out the stream water in his mouth. Above him, the drone continued its diligent task, broadcasting his current predicament to the audience. Chuckling and shaking his head, Xia Lang found himself quite amused. The darkness enveloped the surroundings. The ground was slick from recent rain, and he stood by the creek's edge on a slope, making a fall not entirely unexpected. However, he certainly would not divulge such thoughts before the audience. I was merely demonstrating how one might rescue themselves after an accidental plunge into the wild waters, he explained. When one unexpectedly falls into water, particularly in solitude, self-rescue becomes imperative. The moment one splashes into the water, panic ensues. Yet for those who cannot swim, two methods may prove advantageous. The first, the most common technique, known as the jellyfish float, requires one to tuck their head, embrace their knees, and bring them close to the chest, thereby utilizing one's buoyancy to gradually rise. Once afloat, the arms and legs should extend perpendicularly to the water's surface, mimicking a jellyfish. When the need to breathe arises, a forceful lift of the head suffices, allowing one to remain in the water for an extended duration. The second method, akin to that employed by characters in films, involves cradling the head with both hands. This position enables one to float face up, facilitating easy breathing while awaiting rescue. As Xia Lang climbed ashore, he explained with utmost seriousness. His expression remained composed, as if he were genuinely imparting survival wisdom to the audience. Ha ha ha! I admire how solemnly Lang Ge presents himself. Had he not uttered that exclamation before his fall, I might have believed him. Gazing at the flood of comments in the live stream, Xia Lang maintained an air of nonchalance. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the audience bore the awkwardness. Following the demonstration of self-rescue, the next task was fishing. Catching fish is, in fact, rather simple. We first knot the sleeves and neckline of our clothing to create a makeshift pocket. Next, we procure a stick and some vines, bending them into a circular shape and binding them to the stick. In the darkness, Xia Lang approached the creek and fashioned a circular frame from the vine, resembling a floral garland. He then secured the short sleeves to create a rudimentary net. Subsequently, he snapped a stick to affix the net to it, resulting in a simple fishing apparatus. A fleeting glance at his wrist screen revealed the flood of comments had dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt quite pleased with his ability to deftly shift the topic. Finally, we simply needed to wait. Xia Lang positioned his homemade fishing net beside the waterfall, suspended half a meter above the water. This placement was ideal, as it was where fish, attempting to swim upstream, would tumble over the waterfall. The audience was not naive. Such a straightforward maneuver was easily comprehensible. What we call this? Lang Ge fishing, where the willing may take the bait. How? Lange is truly clever. Indeed, fish are abundant in the wild, densely populated. At a glance, one might count at least hundreds. This is certainly the case, as the fish on a deserted island face few predators and have no human fishermen, naturally leading to an increase in their numbers. Chapter 34. He will be eliminated in a week despite the hour being 8 in the evening. The official live stream remained vibrant and lively. Not only did it continue broadcasting into the night, but there was also an additional director present compared to the start of the stream. Professor Li Da, what is your opinion on this contestant? He Jiong inquired, pointing at the screen displaying Xia Lang. Moments ago, he had received a rather astonishing piece of news, that this contestant, Xia Lang, had managed to repel a ravenous wolf through sheer force of will. After a brief moment of astonishment, He Jiong immediately realized that this news would undoubtedly be the highlight of tomorrow's discussions. The survival show had garnered nationwide attention, and the act of repelling a wolf was inherently captivating and explosive. Drawing from his decade of experience in the industry, He Jiong was certain that Xia Lang would rise to fame. Seated to He Jiong's left was a burly middle-aged man with short hair and black-rimmed glasses. He was the president of the Huaxiao Wilderness Survival Association and had once served as a reconnaissance soldier in a special forces unit. He had been specifically invited by Xia Lang to provide the audience with professional insights, enhancing the program's appeal. Upon hearing He Jiong's question, Li Da adjusted his glasses and glanced at Xia Lang, then at the information about him sent by the director. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly. This contestant, according to his profile, appears to have been a programmer prior to joining the show. His hobbies include gaming and reading novels, with no involvement in outdoor activities. Observing his physical condition, his fair and delicate skin, along with underdeveloped arm muscles, clearly indicates a lifestyle spent indoors without exercise. Based on this, I predict he will be eliminated within a week. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced Li Da's lips. He believed his reasoning was sound and anticipated approval from both the audience and He Jiong. However, He Jiong, seated beside Li Da, suddenly felt a bit awkward. He had assumed that the director had already informed Li Da about Xia Lang's remarkable feat of repelling the wolf. Thus, he had intentionally asked Li Da to comment on Xia Lang, aiming to establish Li Da's professional image through this contestant. If we praise Xia Lang, the news of his impending rise to stardom would surely spread, leading the audience to perceive Li Da as knowledgeable and impressive. With a solid reputation, Li Da's subsequent explanations would carry greater weight, garnering even more audience trust. Is something wrong, teacher? Noticing He Jiong's peculiar expression, Li Da turned to inquire. He Jiong forced a smile and replied, Professor Li Da may not be aware that just half an hour ago, contestant Xia Lang managed to repel a wolf through sheer force of will. Wolf? Li Da was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at the young man on the screen in disbelief. With his fair complexion, he bore no difference from the youthful idols on television. Could it really be him who repelled a wolf? It must be a stunt. With a quick mental shift, Li Da concluded that the production team was likely orchestrating a spectacle to attract viewers by showcasing Xia Lang's handsome and charismatic image. Instinctively, he began to underestimate Xia Lang. However, Li Da was not foolish. Since the production team had already completed the show, there was no need for him to be overly clever and expose the truth. He raised an eyebrow and said, I must have misjudged the situation. Nevertheless, I stand by my opinion. Prior to my arrival, I had perused the geographical data of Xianyu Island. In the coming month, Xianyu Island will enter its rainy season, characterized by significant downpours. The location of the contestant is at a low elevation on the island, and when the rainy season arrives, the stream within several kilometers will be inundated. At that point, this contestant will lose their shelter and have to start anew. Losing shelter during the rainy season is tantamount to withdrawing from the competition. The cold brought by the torrential rain is something a homebody like him cannot withstand. He Jiong listened to Li Da's emphatic explanation and sighed softly. He sensed that Li Da harbored a certain aversion towards Xia Lang, pushing him firmly into opposition. Thus, instinctively, he negated any information pertaining to Xia Lang. However, He Jiong did not concur with Li Da's reasoning, for no other reason than the fact that a contestant capable of driving away wild wolves could hardly fail to survive for a week. Since Professor Li Da believed that contestant Xia Lang would not last a week, let us wait and see. Next, we shall observe the following contestant. He Jiong signaled to the director to switch the live broadcast perspective. He felt that if this continued, by tomorrow, when Xia Lang's popularity soared, Li Da would surely face a barrage of criticism. On Xianyu Island, beside the stream, Xia Lang was leisurely chatting with the audience while holding a fishing net. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his net. The comments exploded with excitement. Brother Lang, a fish just jumped in. Brother Lang is fishing. Those willing to bite will do so. Haha, there's fish to eat. Brother Lang truly is a master of survival in the wild. Xia Lang chuckled, retrieving the net to inspect its contents. A silver crucian carp, about an inch long, was joyfully flopping at the bottom of the net. Swiftly, he grasped the fish, inserting his thumb along its gill cover to firmly grip the gills and pull them out. He then casually tossed the crucian carp behind him and lifted the net to catch a second fish. Just as he extended the net, he felt the fabric of the netting become heavy again. Did he have a catch? Xia Lang's expression brightened as he pulled back the net and reached in, discovering yet another inch-long silver crucian carp. Just as he was about to handle it, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Big brother, did you catch a fish? The delighted voice of Li Mengxi rang out from behind him. Chapter 35. The Fortunate Girl Big Brother, you caught a fish. The delighted voice of Li Mengxi echoed from behind him. Xia Lang turned to see her gradually approaching. The only reason he could see her was the gentle white light emitted by his smartwatch, illuminating an area of about half a meter. Indeed, soon there will be fish to enjoy, enough for you to feast, Xia Lang chuckled softly, raising the net bag in his hand. The astute Li Mengxi immediately understood how he had caught the fish upon seeing the net. Instantly, admiration filled her eyes. The equipment was quite simple. Anyone with a modicum of skill could craft it. The principle behind it was straightforward, easily grasped at a glance. Yet among the 200 contestants surviving in the wilderness, only Xia Lang managed to catch fish and procure food so effortlessly. Much like the non-venomous water snake he encountered during the day, its flesh was tender and delectable. One could simply reach out or use a stick to seize it. However, throughout the entire day, dozens of contestants had encountered snakes, yet only a rare few were willing and capable of catching them. Big Brother Xia, let me assist you, Li Mengxi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Xia Lang, not one to decline her offer, processed the fish before handing the net bag to her. All right, you take over, just ensure you don't drag my clothes away, he said with a hint of caution. I'll go fetch a torch. It's rather dark, making things inconvenient. After having stumbled earlier, he felt a tinge of fear and believed it wiser to secure a torch. Okay, you go, Li Mengxi replied, grasping the net bag and moving toward the waterfall. In the next moment, her eyes brightened with excitement. Oh, it seems there's a fish. She swiftly retrieved her makeshift net and, with a quick motion, pulled out a silvery crucian carp. It really is a fish. Li Mengxi laughed joyfully, allowing the fish to wriggle in her hand. Quite fortunate. Xia Lang nodded in approval. The river was teeming with fish, so catching one was hardly surprising. After observing her for a brief moment, he turned and made his way toward the shelter. Upon arriving at the shelter, he sought out a thicker stick and headed to a nearby pine tree, scraping off a generous amount of pine resin, which he placed beside the fire to dry. The method of crafting a torch in the pine grove was uncomplicated. One merely needed to gather pine resin, melt it, mix it with wood ash to form a paste, and then adhere it to a stick. While preparing the torch, Xia Lang explained the process to the audience. Then, casting a glance at the comments streaming in, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this? He wondered. Goodness, Li Mengxi is catching fish at lightning speed. Another one already. Is this some kind of joke? I'm beginning to suspect this is a prop from the production team. Wasn't he quite normal when I caught mine? It took me several minutes to snag the first one. Hey, are you not giving me any credit here? Xia Lang, caught between laughter and exasperation, addressed the viewers in his live stream. In my streaming room, there's a frenzy over Li Mengxi's situation. Whose broadcast are you truly watching? The audience, upon hearing his words, burst into laughter. Ha! It seems you're not giving me, fat tiger, the respect I deserve. How amusing. He felt an inexplicable resonance in this statement. Is Xia Lang actually feeling jealous? We still adore you. It seemed destined to become a recurring joke. A recurring joke. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, bemused. Hasn't this nearly become a glitch by now? He suddenly realized it was likely the disparities of parallel worlds that had prevented this meme from surfacing. Naturally, Xia Lang felt elated by this revelation, as it meant his streaming room would become even more popular. In the realm of the internet, memes are the most easily disseminated. When a meme gains popularity, it can bring an overwhelming surge of traffic to its creator. Just look at how, despite Liu Laoi's prolonged absence, tales of his exploits still circulate in the community. With that fleeting thought dissipated, Xia Lang grew curious about what had transpired with Li Mengxi. Thus, he ignited a freshly crafted torch at the bonfire and made his way toward her direction. The distance between them was not far, and within mere seconds, he arrived at the water's edge. Upon seeing Xia Lang, Li Mengxi beamed with a triumphant smile. Ha, brother Xia Lang, look, these are all the fish I caught. Xia Lang focused his gaze, momentarily taken aback. A pile of 20 or 30 crucian carp lay beside the stream. How long had he been gone? Not even 10 minutes. Are you cheating? He finally understood why some viewers speculated that this was a ploy orchestrated by the production team. Ahem, impressive, he coughed lightly, masking his astonishment. For the first time, he questioned whether he had been rather unfortunate. When he had been fishing, there hadn't been nearly this many. After a moment of self-doubt, Xia Lang glanced at the fish on the ground and remarked, "All right, this is more than enough for the two of us." Li Mengshi displayed an expression of unfulfilled desire. "Aren't we going to catch more? With this, we wouldn't lack food for a week. Tonight's meal is sufficient. If we catch too many, I fear we might attract predators," Xia Lang explained. Although it was raining, the night was long, and unforeseen events could arise. In the wilderness, there are many prohibitions regarding survival. Food must not be left at the shelter. "You've read enough wilderness survival books. You should understand," he added. Li Mengshi nodded obediently at his words and handed the net bag to Xia Lang. "Well then, we want to catch more," she agreed. Xia Lang accepted the net bag, removed his short-sleeved shirt, and vigorously washed it in the stream to ensure the fishy odor dissipated, preventing predators from catching their scent. At the same time, his anticipation grew for the establishment of a secure shelter. Without a safe haven, they couldn't even dare to store their food. Chapter 36. Why spit out the bones meanwhile? As Xia Lang and Li Mengshi returned to their sanctuary, brimming with their harvest to concoct a nourishing soup. In the northern expanse of Xianyu Island, Wang Sheng leaned against a colossal stone wall, his complexion slightly ashen as he fixated on the flickering flames before him. Having spent an entire day without sustenance or hydration, compounded by the relentless torrential rain that drenched him to the bone, even a robust adult man like himself found it increasingly challenging to endure. Were it not for a flint stone at his disposal, his predicament would have been far more dire. How familiar this sensation is. As the damp, biting wind assailed him, Wang Sheng murmured softly, memories flooding his mind. It was over a decade ago when he was not yet a scion of wealth. His family resided in a dilapidated, leaky shack. Each winter, the frigid winds mingled with raindrops that infiltrated their home, evoking a striking resemblance to his current plight. The penetrating chill and dampness were etched into the very marrow of his childhood memories. This state of hardship persisted until his third year of junior high, when his father became a subordinate to a coal magnate, gradually elevating their circumstances. They relocated to a bustling metropolis, moved into a luxurious villa, and acquired sports cars. He transformed into the envy of his peers, now a wealthy heir. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound jolted Wang Sheng from his reverie. With heightened vigilance, he raised his gaze towards the source of the noise. "Ha, brother, I spotted the fire from afar." A robust, dark-skinned, middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Upon realizing the newcomer was human, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Wang Sheng's mouth. He returned the greeting with a gentle smile, exuding an air of sophistication. "Fortune smiled upon me as well. The production crew provided me with a flint stone to ignite this fire. Come, sit closer, it's warmer here." The burly man, unreserved, settled beside Wang Sheng. "My name is Wang Yuan. May I ask how you are addressed?" "I am Wang Sheng," he replied, nodding respectfully. "Ha! It seems we are indeed family." Wang Yuan laughed heartily, clapping Wang Sheng on the shoulder. With his strength, he could easily overpower a typical young man like Wang Sheng in a single move, thus perceiving no threat from him. "Brother Yuan shares the same surname." Wang Sheng feigned surprise, his voice laced with delight. "Indeed, we were kin 500 years ago," Wang Yuan replied with a nod, then produced a dark, unidentifiable object from his pocket. "In light of our familial bond, I shall share my dinner with you this evening. I was unsure how to prepare this earlier. Now it is perfect for roasting." As he spoke, Wang Yuan unfurled the creature, a cauliflower snake, roughly the thickness of a finger and slightly longer than a chopstick. Wang Sheng's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of trepidation upon seeing the snake. Though he had caught numerous snakes as a child in the countryside and harbored no fear, he chose not to reveal his true feelings. Sometimes, displaying vulnerability allows others to underestimate you, which can be advantageous in times of conflict, revealing hidden strengths. In colloquial terms, it is akin to playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Wang Yuan was quite pleased with Wang Sheng's reaction, laughing heartily as he declared, "This creature is harmless. I have already vanquished it, so there is no need for fear." He then addressed the camera, saying, "Dear viewers, it seems my judgment was correct. This pile of flames is indeed the result of the contestants' efforts. Next, you shall witness the much-anticipated snake-eating segment. For those who enjoy the show, please consider gifting the host. Thank you all. In the live stream, comments began to trickle in. 6666, finally about to eat the snake. This is my first time witnessing this. I'm a bit excited. Ha ha one. A little snake, and it dares to boast all day. You're impressive. Lang scared off even the wild wolves. Yet I've never heard him brag. Apart from a small faction of viewers, the majority voiced their disapproval. Wang Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Even negative attention was still attention, and he welcomed the heat it brought. After exchanging pleasantries with his fans, Wang Yuan skewered the snake onto a wooden stick, opting not to remove the skin, and placed it over the fire to roast. The decision not to skin its stemmed from the snake's slenderness. Once skinned, it would likely be no thicker than chopsticks, yielding little flesh apart from bones, making it redundant to remove the skin. Minutes passed, and the aroma of roasted snake meat began to waft through the air. The two men, having not eaten all day, remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the snake, eagerly anticipating its readiness. After another 2 minutes, Wang Sheng licked his lips and inquired, "Brother Yuan, is it done?" "The skin seems charred." Wang Yuan swallowed hard at the thought, nodding in agreement. "All right, let us dig in." He removed the snake meat from the stick, cutting off a quarter of its length and handing it to Wang Sheng. "Brother, this is yours." Wang Sheng accepted the snake meat, his eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected Wang Yuan to offer him only a quarter of the snake, particularly the tail portion. Nevertheless, he concealed his disappointment, expressing gratitude instead. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." With that, he seized the snake's tail, peeled away the black skin, and delivered it to his mouth. In a single bite, he consumed the snake meat, his overwhelming hunger compelling him to swallow even the bones without hesitation. After finishing, he savored the lingering taste of the meat, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Wang Yuan, grinning widely, took hold of the remaining snake meat and devoured it in just a few bites. As for the bones, such nutritious morsels, rich in calcium and filling, were not to be discarded. Thank you for everyone's generous gifts. Chapter 37. The vast island it was night. By the brook, following a torrential downpour. The creatures of the jungle were particularly lively. The chorus of frogs resonated, vibrant and clear, creating a harmonious symphony. Within the shelter, Li Mengshi joyously relished a perfectly roasted skewer of golden-brown crucian carp, exclaiming, "Brother Xiang, this is absolutely delicious." Indeed, one could not dispute the culinary prowess of Xiang. Even with merely salt as a seasoning, the fish was irresistibly delectable. Beside her, Xiang tended to the fish grilling over the fire with a leisurely demeanor. Observing Li Mengshi's enthusiastic feast, he chuckled, "Slow down. Crucian carp has quite a few bones. You wouldn't want to choke on one. And do refrain from eating the head. The wilderness offers no means to clean it properly." "Understood," Li Mengshi replied obediently, promptly removing the fish's head and tossing it into the fire. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, flooded the comment section. "Brother Xiang is so warm-hearted. I adore him. His boyfriend energy is off the charts. This feels so cozy." They were once again under the illusion that Brother Xiang was on a leisurely outing rather than a survival expedition. Seeing Li Mengshi throw away the fish head reminds me of those two others, someone commented. "Haha, I thought of them too." Wang Sheng interjected, "Do snakes have bones?" "Yuange?" Wang Yuan replied, "What on earth are bones?" While grilling the fish, Xiang inadvertently glanced at the barrage of comments and became curious. Who are Wang Yuan and Wang Sheng? Are they contestants as well? Upon hearing Xiang's inquiry, the audience eagerly recounted the tale of Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan eating a snake. Xiang, upon reading the explanations, was left speechless. Sharing a snake the thickness of a chopstick between two individuals was nothing short of cruel. Moreover, considering that the bones constituted at least 2/3 of such a small snake, how much meat could there possibly be? What did Big Brother see? Li Mengshi inquired, noticing Xiang's peculiar expression. In response, Xiang briefly recounted the situation of the two. Upon hearing this, Li Mengshi erupted into giggles. "You're truly impressive, Big Brother." She then reflected that, had it not been for Xiang, her situation would likely have been far worse. Her gaze towards him brimmed with gratitude and admiration. Is something on my face? Xiang asked, noticing Li Mengxi's intense scrutiny of his face, suspecting there might be something amiss. Huh? Li Mengxi was momentarily taken aback, and then her face flushed bright red. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought there was a mosquito on your face. A mosquito? Xiang's rather thin lips curled slightly. Ever since his body had been enhanced, his senses far surpassed those of an average person. If there truly was a mosquito on his face, he would undoubtedly have felt it. Yes, a mosquito, Li Mengxi affirmed. Her cheeks still flushed. Not pursuing the matter further, Xiang adeptly shifted the conversation to alleviate her embarrassment. Previously, you mentioned that you had memorized the topographical map of the island? Li Mengxi felt a sense of relief as Xia Lang deftly sidestepped the topic. The smile that had graced his lips just moments ago made her acutely aware of the precariousness of her feeble deception. Indeed, I have committed it to memory. She replied with a confident smile and a nod. Is that so? Then the next steps will be much simpler, Xia Lang grinned. Initially, he intended to rely on luck and intuition to determine a suitable location for constructing a shelter, aiming merely for safety rather than perfection. However, armed with this living map, his aspirations had shifted. He was now determined to create an impeccable sanctuary, one that seamlessly combined safety, comfort, and convenience. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Aside from this stream, are there other sources of water on the island? He inquired. Water sources? Li Mengxi's large eyes filled with confusion. Isn't this stream a water source itself? With both water and fish, this place is a veritable paradise for survival. Why would we leave? Noting her bewilderment, Xia Lang chuckled softly and explained, during the day, I observed the pine trees by the stream showing signs of having been submerged. The highest water level reached my waist. This suggests that Xianyu Island is likely prone to flooding, which would inundate the surrounding areas. Therefore, this is not suitable as a long-term shelter. Really? Li Mengxi widened her eyes in surprise. Will it be submerged? That's such a pity. Xia Lang shrugged. I'm not entirely certain, but the possibility of flooding is quite high. After all, we plan to reside here for an extended period, and we cannot gamble on such uncertainties. Indeed, Li Mengxi nodded in agreement. If we were to construct a large shelter beside the stream, it would spell disaster if flooding were to occur. Meanwhile, many viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing Xia Lang's reasoning. Ha! That so-called expert thought Brother Lang wouldn't last a week. What a fool. Instant calme. That idiot claimed Brother Lang would be submerged by the tides, yet he doesn't need any data to observe what's right in front of him. When that moron said Brother Lang would drown, I couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lang had clearly stated he wasn't planning on long-term survival here. That so-called expert, head of the Wilderness Survival Association, is just a buffoon. They should make Brother Lang the chairman instead. At this moment, Xia Lang was oblivious to the barrage of comments, focused intently on the ground as he examined the sketch that Li Mengxi had outlined. To his astonishment, there were 3 rivers and numerous streams. This island was remarkably vast. Although he had anticipated that the island would be sizable, the actual dimensions left him pleasantly surprised. Concurrently, his spirits soared. A larger island promised a richer supply of resources, making his survival endeavors infinitely more manageable. Indeed, I was also particularly astonished when I first laid eyes on the map, he concurred. Li Mengxi nodded in agreement, and then, as if recalling something, she pointed towards a small stream to the north. At this location, the official map displayed an icon of a treasure chest, suggesting that something of value might be hidden there. Chapter 38. The introverted Lin Qingyu. Li Mengxi nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something and pointed toward a small stream to the north. At this location, an icon of a treasure chest was marked on the official map, suggesting the presence of something significant. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang displayed a keen interest. A treasure chest? How intriguing. He began to scrutinize the map with great care. The terrain of this small stream was relatively elevated, making the likelihood of flooding virtually non-existent. If it were to flood, no one would escape unscathed. Moreover, a few kilometers downstream, it approached the ocean. Whether for salt extraction or foraging for seafood, it was exceedingly convenient. It could be said that it perfectly met the criteria for constructing an ideal shelter. After surveying the other water sources, Xia Lang felt none compared favorably to this location. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "This position is quite excellent. Let us prepare and set forth in that direction tomorrow." "Are we truly going there?" Li Mengshi hesitated before speaking. "If we proceed directly in that direction, we will encounter a ravine that we must circumvent. Taking a detour would require a considerably longer journey." "A ravine?" Xia Lang was taken aback. Li Mengshi nodded, using a stick to draw on the map, explaining it should be the point where the island's tectonic plates separate. "The map does not indicate how wide or high it is, and I am uncertain." Upon hearing this, Xia Lang furrowed his brow. "Let us first head in that direction to assess the height of the ravine. If passage proves impossible, we shall settle for this alternative water source." He pointed to a small stream adjacent to the Great Ravine, decisively stating, "This stream pales in comparison to the one near the treasure chest. The distance to the sea is estimated to be several dozen kilometers. To fetch salt from the ocean would require at least 2 days of travel. Consequently, choosing this stream equates to relinquishing the abundant resources of the sea. Kelp, sea cucumbers, conch, coconuts, and saltwater fish shall all be beyond our reach." "Very well. I will follow your lead," Li Mengshi replied with a nod. At the southern tip of the island, within a damp cave, Lin Qingyu sat quietly beside a fire, exuding tranquility and elegance. Her delicate, jade-like visage radiated an unusual charm under the glow of the orange flames. In her streaming room, a barrage of comments flooded the screen, obscuring nearly all visuals. Millions of viewers watched live, elevating her above other competitors. This was still the case, even without Lin Qingyu engaging with the audience. A goddess is a goddess. Her grace is undiminished even in the wilderness. Heartbroken for Qingyu for a moment. She hasn't eaten anything all day. How distressing. "Go, Qingyu." Checking in. "Although I want to say she is just a pretty face. Even as a pretty face, she is of exquisite porcelain quality. Love her." Lin Qingyu, "I love you." Sends 3 planes to the streamer. "I'm a backup." Sends 2,000 shark fins to the streamer. Lin Qingyu's best friend sends 10 planes to the streamer. A wealth of rewards frequently floated in the streaming room. In response, Lin Qingyu exhibited a demeanor of considerable indifference. She showed no inclination to engage with the audience, as if the camera before her were non-existent. The viewers, accustomed to her aloofness, continued to enthusiastically flood the live stream with comments. Thus, time gradually passed until the clock struck 10 in the evening. Having kept her eyes closed in quiet contemplation, Lin Qingyu suddenly raised her hand to tap her smartwatch. In the next instant, the live stream was plunged into darkness. Upon witnessing the closure of the broadcast, Lin Qingyu, who had been seated with poise, finally released a sigh of relief. A rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu instinctively rubbed her abdomen, her cheeks adorably puffed up. At that moment, she no longer embodied the previous cold elegance, but resembled an authentic human being. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, she felt ravenous. Today marked merely the first day. How would she proceed from here? Lin Qingyu murmured to herself, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. The day's events had diverged completely from her expectations. She had 2 objectives in participating in the competition. The first was to fulfill a childhood dream of experiencing wilderness survival, and the second was to amend her introverted tendencies. Throughout her life, Lin Qingyu had struggled with communication, often feeling inexplicably anxious and flustered in crowded situations. To mask her discomfort, she adopted a facade of indifference. Over time, this led her to become perceived as an aloof goddess. However, she harbored no fondness for this persona, prompting her decision to join the program in order to transcend her limitations. Initially, her plan was to greet the audience and engage in conversation as soon as the live broadcast commenced, gradually transforming her character. Alas, tragedy struck. She was unable to utter a single greeting, paralyzed by awkwardness. This awkwardness persisted throughout the entire day. It was only moments ago, driven by hunger, that she felt her stomach growl audibly. Embarrassment spurred her to muster the courage to end the live stream. The nightmare had barely come to a close. What was she to do tomorrow? Lin Qingyu frowned, staring blankly at the darkness outside the cave. Suddenly, A resounding croak pierced the silence, as if it were right beside her. A green frog leaped into the cave from the night beyond. Another rumble emanated from her stomach, betraying her hunger once more. Lin Xingyu glanced at the frog, saliva unconsciously pooling in her mouth. The frog, upon entering the cave and noticing Lin Xingyu, locked eyes with her. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, the frog quickly turned to flee. "Don't run," Lin Xingyu exclaimed, springing to her feet in pursuit of the frog. Chapter 39. The bear appears the following day. In the sanctuary by the brook, the atmosphere was serene. As Xiang opened his eyes, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and comfort enveloping him. This sensation was a stark contrast to his previous mornings, which had often felt like an agonizing ordeal. Before his body underwent enhancement, the sound of the alarm clock would fill him with fatigue, leaving him in a fog of drowsiness, unable to open his eyes. Even when compelled to rise, he would languish throughout the morning, yearning for sleep. The struggle to awaken in the morning and the inability to find rest at night had been a significant torment for Xiang. Now, however, upon awakening, he felt invigorated, devoid of any weariness or inclination to linger in bed. Moreover, he sensed that his strength had seemingly increased once more. He pondered what transformations his body might undergo after the completion of the enhancement. Clenching his fist, his gaze sparkled with anticipation. As various thoughts flitted through his mind, Xiang prepared to rise. Yet, he soon realized something weighed upon him. Startled, he glanced down to discover a delicate, fair visage nestled against him. The young lady, Li Mengxi, was clinging to him like an octopus, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared she had mistaken him for a gigantic pillow. More importantly, it was morning, and a physiological response rendered him hesitant to move. Fortunately, she remained asleep. Otherwise, an awkward situation would surely ensue. With utmost caution, Xiang gently extricated her arms and legs from his body, carefully slipping away from her embrace. He refrained from making any sudden movements, fearful of waking her. After nearly half a minute, he finally sat up. Observing Li Mengxi slumbering peacefully, he shook his head with a hint of resignation, contemplating that when constructing the sanctuary, it would be wise to ensure ample space. Otherwise, such embarrassing moments would occur far too frequently. Casting one last glance at Li Mengxi, Xiang gracefully exited the sanctuary. The refreshing air. Upon leaving, a wave of crisp, invigorating breeze greeted him. Following the heavy rain of the previous day, the air in the forest was particularly revitalizing. He resolved to commence a live broadcast and then seek something to eat. With this thought, he pressed a button on his smartwatch. A cheerful beep resonated, and a drone soared towards him from a clearing 10 meters away. Glancing at the smartwatch, he noted the drone's battery was at 95%. Xiang marveled at the meticulous planning of the production team. After he had concluded the live stream the night before, the drone had autonomously navigated back to the logistics department to recharge. Once its batteries were replaced, it would automatically return to his location, guided by the smartwatch's positioning. While the process might seem cumbersome, it ensured the seamless continuation of the broadcast. With a click on his smartwatch, he initiated the live stream. In an instant, the chat room was filled with messages. "Good morning, Brother Xiang. Morning, Brother Xiang. Yesterday, how late did Brother Lang weave the basket? My mother confiscated my phone at 9 o'clock. He completed the basket past 11, and I witnessed the final moments. Brother Lang rises remarkably early. Goodness, he is already up, and I haven't even won a single game." Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Xia Lang responded with a smile to each one. It was rather pleasant to greet a multitude of viewers early in the morning. However, when he laid eyes on the last comment, his lips twitched. It seemed to be from a seasoned practitioner of the mystical arts, a victim of the legendary Quantum's gaming prowess. They had promised to sleep after winning just one game. It had morphed into countless rounds. Shaking off the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Lang cheerfully acknowledged his audience. "Good morning to everyone as well." He then gazed skyward, noting that the clouds had dispersed, leaving only a few wispy white ones. It appeared to be a splendid day, perfect for travel. However, before embarking on his journey, he decided to retrieve the leftover grilled fish from the previous night for a light breakfast. He had caught over 20 crucian carp, far too many for himself and Li Mengshi to consume. So he had hung the remaining fish on a tree several hundred meters away. Impressive, a survival stream with breakfast. This streamer is quite remarkable, some newcomers commented. So many new faces? Xia Lang mused, somewhat puzzled by the sudden influx of viewers. Yet, he dismissed the thought and proceeded towards the food storage location, narrating as he walked. Despite having emphasized it many times before, he felt compelled to reiterate, in wilderness survival, when shelters are not secure, never keep food close at hand. Many predecessors have demonstrated this through painful experiences. He added, moreover, do not underestimate the sense of smell in wildlife. For example, a grizzly bear can detect scents from up to 30 kilometers away, if it sets its sights on you. At this point, Xia Lang's voice faltered, his gaze fixed intently on the ground. The audience, intrigued by his abrupt silence, began to inquire, what happens if it sets its sights on you? Brother Lang, please continue. Such an abrupt halt is rather unsettling, one viewer remarked. You could drive on this bumpy road? Brother Lang seemed to have spotted something, curiosity evident on his face. At that moment, Xia Lang was entirely absorbed, ignoring the barrage of comments. His eyes were locked onto a massive footprint in the earth, his heart tightening with apprehension. He was certain he was not mistaken. This footprint belonged to a bear. There are bears in this vicinity. The realization struck Xia Lang, leaving him momentarily rigid. Bears are not like wild wolves. In the presence of a bear, wolves and rabbits are indistinguishable. It is not a creature he could contend with. By the way, Li Mengshi's character is inspired by Zhugadali. Chapter 40. Heart-pounding, the formidable gray bear can weigh up to a ton, a staggering mass that underscores its immense strength. Summerong once chanced upon a video depicting a gray bear effortlessly overturning a compact car on the road, akin to a child playing with a toy. This vividly illustrates the terrifying power of such a creature. In its presence, humanity appears as fragile as an infant. With a single swipe, a brown bear could shatter a human sternum. As for targeting vital areas, Summerong harbored no illusions that a gobo knife could inflict harm on a brown bear. Even a dagger measuring over 10 centimeters might struggle to penetrate the bear's thick layer of fat. Taking a deep breath, Summerong calmed himself after a moment of contemplation and exhaled a heavy sigh. He speculated that the bear was likely lured by the fish he had hidden in the trees the previous night. Regaining his composure, he turned to the camera with a wry smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have struck luck again. A grand encounter awaits. With that, he crouched down, prompting the drone to adjust its blades and shift its perspective. A massive bear paw print emerged in the viewer's line of sight. Goodness, is that a bear's paw print? Exclaimed one viewer. What extraordinary fortune. On the first day, he encountered wolves, and on the second, bears. It must be the allure of food that's drawing them in. Summerong is simply exceptional at attracting it. I concur. The wolves were enticed by the snake meat, and the bear must have been drawn by yesterday's fish. Clearly, this streamer is unlike any other. I almost wonder if this is the same program. After showcasing the discovery to his audience, Summerong continued, my conjecture aligns with everyone else's. The bear was likely attracted by the fish from yesterday. The direction of the paw prints leads straight to where I conceal the fish. I shall proceed to investigate further. Having explained his reasoning, Summerong moved cautiously towards the location of the hidden fish. His willingness to take such a risk stemmed from a simple desire to ascertain the bear's precise location and subsequently devise an escape route. A hasty retreat without awareness could lead to a collision with the bear, a scenario far more perilous. Taking another deep breath to steady himself and relax, Summerong advanced lightly towards the fish's hiding place, several hundred meters away. With each step, distinct paw prints were imprinted in the muddy ground. He felt a sense of relief at the sight of these tracks. Had it not rained the previous day, he might have overlooked them entirely, leading to a very different narrative. Meanwhile, the audience, transfixed by the unfolding scene on their screens, felt an unusual tension building within them, akin to the suspense of a thriller. The once dense barrage of comments dwindled within mere seconds, leaving only a handful of question marks from new entrants in the live stream. What has happened? Can someone explain? With tens of thousands watching online, why is no one commenting? Xia Lang paid no heed to the happenings in the live broadcast room, nor did he possess the energy to concern himself with it. He advanced cautiously, each step meticulously placed, wary of the slightest oversight. A few hundred meters may seem a vast distance, yet it is merely the span of several playgrounds. After 5 minutes, Xia Lang found himself mere dozens of meters from the pine tree where the concealed fish lay hidden. A barely perceptible rustle emanated from ahead. It remained there, unmoving. Xia Lang felt a dryness in his throat, his grip on the dagger tightening. The specter of death instilled an involuntary tension within him. The wild wolf from the previous night, while a threat, posed no imminent danger to his life. Armed with his dagger, he felt confident that the wolf would meet its demise should a confrontation arise. The worst outcome would be to withdraw from the competition. However, the bear was a different matter entirely. Xia Lang harbored no confidence in overcoming it, nor even in escaping its pursuit. The bear could sprint at speeds of up to 48 kilometers per hour, several times that of a human, with remarkable endurance. Should a bear be provoked and pursue him with all its might, no one could escape its grasp. Xia Lang recalled a documentary he had once viewed, featuring a survival expert who had retired from a special forces unit and had triumphed in numerous wilderness competitions. Yet, upon discovering the presence of grizzly bear droppings, the protagonist had decisively halted the filming. This served as a testament to the bear's formidable nature. Various facts about bears raced through his mind as he suppressed his inner anxiety and pressed onward. As he passed a pine tree, the view ahead suddenly widened. In his line of sight stood a towering grizzly bear, nearly 2 meters tall, clawing at a pine tree as thick as a water barrel. The massive trunk trembled with each of the bear's powerful movements, pine needles cascading down in sparse showers. Not yet. Xia Lang observed that the carp he had suspended from a branch with vines remained firmly in place. A wave of relief washed over him until he secured the fish. The likelihood of the bear vacating the premises was slim. Confirming the bear's presence, Xia Lang began to retreat slowly, gradually distancing himself from the pine tree. The bear's figure receded from view. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments began to swell. Wow, this is incredibly exhilarating. Brother Lang's stream is nothing short of thrilling. I just woke up, my head a bit foggy, but after watching the stream, I am instantly alert. What has transpired? I just got out of bed and seem to have missed something significant. Hee, you in front, you really missed out. Indeed, missed out at least 100 million. The recent live stream was akin to a blockbuster film, yet it was happening live. What on earth happened? My curiosity is piqued. I regret not getting up earlier. Just wait for the recording. Though it may lack some of the immediate thrill, it certainly will not disappoint. Chapter 41. Trending topics 4 hours later in the jungle. Xia Lang, shouldering a wicker basket, paused and said, "It's about time. Let us rest for a while." "Is it all right now?" Li Mengxi's small face was flushed, her sleek, dark locks clinging to her porcelain-like visage due to perspiration, rendering her somewhat disheveled. "Yes, we've covered over 10 kilometers. It should not be following us anymore." Observing Li Mengxi's appearance, Xia Lang felt a twinge of compassion. After distancing themselves from the grizzly bear, he had quickly returned to the shelter, taking Li Mengxi along for a long trek, striving to remain far from the creature. Initially, he had worried that Li Mengxi might struggle to keep pace. However, after 4 hours of walking, despite being drenched in sweat, Li Mengxi had not uttered a single complaint. "That's splendid. Hooray!" she exclaimed, raising her hand before unceremoniously plopping down onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle, the tension and gloom within him dissipating significantly. In truth, the greatest challenge of surviving in the wilderness lies in the solitude and isolation. Humans are inherently social beings. Prolonged seclusion can lead to psychological afflictions, even for the most resolute. This was one of the reasons Xia Lang had chosen to take Li Mengxi under his wing. The primary reason, however, stemmed from her brave endeavor to seek him out amidst danger, alerting him to the threat of wolves. It is noteworthy that, in undertaking such actions, Li Mengxi was unaware of Xia Lang's true circumstances. To her, he was merely a charming and cheerful older brother, someone she aimed to assist in survival. This sentiment deeply touched Xia Lang, prompting him to welcome her companionship. As Li Mengxi sat on the ground, she noticed Xia Lang gazing at her intently. Causing her heart to race, whether from fatigue or embarrassment, she could not discern. Clearing his throat, Xia Lang realized he had been lost in thought while staring at her for several seconds, an awkward feeling bubbling up within him. "You stay here. I will go find something to eat," he said. Having set out early without consuming anything, it was detrimental to their stomachs. Meanwhile, the audience, upon hearing this, immediately filled the screen with question marks. Stomach issues? Wang Sheng, what the heck? Surviving in the wild and still concerned about health? Brother Lang is truly remarkable. I wonder how those streamers who eat roots would react to this statement. With the danger now averted, Xia Lang had the leisure to glance at the comments. Upon seeing the flood of question marks, he couldn't help but smile. The viewer's focus seemed rather misplaced. Shaking his head, he accessed his streaming backend. Upon viewing the data, he was taken aback. Over 600,000 followers? Wasn't it only a little over 100,000 last night? How did it surge so dramatically? Pondering this, he glanced at the comments again and noticed, aside from the banter from longtime fans, a significant number of newcomers reporting in. Am I featured in recommendations? So many new friends today? Xia Lang mused, addressing his audience. He is somewhat out of touch, while the audience ought to be more informed. Yet, the audience has always been unwavering in their support. I've been holding back all morning, and finally Brother Lang has asked. Ha, Brother Lang. You've made it to the trending topics on Weibo. Your name is all over the top searches. Moreover, the views on the small streaming site have surged into the top 10. Many friends in my circle have shared videos of Brother Lang. The events surrounding Brother Lang last night have captivated the entire nation. Indeed, should Brother Lang establish a Weibo account now, he would likely amass hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of followers in mere moments. After perusing the barrage of comments, Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, amused. Trending on Weibo. Who would have thought I would make it onto such a list in my lifetime? Quite remarkable indeed. It appears I shall become a star. For those seeking autographs, please remember to queue. The unexpected good news prompted Xia Lang to make a light-hearted jest, eliciting laughter from the audience. Brother Lang seems to be riding high on his success. The audience graciously afforded Xia Lang their support, and within mere seconds, the screen was filled with comments about queuing. Gazing at the flood of messages, Xia Lang felt an inexplicable rush of joy. He suddenly realized something significant. He would likely no longer fret over purchasing a car or a house. The burdens of life had been considerably alleviated. Nodding with a hint of a smile, Xia Lang acknowledged the audience's perceptiveness. In light of their keen awareness, he decided to showcase a special skill. In an instant, Xia Lang's body surged forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow, catching even the drone by surprise. By the time the drone adjusted its angle, Xia Lang had already dashed 10 meters away. He swiftly charged towards a sturdy pine tree. With a powerful kick against the trunk, he propelled himself upward, soaring over 2 meters high. Grasping a thick branch, he executed a graceful flip and landed atop it. Suddenly, a sharp monkey call pierced the air. A brown figure darted out from the dense needles of the pine tree, while 3 red fruits tumbled to the ground. Upon seeing the wild fruits, Xia Lang smiled with satisfaction, deftly sliding down the tree to retrieve the fallen apples. At that moment, the audience finally processed the rapid sequence of events, astonished by the spectacle. Incredible. Far more impressive than those foreign parkour experts. The monkey, on the other hand, seemed irate, as if to say, really? I can't even enjoy my breakfast without someone stealing the show. Brother Lang's agility is truly admirable. One must wonder if he had planned this all along, as the monkey's appearance was rather fortuitous. I too noticed that Brother Lang suddenly halted and glanced in this direction. He must have spotted the monkey. Brother Lang has truly outsmarted you, monkey. I find myself compelled to express something, yet words elude me. Therefore, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Chapter 42. My sincere gratitude. Upon observing the viewers' comments, Xia Lang raised his brow and smiled. Indeed, it was the sight of the monkey that prompted his pause. In truth, to ensure complete safety and fully escape the hunting grounds of the grizzly bear, they would still need to traverse for at least another half-hour. However, seeing that Li Mengshi was nearing her limit, he felt a pang of compassion. Coincidentally, he spotted a macaque clutching a fruit. Thus, he chose to take a moment's respite. After all, Neither of them had brought any food, and having traveled over 10 kilometers, the likelihood of the grizzly bear catching up was virtually non-existent. After picking up the wild fruit, Xia Lang approached Li Mengxi. "Did you find food so quickly?" Li Mengxi, clearly unaware of the earlier scene, looked at him with wide, astonished eyes. "Well, fortune seems to favor us. Just a few steps in, and a macaque suddenly dropped several wild apples." Xia Lang smirked mischievously and offered her one of the fruits. In a live stream, the audience began to jest at Xia Lang's luck. What a four-stroke of good fortune. Brother Lang is indeed quite the charmer. Just 2 days into the competition, he encounters wolves on the first day and bears on the second. What extraordinary luck. The monkey, in a humorous twist, seemed to express, "I thank you kindly. I did not throw those. You scare them out of my grasp." The young monkey's tender spirit had been profoundly wounded. Li Mengxi, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe such luck could exist. With a hint of skepticism, she glanced at her live stream. A few seconds later, she could not suppress her laughter. "Brother Xia Lang, you are truly wicked." Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, wiped the wild apple on his clothing, and took a crisp bite. The delightful sound echoed, and the rich aroma of the fruit burst forth, sweetening his palate. "Indeed, quite delicious," he nodded in satisfaction, swallowing the apple before remarking, "This monkey may be rather unsightly, yet has discerning tastes." In a live stream, the monkey seemed to retort, "You not only snatched my food, but also insulted my character." The audience found this exchange hilarious. "Huh, this is too funny. I've heard being sweet, but how ugly can it truly be?" Curiosity won. The monkey dashed away too swiftly for me to see. Li Mengxi, too, was amused by Xia Lang's quip, letting out a soft laugh. Subsequently, she wiped her apple and took a gentle bite. Delightful. Her eyes widened, sparkling with delight. As a young woman, she found it impossible to resist the allure of sweets. Having participated in the program for several days without indulging in anything sweet, this fruit tasted exceptionally delightful. Xia Lang stood nearby, observing this scene with a gentle smile, feeling a profound sense of relaxation. At times, human joy is remarkably simple. In the hustle and bustle of urban life, Xia Lang often felt overwhelmed by anxiety. During his school days, he was perpetually inundated with classes, endless assignments, and a succession of examinations. Even the luxury of sleeping seemed a distant dream. Finally entering society, he had hoped for better days ahead. Unforeseen was the multitude of reprimands from superiors and the ceaseless lines of code he had to write upon entering the workforce. The relentless pressure of financial obligations, acquiring a home and a vehicle, loomed over him like two colossal mountains, leaving him breathless. Yet, once he ventured into the wilderness, devoid of his mobile phone, games, and short videos, he experienced no discomfort. Rather, he felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation. Looking back, the city appeared as an iron cage, tightly ensnaring him. The audience in the live stream seemed to resonate with Xia Lang's emotions, captivated by his gentle and comforting smile. "Goodness, do you feel it too? That smile. I am utterly enamored. I must take a screenshot for my wallpaper. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of the two of them. I too envy the absence of pressure, where the sole concern is finding food and surviving. For life in the city has become overwhelmingly suffocating. I have finally grasped the allure of wilderness survival. Delicious." Li Mengxi beamed as she devoured an apple, even finishing the core. "Haha, if you want, I have another one here. We have 3 wild apples in total. Each has eaten one, leaving one behind." "No, thank you," Li Mengxi replied, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "I'm petite and expend less energy. One is sufficient for me. 2 would be more fitting for Brother Xia Lang." Upon hearing this, Xia Lang chuckled as he tossed the apple into his backpack. "Then let us save it. I'm not particularly hungry. We can enjoy it as dessert after lunch, half for each of us." Last night, he had feasted on fish until satiated, and now, having consumed an apple, he felt little hunger. Li Mengxi nodded obediently. "Let's rest a bit longer before we continue our journey." Xia Lang glanced at the sun in the sky, estimating it to be just past 10 o'clock. He aimed to reach the Great Rift before noon, if all went well. They could arrive at the officially marked location by afternoon. His curiosity about this designated spot was piqued, especially given its ideal geographical setting. which filled him with anticipation. He was eager to embark on an exciting adventure. I believe I have rested sufficiently, Li Mengshi said with a slight smile as she rose from the ground, brushing off the dead leaves clinging to her. Prolonged rest can lead to the accumulation of lactic acid in the body, making us even more fatigued. Let us proceed directly. Xia Lang observed Li Mengshi and noted a resolute gleam in her bright eyes. He surmised that her determination stemmed from a desire not to burden him. Very well, let us be on our way, he replied, pausing to honor her choice, knowing that a refusal now would only hurt her feelings. Thank you, Brother Xia Lang. Li Mengshi suddenly smiled sweetly, expressing her gratitude. Chapter 43. Arrival at the rift. Observe how sweetly they interact. A wave of warmth envelopes me. Indeed, this epitomizes genuine mutual support. Their camaraderie reminds me of Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan, one of those two peculiar individuals. This morning, they ventured in search of sustenance and both stumbled upon wild fruits, consuming them without a thought of sharing. Such audacious antics. I wonder if they would feel awkward upon seeing the comments. As long as they remain unperturbed, the embarrassment belongs to the other. While the audience engaged in casual chatter, Xia Lang and Li Mengshi resumed their journey, albeit at a much more leisurely pace to accommodate her. Thus, an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Brother Xia Lang, are we nearing our destination? Li Mengshi inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow with a smile. The pair found themselves atop a gentle slope. In the distance, they could see a forest, interrupted by a chasm that spanned several mountains. That must be it. A joyful smile graced Xia Lang's face as they continued for another 10 minutes, finally approaching the great rift. Upon witnessing the vastness of the chasm, Li Mengshi's expression shifted in astonishment. How could it be so wide? The rift severed the forest, easily measuring over 10 meters across. Xia Lang's brow furrowed at the sight. He had hoped that if the chasm were not too wide, he could fashion a rudimentary bridge from vines and branches to cross over. He had even packed the vines into his backpack. However, he had not anticipated the rift's immense breadth, leaving any attempts at crossing futile. Moreover, from the slope, he had observed that the rift traversed several hills. The detour would be considerable. Let's approach and take a closer look, Xia Lang suggested, maintaining his spirits as he patted Li Mengshi's shoulder. All right, she nodded in agreement. As they advanced, however, Xia Lang's expression grew increasingly somber. He had initially considered that if the rift were not too deep, he could lower Li Mengshi using vines while he scaled the cliff face. Yet, the depth of the chasm extinguished that notion entirely. It appeared to be at least 30 meters deep, equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. Peering down from the edge of the rift was enough to induce dizziness. Additionally, a gust of wind swept across the chasm, causing Li Mengshi's raven hair to flutter as they approached. Climbing down the cliff face could very well result in a perilous fall. What shall we do? Li Mengshi asked, her gaze fixed on the diminutive trees at the bottom, her complexion paling. At such a height, the likelihood of fatality from a fall was alarmingly high. Observing the concern etched on her face, Xia Lang gently patted her back, offering a reassuring smile. Since fate seems unwilling to grant us passage, we shall have to accept our circumstances. He possesses a character that can be deemed optimistic, seldom lingering in discomfort over established facts. Moreover, prior to our arrival, we had deliberated that if our initial plan proved unfeasible, we would resort to Plan B. We decided to explore an alternative water source, and once we were settled, we could devise a new approach. All right, Summer Lang said cheerfully. Li Mengshi, upon hearing this, puffed her cheeks and nodded her small head, though she appeared somewhat dejected. Deep down, she was acutely aware of how much her brother Summer Lang favored that particular location, which contributed to her discontent. Let us go, Summer Lang said with a bright smile. Li Mengshi, unwilling to concede, glanced once more at the canyon, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, she pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, Brother Summer, that area seems a bit narrower. Let us go take a look. She still did not want to give up. Summer Lang looked up at her words, observing that the location she indicated was indeed a bend in the canyon, revealing only a steep black and yellow cliff. According to the survival knowledge etched in his mind, the canyon's fracture, resulting from tectonic plate separation, would typically be quite uniform over short distances. given that the gap here spanned several meters. Even if the distance over there was somewhat shorter, it wouldn't be significantly so. However, Summer Lang did not dismiss Li Mengxi's suggestion. He agreed. It's still early in the day. We can go take a look. With that, the two of them made their way along the cliff towards the bend. The distance was not far, and they reached their destination in under 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Li Mengxi's expression was one of profound disappointment. The canyon indeed narrowed somewhat. From roughly 13 or 14 meters to about 8 or 9, it remained an insurmountable chasm. Why is it still so wide? Li Mengxi sighed. Summer Lang chuckled, unfazed by the outcome, teasing her, well, at least it is narrowed by a few meters. Li Mengxi let out a sigh, utterly disheartened, and replied, a few meters is still quite wide. If only we could fly over. She gazed longingly at the trees on the opposite side of the canyon, murmuring to herself. Fly over. As Summer Lang was about to persuade Li Mengxi to leave, he paused upon hearing those three words. His eyes began to gleam with a newfound brightness as he meticulously examined the cliff across from them. The drop appeared to be around 1 meter. A crazy idea is brewing in my mind, Summer Lang whispered to himself, a surge of excitement welling up within him. I believe I have found a way to get across. He beamed at Li Mengxi. Really? Li Mengxi asked, her face lighting up with joy at this promising news. Summer Lang nodded, estimating the distance once more before adding, the only issue is that it's somewhat risky. Li Mengxi momentarily stunat. Suddenly realized what Summer Lang intended to do. That's far too dangerous, she exclaimed. Would Li Mengxi come across as bothersome? Would the readers think she was a burden to the protagonist? Chapter 44. A spectacular performance for everyone in the live broadcast room. One couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, why is the chasm so deep? It seemed that Lang Gu had allocated all his points to strength and constitution, leaving his luck tragically low. What keen observation, someone noted. Only Lang Gu could be this unlucky. The chasm spanned nearly 10 meters, and without tools, crossing was utterly impossible. Indeed, with such width, there's no way to think about crossing without equipment, came the agreement. Curiosity loomed about how Lang Gu would tackle this predicament. Could it be? That would be far too perilous, Brother Xia Lang, Li Mengxi said anxiously, almost instantly grasping Xia Lang's intent. To leap across the chasm. It was a challenge bordering on suicidal. Xia Lang gazed across the gorge and declared, in the wilderness, survival sometimes requires taking risks. If we manage to cross, our subsequent survival difficulties will diminish significantly. Besides, are you not curious about what the production team has left over there? Seeing no signs of retreat from Xia Lang, Li Mengxi became increasingly distressed, tears brimming in her eyes. It's far too dangerous. The chasm is also subject to strong winds. At her words, Xia Lang's gaze flickered. Indeed, the presence of fierce winds posed a considerable variable. Should the wind suddenly intensify during his leap, it could alter his trajectory dramatically, leading him to plummet into the abyss. Gazing down at the chasm's depths, where trees appeared diminutive from a height of over 30 meters, Xia Lang hesitated for a moment. Observing this flicker of uncertainty, Li Mengxi urged, we can return another time. Our wilderness survival period lasts a year, so there's no need to rush. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation. No way. Is Lang Gu really considering jumping across? Exclaimed one viewer. This idea is utterly insane. Another chimed in. From what Li Mengxi implies, it seems he intends to leap across. There are no other alternatives. Many admired Lang Gu's audacity, while others expressed their own fear of heights, recalling how just a momentary camera shake made them feel nauseous. That's at least a 30-meter drop. Falling would mean certain doom. With a reluctant glance at the far side of the chasm, Xia Lang suddenly turned and began retracing his steps. Li Mengxi, witnessing this, let out a slight sigh of relief. Her older brother had finally reconsidered. The audience, upon seeing this, offered words of comfort rather than derision. Not jumping is indeed the rational choice, Lang Gu. Exactly. It's far too dangerous. There's no need to risk it. Indeed, there's no necessity. Yet at that moment, Xia Lang paused, halting in his tracks. With a thud, he cast aside the wicker basket from his back. In the next instant, he turned around, his eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement. Just as he contemplated giving up, he realized deep within that he was inherently a being driven by the spirit of adventure. The challenges posed by adversity, rather than overwhelming him, ignited his formidable desire for conquest, much like the wild wolf from the previous night. When there is an avenue of retreat, his psychological state is predominantly one of trepidation and evasion. However, once he finds himself with no way out, that trepidation transforms into an indomitable fighting spirit. The same holds true now. The thought of surrender, once it enters his mind, fills him with discontent. An intense desire to triumph erupts uncontrollably within him. He understands that if he were to concede, this choice would become an indelible regret etched deep within his heart. Dear audience, I shall now present to you a remarkable feat. Xia Lang grinned, revealing his impeccably white teeth. A wild energy inexplicably surged from within him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dosha, Dong AI sat at her desk, fixated on her computer screen. As she observed Xia Yang's audacious demeanor, a blend of astonishment and admiration involuntarily flickered in her eyes. This man was utterly captivating, emanating an intangible charisma that ensnared all who beheld him, drawing them into his allure. Ding dong. At that moment, a clear notification chimed from the computer. A pop-up message appeared in the lower right corner of her desktop. The Wilderness Duo invites you to experience a unique natural landscape. Recommendation updated. Upon seeing the pop-up, Dong AI's expression brightened. The success of Xia Yang's live stream must be extraordinary, and the recommendation data would undoubtedly be explosive. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. However, when she redirected her gaze back to Xia Yang's live stream, her expression subtly shifted. The viewer count had not increased? How could this be? Could there have been an error in the data? Based on her previous experiences, pop-up recommendations typically generate swift traffic, attracting a multitude of new viewers. It would not be surprising for the viewer count to double in a short span. Furrowing her brow, Dong AI clicked on the pop-up. In the next moment, a new live stream opened in her browser, but it was not Xia Yang's. Instead, it featured two men, Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan. As a staff member of Dosha, Dong AI was well aware of these two contestants. Why were they being recommended? Had the team leader made a mistake? Or a troubling suspicion crept into Dong AI's mind? Without hesitation, she rose and hurriedly made her way to the office of team leader Li Xiao. Chapter 45. Repercussions in the office of the team leader. Li Xiao noticed a pop-up in the lower right corner of his computer screen. Leisurely, he picked up the coffee from the edge of his desk and took a sip. Around 8 o'clock yesterday, the sum of 1,200,000 had been credited. Now, he had been recommended for an arrangement, with funds and goods settled. The next step was to deal with Dong AI. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer flashing within his pupils. He had painstakingly ascended to the position of team leader and had fortuitously encountered such an excellent opportunity. Thus, he must grasp it tightly, allowing no room for error. As for whether it would infringe upon others' interests, what of it? What concern was it of his? Society is inherently cruel, and within this steel cage, only one principle prevails. The victor shall reign supreme. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the glass door of the office. The abrupt noise jolted Li Xiao back to reality. He composed his expression, donning the same habitual smile. Come. The glass door swung open, revealing a slender young man who stepped inside. Xiao Zhang, what brings you here? Li Xiao inquired. The youthful figure, visibly anxious, replied, Team leader. Ever since the pop-up was launched, we've received around 40 to 50 complaint calls. The customer service is nearly overwhelmed. They're all complaining about our unfair recommendation arrangements, claiming that the contestant named Xia Lang is the only one qualified for the recommendation. Overwhelmed with complaints, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It has only been a day since the live broadcast. How could he have garnered so many supporters? Initially, he had intended to quietly gloss over the matter, but it was now evident that such a plan was untenable. Furrowing his brow, Li Xiao's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, a notion flickered in his mind. If he could shift the blame on a Dong AI, it would serve a dual purpose. He could absolve himself and have Dong AI dismissed. The more he contemplated this plan, the more viable it appeared. Feigning surprise, he remarked, Wait a moment, wasn't he the recommendation for Xia Lang's group? I entrusted this matter to Dong AI yesterday, instructing her to handle the application submission. ISN T Xia Lang S Group under her purview. Go fetch Dong AI for me. I need to inquire about this situation. Zhong Ai, I'll get her right away. Team leader. Xiao Zhang nodded eagerly and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned, a portly middle-aged man entered the room. Didong. Chairman. Xiao Zhang nearly collided with the middle-aged man, stammering his greeting. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, signaling him to depart. He then turned his attention to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who had been seated upright, immediately rose upon seeing the visitor, respectfully stating, Chairman, what brings you here? I hope there is something you require. A fawning smile adorned Li Xiao's face, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him. The chairman had unexpectedly arrived. This was none other than Chen Xiaojie, the founder of Dou Sha. Typically, employees rarely laid eyes on him. How could he suddenly appear in his office? The matter is not merely a command. I simply wish to understand the circumstances surrounding the recommendation of that individual, Xia Lang. What? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Once again, it is Xia Lang. Just yesterday, there was Dong AI, and now, fans have inundated the customer service backend. To top it all off, the chairman of Dou Sha has made an appearance. According to the backend information, he is merely an ordinary, beleaguered coder. How could he possibly have such a formidable backing? It is utterly bewildering. Though perplexed internally, Li Xiao maintained a composed facade and lamented, Chairman, I am currently addressing this matter. The situation has arisen due to my negligence in personnel decisions, resulting in a flawed recommendation. We are already in the process of rectifying it. Listening to Li Xiao's explanation, Chen Xiaojie's expression remained calm, yet his gaze bore a profound scrutiny. He was well aware that most of Dou Sha's regulations were established by him, and he understood the intricate mechanics of the recommendation process. A mere team member could not possibly influence the recommendation flow. Is that so? Then have that employee come here. I wish to inquire further, Chen Xiaojie stated unhurriedly. His keen interest in Xia Lang was not without reason. He vividly recalled the 2 calls from the previous night. Although he had not fully uncovered Xia Lang's background, he did not dare to be dismissive. His initial intention upon arriving at the company that day was to devise a way to extend a recommendation to Xia Lang, as it was a simple matter for him. However, he was taken aback to hear that Xia Lang's recommendation had been compromised upon his inquiry that very noon. This was unacceptable. Consequently, he had come personally to ascertain the details. As the chairman sought to investigate thoroughly, Li Xiao instinctively swallowed hard, his anxiety and disquiet escalating. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Team leader, Dong AI has arrived, announced Xiao Zhang cautiously. Just as he stepped out of the office, he collided with Dong AI, who was hurrying in. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Chen Xiaojie in the office. Instinctively, she exclaimed, Uncle Chen, what brings you here? Hearing her address him as Uncle Chen, Li Xiao felt his heart plummet. Dong AI knew Chen Xiaojie, and their relationship was evidently quite intimate. With this connection, his fabricated excuses would be rendered laughably absurd. Chapter 46. A man like a god. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to perform a remarkable feat, Xia Lang declared, gazing across the chasm with a broad grin. At that moment, he radiated an aura of intense confidence and fervor. Just moments before, when he hesitated, he was acutely aware of a sense of loss, a complex emotion mingled with disappointment in himself. Turning back was indeed an easy and safe option. However, every decision carries its price. The cost of retreating would be the frustration of his spirit, and he would forfeit that indomitable courage. The audience in the live stream was rendered speechless by Xia Lang's words. The chasm before him loomed like a 10-story cliff, and the chances of survival upon falling were exceedingly slim. Go, Brother Lang. You can do it. Let us go. In an instant, the viewer's emotions were entirely stirred by Xia Lang. All eyes were fixated on the screen, hearts racing with anticipation. Li Mengxi, observing Xia Lang's confident and audacious smile, felt her expression turn complex. Words of persuasion caught in her throat. He possessed the most self-assured gaze a man could have. To continue urging him would be a disrespect to his belief. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Mengxi encouraged, Go for it, big brother. All right. Xia Lang nodded emphatically. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze on the cliff opposite, channeling his strength as he bent his waist, his body taut like a drawn bow, brimming with power. With a deep breath, Xia Lang exhaled slowly, becoming increasingly composed. Gradually, he felt the powerful rhythm of his heart beating within his chest, its warmth radiating through him. The audience instinctively widened their eyes, unwilling to miss this thrilling spectacle. Suddenly, Xia Lang sprang into action. He propelled himself off the ground, his figure cutting through the air with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters, landing precisely at the edge of the cliff. With a resounding thud, he planted his foot firmly on the very brink of the precipice. In the next instant, his body leapt into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. At that moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on him, awaiting the miraculous outcome. It was almost there, so close. Time stretched infinitely in that instant. Xia Lang beheld the cliff wall approaching with increasing proximity, his heart swelling with joy. Yet at that very moment, the wind direction across the chasm shifted ever so slightly. Xia Lang sensed an invisible force, as if a pair of devilish hands gently nudged him from behind. Originally, he was meant to jump straight across to the other side. However, with the change in wind, the trajectory and angle of his flight altered. To the viewers in the live stream, it appeared as though his arc skewed at that instant. The consequence of this was devastating. Xia Lang's body collided violently with the cliff wall. He had not succeeded. Had he failed? A thought suddenly emerged in Xia Lang's mind. He felt as if he were a bird with wings, no longer gliding sideways toward the precipice, but rather plummeting straight down. As the cliff face drew ever closer, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Xia Lang's body collided heavily against the unyielding stone wall, the tremendous force causing his vision to darken momentarily, nearly rendering him unconscious, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Then, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and the sounds surrounding him began to recede abruptly, as if everything had succumbed to slow motion. It was not until a sharp pain radiated from his chest that Xia Lang jolted awake, akin to a drowning victim breaking the surface of the water. Instinctively, he thrust his right hand forward, grasping the edge of the cliff with desperation. At that moment, Li Mengxi's terrified exclamation pierced through his awareness. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest and wrist, Xia Lang winced, the agony rendering him incapable of exerting any strength to pull himself up. After a brief pause of several seconds, feeling slowly returned to his numb upper body. Once he sensed it was time, he summoned strength in his right arm, his muscles tensing as he gradually hoisted himself up the cliff. Moments later, he safely ascended to the top, with a triumphant smile illuminating his face. He raised both hands in celebration. A long, resonant cry escaped his throat. "Ha! I did it!" In that instant, Xia Lang felt an exhilarating clarity, a profound joy enveloping him. Upon hearing his triumphant shout, Li Mengxi's worries and tension dissipated. She instinctively raised her hands to cover her mouth, tears spilling from her eyes and cascading down her fair cheeks. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, after a brief moment of silence, the barrage of comments erupted. Almost everyone began to express their emotions through the chat, with nearly 1 million viewers flooding the comment section, overwhelming the server. The stream began to lag, and viewers felt their hearts racing with excitement. They wanted to articulate their feelings. "Just say it, it's perfect. This host is incredible. I'm blown away. Congratulations. You've discovered a treasure. So unbelievably handsome. This is a real man, 1,000 times more appealing than those pretty boys. I can't help it. I almost wet myself. No joke, I lost control. Lang is too cool. He is my idol from now on. So charming. This man must be a wolf in the eyes of wealthy women. I can boast now. I can proudly say I witnessed a godlike man." Chapter 47. Acrophobia in the official live broadcast room. Hejiong and Lita stared blankly at the screen. The contestant named Xia Lang was astonishingly formidable. A chasm nearly 8 or 9 meters deep. He simply leaped across it as if it were nothing. To put this into perspective, the height of a single story is merely 3 meters. 8 or 9 meters is nearly the vertical length of a 3-story building. If I recall correctly, the Olympic champion's record for the long jump is merely 95 meters. After a moment of stunned silence, He Jiong finally exclaimed, "Although there's a drop of over a meter, the physical prowess of contestant Xia Lang is undoubtedly extraordinary." Beside him, Lita swallowed hard, his expression darkening. Just yesterday, he had belittled Xia Lang, and today he found himself thoroughly embarrassed. Simultaneously, he began to seriously question the authenticity of the contestants' profiles provided by the production team. According to the information, Xia Lang was a programmer, a recluse. Could it be that a programmer could leap 8 or 9 meters? Were they still dreaming, or did they take him for a fool? On Xianyu Island, at the chasm, Xia Lang grasped a thick, braided vine and called out to Li Mengshi on the opposite side, "Have you secured your end?" Upon hearing this, Li Mengshi tugged at the vine, tied to a rock with determination, and nodded. "Brother Xia Lang, there's no problem." "All right then. Make sure to secure the vine around yourself as well, and double-check," Xia Lang instructed. This chasm was dozens of meters deep. Falling into it would mean certain doom. It was no laughing matter. After confirming once more, Li Mengshi bound herself to the vine, stretching across the chasm, holding 2 wicker baskets in her hands to signal that she was ready. Seeing her signal, Xia Lang immediately began to pull the vine with all his might. In less than half a minute, Li Mengshi was effortlessly drawn across. Perfect. Upon witnessing her flawless crossing, Xia Lang smiled and set the vine down to assist her in untying it. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, Li Mengshi's body softened, as she nearly toppled over. Fortunately, Xia Lang was quick to react and caught her. "Are you all right?" Seeing Li Mengshi's face turn pale, Xia Lang asked with concern. Li Mengshi managed a faint smile and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit acrophobic. I'm feeling dizzy, but I'll recover shortly." Acrophobic? Xia Lang paused at her words. Acrophobia, also known as fear of heights, typically manifests as dizziness, nausea, and loss of appetite. He once had a comical roommate who suffered from acrophobia. Every time they visited a high attraction, the poor fellow would turn ashen and plead, "Dad, hold my hand. I'm scared." Because of this, he had a certain understanding of the affliction and knew how distressing it could be. Remarkably, Li Mengshi had just traversed such a height without a word, demonstrating immense courage. Once again, Xia Lang felt the strength and bravery within this young girl. "No need to worry, Brother Xia Lang," Li Mengshi said, mustering a smile, as she released her grip on him, attempting to steady herself. Yet, as she moved, her body wavered once more. Xia Lang observed the scene, shook his head, and solemnly said, "If you can't manage, do not force yourself. Allow me to carry you." With that, he turned around, bent slightly, and without waiting for Li Mengshi's consent, effortlessly hoisted her onto his back. Li Mengshi gasped, feeling herself resting against a firm shoulder. At the same time, a wave of warmth emanated from Xia Lang's back. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, leaving her somewhat bewildered. The dizziness that had already plagued her mind intensified. This was her first intimate encounter with a stranger, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken. "Hold on tight," Xia Lang instructed, standing upright and feigning composure. This was also his first experience of such closeness with a girl. The reason he did not solicit Li Mengshi's opinion before carrying her was that he instinctively knew she would undoubtedly refuse. Given her strong-willed nature, she would never want to be a burden. Thus, he decisively took action, opting to carry her without delay. A soft, almost inaudible hum escaped Li Mengshi's lips as she cautiously wrapped her arms around Xia Lang's shoulders. In that moment, a profound sense of security enveloped her, considerably alleviating her initial shyness. "All right, I will continue on my way. You take your time to rest," Xia Lang said, picking up the 2 wicker baskets on the ground before resuming his journey. With his enhanced physique, carrying Li Mengshi, who weighed under 100 pounds, posed no challenge whatsoever. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were filled with envy upon witnessing the scene. Burp. "Fellow brothers, I am well fed. How about you? This dog food is truly delightful. What a cozy moment. Langgu is undeniably a warm-hearted man, a perfect gentleman. I am so envious. I suggest they marry right here. Why SNT at me?" How wonderful it would have been if I had encountered Lang earlier. As Li Mengxi nestled against Xia Lang's back, inhaling his distinctive scent, she felt as if she had found a safe harbor, overflowing with a sense of security. Simultaneously, upon noticing the barrage of comments in the live chat, an unfamiliar thought blossomed in her heart. At her tender age, she was ripe with youthful infatuation. Xia Lang, with his sunlit charm, gentle demeanor filled with responsibility, and an astonishing wealth of knowledge, far exceeded the ordinary. The amalgamation of these qualities rendered him akin to a powerful magnet, perpetually drawing Li Mengxi's heart closer. How wonderful it would be to continue walking like this forever, she thought, greedily clutching his shoulders as her dreams danced in her mind. Chapter 48. The Bamboo Grove. Half an hour later, as Xia Lang was making his way, he paused momentarily, a smile gracing his face. We are indeed fortunate to stumble upon a bamboo grove. What? Li Mengxi, nestled against Xia Lang like a languid kitten, was still processing the revelation. Then, as realization dawned upon her, she exclaimed in delight, "A bamboo grove? You mean bamboo?" According to the Wilderness Survival Handbook, the value of bamboo in the wild is akin to that of gold. If one were to find themselves stranded in the wilderness and fortuitously encounter a bamboo grove, their chances of survival would increase by a third. The utility of bamboo is manifold. At this juncture, Xia Lang reiterated to the camera, "Viewers, I must say, our luck today is extraordinary. We have indeed come across a bamboo grove. If there exists a plant in the wild that significantly aids survival, it is undoubtedly bamboo. The myriad benefits of bamboo in wilderness survival are countless. Firstly, bamboo serves as an excellent fuel source. Its outer layer contains oily substances, making it high-quality fuel. Secondly, bamboo is lightweight yet remarkably sturdy and flexible, rendering it the finest building material in the wilderness. Even in the 21st century, certain regions continue to construct homes using bamboo. Thirdly, the hollow structure of bamboo allows it to function splendidly as a container, whether for water or food, providing great convenience. Fourthly, should one find themselves marooned on a deserted island, bamboo is the optimal material for building a boat, robust, durable, and lightweight. It is undoubtedly the best choice for a survival vessel. Fifthly, the flexibility of bamboo allows it to be fashioned into binding ropes and convenient baskets. Sixthly, a bamboo grove will surely yield bamboo shoots, which are a delectable source of sustenance. After listing 6 uses, Xia Lang paused, his smile unwavering. His initial purpose for coming here was to see what the production team had left at the location marked for a treasure chest. Now, he felt that even if there were nothing there, merely encountering this bamboo grove made it all worthwhile. The benefits of this grove were immense for him. In the live stream, viewers noticed Xia Lang's beaming smile and joyfully commented, "Ha ha, I don't know how important bamboo is, but I can tell that Brother Lang is absolutely beaming. If Brother Lang hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known bamboo had so many uses. His material for boasting has just increased. It seems like Brother Lang is going to build a little bamboo house. Brother Lang looks happier than if he found money." Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments and continued with a smile. "By the way, there's another rather inspirational tidbit about bamboo. Do you know what the tallest grass in the world is?" Suddenly, the audience in the live stream was taken aback by this piece of trivia. "Wait, bamboo is grass." "Brother Lang, don't tease me. I haven't read much. I've always been curious if bamboo is a tree, and you just told me it's grass. Wow, I just came back from an encyclopedia, and bamboo is indeed grass." In terms of knowledge reserve among the contestants, I only bow to Lang, who is practically a walking encyclopedia. Not to mention, he is undoubtedly more impressive than our biology teacher. Observing the barrage of praise flooding in, Xia Lang chuckled heartily. He had not anticipated that this obscure piece of trivia would elicit such a strong response from the audience. In truth, distinguishing whether bamboo is a tree or a grass is quite straightforward. The fundamental difference between woody and herbaceous plants lies in the presence of growth rings. When one saws through bamboo, the interior is hollow, devoid of concentric growth rings. Thus, it is easy to conclude that bamboo is indeed a grass. The audience, upon hearing such a simple method of identification, found it hard to believe. Goodness, hearing Lang explain it like this It truly makes sense. A passerby from the biology field admitted to having learned a lesson. An odd piece of knowledge had been added to their repertoire. As Xia Lang continued to interact with the audience, he advanced further until he entered a bamboo grove. As he walked, his expression brightened, and he declared, "Dear viewers, it seems we have yet another function of bamboo to add." With that, he gently set Li Mengxi down and approached a bamboo stalk, crouching before it. He brushed aside the bamboo leaves on the ground, revealing a hole approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, which appeared on camera. The seventh function of bamboo. The bamboo forest is home to bamboo rats, a superb source of protein. It appears we shall have a meal sorted for today. The audience, listening to Xia Lang's words, flooded the comment section. There is nothing to say. For Lang, finding food seems perpetually effortless. While others face famine, Lang is overwhelmed with abundance. Bamboo rats, how tantalizing. I haven't had that in ages. Viewers from Hunan chimed in, noting that these creatures are sold at exorbitant prices, costing dozens of yuan per pound, making them a luxury. Jealousy began to stir among those who subsist on instant noodles, lamenting that they hadn't eaten meat in a week. What about the beef bits in Kong Shifu? Xia Lang exchanged a few playful remarks with the audience before turning to Li Mengxi. You rest for a bit while I set a trap to catch them. Hearing this, Li Mengxi promptly replied, Brother Xia Lang, I've nearly recovered. Let me help you. Xia Lang looked up at her, noting that the pallor had faded from her face and her eyes sparkled with clarity, no longer reflecting the fatigue from before. He nodded in agreement. Then go gather some dry branches for me. I'll need them shortly. Okay. Li Mengxi nodded obediently and immediately set off to search for dry wood. Chapter 49. Capturing bamboo rats. After Li Mengxi departed, Xia Lang began to search the vicinity, scanning the ground intently. Before long, he had collected 4 or 5 stones, each larger than a fist. Subsequently, he announced to the audience that he would demonstrate how to capture bamboo rats. With that, Xia Lang approached the first bamboo rat burrow he had discovered and stuffed a stone into the entrance, effectively sealing it. He then proceeded to meticulously explore the bamboo grove. Each time he encountered a bamboo rat hole, he would pick up a stone to block it. While sealing the burrows, Xia Lang provided explanations to the viewers. There is a saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, which is equally applicable to bamboo rats. A single burrow may possess several interconnected escape routes. I intend to smoke the bamboo rats out shortly, so it is imperative to block as many exits as possible, ideally leaving them with only one escape route to facilitate our capture. Engaging in light conversation with the audience, Xia Lang continued his observations in the bamboo forest and successfully sealed 12 bamboo rat holes. After confirming that he had not overlooked any, he returned to the initial burrow to remove the stone. With all entrances sealed, the final step was to set a trap. As he spoke, Xia Lang removed his shoes and began to untie the laces. In quick succession, he fashioned a slip knot at the burrow's entrance, securing one end to the bamboo base. Task completed. Xia Lang examined the knot with satisfaction, nodding in approval. At that moment, Li Mengxi returned, clutching a bundle of dry twigs, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. 2 large, red welts adorned her fair forehead, unmistakably the result of mosquito bites. Upon seeing this, Xia Lang burst into laughter. Ha! How is it that you returned with 2 dragon horns after your outing? Li Mengxi wrinkled her nose in annoyance and replied, Humph. Mosquitoes are absolutely dreadful. There's so many in the bamboo grove. Last night, I hardly noticed them because of the rain and the smoke from the campfire. Today, I truly understand how bothersome jungle mosquitoes can be. Once the shelter is built, I'll prepare some mosquito coils for you. With a playful smile directed at Li Mengxi, Xia Lang began to prepare for capturing bamboo rats. He gathered the twigs Li Mengxi had collected and approached a nearby bamboo stalk, where another bamboo rat burrow awaited. He extracted the stone he had previously inserted, arranged the firewood, and took out his gobo knife to spark a flame. The back of the gobo knife is equipped with a flint, making the process of igniting a fire remarkably convenient. While tending to the fire, Xia Lang did not forget to provide commentary. Brothers, I believe some of you might think that removing the stone after having placed it was redundant. Allow me to clarify. The reason I blocked each burrow with a stone was my concern that my actions might startle the bamboo rats. If I did not seal every entrance, it was quite likely they would escape through an unblocked hole. Thus, I chose to secure all openings, as blocking 2 holes posed little effort. Some spectators found this redundant, but upon hearing my explanation, they quickly understood. Brothers, please acknowledge the expert on the screen. Indeed, it has been proven that in reading comprehension of Chinese characters, the sequence is not paramount. Such intricate details I was just about to ask. This level of detail is impressive. Bravo, Lang. Generally speaking, it's merely a basic operation. Lang chuckled, striking the magnesium fire starter against the sheath of the gobo knife. Brilliant sparks erupted. Within moments, the fire pile he had constructed began to emit thick smoke, rising straight into the sky. He took a breath, gently blowing onto the flames to provide more oxygen, accompanied by the soft crackle of expanding flames. The orange fire ignited the small twigs. Watching the flames ascend and feeling their warmth, Lang was filled with an inexplicable sentiment. If he had to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be sacredness. After gazing at the fire for a few moments, Lang began to add more wood, urging it to grow larger and more vigorous. He ceased to add fuel only when the flames reached 1/2 meter in height. Well, dear viewers, will we have soil or meat for lunch? The outcome hinges on this moment. With that, Lang gathered bamboo leaves from the forest floor and tossed handfuls into the flames. Due to the rain the previous night, the bamboo leaves were quite damp, and upon being thrown onto the fire, they quickly smothered it. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed forth, obscuring everything behind it, almost tangible. Coughing, Lang unexpectedly inhaled some of the dense smoke. As he coughed, he retrieved his helmet from his backpack and began fanning the smoke into the burrow. Animals are particularly sensitive to smoke, so once it penetrated the den, the bamboo rats would instinctively seek an escape. With all entrances sealed, they had but one route left, the hole where I'd set the trap. Should they emerge from that exit, they would undoubtedly be ensnared by the noose trap I had prepared. Chapter 50. Cruelty within the confines of the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments flowed thick and fast. Ha ha ha, Brother Lang is choking on his tears, said one viewer. I'm not human. You're truly a dog, retorted the bamboo rat. Is Brother Lang choking? No, he is simply moved, touched by the bamboo rat's spirit of selfless dedication. What the hell did I offend you? Xia Lang energetically waved the steel helmet, the pungent smoke billowing into the bamboo rat's burrow. 3 meters away from his position, another entrance lay partially obstructed by stones. At that moment, wisps of white smoke began to escape from the blocked area. It appeared that the efforts were yielding results. Cough, cough, it should be about time, Xia Lang declared as he set down the helmet and stepped back from the thick white smoke. Just then, at the trap-laden entrance, a shadow darted out. A plump bamboo rat surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, moving so swiftly that the eye could scarcely follow. However, it had barely leapt 1/2 meter when the shoelace tethered to the bamboo snapped taut. Squeak, 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 came the sharp cries as the bamboo rat found itself ensnared, its neck firmly bound by the noose, rendering it unable to escape. The force of its momentum sent it tumbling to the ground. Undeterred, the creature sprang back up, attempting to flee in the opposite direction, only to be ensnared once more by the shoelace, toppling again. In a flurry of panic, the bamboo rat began to spin in place, striving to free itself from the bindings, even resorting to gnawing at the lace. Lunch is secured, Xia Lang chuckled triumphantly, preparing to seize the bamboo rat. Yet, just as he approached, another shadow bolted from the bamboo rat's burrow. With the trap compromised by the first rat, this one made a desperate escape. Xia Lang merely caught a fleeting glimpse as it dashed away, covering a distance of several meters in an instant, vanishing from sight. Following this, as if a nest had been disturbed, one after another, the bamboo rats erupted from their den, scattering in all directions. Curse it, what a loss! Xia Lang lamented as he watched the fleeing rats disappear from view. The audience in the live stream was quick to comment. Ha ha ha, Brother Lang has missed the entire nest. One viewer noted, I can feel the profound sorrow in Brother Lang's heart. If only he had captured them all, he wouldn't have lacked for meat for the next several days. Each bamboo rat, fur included, is worth several hundred yuan, Rounded off, Brother Lang has lost a fortune. As he watched all the bamboo rats escape, Xia Lang shook his head in bemusement. He stepped forward, placing his foot on the body of the captured rat, and without hesitation, plunged the goba knife into its neck. With a decisive snap, the bamboo rat's spine was severed, its struggles immediately diminishing. A few seconds later, it lay completely still. Once he confirmed the rat was lifeless, Xia Lang bent down to retrieve it, untying the shoelace. Beside him, Li Mengxi observed the entire scene of Xia Lang dispatching the bamboo rat without any hint of girlish sentimentality. In fact, she appeared somewhat eager, a stark contrast to those who profess to find small animals adorable while simultaneously devouring steaks. The prevailing values of the audience are quite normal, and no one has emerged to condemn his actions as cruel. Lang Ji's execution of the task is impressively swift. This is true humanitarianism. Severing the spine ensures that the bamboo rat suffers the least and dies the quickest. Initially, I was prepared to engage with those who would criticize him. But where are the detractors? Perhaps they are admirers of Lang Ge, possessing sound moral principles. Indeed, in a survival scenario, if one still finds the host's actions cruel, it is undoubtedly a sign of ignorance. Yes, in the wilderness where starvation looms, what room is there for discussions of humanity? As Xia Lang laced his shoes, he perused the barrage of comments, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he noted the harmonious reactions from the audience, with no one branding him as cruel. He had no apprehension about killing snakes, as they are cold-blooded creatures symbolizing venom and death. Few would consider it abnormal to slay a snake. Likewise, he felt no concern about the fish, as they are a staple of daily sustenance, consumed by many. However, today's bamboo rat was different, furry, plump, and seemingly benign, even somewhat adorable. The act of killing it was likely to provoke the sympathy of some, who might then vilify and insult him. It appeared he had been overly cautious. Having secured his shoelaces, Xia Lang lifted the bamboo rat by its tail, weighing it in his hand, at least 6 or 7 pounds. With a satisfied smile, he remarked to Li Mengxi, "For the next couple of days, we need not search for food." Li Mengxi returned his smile, radiating joy. Indeed, when Brother Xia Lang claimed he could find food, he delivered. Ahead lay a distance to the location marked by the authorities. Xia Lang raised his gaze toward that direction and spoke. As they drew closer, his anticipation grew stronger. What could it be that warranted the special designation of a treasure chest on the map? Li Mengxi nodded, her eyes brimming with eagerness. "Brother Xia Lang, what do you think the authorities have placed there? I am particularly curious." Xia Lang pondered for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain. It could be tools or perhaps food. However, since they have marked it as a treasure chest, it ought to be something valuable. Given that the distance is not far, we should reach it shortly. Let us hasten and prepare lunch there." Li Mengxi nodded eagerly, obediently saying, "Yes, I will follow Brother Xia Lang." "Very well, let us be on our way." With that, Xia Lang placed the bamboo rat into a wicker basket and set forth toward their destination. As for the bamboo, he was unsure of the exact distance to their goal, so he decided against cutting it for now. Once they had secured a shelter, he could return to gather more bamboo rats. Today I have posted 4 updates, 3 remain, and I shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 51. Arrival at the destination with a wicker basket strapped to their backs, the two continued on their journey. The chatter of the spectators along the way lent a light-hearted atmosphere to their trek. Mengxi listened. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Xia Lang halted, his expression brightening with joy. Li Mengxi, initially taken aback, listened intently and exclaimed in delight, "It sounds like water flowing." Having undergone physical enhancement, Xia Lang's hearing far surpassed that of an ordinary person. While the sound of the stream might have been faint to Li Mengxi's ears, it resonated with crystal clarity for Xia Lang. "Indeed, we must be close," Xia Lang asserted, his tone imbued with certainty and his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Let us hasten our pace," Li Mengxi replied eagerly, quickening her steps towards the sound of the stream. Xia Lang smiled and promptly followed suit. The audience in the live stream was gripped by a palpable curiosity, each one speculating. "I must admit, I am quite intrigued. What has the official left behind?" "I surmise it could be survival tools." "A survival tool would be invaluable," Its worth in the wilderness is immeasurable. Perhaps it is some everyday essentials. I eagerly await the revelation. Although we have 5 minutes until the early class begins, I remain curiously calm. Without dwelling on the audience's discourse, Xia Lang and Li Mengxi quickened their pace, advancing steadily. The sound of the stream grew increasingly pronounced. Finally, upon traversing a patch of low shrubs, the scene before them opened up. A small stream, its waters crystal clear, appeared before the camera. We arrived, Li Mengxi exclaimed joyfully. Xia Lang nodded slightly, beginning to survey the surroundings. In the wild, a water source is an absolute necessity, yet it is also one of the most perilous locations in the wilderness. Every creature requires hydration, making areas near water typically a hunting ground for predators. After a meticulous inspection, Xia Lang, having confirmed the absence of any animal tracks, smiled faintly. This indicated that the vicinity was relatively safe and suitable for establishing a shelter. However, after scanning the area, he did not observe any signs of human presence. The treasure chest he had envisioned had not materialized. Surrounding them was nothing but the most primal environment of the jungle. Li Mengxi also noted this discrepancy. Wasn't there supposed to be a treasure chest icon? Why is there nothing here? For a moment, she appeared rather perplexed. The audience, too, expressed their disappointment. What is this? Where is the promised treasure chest? Could it be that Li Mengxi misremembered? That would be a serious issue. Surely she wouldn't misremember her. She used her extraordinary memory to find Lang Ge. Could the officials be at fault? They illustrated a treasure chest, but placed no items? After anticipating all day, to find nothing is disheartening. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments, noticing the audience's spirits had plummeted. He couldn't help but chuckle. Come now, the map marking is quite prominent. Let's not be so pessimistic. And who says there's nothing here? One must learn to observe closely. Upon hearing these words, the audience's despondent mood experienced a remarkable turnaround. With a sense of assurance, I felt a wave of confidence wash over me. I eagerly awaited the moment when Lang would display his prowess. Clearly, Lang had uncovered something significant. Lang, please speak up. I urgently need to relieve myself. Having held it in for over 10 minutes. As the audience read the comment about the urgent need to relieve oneself, Xia Lang chuckled. Without hesitation, he pointed toward a nearby tree and said, "Do you see the branches of that tree?" As he spoke, he approached the tree, snapped off a branch, and presented it before the camera. The audience immediately grasped Xia Lang's implication. Goodness, Lang's observational skills are extraordinary. This is evidence of a cut made by a blade, and it appears to be quite old. I understand now. So that's the case. After showcasing the smooth cut on the branch, Xia Lang casually tossed it to the ground and continued. The smoothness of the cut suggests that it was likely made by a machete. This indicates that humans have previously traversed this area. According to official intelligence, Xinyu Island was entirely undeveloped prior to being designated as a competition island. Therefore, there can be but one truth. Individuals from the production team have been here, and as for their reasons, I trust everyone can surmise. Give me 10 minutes, and I shall surely locate the official treasure chest. At this point, Xia Lang wore a confident smile. The system's wilderness survival knowledge pack includes fundamental skills in outdoor hunting, which encompasses tracking techniques. If one can pursue wild animals, how much easier it is to follow the unmasked traces left by humans. This moment called for the iconic theme music of Conan, followed by applause and cheers of admiration. In the front row, I am selling bamboo rats for 3 yuan each, or 10 yuan for 3. In response to Xia Lang's thorough analysis, the audience showered him with messages of admiration, particularly as the prospect of discovering treasure grew tantalizingly closer. Li Mengxi gazed at Xia Lang with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. All right, I will first attend to the bamboo rats, and then I shall seek the treasure chest. Xia Lang removed the bamboo basket from his back and crouched by the stream, submerging it in the clear water to ensure it was thoroughly soaked. He then found several large stones in the stream, placed them in the basket to weigh it down, effectively masking the scent of blood. Now, this will quickly dissipate any lingering odor, he explained to the audience while shaking the water off his hands. By submerging the bamboo rats, I can swiftly eliminate their scent. Moreover, I observe that there are no large animal tracks in the vicinity. so there is no immediate concern of them being taken away. Yesterday, due to unforeseen circumstances, I was unable to provide an update. This serves as the first of today's posts, and I shall ensure there are at least 4 updates today. Chapter 52. The treasure chest Lang Gu is truly meticulous. I also believe that Lang Gu possesses remarkable attention to detail. In previous encounters, his precision has been akin to a steel needle piercing through the air. Lang Gu often explains how to evade formidable predators, yet he invariably finds himself targeted. Is this not a form of ironic fate? After all, Lang Ji's luck is perpetually fortunate, is it not? In a live streaming room, the audience is rife with playful banter. Ever since Xia Lang was first ambushed by wolves and subsequently greeted by a bear, the viewers cannot help but find humor in his explanations on evading predators. Observing the barrage of comments, Xia Lang's expression darkens. He too feels as if he is cursed with bad luck, even suspecting that the system is conspiring against him. Despite his meticulous efforts to manage the traces, he remains perpetually in the crosshairs. The audience, having firmly established his African ancestry, is relentless. Cough, cough. Xia Lang awkwardly clears his throat and valiantly attempts to redeem himself, stating, "Although I am frequently targeted by predators, I assure you that the techniques I impart are indeed reliable." Yes, Lang Gu is right. Lang Gu, I have never doubted your skills. I merely find your situation amusing. 1. Li Mengxi, observing her own comments, notices that the sentiments of the audience have converged. Unable to suppress her laughter, she finds herself chuckling. Xia Lang, visibly exasperated, shakes his head and declares, "Enough. I shall seek out the treasure chest. It is the only solace for my tender heart." He then rises and strides upstream along the creek, having previously noted that the traces lead in that direction. Xia Lang, what do you think the officials will leave behind? Li Mengxi inquires, her anticipation palpable as she follows him. While tracking the traces, Xia Lang replies with a smile, "I cannot say for certain. Anything is possible. Tools, food, daily necessities. There are countless items that could be useful in the wilderness. I cannot decipher the officials' intentions. Moreover, we are nearing our destination." Xia Lang gestures toward the ground ahead, indicating there are distinct footprints ahead. Li Mengxi looks down and indeed spies a faint trail nestled among the verdant grass. Had Xia Lang not pointed it out, she would have assumed it was merely the result of rainwater eroding the ground. Let us proceed. It should be just ahead. Xia Lang waves his hand and leads the way forward, with Li Mengxi nodding in agreement. After walking several more meters, the terrain suddenly opens up, revealing a clearing in their line of sight. A treasure chest, Li Mengxi exclaims in delight upon spotting the object in the center of the clearing. Xia Lang gazes at the deep brown chest, his face illuminating with joy. The audience erupts in excitement. "Quick, open it and see what lies within." Indeed, there is a treasure chest. I surmise that the production team has crafted this serendipitous encounter to enhance the show's appeal, hoping that the fortunate contestants will soar to success with the aid of the treasure. What does this mean for the collaboration between Li Mengxi and Lang Gu? Generally speaking, it is referred to as cheating. Li Mengxi wore an expression of anticipation and said, "Let us see what's inside." Su Lang nodded and stepped forward to lift the lid of the wooden chest. "What is this?" His expression was quite remarkable as he gazed at the contents of the treasure chest. Beside him, Li Mengxi appeared somewhat bewildered. To their astonishment, it was an assortment of seasonings. Su Lang couldn't help but feel amused as he looked at the items within the chest. Neatly arranged were 4 white plastic bags, each filled with chili peppers, garlic, ginger, and dried Sichuan peppercorns. Each bag was brimming, weighing no less than several dozen pounds. What left Su Lang in an awkward position was the logo of New Century Supermarket emblazoned on the plastic bags. After a brief moment of confusion, the audience erupted into laughter. Seasonings. The props team truly outdid themselves. How much did New Century Supermarket pay for this? Carrefour is offering double. They were in stitches, declaring the product placement a resounding success. The seasonings are quite decent. After all, Brother Lang never lacks food, they chuckled, finding it inexplicably amusing. Su Lang continued to gaze at the seasonings in the treasure chest for a few more seconds before shaking his head with a smile. For him, the seasonings were indeed commendable. In the wild, they undoubtedly represented a rare resource. If he could survive long enough, many competitors would be eager to trade food for them. Of course, all of this hinged on the ability to endure until then. "It seems we can enhance our meal this afternoon," Xia Lang remarked, raising his eyebrows and laughing heartily. The contents of the chest were far from what he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, if he were presented with the choice between survival tools and seasonings, he would not hesitate to select the latter. As someone who relished spicy food, enduring bland flavors for an extended period would be intolerable. Li Mengshi, with wide eyes, helplessly exclaimed, "This is enough for us to eat for over a year." The 4 bags, all oversized from the supermarket, were solidly packed, sufficient for just the 2 of them to last a year. "Yes, it's more than enough," Xia Lang agreed with a nod. Then, he unintentionally glanced at the corner of the box and noticed something black. His face brightened instantly as he exclaimed, "It seems there is something else underneath." He reached down to lift a large bag of dried chili peppers and peered into the bottom of the chest. There, a neatly folded black object, resembling a blanket, came into view. Chapter 53, The Miserable Duo Sleeping Bag. Li Mengshi blinked her eyes and blurted out. Having perused numerous survival manuals, she could ascertain without hesitation that it was indeed a sleeping bag. In the realm of wilderness survival, a sleeping bag is an indispensable item, for it allows one to rest in warmth and comfort amidst the wild, rejuvenating the spirit for the challenges of the following day. Without a sleeping bag, one would be left to slumber on rudimentary layers of grass, awakening the next day with aches and pains, and in frigid weather, warmth would be a distant luxury. Prolonged exposure would inevitably diminish one's vitality and immunity. It was indeed a sleeping bag. Xia Lang also affirmed this. Then, he lifted a bag of garlic, revealing a black solar panel the size of a flat stone. The solar panel, how thoughtful of the production team, Xia Lang mused internally. He had almost determined the intent of the production crew. The contents of the treasure chest were all tools aimed at enhancing the contestants' quality of life. However, these items could not directly aid in survival. Seasonings could add flavor, but could not substitute for sustenance. A sleeping bag could offer comfort, but could not shield one from adversities. The solar panel would undoubtedly be used in conjunction with other items. With this thought, he picked up a bag of Sichuan peppercorns, exposing a white LED light. Indeed, a source of illumination. Xia Lang then took hold of the final bag of ginger, revealing a multi-functional shovel for wilderness survival. What a remarkable find. Upon seeing the survival shovel, he exclaimed with delight. If one were to identify 3 essential tools for wilderness survival, the first would undoubtedly be a survival knife, the second a multifunctional water bottle. These 2 are the standard equipment for any survivalist. As for the third item, it would be the multifunctional shovel, also known as an engineer's shovel. It serves as a shovel, pick, crowbar, saw, and knife. With its assistance, the construction of Xia Lang's subsequent shelter would be simplified by at least half, saving a considerable amount of time. Brother Lang was nearly drooling with excitement. What a treasure trove! The production team had truly outdone themselves. With such an abundance of splendid items, the other contestants would surely be consumed with envy, especially since they were still subsisting on bland boiled vegetables, devoid of even salt. At that moment, while Xia Lang and Li Mengshi reveled in their bountiful haul, dozens of kilometers away, Wang Sheng looked at the half-eaten gray mouse by the fire, his expression fraught with concern. Last night, they had hastily consumed half a snake before succumbing to hunger and drifting into a restless sleep. This morning, both had risen early, stirred from their slumber by their gnawing hunger. After some deliberation, they decided to venture separately in search of food. As noon approached, Wang Sheng had only managed to find a few wild mulberries and nothing else. With a sense of unsettling hunger, he had no choice but to return homeward, eager to discover what Wang Yuan had managed to procure. He was unexpectedly confronted by a lifeless mouse on his journey, the common household variety. When Wang Sheng first laid eyes on it, only half remained, bloodied and mangled from bites. After much internal conflict, he decided to take the half-mouse back home, intending to seek Wang Yuan's opinion. By the fire, Wang Yuan appeared pallid, his demeanor suggesting a lack of vitality as he grimaced at the half-mouse. He grappled with his instincts to refuse, yet his stomach betrayed him with a rebellious growl. The primal urge of hunger compelled him to swallow hard. Why not? It wasn't inedible. In India, such a delicacy was even celebrated. Wang Yuan attempted to reassure Wang Sheng while handing over his survival knife. As long as it was charred well, there should be no major issues. Wang Sheng's facial muscles twitched, and after a few seconds of mental fortitude, he nodded, saying, "Let me prepare it." Taking the dagger from Wang Yuan, he began to slice the half-mouse. Fortunately, the severed portion was the head, rendering it less grotesque. He opened the belly, extracting the entrails and intestines, and removed the gnawed parts. Finally, he skinned the creature, revealing a chunk of fresh red meat before them. Wang Yuan looked at the fist-sized piece of mouse meat and joked, "See, after some preparation, it appears much more palatable, resembling lean meat." Wang Sheng nodded in agreement and discarded the entrails and skin into the fire. He then sharpened a stick, skewering the mouse meat and placing it near the flames to roast. "Here is your knife, Brother Yuan," he said, passing the survival dagger back to Wang Yuan. They then fell into silence, having gone nearly 24 hours without food and traversed arduous terrain. Their exhaustion rendered them too weary for conversation, and they sat quietly by the fire, awaiting their meal. Minutes drifted by, and the mouse meat began to emit a tantalizing aroma as the exterior turned golden and crispy. "It should be ready soon," Wang Yuan remarked, swallowing involuntarily at the scent. Wang Sheng lifted the chunk of roasted mouse meat, disregarding the heat, tearing off half and offering it to Wang Yuan. The meat, golden and tender from the flames, released a wisp of steam, appearing quite delectable. At that moment, the intense hunger overshadowed any thoughts of the meat's origin, and Wang Yuan tore off a small piece and tossed it into his mouth. "How does it taste, Brother Yuan?" Wang Sheng asked eagerly. As Wang Yuan chewed, his initial impression was that the texture was comparable to lean meat and the flavor seemed similar. Just as he was about to express that it tasted decent, a familiar, repugnant odor of decay enveloped his palate. It was the unmistakable stench reminiscent of a disturbed mouse nest, mingled with the scent of droppings, pungent and foul. A wave of nausea surged, and he began to gag. Ugh! In the next moment, a pale yellow gastric fluid, mingled with white fragments resembling snake bones, erupted from his mouth. Ugh! Chapter 54. The food streamer goes live beside a crystal-clear brook. A rudimentary stove constructed from stones fervently belched forth crimson flames. On the stove, a survival pot simmered, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. The bamboo rat was generously endowed with fat, making it ideal for a delightful stir-fry. Holding a simple wooden spatula, Xia Lang deftly manipulated the contents at the bottom of the pot. Once the oil reached a perfect temperature, he introduced pre-chopped ginger, scallions, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns into the mix. As he stirred, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Li Mengshi inhaled deeply, unable to suppress the salivation that ensued. Although it was merely the first day in the wilderness, she found herself yearning for this familiar flavor. "Now this is delightful." Xia Lang chuckled softly as he added the blanched chunks of bamboo rat meat into the pot. A substantial portion. As the hot oil met the moisture, it erupted into a cacophony of sizzling sounds. "Step back, lest the oil splatters," he cautioned, swiftly tossing the meat. Instantly, a mouth-watering fragrance enveloped the surroundings. Seizing the moment of high heat, Xia Lang stirred continuously for approximately 7 or 8 minutes. He then picked up some leaves prepared earlier from the ground to use as an insulating cloth, lifting the pot from the stove. All done. Without any side dishes or soy sauce, they would have to make do. Within the pot, the bamboo rat meat gleamed with a golden hue, infused with the spice's essence. Fragrant and enticing. Faintly, a distinct bamboo aroma lingered in the air. "Now, let me have a taste," Li Mengshi said, grasping a pair of pre-prepared wooden chopsticks to lift a piece of meat to her mouth. In an instant, her dark eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "This is exquisite." The meat was incredibly tender, parting effortlessly with a gentle bite. The external fat, imbued with a delightful blend of spiciness and numbing sensations, was remarkably complemented by the bamboo's fresh fragrance. The richness of the meat was surprisingly balanced, rendering it utterly delectable. Xia Lang smiled subtly at her reaction. The method he employed for this dish mirrored that of dry pot chicken, with ingredients tailored to his own palate. It was not a systematic skill. The reason for its exquisite taste likely stemmed from his adeptness in mastering the cooking temperature. The wilderness survival kit lacked culinary skills, possessing only a roasting skill. Roasting necessitates precision in temperature control, and his expertise in this regard was undoubtedly of a masterful caliber. Thanks to his exceptional command over heat, the flavor of the meal was elevated to a new echelon. If it's delicious, then let us indulge, Xia Lang thought, picking up another piece of meat with his chopsticks and savoring it. The unique spicy flavor, combined with the tender meat, created an unparalleled delicacy that awakened his taste buds and elicited salivation. Truly, it was remarkably delicious. Xia Lang was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on why chefs often emphasize the importance of cooking temperature. Once the heat is mastered, a dish's flavor is bound to be exceptional, unless, of course, one were to add an excessive amount of salt, in which case even a culinary genius could not salvage it. Wow, that's quite spicy. After savoring a piece of meat, Li Mengshi winced at the spiciness. Her little face flushed. It was simply delectable, prompting her to indulge in another morsel. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this scene along with the abundant golden meat, flooded the chat with envious comments. I confess, I felt a pang of jealousy, tears of envy streaming from my lips. Even in the desolate wilderness, they feasted better than I did. The pickled vegetables in my bowl suddenly lost their appeal. Jealousy tore me apart. As I dined on takeout, the flavor of the beer duck diminished in my perception. A food blogger had emerged. The screen was filled with messages of envy and resentment. Many viewers, taking a break from work or school during lunch, watched the stream while eating their meals. I had thought that watching competitors endure hardships would make my own meal more enjoyable. Little did I expect to encounter a contender like Xia Lang, who could conjure a feast replete with flavor and fragrance even in the wilderness. A heaping bowl of meat, it looked utterly appetizing. Browsing the comments, Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Li Mengshi and saying, "Take your time, there is plenty of meat." The only regret was the absence of a staple food. If only I could have a steaming bowl of rice, it would be perfect. Upon hearing this, the audience's comments multiplied. Brother Liang has lost his humanity. Haha. Having just checked in with Wang Yuan and Wang Sheng, I wondered how such vast disparities between people could exist. And rice? What are you even dreaming of? While enjoying bamboo rat meat, Xia Lang felt a familiar sensation of eating while scrolling through his phone. The humorous comments buoyed his spirits. Speaking of which, I wonder how much of donations I received. He suddenly recalled the cliff dive from earlier, certain that many would have rewarded him. He hadn't had a chance to check then. Now, however, he had the time. Opening the back-end interface, the number 169,742, 36 appeared, over 160,000, nearing 170,000. Seeing this figure left Xia Lang momentarily stunned. Upon reviewing the donation records, he noted several familiar IDs. Lin Qingyu's friend, Wu Wang's Daimao, 36E, all having gifted him 10 rockets. Additionally, numerous anonymous viewers showered him with tons of fish balls and many cent shark fins. In just 2 days, he had amassed 17,000. Xia Lang felt an inexplicable sense of sentiment. This was a sum he had once dared not even dream of. To have earned it in such a short span felt surreal. Yet everything around him affirmed its authenticity. He had transformed from someone worried about rent into a moderately famous internet celebrity. His live audience numbered in the hundreds of thousands. From this point on, all he needed to do was to stream diligently every day. He could easily earn 100,000 or more in a month. Truly, it felt like a dream come true, Xia Lang murmured softly. Chapter 55. Winter is coming with a heavy heart. Xia Lang began to dispel the disjointed and complex emotions within him, gradually coming to accept the reality of his transformation from an ordinary individual into a star. Meanwhile, Li Mengshi found herself in a state of melancholy. Gazing at the delectable bamboo rat meat simmering in the pot, she increasingly felt like a burden. She was unable to assist with many tasks, and her culinary efforts paled in comparison to those of her elder brother. Moreover, her fear of heights only served to hinder him further. The vast reservoir of knowledge in her mind seemed utterly useless in Xia Lang's presence. With a sigh of despair, Li Mengxi contemplated the possibility of leaving her elder brother behind. The notion of relying on others for sustenance each day was something she could scarcely accept. Throughout her life, she had prided herself on being an independent girl, reluctant to be indebted to anyone. She simply could not bear it. What a sudden sigh, Xia Lang remarked, having returned from his reverie, just in time to catch Li Mengxi's audible lament. Noticing his gaze, she forced a smile and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just miss home a bit." "Is that so?" Xia Lang fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly searching for signs of deceit in her eyes. Li Mengxi instinctively flinched. After a moment, Xia Lang gently patted her shoulder and said, "Do not perceive yourself as a burden. Today is merely the beginning, and that is why you feel at ease. In the coming days, you may find yourself overwhelmed with work." In Xia Lang's plan for constructing a shelter, Li Mengxi was an indispensable component. Although his physical prowess was extraordinary and his wilderness survival skills nearly flawless, certain tasks could not be accomplished solely through strength and skill. For instance, constructing a stable shelter necessitated the crafting of ropes, a task that required patience and diligence with no shortcuts. Even with superior endurance, the most he could hope for was to weave a bit more each day. This was merely one aspect. According to Xia Lang's predictions, Xianyu Island was likely to experience a harsh winter. No matter how robust he was, he could not venture out into a snow-laden landscape clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. The responsibility of garment making would ultimately fall upon Li Mengxi. On their journey, he had inquired whether she possessed any sewing skills. Li Mengxi had mentioned having perused an encyclopedia on sewing, recalling various techniques. Thus, she felt confident in her ability to create clothing. Xia Lang could enumerate numerous tasks that required her assistance. Is that truly the case? Li Mengxi still felt somewhat unsure, sensing that Xia Lang was merely trying to comfort her. Have you not grasped this principle from the many wilderness survival books you've read? Xia Lang chuckled. Surviving in the wild is invariably easier for two than for one. Even primitive humans understood the value of cooperation. Why are you faltering? He continued. Let me put it this way. If I were to construct a shelter alone, it would take me at least a fortnight. However, with even one person to assist, that duration could be halved. Moreover, the greatest dangers in wilderness survival are always accidents and illness. I certainly do not wish to withdraw due to illness. With your presence, should I fall ill, you would be able to assist in my recovery. Upon hearing Xia Lang's words, Li Mengxi finally nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "I am unafraid of hardship." Satisfied, Xia Lang nodded in return and remarked, "That is acceptable. Just do not complain of fatigue when the time comes. Since the topic has been broached, I shall convey my plans moving forward." Li Mengxi, with wide eyes, appeared wholly engaged, almost as if ready to take notes. I previously informed the audience that the foremost principle of wilderness survival is to possess a clear objective. A well-defined goal enables us to utilize our time effectively and alleviates the solitude within our hearts. Our forthcoming objectives, number 4, all of which pertain to our survival. The first is the issue of food supply. Our current provisions are insufficient for sustained consumption, leaving us vulnerable to risks. Hence, we must seek to procure an ample reserve of sustenance. The second concern is that of shelter. The events of yesterday have reinforced the critical importance of adequate protection. Thirdly, I am eager to address the matter of salt. We have exhausted our supply from the salt fruit, and we must venture to the seaside to gather salt by tomorrow. Lastly, with winter approaching, Xia Lang paused momentarily before continuing. Based on my observations over the past 2 days, I suspect that Xianyu Island is likely to experience a harsh winter, potentially within the next month. During that time, the landscape will wither, making the hunting of prey exceedingly challenging, and foraging for wild fruits and vegetables will be out of the question. To survive, we must stockpile food in advance, create warm clothing, and construct shelters to withstand the wind and snow. Time is of the essence, and I lack confidence in achieving perfection alone. Listening to Xia Lang's words, Li Mengxi became assured that he was not merely comforting himself. He truly needed her. A joyful smile blossomed upon her face. "You are still grinning," Xia Lang remarked, shaking his head in exasperation at her carefree laughter. "Although it is speculation, I can be fairly certain that my assumptions will not be far from the truth. The fauna on this island, whether it be the wild wolf, the grizzly bear, or even this bamboo rat, all possess long fur. This phenomenon typically occurs only in frigid regions. Thus, even if it does not snow, the winter on Xia Island will undoubtedly be quite frigid. P.S. Today I have posted 5 chapters, 2 remain outstanding, and I shall continue to make up for them tomorrow. Chapter 56. Science popularization. The audience in the live broadcast room was astonished as Xia Lang elucidated the situation. To their surprise, Xia Island indeed experienced winter. No wonder the production team had allocated a month for the 3rd prize. Clearly, their funds were not easily obtained. It felt as if only by enduring the cold wave could one hope to succeed. With such revelations, one wondered whether the semi-annual 2nd prize and the final 1st prize also contained hidden pitfalls. Initially, I believed that Brother Lang's life had improved. It seemed fraught with challenges. The biting cold, coupled with food scarcity, was utterly life-threatening. Enough said. I've expressed everything that needed to be conveyed. Let's not dwell on idle thoughts, Xia Lang remarked, gently patting Li Mengxi's shoulder. He then split a freshly washed apple in half and offered a piece to her. My task this afternoon is to construct a shelter, while your responsibility is to forage for wild vegetables and fruits. We must replenish the vitamins that humanity often lacks. I trust you will manage this task effortlessly. Li Mengxi's fair visage brightened with a smile as she nodded affirmatively, responding, "Leave it to me." At this juncture, Xia Lang turned to the audience and added, "This is also an opportune moment for some scientific education. I suspect you all rarely pay attention to your vitamin intake." The audience welcomed this didactic interlude, appreciating the opportunity to glean useful knowledge while enjoying the entertaining broadcast, whether for impressing others or enhancing their daily lives. Such knowledge was undeniably valuable. After all, who would begrudge an abundance of wisdom? "Brother Lang, my notebook is ready. Please commence," exclaimed one viewer. I adore Brother Lang's mini lectures. I always learn something seemingly trivial, yet interesting. Following this comment, a red flame icon appeared on the screen, signifying admiration for the affluent viewer. "I can only offer a modest token of appreciation," another chimed in. Without further ado, let us begin. First, let us discuss the most prevalent vitamin, vitamin C. A deficiency in vitamin C can lead to scurvy, a tale that seafarers have long told, so I shall spare you the details. However, scurvy is merely one symptom. A lack of vitamin C can also result in inexplicable fatigue, increased susceptibility to colds, coughing, and weakened immunity. If you've been neglecting fruits and vegetables and experiencing similar issues, please take note. In a live broadcast room, the comments flooded in densely. "That sounds like me. Does this relate to a vitamin C deficiency? I thought it was due to my reliance on ancestral techniques. I share a similar situation. It seems I too am lacking in vitamin C. I finally understand now. Count me in. I will join you daily." Observing the misinterpretations in the comments, Xia Lang sighed. To those traditional craftsmen, please do not take this personally. Your craft is not at fault. Vitamin C is not to blame. Now let us discuss the second vitamin, vitamin B2, whose deficiency manifests as easy peeling, dryness, and angular cheilitis. Certainly, consuming sunflower seeds can lead to internal heat, and it does not equate to a deficiency in B2. For those experiencing symptoms, please take a seat. The third vitamin is vitamin D, whose deficiency may manifest as joint pain, osteoporosis, and calcium loss. For those who tend to stay indoors for prolonged periods, it is essential to bask in the sun, as sunlight is a natural source of vitamin D. Those under 20 years of age should also take the opportunity to sunbathe, as sufficient vitamin D can contribute to height growth. The fourth vitamin, vitamin B3, has deficiency symptoms including pellagra, insomnia, oral ulcers, and dermatitis. If you're experiencing these symptoms, please take your seat. After elucidating the functions of numerous vitamins, the live stream's comments transformed into a chorus of seated. Having conveyed enough information, Xia Lang rose to prepare for the construction of a shelter. Li Mengxi picked up the utensils and began to wash them. Although there were only a few items, a basin, a wooden spatula, and 2 sets of rudimentary chopsticks, neglecting to clean the utensils could lead to bacterial growth, which would have adverse effects on health. "I'll be nearby. If danger arises, remember to call for me," Xia Lang advised Li Mengxi. Understood, she replied with a radiant smile. After confirming nothing was forgotten, Xia Lang headed toward the location of the treasure chest. The terrain there was level, situated at a moderate distance from the stream, ensuring it would not be flooded during high tide and providing convenient access to water. Moreover, the production team had cleared a substantial area for constructing the shelter. It would take at least half a day for Xia Lang to clear such an expanse of land on his own. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived at the designated area. Upon reaching the clearing, he did not immediately begin working, but instead contemplated the design of the shelter. Constructing a large shelter today was certainly not feasible. Thus, he decided to first erect a small, temporary dwelling and gradually dedicate time to the larger structure. I need to figure out how to make an axe, Xia Lang murmured to himself, stroking his chin. Although the shelter would be small, it needed to be sturdy enough for several days of habitation. As he pondered about finding a suitable stone in the stream to craft a stone axe, unexpectedly, a black snake slithered out from the jungle, boldly approaching the treasure chest, curling up and basking in the sun, dozing off. Xia Lang. Chapter 57. Young brother, you're quite arrogant. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter upon witnessing the scene. Ha ha, young brother, you're a bit too arrogant, one exclaimed. Sleeping in front of Lang Ge, isn't that a tad disrespectful? It was akin to entering a restroom with a lantern, a surefire way to invite trouble. Adorable little snake, run. I sensed Lang Ge's thoughts had momentarily faltered. Haha, I think so too. Indeed, Xia Lang's mind was momentarily clouded, as the spectators had noted. Then, he broke into a grin. Viewers, this snake not attacking him is quite a sign of respect. With that, he brandished his weapon and strode forward, all the while providing commentary. Snakes perceive their environment through sight and vibrations. This makes them particularly sensitive to strong tremors, which can cause them significant discomfort. It's somewhat analogous to carrying a massive speaker right next to your ear while playing Chicken YouTube Beautiful. Thus, in various wilderness survival manuals, authors advise using a stick to tap the ground while exploring the wild. The purpose is to keep snakes at bay. My current objective, however, is to capture it. So as long as the vibrations are minimal, it shouldn't be startled. Xia Lang employed the hunting techniques instilled by the system, advancing slowly. Each step he took felt almost weightless. The sound produced barely perceptible. The snake remained utterly undisturbed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, arriving at the treasure chest. Even at this proximity, the snake lay languidly beside the chest, basking in the sun, showing no inclination to move. Observing this, the audience remarked, how did this snake grow up? Perhaps it was deafened by Kuin's Chicken YouTube Beautiful, humorously preserving life. Wow, Lang Ge is a bit bold. Isn't this a Gabun viper? Wait, what does Gabun viper mean? Isn't that a black mamba? Another chimed in. Oh dear, I just looked it up. Gabun viper, a highly venomous snake from the viper family, also known as the Gabun pit viper, is a poisonous genus under the subfamily Viperinae, known for its potent venom. Upon reading this, the audience erupted in excitement. Whoa, I always thought it was a black mamba. Isn't it different from yesterday's snake? Don't they all look similar? Lang Ge is truly impressive. I refuse to believe he doesn't recognize this snake. Raging Lang Ge is indeed formidable. 666. Lang Ge is invincible. Be careful, Lang Ge. Xia Lang's gaze was fixated on the Gabun viper, his concentration unwavering. He was acutely aware that this snake was a Gabun viper and recognized its venomous nature. However, he understood the habits of snakes and had confidence in his reflexes. Snakes are ectothermic creatures, lacking an internal temperature regulation system. They bask in the sun to regulate their body temperature while simultaneously killing parasites and bacteria beneath their scales. As the sun bathed the landscape, the serpent basked in its warmth, momentarily lowering its vigilance. This was the reason why Xia Lang was able to approach so closely without being detected. Although the hunting techniques provided by the system were impressive, they remained within the realm of logic rather than the mystical arts. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as he focused intently. He was poised to act. In an instant, he swung the military shovel with great force, creating a fleeting shadow in his field of vision. The air trembled under the ferocity of his strike. reminiscent of a staff slicing through the atmosphere, producing a resonant hum. The lethargic viper, caught in the sun's embrace, abruptly opened its eyes, bewildered and flicking its tongue as if just awakening from slumber. In the next moment, a shadow darted past, and the blade of the shovel severed its head cleanly. At this juncture, the viper finally reacted. Its twisted body convulsed violently, and the severed head gaped wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Mission accomplished. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow and grinned, exclaiming, "Impressive." The viper, in its final moments, seemed to ponder its existence. Where am I? What am I doing? Am I dead? Xia Lang's swiftness was indeed remarkable, deserving the title of the fastest human. To those who doubted, he had evidence to prove his prowess. Honestly speaking, Xia Lang was exceptionally quick. There was no denying it. Having just dispatched the serpent, Xia Lang glanced at his smartwatch, momentarily at a loss for words. What peculiar occurrences surrounded him? It seemed anyone could drive on any road, as if they were all converging on the mythical Mount Akin. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the absurdities around him. With a military shovel in hand, he retrieved the serpent's head and walked towards the edge of an open space. Upon reaching the perimeter, he cautiously set down the severed head and, wielding the shovel, dug a pit several centimeters deep beneath a small tree. He then delicately placed the head into the hole, covering it with soil and compacting it firmly. After completing this task, he turned to the audience and remarked, "In the wild, venomous snakes are among the most perilous predators, their potent toxins capable of vanquishing any adversary. Therefore, it is crucial to handle them with utmost care after extermination. Even decapitated, a snake can survive for several days, remaining capable of inflicting bites and releasing venom." He recounted a news story he had once seen about an elderly man in a remote village in Yunnan who had killed a snake, severing its head and carelessly discarding it. 3 days later, when he returned to dispose of it, the severed head unexpectedly bit him, resulting in his untimely demise due to poisoning. This serves as a stark reminder of the inherent dangers posed by snakes. Most importantly, such incidents are not isolated. They frequently appear in the news. Hence, should anyone encounter a similar situation in the future, they must exercise caution. Chapter 58. After dealing with the viper, Xia Lang returned to the treasure chest. At this moment, the body of the Gabon viper continued to writhe, droplets of crimson blood splattering onto the earth, creating a rather gruesome and macabre scene. However, Xia Lang remained unperturbed. Calmly grasping the serpent's tail, he gestured with delight, exclaiming, "Brothers, this Gabon viper must be an adult, measuring at least 1.70 meters. Dinner is secured for tonight." The audience, witnessing the writhing serpent he held, instinctively recoiled from the screen, goosebumps rising on their arms. When the snake coiled, they felt no fear. However, seeing its extended length, comparable to that of an adult, was utterly terrifying. They felt their hair stand on end. "Keep it at a distance. You're going to scare someone to death. Those who just called a little snake, come out. I promise I won't harm you." Xia Lang was undeniably impressive. Seeing the audience's startled reaction, Xia Lang smirked with a hint of mischief. "I warned you to speak cautiously. If I don't scare you a little, how can I feel vindicated?" However, he did not go overboard, merely indulging in a modest jest. Upon hearing the audience's comments about the scare, he promptly pulled the viper away from the camera. Then, armed with his shovel, he made his way back home. As he walked, he proudly remarked, "That snake truly caused trouble. Just coming over and then heading back again. 15 minutes gone. It disrupted my operations." The audience, observing his smug demeanor, began to tease him. Xia Lang has truly exemplified the phrase gaining an advantage, yet acting innocent through his actions. The snakes seemed to echo, "I must express my grievances." Haha, Xia Lang can be playful too. Quite delightful. Throughout his appearances, Xia Lang had maintained a calm, rational, and nearly flawless demeanor, which often felt somewhat unreal. Now, suddenly displaying his elation and playful side, the audience found him not only less detestable, but rather endearing. Unbeknownst to him, his display of genuine emotion drew the audience closer to him. He returned to the spot where he had prepared lunch, and, at that moment, Li Mengshi had just finished tidying up the remnants of food, squatting by the stone stove, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she instinctively turned around. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Xia Lang. Xia Lang, brother, why are you back? Hearing her words, Xia Lang smiled joyfully, raising the gaboon viper in his hand. Ah, you caught another snake. Li Mengxi's face brightened with delight, her cheeks glowing with excitement. The roasted snake from the previous night lingered in her memory, and her admiration for Xia Lang grew ever stronger. Having watched the barrage of comments, she knew how unfortunate the other streamers had fared. Not only could they not feast on meat, but they struggled to fill their stomachs. Well, luck is on our side. Xia Lang chuckled as he recounted the events, eliciting merry laughter from her. By the way, take a look at this. After sharing a laugh, Li Mengxi excitedly pointed at the survival pot on the stone stove. Upon hearing her, Xia Lang focused his gaze and found himself amused. Where did you find the tea leaves? In the boiling pot. A handful of vibrant green tea leaves danced vigorously. He had noticed them earlier while surveying their surroundings. They were quite substantial. Li Mengxi, her cheeks flushed, likely from the warmth of the fire, pointed across the stream. Quite a sizable find indeed. This means we shall not lack for beverages in the future. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, feeling that this survival spot was remarkably comfortable. It is well known that tea primarily serves to lower cholesterol and blood pressure, additionally possessing antibacterial properties and enhancing immunity. These three benefits were precisely what they desperately needed at this moment. For their continued survival, meat would undoubtedly be their primary sustenance. In the wilderness, however, starchy foods are the hardest to come by. The downside of a meat-heavy diet is the increase in cholesterol and blood pressure. Moreover, the wilderness is rife with bacteria, making the antibacterial and immune-boosting effects of tea particularly advantageous. Let cool for a moment before drinking, Li Mengxi suggested, carefully removing the burning firewood from the stone stove and taking the snake from Xia Lang's hands. I'll handle this. You could take a break. Xia Lang nodded in agreement without hesitation. All right, while you prepare the snake meat, it would be perfect to find some stones to fashion a stone axe. With that, Xia Lang removed his jungle boots, rolled up his pant legs, and waded into the stream to search for suitable stones. The water was refreshingly cool. As he stepped on the pebbles at the stream's bottom, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Memories of his childhood, spent catching fish and filled with laughter, flooded back. Those days were marked by carefree joy, running about without a worry in the world, a blissful state that persisted until his middle school graduation. Once he entered high school, the burdens of academic life consumed his time, and happiness seemed to drift further away. What time to reminisce? With a smile, Xia Lang shook off the melancholy and resumed his search for stones suitable for crafting a stone axe at the bottom of the stream. The reason for searching in the water was that the stones, having been smoothed by years of rushing currents, were typically rounded and often composed of durable material, ideal for tool making. Unfortunately, after several minutes, he had yet to find a suitable stone, though he was frequently nudged by curious little fish. Once the shelter was built, he planned to fetch 2 bamboo poles to weave a bamboo basket, aiming to improve their meals by the following day. With this thought in mind, Xia Lang continued upstream. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, whispering to himself, "Is that obsidian?" Chapter 59. The Hungry Wolf in the Eyes of a Wealthy Woman with a Hint of Astonishment. Xia Lang picked up the black stone and addressed the camera. Allow me to introduce you to obsidian, also known as dragon crystal or Shirshing stone. It is a naturally occurring silicon dioxide. These stones are the result of volcanic magma, cooling rapidly, typically presenting a black hue. The hardness of this material ranges between 6 and 7 on the Mohs scale, whereas steel measures between 4 and 5. In other words, its hardness surpasses that of steel. In wilderness survival, obsidian is arguably the most suitable mineral for crafting cutting tools. The audience, upon hearing this extensive explanation, was filled with astonishment. Wow, obsidian is real, not a fictional mineral from Minecraft. One viewer exclaimed, its hardness exceeds that of steel. That's impressive. Silicon dioxide, isn't that glass? As he browsed through the comments, Xia Lang nodded and remarked, it can be loosely categorized as a unique form of glass. Thus, it is somewhat brittle and lacks the toughness of steel. In the absence of a survival knife, it is a commendable alternative. At this point, one might say it's somewhat superfluous. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this remark. Having a survival knife makes all the difference. Wow, I just looked it up and discovered that knives made from obsidian can have cutting edges as thin as a single molecule. Those players without any tools must be seething with envy at Brother Lang's words, another commented. Even if those colorful pens were to see obsidian, they wouldn't even recognize what it is. What a joke. Indeed, in Brother Lang's world, everything has its purpose. Casually tossing the obsidian to the ground, Xia Lang continued his search in the water. Subsequently, events unfolded quite smoothly. Within just a few minutes, he located a piece of gray flint, perfectly shaped and sized for crafting a stone axe. After spending half an hour by the riverbank refining one edge of the flint, he felled a sapling as thick as his wrist to serve as a handle, securing it with vines. Thus, a stone axe emerged into the viewer's sight. Impressive craftsmanship, Brother Lang. Truly remarkable. One viewer exclaimed. Haha, everything can be utilized for practical purposes. You folks seem to have nothing but vehicles on your minds. Congratulations, player. You've unlocked the stone axe and achieved the milestone, Stone Age. It looks quite promising. I wonder how well it performs. Holding the stone axe, Xia Lang traversed the jungle and arrived at the edge of a clearing where a treasure chest was placed. Let us give it a try and see how it fares. Rubbing his nose, he surveyed a pine tree as thick as his calf, uncertainty swirling in his mind. According to the knowledge imparted by the system, using a stone axe is akin to wielding an iron axe, with the sole drawback being its propensity to wear down. Essentially, after several hours of use, the blade would require resharpening. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Xia Lang grasped the axe with both hands and swung it with force. Thud! A crisp sound resonated as the pine tree trembled, revealing a deep notch where the axe struck. Not bad at all. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of delight. With a single swing of the axe, he cleaved deeply into the wood, achieving a cut nearly 1 centimeter in depth. No less impressive than that of some notable axes. With a slight exertion, he extracted the axe, inspecting the blade, which bore no conspicuous nicks. Satisfied that there were no significant issues, Xia Lang commenced his vigorous labor of felling trees. Fortunately, his extraordinary physique endowed him with strength and endurance far surpassing that of the average person, rendering the task less arduous. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed. Exhaling with satisfaction as he surveyed the scattered pine trees, Xia Lang instinctively raised a hand to wipe his brow. Feeling only a slight dampness, no beads of sweat gracing his skin. He found this remarkably gratifying. Were he an ordinary individual, wielding an axe for such intense physical labor would surely have left him drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath. Yet, he felt nary a hint of fatigue. The viewers in the live stream, their eyes unclouded, watched this scene unfold with envy. I am utterly jealous of Brother Lang's physique. His stamina is unparalleled as an amateur triathlete. I must say, his body surpasses that of professional athletes. The ravenous wolf in the eyes of the affluent woman was unmistakable. If I possessed Brother Lang's physique, I could take on 10. Goodness, I can't believe I think the preceding fellow is being suggestive. Am I the one with a twisted mind? Laughter erupted on the bed. I could handle 10, humorously. You all are far too mischievous. You've led me astray. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments, shrugging in resigned amusement. Having grown somewhat immune to the playful banter, he intended to continue constructing his shelter. Not far off, the light sound of footsteps approached. Turning his gaze, Esputa limangshi, grashafuli karing a survival pot. Here, drink some water, she said with a smile, extending the pot towards him. Xia Lang nodded appreciatively, accepting the survival pot. Just what I needed. I was feeling a bit parched. With that, he lowered his head and gulped eagerly. The sensation was delightful. After downing half of the tea, he wore an expression of pure contentment. Having traveled the entire day without a sip, his throat had long been dry. The refreshing liquid dispelled any lingering fatigue from his tree-felling efforts. Moreover, upon drinking, Xia Lang discerned an intriguing detail. The tea was barely warm, approaching room temperature. Given that tea cools naturally, it would take far longer than a mere half hour to reach such a temperature. This indicated that Li Mengshi had intentionally taken the time to cool the tea, aiming for him to savor it fully. In the sweltering summer heat, warm water would have been far less refreshing. Chapter 60. Warmth during the sweltering summer. The sensation of sipping warm water is far from pleasant. Furthermore, Xia Lang noticed that the steel pot was filled to the brim. This indicated that Li Mengxi, after cooling it down, likely brought it to him without having a sip herself. How does it taste? Li Mengxi inquired with eager anticipation. Xia Lang smacked his lips and replied, "It's quite good, reminiscent of ordinary tea, and quite refreshing. You should have some too, and remember to drink first when it gets cold next time." He chuckled as he handed the steel pot to Li Mengxi. Upon hearing his words, Li Mengxi felt as if her little secret had been uncovered, and her face flushed crimson. She and T realized how observant Xia Lang was. Li Mengxi softly acknowledged, taking the pot and lifting it to her lips, gulping down the water voraciously, clearly parched. It was only after savoring a satisfying mouthful that she raised her head from the pot. However, as she did so, she suddenly realized something. The spot from which she had just drunk appeared to be the same place Xia Lang had sipped from earlier. In an instant, her heart raced, and her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. Flutters of romantic thoughts, like wild grass, began to grow unrestrained in her mind. It was an indirect kiss. With this thought, Li Mengxi, clutching the steel pot, scurried away. "Hey!" Xia Lang watched as Li Mengxi, with her flushed cheeks, hurried off, bewildered. Why is she suddenly so shy? Puzzled, he shook his head and resumed his task of constructing a shelter. First, he stripped the branches from pine tree, leaving the straight trunk to serve as a supporting pillar. He then employed a military shovel to excavate 4 nearly 1 meter deep pits in the ground, sketching out a rectangular structure. After inserting the pine trees, he filled the holes with gravel and soil to secure them. Thus, the basic framework of the shelter was established. Next, he crafted a rudimentary triangular ladder using vines and pine branches. Relying on the ladder, he bound 4 pine trees, each as thick as his arms, to the supporting pillars, forming an A-frame roof. The entire process consumed nearly 4 hours. Finally, he exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This was the first time he had felt such fatigue since his physical enhancement. Nevertheless, gazing at the framework he had erected filled him with a sense of satisfaction, making the fatigue seem trivial. As for the remaining roof, Xia Lang glanced up at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun painted half the sky in vibrant crimson hues, a breathtaking sight. Based on his experience, it would be dark in half an hour, making it impossible to complete the roof in time. However, as the saying goes, the morning glow doesn't require one to go out, while the evening glow travels 1,000 miles. Such a magnificent sunset promised fair weather ahead, alleviating any concerns about rain. Brushing the dirt from his hands, Xia Lang made his way towards the stream. After taking just a few steps, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. It was the scent of wild vegetables. Xia Lang's eyebrows lifted in delight as a smile spread across his face. Hastening his steps to the brookside, he beheld Li Mengxi diligently stir-frying food over a stone stove. You're back." Li Mengxi turned her head and flashed a sweet smile. Pointing a few meters away to several bamboo tubes leaning against a tree, she said, "There is some chilled tea over there. Feel free to drink." "Did you venture into the bamboo grove?" Xia Lang parted his lips, intending to inquire how she could wander so far alone, but swallowed the words back. Li Mengxi was no child, and this was not an amusement park, but a wilderness survival scenario. She had done nothing wrong. "Yes," as she responded. Li Mengxi's expression momentarily stiffened with concern that Xia Lang might be upset with her. However, the anticipated reproach did not materialize. Instead, a pair of warm hands reached over, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Next time you go out, remember to take me along." "All right, I understand." Li Mengxi obediently nodded, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. An inexplicable warmth enveloped the atmosphere. The audience in the live stream listened to their exchange. I'm feeling so jealous. What a heartwarming moment. Langu is so warm. Indeed, I thought he was going to be angry. Mengxi is so strong. She doesn't want to be merely a decorative vase. Yes, she wishes to shoulder her share as well. One can only envy such a remarkable man like Langu. Why was I the one to encounter him first? To the sisters in the chat, we still have a chance. Let us not be pessimistic. Worst case, we can still be a backup option. Li Mengxi, like a little kitten, comfortably relished the gentle pat on her head from Xia Lang. Yet before she could savor the moment, a burnt smell abruptly filled the air. Ah, it's burnt. I must redo it. Li Mengxi snapped back to reality, her delicate face displaying a pained expression. Ha ha ha. Xia Lang burst into laughter, strolling to the tree's edge, picking up a bamboo tube, and leisurely sipping the cool tea. The aromatic bamboo added a unique flavor to the experience. Quietly observing Li Mengxi flustered as she added water to the burnt pot, a wave of relaxed happiness washed over him. He could only conclude that the decision to survive alongside Li Mengxi might be the most prudent choice made since the program's inception. Otherwise, after constructing the shelter, he would have to forage for food and cook alone. There would be no chilled tea, no prepared meals, and certainly no shared joy. In the wilderness, the most formidable adversary remains the profound solitude that resides within. I'm currently drafting the outline for the second volume. Hence updates may be slower these days. I apologize to all the esteemed readers present. I will gradually make up for the chapters owed in the coming days. Chapter 61, Anya leisurely waited as several minutes passed. Give it a try, how does it taste? Li Mengxi asked, her expression tinged with apprehension as she handed a bamboo bowl to Xia Lang. Taking the bamboo bowl into his hands, Xia Lang examined it closely. Its palm-sized shape was identical to the white porcelain bowls used at home, adorned with a hint of verdant color that rendered it quite exquisite. Wow, this bamboo bowl is not much different from those sold outside, Xia Lang complimented with a smile. Li Mengxi, slightly embarrassed by the praise, replied, I once read a book on bamboo crafts which detailed the methods of making bamboo utensils. I decided to give it a try, and I think it turned out rather well. The audience, upon seeing the bamboo bowl, expressed their astonishment. Not merely satisfactory, it could undoubtedly be considered a work of art. For the first time, they felt that Li Mengxi was quite impressive, overshadowed only by Lang Gu's brilliance, which dimmed her radiance. After all, he was a national top scholar, dubbed a walking encyclopedia, possessing knowledge that could easily surpass 99% of competitors. The bamboo bowl seemed somewhat out of place in the wilderness. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Xia Lang couldn't help but tease, Mengxi, look, they're all praising you. Li Mengxi's face turned a deep shade of red. She then produced a pair of chopsticks and handed them over, saying, quick, taste it, this is my first time cooking. Xia Lang, grasping the bamboo chopsticks, was about to critique their delicate craftsmanship when he paused at her words. First time cooking? With countless films and novels as his reference, he harbored a preconceived notion that a girl's inaugural culinary endeavor would invariably result in a culinary disaster. I suppose I shall give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Lang picked up the chopsticks and grasped a portion of the wild vegetables, known in their region as ground vegetables, or more formally as shepherd's purse. It is a wild plant characterized by its vibrant green hue and white roots, adorned with tiny white flowers. Its flavor was decidedly pleasant. Whether used for dumpling fillings or stir-fried, it was exceptionally delectable, fetching a price of several yuan per pound to the market. The presentation was appealing as well. The sought-ed ground vegetables were a vibrant green, devoid of charring, and quite appetizing to behold. Embracing a philosophy of seizing the moment, Xia Lang promptly placed the ground vegetables into his mouth. To his surprise, the taste was indeed delightful. He took another bite, finding the seasoning just right, and the cooking acceptable. To declare it a culinary masterpiece would be an exaggeration, yet it certainly was palatable. What do you think? Li Mengxi gazed at Xia Lang, her anxiety evident on her face. A smile played at the corners of Xia Lang's mouth as he suddenly adopted an expression of incredulity, exclaiming, this fragrant flavor is astonishing. The green ground vegetables juxtaposed with the red chili create a refreshing taste, coupled with a subtle spiciness that compels one to take bite after bite. It transcends mere sustenance. It is the essence of happiness. As he delivered his lines, a look of rapture, infatuation, and bliss adorned Xia Lang's face, resembling someone on the verge of soaring into the skies. Ha ha! Brother Lang is too amusing. Is he cosplaying as the young chef? He is strikingly similar, experiencing a euphoric delight over a mere dish. In my childhood, I was utterly captivated, but reflecting on it now brings a tinge of embarrassment. Li Mengxi, witnessing this comical expression, gently nudged Xia Lang, torn between laughter and tears. The peculiar emotions within her surged with greater intensity. It became evident that this nearly perfect man possessed such a playful side. In the official live broadcast of Dosha, He Jiong gazed at the jubilant duo on the screen, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. Even from behind the screen, he could sense a profound warmth and happiness. Beside him, Lita furrowed his brow as he watched Xia Lang on the screen, unable to muster any joy. The contestant he had dismissed on the very first day was now slapping him in the face with tangible results. While others struggled for sustenance, he had already feasted on meat. While others sought water sources, he had arrived at the official treasure location. When others were deprived of salt, he was savoring stir-fried dishes, equipped with exquisite kitchenware. Amidst their complex emotions, the sound of the director's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "You two, prepare yourselves. A new host will be making an appearance shortly." A new host? They exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't this kind of announcement typically made a day or two in advance? The suddenness left them bewildered, and they could only await patiently. 5 minutes later, the sound of sharp, rhythmic clicks resonated from the backstage of the director's room. It was the sound of high heels striking the ground. Following this, a stunning mixed-race beauty approached the director's desk, clad in a black baseball cap. She wore an ultra-short skirt, her wheat-colored skin accentuating her long, straight legs, adorned with white sneakers and knee-high socks, while her upper half donned a white shirt and denim jacket. Cool, pure, and sexy. These three captivating essences were perfectly embodied in her presence. The unexpected beauty sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. "Wow, this girl is so cool, reminiscent of KDA Zakali. Is she the new host? What a treat. Why watch the live stream of the competition when we have this host? If only I could marry her." Marry a chicken? I just reverse searched her face. And lo and behold, she is a major shareholder of Sequoia Capital. What a twist. Sequoia Capital? Are you kidding me? To put it simply, Sequoia Capital holds shares in companies like JD, Tencent, Alibaba, Pinduoduo, iQIYI, and many more. A considerable portion of the apps on your phone are backed by Sequoia Capital. Are you joking with me? Chapter 62. Ambiguity. The audience found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of astonishment. For many, it was their first encounter with Sequoia Capital, a revelation that such an investment firm existed, one whose portfolio encompassed a significant portion of the internet. The wealth alone was astounding. Yet the company was also represented by an individual of striking beauty, inciting feelings of envy. One might wonder why someone so affluent would choose to take on the role of a host, perhaps for the sake of enjoyment. "Hello, I am He Jiong. It is a pleasure to meet you," He Jiong initiated, promptly breaking the ice with a warm smile. Lida, upon hearing He Jiong's words, regained his composure and responded hastily, "It is a pleasure to meet you as well." Anya merely nodded lightly. "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you both," she said, taking her seat on the third chair. Noticing Anya's reluctance to engage further, He Jiong endeavored to lighten the atmosphere. "Professor Lida, I wonder if your perspective on contestant Xia Lang has evolved at all." At that moment, the director's booth was showcasing footage of Xia Lang, and He Jiong found himself at a loss for a more suitable topic. Lida's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of Xia Lang. Recently, he had faced a barrage of criticism online for his remarks about the contestant, leaving him somewhat displeased with Xia Lang. "I stand by my original opinion. While they may appear to thrive, they are in truth like driftwood without roots. Their abundance seems plentiful, yet it barely lasts 2 days. Moreover, I recall Xia Lang mentioning a journey to the seaside to collect salt. That route is fraught with peril." A glint of coldness flashed in Lida's eyes as he recalled information gleaned from a friend. He had learned that the path was riddled with swamps and inhabited by crocodiles. If Xia Lang were to venture straight to the seaside, he would likely encounter danger. However, Lida chose not to elaborate on this. He understood that should he disclose such information now, within a minute, with the audience as assistance, Xia Lang would acquire the same intelligence. Thus, he opted to remain silent, awaiting the moment when Xia Lang would stumble into a trap, thereby validating his own assertions. That night, on Xianyu Island, in an open space, a bright fire blazed beside a shelter. Li Mengxi and Xia Lang sat awkwardly by the fire. Although both were feeling drowsy, neither dared to retire for the night. This predicament stemmed from 3 hours earlier, after the two had finished their meal and lit a bonfire in the open space, preparing their sleeping bags. Then, an awkward situation unfolded. The sleeping bags provided by the production team turned out to be oversized, ample enough for two. Upon realizing this, though deeply embarrassed, Li Mengxi insisted that Xia Lang share the sleeping bag with her. She declared that if he refused to sleep, she would forego the sleeping bag as well. Unable to refuse, Xia Lang acquiesced. Yet, what seemed easy in agreement became an excruciatingly awkward moment when night fell. Neither felt comfortable enough to be the first to sleep. The two individuals sat there in silence, the atmosphere so tense it seemed ready to explode. All Xia Lang could do was scratch his head. In the live streaming room, the audience watched this scene, laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, Lang, stop scratching. You've already done it 28 times. Any more and you'll go bald." I'm dying of laughter. I never expected Lang to be so innocent. Now that's a truly perfect gentleman. What do you know? By the way, if you don't sleep soon, it will be dawn. When will you have children? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. As Xia Lang observed the barrage of teasing comments, his forehead twitched in irritation. These guys only knew how to poke fun at him. Did they not consider how to help? This predicament was more distressing than facing a pack of wolves. Instinctively, he scratched his head again. At that moment, a faint sound of breathing suddenly emanated from across the fire. She had fallen asleep. Xia Lang lifted his head to glance at Li Mengxi and saw her bright eyes had closed, her head drooping as if she had dozed off while sitting. "Mengxi?" Xia Lang tentatively called out. Li Mengxi showed no sign of response. It seemed she was fast asleep. "Mengxi?" He called again, but still received no reply. He let out a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Lang stood up, circled the fire, and confirmed once more that Li Mengxi was indeed asleep. Only then did he gently lift her and carry her towards the sleeping bag. Thank goodness she was asleep. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Xia Lang thought to himself. With light steps, he approached the sleeping bag and slowly placed Li Mengxi inside. He then took the blanket from within the sleeping bag and covered her. However, just then, Xia Lang noticed that Li Mengxi's long eyelashes were quivering rapidly. Is she awake? His movements momentarily froze. Upon closer inspection, he realized her breathing remained steady. Could it be that this little girl was pretending to be asleep? A thought crossed his mind. Considering this possibility, Xia Lang's expression grew conflicted. Should she sleep or not? Oh well, since she's gone this far. If I were to be coy, wouldn't that be unmanly? After contemplating, Xia Lang gritted his teeth and also crawled into the sleeping bag. During this process, he distinctly felt Li Mengxi's body tense up, becoming quite unnatural. In response, Xia Lang could only pretend he had not noticed and lay down obediently. He made an effort to clear his mind, preventing himself from overthinking. Time passed, and before he knew it, Xia Lang's consciousness blurred as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 63. The little squirrel. The following day, the melodious chirping of birds roused Xia Lang from his slumber. Was it dawn already? As he opened his eyes, he felt invigorated. The plush velvet sleeping bag provided unparalleled comfort and warmth, a stark contrast to the previous day's pile of leaves. It was indeed a 5-star experience. Moreover, the tranquility of the night was undisturbed, allowing him to wake naturally. What bliss! Stretching contentedly, Xia Lang prepared to rise. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of amusement as he glanced down at himself. Much like the previous morning, Li Mengxi was once again restless in her sleep, clinging to him like an octopus. It was quite perplexing. Shaking his head in resignation, Xia Lang murmured to himself. However, having experienced this situation before, he felt less anxious this time. He gently shifted Li Mengxi's arm from around his waist and slowly maneuvered his legs. After nearly half a minute of effort, he finally extricated himself from her embrace and emerged from the sleeping bag. What he was unaware of was that the instant he vacated the sleeping bag, Li Mengxi's eyes fluttered open. Her gaze was suffused with shyness, her cheeks aflame. In truth, she had awakened the moment he began to shift her arm. Thanks to the comfort of the sleeping bag, her rest had been more restful than the previous night. Upon regaining consciousness, she quickly realized she was clinging to Xia Lang like an octopus. The embarrassment and timidity of the situation made her wish for a hole to hide in. Since childhood, she had harbored the habit of hugging her dolls while sleeping. To her surprise, this habit had persisted even in the wilderness, albeit now transformed into an embrace of her older brother, Xia Lang. Surely he hadn't noticed? Her heart raced, and her mind felt foggy. Upon realizing her predicament, the remnants of her rationality prompted her to feign sleep, seeking to evade the awkwardness. Yet, she was uncertain whether she had truly gone undetected. After exiting the sleeping bag, a refreshing breeze greeted Xia Lang. Skillfully, he tapped his smartwatch, and a drone nearby soared into the air. Good morning, viewers. As he opened the live stream, the audience count surged to 3,000 or 4,000. First, selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and cola. A victory for the early risers. Good morning, Langgu. Good morning. You all are up so early. Xia Lang relished this feeling of being in the spotlight, a stark contrast to his past when, aside from his parents, no one acknowledged his existence. Haha, as a high school student, waking up at 6 is standard practice. Indeed, the school bell rings at 6. There's no escaping it. While rising used to be a struggle, now the thought of Lang Ji's livestream provided the motivation to get out of bed. Thank you for your support. Xia Lang chuckled softly as he approached the flickering campfire, adding kindling to the nearly extinguished flames. Once the white smoke began to rise, he nodded in satisfaction and made his way towards the nearby stream. After traversing a stretch of forest, he arrived at the crystalline waters of the brook. Taking a moment to survey the surroundings for any signs of large animal tracks, he knelt down to wash his face. The icy water refreshed him immensely. If only he had a toothbrush to clean his teeth, he mused, wiping the water from his face. Dental hygiene was one of his few commendable habits, and the thought of skipping it was somewhat unsettling. He certainly did not want to contend with foul breath and unsightly yellowed teeth. It was high time to prioritize the creation of a toothbrush. Resolving this in his mind, Xia Lang rose and strolled downstream. After dinner the previous night, he had hung the leftover bamboo rat meat on a tree several hundred meters away to avoid attracting large predators. Carefully navigating through the underbrush, he felt as if his streak of bad luck had dissipated, as he encountered no mishaps along the way. The meat was still there. Spotting the bamboo rat dangling from the branches of a pine tree, Xia Lang's brow lifted in delight. However, just as he was about to retrieve the meat, a brown squirrel with a fluffy tail leapt gracefully among the branches, approaching the bamboo rat with curious black nostrils twitching, seemingly eager to sample the delicacy. Dear viewers, this morning is proving to be quite fortuitous, Xia Lang remarked, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of the squirrel. Meanwhile, the viewer count in the live stream had unknowingly surged past 50,000. Haha, seeing Lang Ji smile, I can already tell the little squirrel is in for some misfortune. Let's have a moment of silence for the squirrel. But honestly, with so little meat, Langgu probably wouldn't even be interested, right? Hee, since Langgu mentions good luck, surely something good is afoot. The squirrel, having caught the scent of the bamboo rat meat, was startled by Xia Lang's sudden exclamation and promptly began to flee. Observing this, Xia Lang adeptly pursued, disregarding the bamboo rat meat hanging in the tree. The audience, filled with curiosity, wondered what Xia Lang was up to. They speculated that it was unlikely he intended to catch the squirrel, as he would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. Wait, a sudden thought has crossed my mind. One viewer remarked. Feel free to share your bold guesses. Chapter 64. Nuts. Xia Lang followed the little squirrel, weaving through the trees. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the squirrel's figure flickered and suddenly vanished among the branches of a pine tree. Xia Lang halted, gazing at the pine tree, which was as thick as a water bucket, and a smile graced his lips. Dear viewers, we have reached our destination, he announced in the live stream. Is Brother Lang trying to find the squirrel's home? Someone speculated. Wow, I think I know what he's up to. Another chimed in, laughter echoing in the chat. The audience, not easily fooled, had many guesses about Xia Lang's intentions. Though some remained puzzled, not one to keep them in suspense, Xia Lang pointed to the stout pine tree and explained the squirrel just disappeared into this very tree, so its home is likely nearby. Squirrels have a habit, as you all know, of storing food for the winter. Thus, A clever wilderness hunter would follow the squirrel until they discover its burrow, ensuring a hearty meal. As he spoke, Xia Lang took a few steps back. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur. Bang! The trunk emitted a dull thud as he leapt, effortlessly grasping a horizontal branch and performing a pull-up to land gracefully atop it. New viewers entering the live stream were taken aback by the spectacle. Wow, he must be using hacks. One exclaimed, newbie here, but the host is incredibly strong. He climbed that tree in the blink of an eye. Another commented, goodness, his physique is impressive, and he is handsome too. I'm utterly amazed. Upon reaching the branch, Xia Lang surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a black hole in the tree about a meter away. He reached out, grasped another branch, and swung himself to the entrance of the hole. At that moment, a brown figure darted within the hollow, and the little squirrel hastily fled, leaping to another tree a dozen meters away, where it perched on a branch, intently watching Xia Lang. Seeing this, Xia Lang smirked mischievously and, right before the squirrel, thrust his hand into the tree hole. He raised an eyebrow, joy radiating from him. There's quite a bit here. Without a hint of sympathy, he pulled out a large handful of nuts, pine nuts, walnuts, and peanuts. Wow, what a rich collection, he exclaimed, tucking the nuts into his pants pocket before reaching back into the tree hole. One handful, two handfuls, three handfuls. By the fourth handful, his pocket was full. So, he rolled up his shirt to create a makeshift pouch and continued his foraging. One handful, two handfuls. Finally, the shirt pouch was nearly full. Meanwhile, the tree hole was now empty. Nodding in satisfaction, Xia Lang nimbly slid down the trunk. As soon as the squirrel saw Xia Lang depart, it leapt a few times away. Swiftly traversing the branches, he returned to his hollow and immediately burrowed inside. Mere seconds later, the squirrel burst forth from its den, perched upon the trunk, spinning in quick circles while emitting a series of chirps. The viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter at this spectacle. Ha ha! There's a saying that might be inappropriate to share. The squirrel is not human, yet Lang Ge is indeed quite the character. The squirrel exclaimed, chirp, chirp, chirp. How utterly amusing. This squirrel is simply adorable. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments before tightening his clothing and popping a pine nut into his mouth. A crisp crunch resonated between his teeth as the sweet kernel was liberated. Quite delightful, he remarked with a faint smile gracing his face. He then turned on his heel, leaving behind a stylish silhouette for the squirrel. Brothers, here's a daily survival tip. Have you learned it yet? Xia Lang cheerfully munched on the pine nuts, continuing, haha, I've mastered it. Now that I know the method, will the little squirrel share the bounty? Lang Ge's meals are indeed lavish, with so many nuts that they could fetch a good price at the market. Suddenly, he recalled that pine cones cost over 30 per pound. How envy of it. My dream is to indulge in pine nuts to my heart's content. And yet, here Lang Ge is, fulfilling that dream in the wilderness. Early in the morning, having secured a delicious treat, Xia Lang was in excellent spirits as he leisurely returned to the clearing. By then, Li Mengshi was already awake. Over the campfire, a pot of water was boiling vigorously. Nearby, 5 or 6 bamboo tubes were already filled with steaming water. This girl is really quite considerate, he thought, casually glancing around. He surmised that the water was intended for their trip to the beach. Given the long journey ahead, it was undoubtedly wise to prepare fresh water in advance. Originally, Xia Lang had planned to do this upon his return, but it seemed Li Mengshi had taken the initiative. Mengshi, you're awake, Xia Lang called out, noticing that she hadn't heard his approach. Startled from her reverie, Li Mengshi, who had been lost in thought concerning the morning's events, exclaimed, ah? Once she recognized him, her face brightened with delight. Brother Xia Lang. He nodded in acknowledgement, intrigued. What were you thinking so intently about? What was I thinking? Li Mengshi stammered, her cheeks flushing. I was thinking. After a lengthy pause, she couldn't conjure a suitable excuse. Xia Lang chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing not to press further. Instead, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a handful of dried fruits, presenting them to her. Look, what is this? Chapter 65, Setting Off Matsuko, Pine Nuts? Exclaimed Li Mengshi, her eyes widening with delight. Let us make do with breakfast today, Xia Lang replied, cheerfully handing the dried fruits to Li Mingxi. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to voice their opinions. Make do, I've redefined that term in my mind. Look at Brother Lang surviving in the wild, and then look at myself. What kind of life am I living? One, working overtime every day, surviving on instant noodles and takeout. I despise it. To be honest, watching Brother Lang survive in the wild makes me want to spend some time in the wilderness myself. Haha, you probably haven't seen the other contestant streams, have you? Li Mingxi hesitated as she gazed at the large handful of dried fruits. She took only a third of what Xia Lang offered, saying, I usually don't eat much in the morning. You should eat more, big brother. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang immediately understood her intent. She wanted more food. He chuckled and unfastened his clothing pocket, revealing a bountiful harvest. So much. Li Mingxi gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had not considered the contents of Xia Lang's makeshift pocket, for gathering nuts is a labor-intensive task. A pine cone the size of a fist yields hardly a handful of pine nuts. Thus, seeing that bulging pouch, she could hardly believe it contained dried fruits. This is merely half, Xia Lang exclaimed, dramatically patting his pants pocket and waving his hand with flamboyance, laughing heartily. Feel free to indulge. There's plenty for all. Giggling, Li Mingxi couldn't resist Xia Lang's antics. Then I shan't hold back. With a smile, Xia Lang began to extract handfuls of pine nuts from his pocket, depositing them into a long bamboo tube. This method not only sealed out the air to prolong freshness, but also deterred other small creatures from pilfering the stash. Watching Xia Lang scoop out the pine nuts with abandon, Li Mingxi felt her affection and admiration for him intensify. At home, she had never been so extravagant as to eat so many pine nuts at once. Ironically, it was in the wilderness that her dream of indulging in pine nuts had come true. All done, Xia Lang declared, brushing off the dust from his hands with satisfaction. If we snack on these, they should last a week. We can check on that little fellow's burrow later. Little fellow? Li Mingxi inquired, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Xia Lang recounted the earlier incident, particularly emphasizing how the squirrel had chattered at him as if scolding. This elicited a broad smile from Li Mingxi. The audience, hearing Xia Lang's story, couldn't resist the urge to comment. Brother Lang, you're quite the rogue, catching a squirrel to fleece it. Tut, tut, tut. I can't stop laughing. I hope that squirrel finds a new hiding place for its nuts. Imagining the squirrel scolding on the pine branches brought laughter to many, and thus, the joyous day began anew. Brother Lang's live stream was always a source of excitement. Let us get ready. We should set off early. Xia Lang gazed upwards, observing the sky transition from a hazy dawn to a brilliant expanse of azure. Golden sunlight streamed diagonally from the east. Li Mingxi, with an obedient nod, began to prepare for their journey. She had nearly finished boiling water, filling 6 bamboo tubes, each roughly the diameter of an arm, sufficient to provide the equivalent of a bottle of mineral water for 2 individuals over the course of a day. She had also gathered some spices, anticipating the possibility of needing to cook along the way. Finally, she rummaged through the fire pit, retrieving a plump clay ball. Is it a roasted bamboo rat? Xia Lang exclaimed with delight upon seeing the mud ball. When did you prepare this? Li Mingxi smiled sweetly and replied, after you left. I want to fetch the bamboo rat meat. I thought it would be more convenient to carry, so I made roasted bamboo rat. I couldn't find lotus leaves, so I used bamboo leaves to wrap it up. I hope it tastes good. It must be delicious, crafted by Mingxi, Xia Lang declared without hesitation. He then slung a rattan basket over his back, placing the boiled water and a spade inside. Li Mingxi, on her part, carried the spices, steel pot, and roasted bamboo rat, as those items were relatively light. After some thought, Xia Lang added a bamboo tube filled with dried fruits to his load. Let's be off, he proclaimed, his face radiant with a sunny smile. As they walked, he engaged with the viewers in the live stream, noting that there were likely many newcomers. I shall reiterate our itinerary for today, he continued. We are heading north to the coastline, hoping to gather some seafood. However, our primary objective remains to collect salt. To emphasize the importance of salt, allow me to educate the new viewers on this essential mineral. Salt plays a crucial role in bodily metabolism and is as vital as water in our daily lives. A prolonged absence of salt can lead to hyponatremia, with symptoms such as muscle weakness, dizziness, lethargy, nausea, vomiting, and muscle cramps. In severe cases, one may experience ataxia and mental fatigue. Thus, in wilderness survival, the first priority is to locate a water source, followed by the search for salt. Only then should one focus on securing adequate food supplies. Possessing these three essentials enables one to maintain the most fundamental aspects of survival. Chapter 66. Purple yam. Now that we have secured a reliable water source and food is temporarily abundant, is the perfect opportunity to explore the coastline. Xia Lang meticulously observes the surrounding environment, cautiously paving the way while engaging with his audience. At this moment, the clock strikes 8, and most people have risen. The viewership of his live stream has surpassed 500,000. This is merely in the morning. During peak evening hours, the numbers could multiply several times over. With an increase in audience size, various GIFs have been pouring in incessantly. The icons representing fish balls and fish fins have hardly ceased from gracing the screen. Xia Lang's earnings have stealthily crossed the 200,000 mark, growing at a remarkable rate of nearly 100 per minute. Can you manage it, Mingxi? Xia Lang turned to Li Mengxi, inquiring. This morning, while distributing supplies, he instinctively allocated them according to a normal person's capacity. After walking for some time, he realized he possessed an extraordinary physique. Carrying 6 bottles of water felt akin to bearing an empty backpack, completely unnoticeable. Occasionally, he would even forget that he was laden with supplies. Li Mengxi giggled in response. Not heavy at all. It's lighter than the books I used to carry home in high school. As she spoke, she lightheartedly jumped a bit. Hearing her mention books triggered an unwelcome memory in Xia Lang's mind, causing his lips to twitch. Then, with a sly smile, he addressed the camera. Raise your hand if you had to carry a dozen books to and from school when you were a child. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing this, flooding the chat with comments. Ha! I just saw Brother Lang's expression darken for a moment. He must be recalling the terror of being overwhelmed by a backpack full of textbooks during his childhood. Let's not dwell on childhood traumas. I feel like I'm not alone in this. Ha! Back in my day, I carried 20 to 30 books every day to school, and even the ones I didn't attend. Looking back, I must have been a bit daft. As he browsed through the barrage of comments, Xia Lang nodded slightly, feeling a sense of comfort. It appeared that he was not the only one with a tumultuous childhood. Thus, he continued to engage in a casual conversation with his audience. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, while on his way, Xia Lang paused, halting his steps to gaze into the distance, smiling. Audience, does anyone recognize that patch of plants over there? Li Mengxi also stopped, following Xia Lang's line of sight, and her eyes instantly brightened. Purple yam. What a vast expanse. Many viewers recognize the plant. Wait, aren't those taro leaves? This luck is off the charts. There must be hundreds here. It could hardly be deemed mere luck, as Xia Lang and Mengxi had traversed at least 30 to 40 miles over the past few days. So, discovering something was hardly surprising. Indeed, most other contestants were camped in one spot, not venturing such distances. This meant they wouldn't have to worry about food for at least a week. Gazing at the sprawling verdant patch of purple yam, Xia Lang felt nothing but elation. The mere sight of this patch of purple yam made this journey worthwhile. Shall we dig it up, Brother Xiang? Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled as she inquired about the yam. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang shook his head, suggesting that it was not urgent at the moment. They should first head to the seaside to collect salt, and if time permitted, they could return to harvest some of the yam. All right, I will follow your lead, she replied. After noting the location of the purple yam, the two continued on their path. As they advanced, the ground gradually became muddy, with puddles forming in certain areas. Dear viewers, it seems the seaside is not far off. Crossing this marshland should lead us there. Xiang observed the terrain and cautioned. However, we must not celebrate too soon. In such marshy areas, one must tread carefully, as hidden quagmires pose great danger. A moment's negligence could lead to sinking, with survival chances plummeting to 90% without assistance. Moreover, some of these marshes are particularly elusive, often going unnoticed even upon close inspection. Therefore, with every step taken in the marsh, one must exert caution, ensuring the ground is secure before proceeding. As he spoke, Xiang snapped a twig and pointed at a seemingly solid patch of earth before his feet. In fact, this is a quagmire. You would not have realized it had I not pointed it out. In the live stream, viewers reacted with disbelief. Isn't this just an ordinary dry patch of land? One exclaimed, wait, aren't marshes supposed to be muddy? Am I misunderstanding something? They stared intently at the screen, unable to discern its true nature. Witnessing their skepticism, Xia Lang stepped onto the parched earth. In the next moment, the surface cracked like chocolate, revealing a slurry seeping through the fissures. The audience gasped in astonishment. Brother Xia Lang is incredible. Are you certain this isn't a trap set by someone? The top layer appears dry and slightly white, yet underneath lies a quagmire. I was initially eager to explore, but now I am filled with trepidation. It is far too dangerous. Beside him, Li Mengxi's eyes widened in shock. She too had failed to recognize it as a marsh, and would have walked right over had Xia Lang not spoken up. Seeing the viewer's astonishment, Xia Lang grinned. Moments like these filled him with a sense of accomplishment. It was as if he held all the knowledge while they marveled at his expertise. The thrill of their admiration was indescribable. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xia Lang withdrew his foot, intending to explain how to identify such marshes. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a nearby plant. The next instant, he froze, staring in disbelief before confirming that he was not imagining things. He exclaimed, "What on earth?" Chapter 67. Ghost Orchid. In the next moment, Xia Lang was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. What the heck? After a surprised exclamation, he focused his gaze intently for several seconds. Once he confirmed he was not mistaken, his face radiated astonishment as he addressed the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, did you see that orchid? Any guesses on its price? Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream directed their attention to the pale green orchid. Curiosity ignited within them. Regardless of anything else, Brother Lang's jaw just dropped. It must be worth at least several tens of thousands. Yes, I think so too. I've never seen Brother Lang lose his composure like this. The specimen looks quite impressive, and there are many varieties of orchids valued over 100,000. Given Brother Lang's reaction, I bid 500,000. Wang Duiyu, offer 5 million. Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle at the playful comments flooding the screen. Let me introduce you to this exquisite specimen. It is known as the ghost orchid, scientifically named Dendrophylax lindinii, and it is listed under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Those viewers with a penchant for research immediately opened their browsers to search for information upon hearing Xia Lang's detailed explanation. The barrage of comments in the live stream thinned considerably for a moment. However, after a few seconds, an overwhelming wave of astonished comments began to flood the screen. Oh my God, what the heck? This thing is worth nearly 20 million. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to purchase it. What the hell? One of the world's 10 rarest plants. What kind of divine luck does Brother Lang have? If anyone dares to say Brother Lang is unlucky again, I'll be the first to lash out. Damn, if Brother Lang is considered unlucky, then what does that make me? A pharaoh of Africa? Xia Lang, reading the comments, burst into laughter at the mention of the African pharaoh. What a collection of characters. Meanwhile, those viewers who had not searched for information were equally astonished upon realizing the significance of the orchid after reading the excited comments. Wait, this flower is worth 20 million? Even pure gold wouldn't fetch that price. This has completely shattered my worldview. I've just acquired some bizarre knowledge. I must go show off and will return shortly. At the same time, Li Mengxi stared at the orchid with wide, innocent eyes, utterly captivated and momentarily lost in thought. The orchid, a pale green, had branches as thick as straws, devoid of any leaves. At its pinnacle, a delicate white flower with elongated petals exuded an extraordinary charm. Xia Lang redirected his attention back from the live stream, casting a glance at the ghost orchid, determination surging within him. It was evident that this flower could not be plucked at present. Even if it could be, it could not be taken away. The ownership of this island still belonged to the wealthy foreigner. Thus, according to international law, this ghost orchid was the property of that millionaire, with its ultimate ownership resting with the winner of the wilderness survival competition. And with that, he departed. Xia Lang withdrew his gaze and spoke with a smile. Li Mengxi came back to her senses, the astonishment in her eyes still lingering. Aren't you taking it back? Upon hearing this, Xia Lang shook his head with a smile. The ghost orchid is an endangered species with extremely high requirements for its living environment. If transplanted recklessly, it is highly likely to wither. Moreover, there is no necessity for transplantation. The astute Li Mengshi paused at his final remark, quickly grasping Xia Lang's underlying implication. This flower, even if transplanted now, would hold no significance unless it secured first place in the competition. Brother Xia Lang, I believe in you, Li Mengshi said with a radiant smile, raising her fair little fist in encouragement. Yes, I will, Xia Lang nodded lightly, exuding confidence. Finally, give it a shot. For those who need to take screenshots, hurry up. Especially those who intend to show off, this opportunity won't come again. Xia Lang jested with the audience, casting one last glance at the ghost orchid before striding forward with unwavering determination. What is meant to be his will inevitably come to him. There is no need for lingering attachment. Thus, the two continued on their journey. As they progressed, the surrounding land gradually became carpeted with marshy aquatic plants. The once dense pines slowly disappeared, replaced by the pale-barked white wax trees, cypress, and water oaks. The ground, too, began to be increasingly submerged in shallow water. In the official Dousha live broadcast room, He Jiong gazed at the abruptly switched footage, feeling genuine admiration welling up within him. The contestant named Xia Lang was truly remarkable. In just 3 short days, he had been forcibly cut to several times by the director. Each switch showcased moments brimming with excitement. Night battles with hungry wolves, facing brown bears, cliff leaps, and the recent discovery of the ghost orchid. Each event, occurring singularly with any contestant, would be enough to elevate them to great fame. Yet now, all these extraordinary adventures had been experienced solely by Xia Lang. He was indeed a fortunate soul. However, upon closer reflection, one must consider that these events were hardly mere luck. The attacks of wild wolves, the pursuit of brown bears, the blockade of ravines, each presented a desperate predicament. For an ordinary person, such encounters would leave no recourse but despair. Yet Xia Lang consistently transformed adversity into opportunity, garnering resounding applause. Teacher Li De, what are your thoughts on the ghost orchid we just witnessed? He Jiong inquired, suppressing his inner emotions as he turned to Li De. Li Da's eyes narrowed at the question. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was filled with insults directed at him, accusing him of being foolish and attempting to tarnish Xia Lang's reputation for self-promotion. Such vitriol ignited a surge of indignation within him. Humph, it's merely luck. Author's note. Thank you for the reader's generous support. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 68. The crocodile strikes. As Lita gazed at the screen, filled with comments berating him as a fool, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He scoffed dismissively, it's merely luck. Moreover, even if he had discovered the elusive ghost orchid, it would not belong to him. The ultimate ownership of the island would be awarded to the contestant who secured first place in the show. He was merely a conduit for another's glory. Beside him, He Jiong, despite his typically amiable demeanor, couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing Li Da's words. As a host, the foremost principle of his profession was fairness. One must not distort the truth, allow personal feelings to cloud judgment, or lead the audience astray. Such fundamental tenets seemed utterly lost on Li De. A flicker of danger flashed in Anya's eyes. Teacher Li De, it cannot solely be attributed to luck. He Jiong defended Xia Lang, stating, without a profound reservoir of knowledge, the average person would not even recognize that ghost orchid, even upon encountering it. It has merely been said that he was fortunate. Li De remained indifferent, unwilling to concede to such notions. It was merely a coincidence that he had stumbled upon information regarding the ghost orchid and encountered it. At this point, a trace of derision surfaced in Li Da's eyes, though he quickly masked it, maintaining his composure as he remarked, furthermore, if his knowledge were truly extensive, he would not be oblivious to the imminent danger of being hunted. Gazing at the screen, he observed Xia Lang and Li Mengshi delving deeper into the marshy terrain. Lita could no longer contain his smugness. According to relevant data, that marshy region was teeming with crocodiles. To recklessly venture in was tantamount to courting death. Even if a rescue team were dispatched, they would arrive too late. Such ignorant individuals, believing themselves to be well-versed in wilderness survival, had no respect for the forces of nature. The harshness of reality would soon teach them the art of survival. Having expressed this sentiment, Lita felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, his eyes gleaming with pride. On Xianyu Island, in the marshland, Li Mengxi looked ahead, her voice tinged with anticipation. Brother Xia Lang, are we nearing our destination? In the distance, she could faintly discern scattered trees, which were not aquatic plants. Yes, Xia Lang nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, the fans who had just received news from the official live broadcast began to frantically relay the information. Langa run, there are crocodiles in the water. Indeed, that foolish Lida had claimed that the authorities had investigated this marshland, revealing it to be rife with crocodiles. That scoundrel, knowing the area was dangerous, chose to conceal it. Damn him. This fool lives in our neighboring community. I swear I'll confront him tomorrow. Those in front, provide the address. Count me in. Forget about that idiot for now. Let us think of a strategy for Langu to face the crocodiles. Oh no, I think I just caught a glimpse of a crocodile approaching. Run, Langu. It indeed appeared that a crocodile was drifting closer. As Xia Lang journeyed onward, he noticed the barrage of comments, initially wearing an expression of disbelief. The next moment, he burst into laughter. He could hardly contain himself and let out a light chuckle. Beside him, Li Mengxi, who had just spotted the alarming warnings in the chat, anxiously lifted her head, intending to alert Xia Lang. Just then, she caught sight of Xia Lang's uncontrollable grin. In that instant, her emotions became rather disjointed. After a valiant effort to suppress his laughter, Xia Lang was about to speak when he noticed a flurry of messages urging him. Langu, it's dangerous. Run. I just saw something moving in the water. Langu is still laughing. It drives me mad. Unable to hold back any longer, Xia Lang burst into hearty laughter. After a moment, still beaming, he inquired, "Who told you there are crocodiles here?" The viewers in the live chat were momentarily taken aback. It was the host of the stream. He's the president of the Wilderness Association and has seen the official materials. Yes, Langu, stop asking and run. Langu, look to your left. There's something moving. Guys, I just managed to stop laughing. Please don't make me laugh again, Xia Lang said, shaking his head in exasperation. He then proceeded directly toward the area the audience had indicated, where they claimed a crocodile was lurking. The viewers were in a frenzy. What are you doing? Why are you going over there? It's dangerous. The audience, who were fervently commenting, were genuinely concerned for Xia Lang. Meanwhile, a more rational segment of the viewers began to sense that something was amiss. Xia Lang's current behavior was quite uncharacteristic. He was not usually the type to be so carefree. He was typically the first to notice danger. If there truly were crocodiles, he would have detected them long ago. With this realization, many viewers gradually calmed down. Xia Lang waded through the marshy water, which barely reached his knees, moving steadily forward. Soon, he reached the spot that the audience had dubbed the crocodile's ambush site. "Is this what you call a crocodile?" he exclaimed, lifting a piece of driftwood from the water and displaying it with a bemused expression. The viewers in the live chat reacted. What? A piece of driftwood? Not a crocodile. I just saw it move and create ripples. I clearly saw a crocodile. Wasn't it said there were crocodiles all over the marsh? What on earth? Chapter 69. The sea in the marsh. The murky water lay still, interspersed with gnarled branches. Anyone would instinctively associate such a scene with crocodiles. Are there no crocodiles? Was that foolish host not utterly convinced? Is this not the very habitat favored by saltwater crocodiles? Xia Lang, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, many saltwater crocodiles thrive in the marshes of islands. However, my dear brothers, crocodiles are ectothermic creatures of the subtropics, preferring warm, sun-drenched environments, with an optimal feeding temperature of around 25 C. Furthermore, if their body temperature drops below 15 C, they suffer grievous harm, making them susceptible to illness and death. Thus, crocodiles are predominantly found in tropical regions, while temperate crocodiles are exceedingly rare. The winter temperatures of Xianyu Island surely dip below zero. Do you truly believe crocodiles could inhabit such a place? Besides, if there were any crocodiles, would I not have noticed? Are you underestimating my abilities? When I entered the water, I observed the vicinity of the marsh and found no signs of crocodile habitation. The water appears deep. It has merely risen from yesterday's rainfall. Typically, it is only ankle deep or even less. Such an environment is utterly unsuitable for crocodiles to thrive. It would be a miracle if any were present. In fact, I would relish the opportunity to discover a few. At this point, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xia Lang's eyes. Catching a crocodile is far easier than capturing other large animals. A single one, weighing several tons, would sustain us for months. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast, overwhelmed by his explanations, found themselves in disbelief. No crocodiles. I want to strangle that fool, claiming to be an expert. Indeed, how could Xia Lang possibly miss the signs of crocodiles? If there were any, who would be the predator and who the prey? I can see the yearning in Xia Lang's gaze. In the official live broadcast room, as they listened to Xia Lang's reasoning, Li Da's complexion turned an alarming shade of purple, his previous arrogance and delight evaporating. How could this be? There are definitely crocodiles. Unwilling to accept this outcome, he unconsciously muttered to himself, his lips moving in disbelief. Beside him, Jiong and Anya wore expressions of cold detachment, their silence punctuated by exasperation. They had foolishly believed Li Da's words and had been profoundly concerned for Xia Lang's situation, only to find themselves embroiled in this monumental blunder. The viewers in the official live broadcast were also vocal in their disdain. That foolish host knows nothing, just rambling without understanding. I strongly suggest the officials replace him. Yes, a resounding plea for change. What utter nonsense. An expert? More like a preschool graduate posing as one. Damn it, making me anxious for no reason. Every day, he knows nothing but to disparage Xia Lang, a complete waste of space. And the president of the Wilderness Survival Association? Surely bought with connections. Meanwhile, the director overseeing the broadcast watched the flood of comments with a shake of his head. It seemed Li Da's time was running out. With so many viewers expressing their disdain for him, the officials would undoubtedly consider a replacement. Simultaneously, he harbored a sense of disdain for Li Da, pondering how he could so foolishly oppose Xia Lang. After all, the latter had neither provoked nor offended him. In fact, he was entirely unaware of Li Da's existence. Such disdainful behavior was utterly nonsensical, a display of sheer folly. On Xianyu Island, Xia Lang and Li Mengxi finally emerged from the marshlands, relieved to escape. Li Mengxi shook off the water from her feet, finding the sensation of mud beneath her shoes rather unpleasant. Xia Lang nodded with a smile, wiping the moisture from his own feet. Indeed, we have made it out. The coastline should lie ahead. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Xia Lang's eyes. As a child raised in the heart of the mainland, he had never gazed upon the sea, although he had once harbored thoughts of experiencing it. The demands of exams and work had consumed his time, causing that desire to fade into obscurity. It was only now that the realization struck him. He had yet to behold the ocean. His elder brother seemed to be filled with excitement. Li Mengxi noticed Xia Lang's eagerness and felt a twinge of curiosity. He touched the tip of his nose, choosing not to divulge that he had never been to the seaside. Such a revelation might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings when he demonstrated extensive knowledge about coastal wonders. Of course, I am looking forward to it. The seafood by the shore is bound to be fresh, Xia Lang remarked with a playful smile. Soon we shall feast to our heart's content. Moreover, there may even be coconut trees, and the flavor of coconut water is delightful. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing his words. Ha ha ha, Brother Lang sounds like he's gearing up for a buffet. One viewer exclaimed, just the thought of seafood makes my mouth water. The atmosphere in Brother Lang's live stream felt like it had shifted to easy mode. What easy mode? This is an entirely different game. Another chimed in. While other competitors were still foraging for wild fruits, Brother Lang had already indulged in a seafood buffet. Speaking of other competitors, thoughts of Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan crossed his mind. I must go check on them. Yesterday, Wang Yuan threw up after eating a rat. He chuckled. Come on, brothers ahead, let us go together. Chapter 70. A daring decision on Xianyu Island, 100 miles away from the Summerlang duo. An unsettling sight awaited. Another mouse? Wang Yuan gazed at the flattened rodent held aloft by Wang Sheng, his complexion paling ominously. The gruesome sight of the mouse's burst eyes sent a wave of nausea surging through him, as bile rose abruptly in his throat. He gagged, turning his head hastily to avoid another glance. Wang Sheng, clutching the mouse by its tail, wore a similarly distressed expression. After Wang Yuan had vomited from the previous day's encounter with the rodent, the duo realized their current predicament was untenable. Without a reliable source of nourishment, their elimination seemed inevitable. Yet, despite their contemplations, no viable solution emerged. In the midst of their despondence, a kind-hearted viewer in the comments section offered a suggestion to construct traps from stone slabs. With sufficient quantity, they were assured it would yield prey. The viewer even consulted online resources to provide a step-by-step guide for the duo, as if they had grasped a lifeline. With renewed vigor, Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan promptly set to work on crafting traps, dedicating an entire afternoon to erecting 17 stone slab snares. Exhausted, yet hopeful, they succumbed to sleep, their stomachs grumbling in protest. Come dawn, they approached their traps with eager anticipation, hoping to capture rabbits or snakes. However, reality proved far more dramatic than fiction. The traps had indeed ensnared a creature, but upon lifting the heavy slabs, they were met with yet another wretched mouse. This one was even more repulsive than the last. Under the immense weight of the stone, it had been flattened to a mere sliver. Its eyes bulged grotesquely from their sockets, and a portion of its intestine dangled from its mouth. Wang Yuan felt a fresh wave of nausea, unable to suppress another bout of dry heaving. "What shall we do, Brother Yuan?" Wang Sheng inquired, his own stomach churning at the sound of Wang Yuan's retching. "Let us discard it. The sight of this abomination makes me want to vomit. I'd rather starve than take a single bite," Wang Yuan replied, his face contorted in disgust. Wang Sheng hesitated, regarding the rodent with uncertainty. Having gone nearly 3 days without substantial sustenance, his stomach was in turmoil and his vision was beginning to blur. He recognized that he was on the verge of hypoglycemia. If he failed to consume something soon, he risked fainting and with it, elimination. Caught in a whirlwind of conflict, Wang Sheng finally spoke. "Brother Yuan, I'm famished. If you refuse to eat it, I shall do so alone." Wang Yuan grimaced. Fine, it's all yours. Just don't let me see it." With that, he turned his back and headed toward the fire pit. Wang Sheng, still clutching the mouse, followed behind. After a 10-minute trek back to their campsite, Wang Yuan collapsed onto the ground, shutting his eyes as he feigned slumber. After 3 days of hunger, he was disinclined to move a single finger. Wang Sheng glanced at the reclining Wang Yuan, but chose to remain silent. With unwavering determination, they commenced the dissection of the rodent. First, they severed the most repugnant part, the head, followed by the removal of the long, pink tail. This rendered the sight considerably more palatable. As they skinned it and extracted the innards, the entire creature was reduced to mere flesh, eradicating any sense of incongruity. At a glance, it resembled a diminutive version of rabbit meat. A soft gulp escaped Wang Sheng's throat instinctively. The charred exterior would likely mask any lingering taste of the rodent. As he skewered the creature with a wooden stick, he offered himself silent reassurances. To achieve the desired crispiness, Wang Sheng utilized 3 wooden sticks, arranging them in parallel, resembling a miniature roasted pig. With a lick of his lips, he positioned the rodent over the glowing embers and began to roast it gently. In less than half a minute, the fat began to melt, sizzling against the skin, releasing an enticing aroma of cooked meat. Wang Yuan, who had been dozing with eyes closed, caught a whiff of the fragrance. His salivary glands went into overdrive, and his stomach rumbled audibly. An overwhelming urge surged within him to take a taste. However, the memory of the rancid odor from the previous day quelled this impulse. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng felt his saliva flowing incessantly, akin to a faucet turned wide open, compelling him to swallow repeatedly. Yet, he refrained from indulging too soon. Recalling the unfortunate fate of Wang Yuan from the day prior, exercising restraint, he maintained a low flame and continued roasting for a full hour. Both of them endured the tantalizing scent of the meat for that duration. Finally, when the rodent's flesh achieved a golden brown crispness, Wang Sheng cautiously halted. Uncertain of the flavor, he felt a knot of apprehension in his stomach as he tore off a leg. The severed limb bore resemblance to a diminutive chicken drumstick. He placed it in his mouth. To his astonishment, the anticipated foul stench did not materialize. Instead, he was greeted by a rich, meaty aroma. With disbelief, He tentatively chewed a few bites. The more he consumed, the brighter his eyes became. The taste was reminiscent of chicken, crispy and tender, akin to fried chicken. Consequently, driven by an intense hunger, Wang Sheng began to devour it ravenously. Hearing this commotion, Wang Yuan, who had his eyes shut, hesitantly opened them. Upon witnessing Wang Sheng's joyful consumption, he inquired, "Wang Sheng, how does it taste?" At this, Wang Sheng momentarily paused, then pulled off another hind leg and offered it to him. "Brother Yuan, give it a try." Wang Yuan gazed at the golden, crispy rodent leg, wrestling internally for a fleeting second before accepting it and taking a tentative bite. In the next moment, his expression brightened. He chewed faster, and within a few bites, he had devoured the entire leg. "It's surprisingly good," he mused, eyeing the remaining bones in his hand, incredulous. "Shall we have a couple more?" Wang Sheng, in a generous spirit, directly asked. "All right, let us have 2 more." Wang Yuan nodded eagerly, fully shedding any remnants of reluctance. Chapter 71. Arrival at the beach. Traversing through the marshlands, the surrounding vegetation transformed into towering trees. The sand beneath their feet gradually increased in abundance. They were nearing their destination. Xia Lang faintly heard the sound of waves in the distance and chuckled. "Have we arrived?" Li Mingxi exclaimed in delight. "After walking for an entire afternoon, we are finally here." "Indeed, I can hear the waves," Xia Lang nodded, glancing down at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He noticed the viewers seemed to be in high spirits, flooding the screen with laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. How about trying a bite? The mouse is flattened. Let us call it mouse chips. Today, even if I starve, I refuse to eat that disgusting thing. Oh my, it's really delicious." The theory of so delicious. It asserts that when one refuses something and declares that they would rather face the dire consequences of starvation or a fall from a great height than partake in it, they will inevitably express their true feelings with the words, "so delicious." This theory was proposed by the renowned Chinese scientist and philosopher Wang Jingzi. Wow, the person in front is hilarious. Damn, it sounds so real I almost believed it. Xia Lang scanned the comments and began to understand the situation, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ugh, Li Mengxi, having read the comments, expressed her disdain. "Eating mice? That's too pitiful." "Xia Lang, you're amazing," she praised him after a moment of disgust. "I'm just lucky," Xia Lang replied with a smile, humility evident in his demeanor. Thus, the two continued on their way. After 3 or 4 minutes, the unmistakable sound of waves became clearer, resonating from ahead. At this point, even the audience in the live stream could hear it distinctly. We've reached the seaside. I can sense a wave of food approaching. I wonder what food Brother Lang will find. Heh, it definitely 1 TB mice. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi quickened her pace. Soon, her joyful laughter echoed ahead. "Xia Lang, come quickly. It's so beautiful." Xia Lang, smiling, hastened his steps. After passing through a patch of low shrubs, a golden beach and azure sea unfolded before them. The horizon where the sky met the ocean was breathtakingly majestic. Indeed, seeing it in person is a completely different experience from viewing a photograph, Xia Lang murmured softly. While the photos were beautiful, they lacked the grandeur of reality. "Look, big brother, there are coconut trees. We can have coconut water," Li Mengxi exclaimed, pointing to a few coconut trees not far away after spinning around on the beach. Xia Lang, upon hearing this, followed her gaze. A few coconut trees, standing at over 10 meters tall, leaned gracefully towards the shore. Feeling a bit parched, Xia Lang chuckled lightly and set off towards the coconut trees. Li Mengxi trotted along, her demeanor radiating joy. However, as the two approached the coconut tree, they were met with a perplexing sight. The top of the tree was bare, devoid of any fruit. Instead, several brown coconut shells lay haphazardly in the sand at the base of the tree. "What? Where are the coconuts?" Li Mengxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. According to survival videos and literature, coconut trees and their fruits are a matched pair. How could it be that this tree stood empty before them? "It must be due to the climate," Xia Lang replied with a resigned shrug and a chuckle. "It looks like we won't be enjoying any coconut juice." At this, Li Mengxi puffed out her cheeks, casting a reluctant glance at the top of the tree, her expression one of disappointment. Anyone who had dashed over in excitement, only to face such a letdown, would naturally feel disheartened. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream found amusement in Li Mengxi's reaction. Ha! Mengxi's cheeks are puffing up like a frog. It's adorable. I envy Brother Lang. He has such a cute companion to lighten the mood while surviving the wild. Here I am, stuck in the city, still a single dog. Who isn't? Let's go, Xia Lang said, ruffling Li Mengxi's hair with a smile. Let's head along the coastline. Perhaps we can find other coconut trees. Li Mengxi nodded obediently. She then glanced at the broken coconut shells on the ground, huffed softly, and finally departed with a sense of satisfaction. Just as she was about to leave, however, Xia Lang halted. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he stared intently at the coconut shells on the ground. After careful observation, a smile slowly crept across his face. It appeared that the absence of coconuts was not due to climatic factors. These shells seemed to have fallen recently, likely pilfered by other small creatures. Wait, other little creatures stole them? Li Mengxi paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, her expression brightened as she exclaimed, "Ha! You're so quick to catch on, big brother." Xia Lang chuckled and shrugged, saying, "But we shouldn't celebrate too soon. They may have already left." The audience in the live stream, listening to their exchange, appeared bewildered. Meow? Am I too uninformed to understand what they're talking about? Bro, you're not alone. Sigh, the price of ignorance. Chapter 72. A pot cannot hold everything. As the conversation unfolded, Xia Lang began to examine the traces on the beach, strolling intermittently. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he suddenly halted, a glimmer of joy illuminating his clear eyes. It appeared that fortune was on his side. Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, unable to conceal his delight, while the drone's camera turned in his direction. In an instant, a black crab, nearly the size of a basketball, emerged in the frame. Goodness, a coconut crab. Just days prior, he had watched a content creator on a small platform devour coconut crabs, priced at over 500 per pound. Admittedly, he felt a tinge of envy. Over 500 per pound? Is it really that expensive? This one must start at no less than 3,000. What kind of celestial life is Brother Lang living? Wang Yuan interjected, "Damn it." Li Mengxi, unable to suppress her laughter, exclaimed, "We truly have found a coconut crab. We've struck gold. Don't be too quick to celebrate. Look over there." Xia Lang gestured toward another tree. At his prompting, Li Mengxi turned her gaze. In the next moment, she joyfully cheered. There are two more, and this one is even larger. On the low-lying red tree, two coconut crabs languidly rested on the trunk, one of which was no smaller than a basin. The viewers in the live stream were filled with envy at the sight. Well, we have secured high-end ingredients worth 10,000. Brother Lang's luck is truly unparalleled. Is it luck? If not for Brother Lang's vast knowledge, who could discern the presence of coconut crabs from a coconut shell? To be fair, while Brother Lang may not possess my charm, his knowledge certainly eclipses mine. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled. He then took the opportunity to enlighten those unfamiliar with the subject. Brothers, this type of crab is scientifically known as the coconut crab. As the name suggests, its primary sustenance comprises coconuts. It is a type of hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter in length, making it not only the largest terrestrial crab, but also the largest terrestrial arthropod. Furthermore, due to its long-term diet of coconuts, the meat of the coconut crab carries a delightful coconut aroma, which makes it a favorite among food enthusiasts, with market prices generally fluctuating around 500. Having concluded his explanation, he reached out to retrieve the coconut crab from the tree. Stirred by external stimuli, the slumbering coconut crab awoke. Its pincers, larger than a fist, began to flail, and its crab legs started to move. Yet, held firmly by Xia Lang from the back, it could not escape. "Ah, quite spirited," Xia Lang remarked with a cheerful smile. "All right, this little fellow will be our lunch." Li Mengxi nodded eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable. Once, she believed her journey into the wilderness would be fraught with hardship, even preparing herself for days of hunger. However, since encountering Xia Lang, she realized that hunger seemed to be a non-issue. On the contrary, rather than enduring starvation, she found herself indulging in increasingly sumptuous meals. Just yesterday, they had savored fragrant bamboo rat meat, and this morning they feasted on nuts. Now, I find myself indulging in a grand feast of coconut crab, a culinary experience I have never encountered before, akin to a dreamlike reverie. The audience, at this moment, resonates with profound empathy. One might wonder if Lang is truly here for survival. It feels more like an excursion, accompanied by the indulgence in exquisite delicacies. This morning, I could scarcely afford nuts. Yet I managed to purchase a few packs to savor the taste. However, the coconut crab remains a distant desire, as I discovered it is sold at a minimum weight of 4 pounds, with shipping costs commencing at $2,300. Upon glancing at the prices, I realized I could not afford such a feast. A single meal would consume half a month's salary. Overwhelmed with disappointment, I silently lamented, is this truly wilderness survival? I believe the official title for Lang should be that of a gourmet influencer. Xia Lang surveyed the barrage of comments and pondered for a moment, refraining from speaking. In the current context, anything he said would provoke the audience. In truth, he yearned to admit that he too had never tasted this delicacy, and today marked his first encounter. Nevertheless, he held his tongue, while Li Mengshi interjected, "Brother Xia Lang, such a large coconut crab seems too big for our pot." Xia Lang hesitated, opening his mouth, and, after several seconds, replied, "Let's see if we can cut it." "All right, I will go boil it," Li Mengshi declared, lifting the coconut crab and departing, oblivious to the invisible wounds inflicted upon the viewer's psyche. My spirit has taken a hit. When will I have the audacity to assert that the pot is too small to accommodate such a large crab? As I slurp instant noodles, life feels rather bleak. A classic old song comes to mind, snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle, feigning ignorance as he too made his way toward the beach. Upon reaching the shore, Li Mengshi gathered some stones and casually assembled a fire pit, efficiently beginning to prepare the coconut crab. "Brother Xia Lang, how should we cut it?" she asked, gesturing at the crab with a hint of frustration. The coconut crab is so immense that it likely needs to be divided into 3 sections to fit into the pot. Yet, the crab's size surpasses that of the pot itself, making it impossible to accommodate. Xia Lang, hearing this, glanced at the still struggling coconut crab. According to the knowledge in his mind, coconut crabs have numerous blood vessels lining the inner walls of their gill chambers to maintain moisture for survival. This area is particularly conducive to the growth of bacteria and viruses, making the handling quite troublesome. Chapter 73. The shark. This location is particularly conducive to the proliferation of bacteria and viruses, making the situation rather troublesome to manage. If one were at home, solutions could be devised. However, in the wild, with no tools at one's disposal, the dilemma intensifies. Should we sever the head and discard it? Xia Lang cast a furtive glance at the camera, his voice wavering as he spoke. The head is too challenging to handle and poses a danger when consumed. It seems unwise to take such a risk. Discard the head? Li Mengshi, brandishing a dagger, brightened at the prospect and wholeheartedly agreed. Removing the head would allow for a more suitable preparation. With deft precision, she plunged the dagger into the joint of the coconut crab and in a few decisive movements severed the creature's head. In a live stream, viewers chimed in. "Could someone lick the crab's head for me? Why throw it away? Such a waste. Can't you send it to me?" One swift cut and a fortune lost. Oh, the despair. Brothers, let us elevate our conversation. Xia Lang chose to ignore the comments once more. Next, he observed Li Mengshi as she processed the coconut crab, but soon grew bored. "I'm heading to the shore to see if there's anything else to eat," he announced, rising to his feet. "Sure," Li Mengshi replied, playfully brushing her hair aside. "Go ahead. We'll be eating soon. I'll be off. If anything happens, just shout," he cautioned before making his way toward the coastline. Dear viewers, I'm off to explore the sea. Perhaps I'll discover some delectable treasures. After some time, the audience had transitioned from envy to a sense of anticipation. Is Lang going diving? What if there are sharks? That sounds perilous. I have a feeling Lang will be dining on shark, someone joked. Ha! That's unlikely. Sharks are the rulers of the sea. No matter how formidable Lang is, he wouldn't have the upper hand in the water. As Xia Lang proceeded toward the shore, he spotted the lively chatter in the comments, and his eyes gleamed with inspiration. Catching a shark. What an intriguing idea. A single shark could provide sustenance for a week. He had been troubled by the lack of food. With this thought, he turned back to retrieve the coconut crab's head and resumed his walk toward the sea. The audience, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced his intentions. Whoa, the fierce Lang is online. Who just said he wouldn't catch a shark? Come forward and face the music, setting aside whether or not there are sharks. This show is already thrilling. Xia Lang squinted at the last comment. Sharks are renowned for their acute sense of smell. They can detect blood from several kilometers away. This signifies that within a radius of several kilometers, encompassing approximately a dozen square kilometers, if there are sharks present, they can potentially detect the scent of blood and approach. Therefore, should a shark be nearby and catch a whiff of the coconut crab's blood, it would likely come over. However, Xiang did not elaborate on this. He merely chuckled and remarked, "Haha, setting aside the notion of catching sharks, at the very least, if a shark comes by, it will be delightful for everyone to witness." Wouldn't it? Brother Lang was indeed correct. I have never seen a shark before, so watching it live would be quite intriguing. It's perhaps for the best that there are no sharks. Confronting one would be perilously hazardous. Indeed, with coconut crabs around, what need is there for sharks? Carrying the coconut crab's head, Xiang strolled leisurely to the shore. At that moment, the coconut crab was still alive, its mouth opening and closing incessantly. An incision on its head revealed a vivid crimson hue of blood. Off you go. With a swift motion, Xiang tossed the coconut crab's head far out into the water. As he watched the head diminish in size, ultimately creating a splash in the azure sea, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, intending to search along the coastline for something to eat. Suddenly, a cluster of pale green seaweed surfaced, buoyed by the crashing waves. The bounty of the seaside was indeed abundant. Xiang marveled and approached to retrieve the cluster of seaweed. Dear viewers, can you guess what this is? It is quite common in everyday life, and you all have likely consumed it. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately flooded the chat with their guesses. Haha, I wager it's kelp. 1. It does resemble kelp. I guess it's wakame. It shouldn't be kelp. It's all clumped together. Is kelp like this? Brother Lang is so certain. We have all eaten it. Is there anything else aside from kelp? Observing the barrage of comments, Xiang smiled and revealed the answer is, this is nori. It is also used to make seaweed snacks, which I shall roast later as a treat. Nori contains a protein content of 30 to 50 and is rich in dietary fiber, various vitamins, and trace elements such as calcium, potassium, and magnesium. In the wilderness, it serves as quite a commendable snack, being both tasty and a source of numerous vitamins. Wow, it's nori. How careless of me. The nori I usually see is dried, and primarily, this isn't even purple. Brother Lang's life is truly lavish. His snacks are more sumptuous than mine. Had I not visited other streaming channels, I might naively believe that survival in the wild is this delightful. As he listened to the audience's praises, a smile crept upon Xiang's lips. Yet, at that moment, a triangular fin glimmered in the distance, cutting through the waves. Chapter 74. The Hunt at that moment. A triangular fin flashed through the waves in the distance. A shark? Xia Lang's eyes glimmered with certainty. He knew he had not been mistaken. What had just sliced through the water was undoubtedly a shark's fin. The keen-eyed spectators, too, caught a glimpse of the fleeting fin. A shark? Did I just see a shark? Goodness, I thought I was imagining things. What a coincidence. It seems Brother Lang has truly attracted it. Brother Lang, stay calm. A jest is one thing, but diving in to confront a shark is perilously reckless. Despite the urgency of the situation, the sight of the shark still stirred a sense of thrill within me. Upon confirming the presence of shark, the majority of the audience immediately urged Xia Lang to refrain from acting impulsively. Indeed, Brother Lang, do not take such risks. Sharks are the sovereigns of the sea. Humans are utterly powerless in water. Movement is arduous, and hunting a shark is fraught with danger. I recall the record for a 100-meter freestyle is 46.91 seconds, while the 100-meter sprint record is 9.63 seconds. Such a disparity. Surely this cannot be true. Brother Lang remained composed, glancing at the barrage of comments. Xia Lang felt a twinge of conflict. He was well aware of the risks they spoke of, perhaps more so than they, or else he would not have recklessly pursued the hunt. What troubled him was another matter. The length of that shark's fin was approximately 20 centimeters. By deduction, the shark beneath the surface likely measured between 1 and 2 meters in length. This figure hovered at the threshold in his mind. If it were over 2 meters, he would not entertain the thought. Such a creature would be beyond his capability to defeat, and entering the water would be akin to courting death. Though he was eager to resolve his food predicament, he was not entirely devoid of reason. As for those less than 1.5 meters, there was no need for further contemplation. Such smaller sharks possessed only a marginal advantage over an ordinary human. For Xia Lang, whose body had undergone enhancement, even in water, they would be mere prey. Just as Xia Lang was weighing his options, the shark's fin suddenly broke the surface once more, its pale blue triangular shape slicing through the azure waters, sending up white splashes. Beneath the cerulean waves, a dark shadow in the form of a shark darted gracefully. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the viewers in the live stream. Incredible! It truly is a shark. It appears to be rather sizable. This is exhilarating. Watching a shark live is a first for me. The mere sight is daunting. Brother Lang intends to hunt this creature. How fearsome. Has arrived? Xia Lang's heightened senses instantly detected the shark's presence. After a brief moment of hesitation, a spark ignited in his calm gaze, accompanied by an exhilarating urge. Since his encounters with the wild wolves and the cliff leap, he felt as though the adventurous spirit within his blood had been awakened. When faced with perilous pursuits, his blood began to boil. Under 2 meters in length, there's a chance. He licked his lips, a grin spreading across his face. In the next instant, he was in motion, within the live stream. Upon witnessing the fervent gaze of Xia Lang, the audience instantly grasped an undeniable truth. There was no dissuading him. Brother Lang was resolutely prepared to confront the shark head-on. An air of tension enveloped the live broadcast as viewers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen, terrified that a mere blink would cause them to miss a moment of the impending drama. Brother Lang was genuinely agitated. I could feel my own breath quickening, anxiety tightening my chest. My palms were clammy with sweat. Brother Lang's live streams were perpetually exhilarating. What was he about to do? I just stepped away for a moment, and now I'm left wondering what transpired. Meanwhile, by the stone stove on the beach, Li Mengxi's cheeks were flushed as she fervently blew air into the fire pit. Yet, the wood within the stove showed no signs of yielding. Thick plumes of white smoke spiraled upward, but not even a flicker of flame emerged. Due to the proximity to the sea, the collected wood was somewhat damp, making it challenging to ignite. Additionally, the coastal winds were fierce, extinguishing any nascent flames before they could take hold. Suddenly, the wind shifted direction, and the smoke that had been wafting away now barreled toward Li Mengxi's delicate face. Coughing, she was caught off guard by the acrid fumes that invaded her nostrils. Ugh, this fire is truly difficult to ignite, she exclaimed, hastily retreating from the smoke and exhaling heavily, her frustration evident. She wondered how her older brother was faring. Muttering softly to herself, she glanced at her chat messages. Mengxi, Brother Lang is engaging with the shark. Hurry and check it out. Brother Lang is exceptionally fierce. This is the essence of a true man. It's exhilarating to watch. While other streams seem like child's play in comparison. Upon seeing the word shark, Li Mengxi was startled. Turning her gaze towards Xia Lang, she noticed he had already stepped into the water. Instantly, a wave of panic surged within her. She understood the peril of sharks far better than the viewers did. According to reports, the great white shark possesses a bite force nearing 2 tons. This terrifying power, combined with its razor-sharp teeth, could effortlessly tear through steel. The human body, when confronted with a shark's jaws, is as fragile as paper. In mere fractions of a second, a shark can rend a person asunder, completing the dismemberment. Big brother. A tremor coursed through Li Mengxi's heart, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards Xia Lang. Chapter 75. The True Hunter by the Coastline. Standing at less than 2 meters in length, there lies an opportunity. With a deep exhale, Xia forcefully suppresses his exhilaration. Engaging a shark in single combat. From a rational standpoint, this defies the principles of wilderness survival. It is an act of extreme recklessness. Unlike humans, who possess a single row of teeth, sharks are equipped with 5 or 6 rows of inwardly growing, serrated teeth. Coupled with their terrifying bite force, they are nothing short of natural killing machines. A single bite feels akin to being shredded by a meat grinder. Yet, from an emotional perspective, Xia Lang's spirit ignites at the face of such formidable challenges. It is akin to a video game where one cannot relinquish control until the level is conquered. This embodies the innate human desire for challenge. To surrender implies, on some levels, a demise of the spirit. Dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Lang slowly draws the gobo knife from his waist, allowing his breath to lengthen. He engages in the art of breath control to soothe his emotions. Simultaneously, his calm gaze sharpens, his focus becoming intensely concentrated, filtering out all external stimuli. At this moment, his vision is solely fixated on the shark. Once prepared, he cautiously steps into the ocean, ready to commence his hunt. However, in the next instant, his expression shifts, as if he has triggered some alarm. The moment his foot touches the water, the shark suddenly flips, creating a splash and vanishing without a trace. The fin that had once graced the surface of the sea has completely disappeared. What is happening? Has it fled? Xia Lang voices his uncertainty. In the live stream, the audience is equally bewildered. What the heck? It just ran away. I was on the verge of a thrill, and this happens? It seems that Brother Lang's prowess is so formidable that even the shark is intimidated. Animals possess a keen sixth sense. Perhaps the shark was frightened away by Lang's killing intent. Though tinged with disappointment, there is also a sense of relief. Single-handedly confronting a shark is perilous, and I always worry about Brother Lang getting hurt. At least, he remains unharmed. Overall, the audience in the live stream feels a tinge of regret, yet they breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that their beloved host no longer faces danger. Standing in the water, Xia Lang feels a sense of unease. He had readied himself for battle, only to find his adversary vanished. This sensation is far from pleasant. Discontented, he presses onward until the azure waters reach his waist, only to halt once more. Yet, despite his bold venture, the shark remains elusive. In the crystal-clear blue water, a school of brightly colored fish swims leisurely, entirely unperturbed by the presence of a predator. It truly is gone. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Xia Lang shakes his head, a wave of disappointment washing over him. What a waste of my fervor, he murmurs quietly, turning to return to the shore. Just then, he notices Li Mengxi rushing over, her face etched with concern. Big brother, are you all right? Li Mengxi cried out, her large, dark eyes brimming with tears of urgency. Upon realizing that Xia Lang was challenging the shark, her mind was consumed by worry and fear, leaving no room for other thoughts. She merely wished to rush over and ascertain the safety of her older brother. Observing Li Mengxi's distressed demeanor, a wave of warmth surged within Xia Lang. He had not anticipated that this young girl, whom he had only met a few days prior, would be so concerned for him. Such worry ran deep in her bones. What could possibly happen to me? When a shark encounters me, it remains uncertain who will prevail. After all, I am a man at the pinnacle of the food chain. Casually, he invoked the moniker of Shark Slayer. In the live stream, viewers reacted to his statement with a flurry of comments. 6666, a man at the top of the food chain. Indeed, Lang deserves this title. After all, he was the one who had successively frightened off both wolves and sharks, justly earning his reputation. While I might contest this for others, I wholeheartedly agree when it comes to Lang. Once Li Mengxi confirmed that Xia Lang was unharmed, the weight on her heart finally lifted. She wiped her damp eyes and revealed a long-awaited smile. It's good that you're fine. Please don't take such risks next time. Yes, I understand. Xia Lang replied with a shrug and a wry smile. I'll do my best. However, he lacked confidence in suppressing that surge of adrenaline. Come up quickly. The water is far too perilous. It might return. Li Mengxi gazed at the azure waters, an unsettling feeling that a shark lurked beneath the surface creeping over her. Yes, Xia Lang nodded, grinning. In fact, I hope it does come back. That way, we won't have to search for food for days. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced back at the water. In the next moment, his dark pupils constricted, reduced to pinpricks. At that moment, a black shadow darted through the water, effortlessly covering 4 to 5 meters in an instant. It was the shape of a shark. Would it arrive? A tempest of dread surged within Xia Lang. Although he had been conversing with Li Mengxi, he had never lowered his guard, remaining attuned to the sounds behind him. With his enhanced senses, he could detect even the slightest noise. Yet, a horrifying reality unfolded. The shark approached in silence, as if it were deliberately concealing itself, only to spring into action when it reached the perfect striking distance, launching a lethal assault. It turned out that while Xia Lang was hunting the shark was simultaneously preparing to hunt him. Chapter 76. Fierce Battle. The bull shark, renowned for its ferocious temperament, reigns supreme among sharks without contest. In fact, it accounts for more than half of all recorded shark attacks. These formidable creatures are known to overturn boats and hunt humans, establishing their dominion as the tyrants of the deep sea. At this moment, a bull shark, cloaked in a slate-gray hue with a stark white underbelly, swam within mere 2 meters of Xia Lang. After a fleeting moment of daze, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes as all thoughts dissolved, leaving only the primal instinct to fight. Realizing there was no time to draw his weapon, Xia Lang understood that the act of unsheathing his sword would grant the bull shark ample opportunity to rend him asunder. Thus, he relinquished the gobo knife at his waist and instead harnessed his formidable physique to sidestep the shark's charge. The bull shark, taken aback by its prey's unexpected evasion, surged past Xia Lang, who was unlike the usual quarry that merely fled in terror. After narrowly avoiding the most perilous assault, Xia Lang lunged forward, seizing the bull shark's body in a desperate embrace, striving to lift it from the depths of the sea. In a flash, the shark was caught off guard, its body partially emerging from the water. However, the bull shark soon sensed the anomaly and began to thrash violently, attempting to escape. Its massive tail lashed out, striking Xia Lang's chest with the force of a battering ram. Instantly, he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, the impact rendering him breathless. Yet, bolstered by an indomitable will, he persevered through the discomfort, clinging tenaciously to the shark's tail and dragging it towards the shore. It was only then that the viewers in the live stream began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, erupting in a frenzy of comments. Incredible. Truly astounding. The #1 jungler in the country is here. Xia Lang is ferocious. This shark is deceitful. When did it approach? His reflexes are astonishing. Li Mengxi also reacted, her face draining of color. Instinctively, she yearned to plunge into the water to assist Xia Lang, but after a few hurried steps, she realized that her entry would only complicate matters for him. Thus, she remained on the shore, anxiously watching. With every ounce of strength, Xia Lang clutched the shark's tail, his arm muscles bulging and veins protruding, akin to iron pincers firmly securing the creature. Just then, his foot slipped on a jagged rock, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the water. Seizing this opportunity, the bull shark twisted its body, striving to break free from Xia Lang's grasp. The moment Xia Lang felt the treacherous rock beneath him, he knew he was in jeopardy. He lost his balance and plunged into the ocean, the briny water immediately flooding his mouth and nostrils. In an instant, his lungs felt as though they were ablaze, searing with pain. The violent shock of choking on the water instinctively urged him to cough. However, he was acutely aware that succumbing to such impulses would spell his doom. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Xia Lang clung tightly to the tail of the bull shark with one hand while reaching for his waist with the other. With a powerful tug, he drew forth a black dagger. His arm muscles strained as he exerted all his strength, plunging the dagger forcefully into the shark's flesh. Instantly, a vivid crimson blood blossomed in the water, resembling a vibrant flower in bloom. The excruciating pain incited the bull shark into a frenzied struggle. Recklessly charging deeper into the sea, Xia Lang could only grip the dagger's hilt with all his might, being swept along by the shark as they surged into the depths. In just a few breaths, he was dragged several meters away. Upon entering the deep water, the bull shark immediately dove toward the ocean floor. Xia Lang tightened his grip on the dagger, not daring to relax for a moment. He understood all too well that if the bull shark regained its composure and broke free, he would be in grave danger. On the shoreline, Li Mengxi gasped in shock, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. In the blink of an eye, The elder brother had been dragged into the sea by the shark, leaving behind a long trail of blood that gradually spread. The viewers in the live stream were now in a state of panic. What was happening? Where was Brother Lang? Hadn't he just been about to pull the shark ashore? It seemed he had been taken into the deep water, where the surface had grown eerily still. Should they call for the official rescue team? Was there still time? After all, it was a shark. What would they do? The urgency was overwhelming. In the official live streaming room, Director Wang Wei gazed at the tranquil surface of the water, his expression grave. The lack of movement indicated that Xia Lang had been dragged into the depths. In the deep water, not only was the pressure immense, but breathing was also impossible. Typically, when a person is taken into deep water by a shark, unless a miracle occurs, survival is nearly impossible. Chapter 77, Another Island. Einstein once articulated that time is relative. At times, it seems fleeting, as if a day of respite vanishes in an instant. Yet there are moments when time stretches interminably, each second a torment. Li Mengxi's eyes were reddened, fixed intently on the distant sea, her heart racked with a painful disarray and a rising sense of panic. The scene in the live stream mirrored her distress. What was once a flurry of comments had dwindled to a sparse few within mere seconds. Everyone was transfixed by the ocean's surface, awaiting Xia Lang's return. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Soon, nearly a minute had elapsed. A heavy gloom settled over the crowd, the atmosphere thick with despair. Below the surface, Xia Lang was being dragged along by a shark, racing through the depths. He clutched the hilt of his dagger tightly, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Any lapse in his grip could result in being flung away, leaving him vulnerable to the shark's ferocious assault in the abyss. Given the shark's agility and speed in the water, Xia Lang had little hope for survival. Almost a minute had passed. He had no idea how far this creature had taken him. Holding his breath with great determination, he began to observe his surroundings. After a brief period of adjustment, the discomfort from the water in his lungs had diminished significantly. His robust physique was proving beneficial. Despite having been submerged for over a minute, he felt little sense of suffocation. According to his knowledge, the Guinness World Record for breath holding was 22 minutes and 10 seconds. However, due to his hasty entry and the initial choking, he knew he could not match that record. Nevertheless, holding his breath for 4 or 5 minutes was within his capacity. The enhancements from the serum had been comprehensive. He sensed that his lung capacity was at least 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. 5 minutes should pose no challenge. Moreover, the shark's struggles had begun to wane. Gazing at the dagger embedded in the shark's abdomen, a sense of relief washed over him, and his earlier anxiety began to fade. He estimated that in another minute, the creature would be completely incapacitated. With this thought, Xia Lang grew increasingly composed, patiently biding his time. A minute swiftly passed. He watched as the bull shark's tail flailed with diminishing vigor, a glimmer of joy igniting within him. It was evident that the creature was nearing its end. Still, he remained vigilant, gripping his dagger, continuing to wait. Finally, after another half-minute, the bull shark lost all strength, beginning to descend slowly towards the abyss. Utterly devoid of life, Xia Lang mused inwardly that the bull shark, requiring constant motion to sustain its breathing, could not possibly be feigning death. Thus, he was assured that the creature had indeed perished. He suspected that his dagger had penetrated one of the shark's vital organs, leading to its swift demise. In the depths of his mind, thoughts surged as Xia Lang exerted force through his wrist, twisting the black dagger with determination before yanking it free. A dark crimson spray of blood followed as the dagger was extracted. Alas, the shark descended at an even swifter pace, evading his grasp entirely. Weighing several hundred pounds, the creature swiftly dived for over 2 minutes, dragging him at least 3 to 4 kilometers away. Surrounded by the vast, uncharted ocean, Xia Lang lacked the audacity to navigate with a bloodied shark in tow. However, the shark's fin was indeed a prized possession. Like a nimble fish, he propelled himself with vigorous strokes toward the sinking creature. With a deft slice of his dagger, he severed the fin from the bull shark's back. Renowned as one of the 8 culinary treasures alongside bear's paw, he had never tasted it before and would not let this opportunity slip away. Clutching the fin, Xia Lang summoned extraordinary speed, propelling himself toward the surface. Thanks to his buoyancy, ascending was effortless. As he progressed, the surrounding brightness intensified, allowing him to discern distant shapes. Was that an island? His expression turned to one of astonishment. Under the sun's rays, a small island's outline became vaguely visible a kilometer away. Contemplating this revelation, he swam toward that direction. Curiosity piqued about what lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, Anya's face was etched with concern as her long, pale fingers clenched tightly, fixated on the screen. Beside her, Lido wore a similarly anxious expression, his complexion pale. Compared to his earlier smug demeanor, he now appeared somewhat ridiculous. His reaction was not due to a split personality, but rather stemmed from his newfound awareness of Anya's true identity and her purpose for being there. As revealed by the director, the major shareholder of Sequoia Capital had come specifically for Xia Lang. The chilling realization of these two pieces of information sent shivers down his spine. Having ascended to the position of president of the Wilderness Survival Association, he possessed some connections and was aware of the inner workings of elite families. It was this very knowledge that instilled a profound fear within him. He understood all too well that his demise could be orchestrated without a word spoken by her. A mere expression of disdain towards him would suffice, prompting countless individuals to seek to please Anya, ensuring he would not see the light of another day. Chapter 78. I will take care of you by the beach. Li Mengshi bit her lip, tears like pearls streaming down her cheeks. 5 minutes had already passed. The sea remained tranquil, with a few seagulls gliding across the sky, creating a serene and picturesque scene. However, this calmness foreshadowed the death of Xia Lang. Her elder brother, having collapsed onto the sand, prompted Li Mengshi to unleash her pent-up emotions, and she wept uncontrollably. In the livestream room, the fans were equally somber. Not a single comment graced the screen. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. At that moment, the drone, hovering above, suddenly illuminated a red warning light and emitted a crisp alert. Location detected. Vital signs normal. Commencing patrol. Target, northwest direction, 8 kilometers. Following this announcement, the drone traced a swift arc across the sky, hastening towards the ocean. Hearing this sound, Li Mengshi, still in tears, widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Big brother is safe." The viewers in the livestream room shared her joy, erupting in exuberance. "Ha! I knew Lang Ge would be fine. Lang Ge is incredible. To have fought off a shark and still be alive. This is nothing short of miraculous. Have you ever underestimated Lang Ge? His miracles are countless. Unstoppable. Truly a man I admire. Oh, I was just crying my eyes out. Thank goodness he is all right." In the live broadcast room, Wang Wei, a slender man clad in a director's jacket, wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling an immense sense of relief. The 5 minutes during which Xia Lang had vanished caused the Wilderness Survival Show's emergency hotline, customer service, official Weibo, and back-end messages to be inundated. The entire production team was on the brink of paralysis. Wang Wei harbored no doubt that had something happened to Xia Lang, the shark fighting group's building would have been besieged by fans. The negative public sentiment that would erupt the following day could even lead to the government halting the program. Xia Lang's influence was monumental. Fortunately, the fellow was safe. Wang Wei had initially been particularly fond of Xia Lang as a contestant, eagerly anticipating his continuous self-challenges and extreme adventures. Each escapade represented a potential sensation, yielding exceptional program results, stirring the waters of the show. Yet now, he dared not hope for such daring feats. He merely wished for Xia Lang to focus on survival. Otherwise, he might indeed bring about his own demise, and the show would suffer as a consequence. Pondering this, Wang Wei turned to his assistant beside him and instructed, "Go to the official channel and announce the impending 7-day torrential rain. This storm is severe. If we do not alert them in advance, it is likely that a substantial number of contestants will be eliminated." Of course, there was one unspoken intention behind Wang Wei's words. Once this news was disseminated, that rascal Xia Lang would remain dutifully in the shelter, refraining from unnecessary escapades outside. "Understood, Director." The assistant nodded and promptly turned to leave. Wang Wei watched the assistant's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. He then turned his gaze towards Xia Lang's live streaming room, and his expression faltered as he softly remarked, "This fellow claims to be quite lucky every day, and yet he has truly stumbled upon a stroke of fortune." On an uncharted isle, Xia Lang gazed at the drone hovering beside him, a smile gracing his features. The drone was indeed diligent. Initially, he had feared that Meng Shi and the others would worry, but now, such concerns were alleviated. Inside the live stream, laughter erupted. "Ha! I'm so glad to see Brother Lang safe. Please don't take such risks next time. It's far too dangerous." "Indeed, we already know how impressive Brother Lang is. He should take it easy." Wang's quirky hair rewarded the streamer with 10 planes. Soon after, a golden special comment streaked across the screen. "Brother Lang, avoid risks in the future." 36E donated 10 planes as well. "Xia Lang, you don't need to push yourself so hard. If you accidentally withdraw from the competition, I'll take care of you." Xia Lang touched his nose, bemused. What kind of remarks were these? Did they think he was the type to rely on others? Nevertheless, jokes aside, he could genuinely sense the audience's heartfelt concern and worry for him. "Thank you all. I shall endeavor to avoid unnecessary risks in the future." Within the live stream, a comment quipped, "Avoid risks? I don't believe that. Brother Lang, perhaps you should embrace a life of leisure. Soft rice is both delectable and comforting." "Indeed, Brother Lang. As a doctor, I've observed that your stomach isn't well. Soft rice would suit you perfectly." Young and unaware of the allure of soft rice, mistakenly investing youth in laborious toil. Only in old age does one realize the toll on health, lamenting with empty tears in the embrace of a wealthy partner. Observing the live stream veer off course, Xia Lang feigned ignorance and forcefully shifted the topic. "Dear viewers, based on my recent observations, this island is not large. It appears to be a subsidiary of Xinyu Island. I shall venture in shortly to see if I can gather some useful resources." In truth, as he arrived on the island, he had faintly discerned some signs of human presence. However, the marks had been obscured by the ocean's relentless erosion, leaving him uncertain if the production team had indeed visited this isle. Yet, this was merely a conjecture, sufficient to motivate him to explore for a while. After all, the island was small, and a tour would only take an hour or so. If his guesses were correct, and the production team had hidden some surprises on the island, he would certainly reap significant rewards. Chapter 79. Encountering the surprise, Lang Ge's abrupt change of subject was indeed rather clumsy. But what can we say? Our Lang Gu is a manly man. How could a manly man ever rely on soft means? However, that seems to be a contradiction, for a true manly man should indeed indulge in softer fare. By the way, whatever happened to Lang Ge's shark? My curiosity is piqued. Noticing the audience's intrigue, Xia Lang began to recount the recent events while surveying his surroundings. The viewers were astonished to learn that Xia Lang had indeed vanquished the shark. "Oh my, he really did it. How incredibly fierce!" one exclaimed. "I thought the shark had tossed Lang Gu aside and made its escape. What a pity. If only the drone could dive into the water, we could have witnessed such thrilling footage. What a loss. Just the thought of that scene is exhilarating." As he observed the barrage of praise flooding the screen, Xia Lang smiled and ventured deeper into the island. The island was quite small, with sparse vegetation predominantly consisting of low shrubs, interspersed occasionally with maple and pine trees. While engaging with the audience, Xia Lang continued his exploration. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly halted, a smile breaking across his face as he beheld a tangle of green vines. Dear viewers, what a fortuitous start. Upon arriving at this island, I have encountered such a source of sustenance. What splendid luck. Now, as per our usual custom, can you guess what it is? The viewers in the live chat, as always, were eager to participate. Is it a climbing vine? I guess it's a climbing vine. I can't guess. Ever since entering Lang Ge's live stream, I feel like I'm mentally challenged. I haven't guessed anything correctly. I share that sentiment. Lenga, just tell us. Seeing the viewers' unanimous inability to guess, Xia Lang chuckled and shook his head. He crouched down, pulling the green vine from the soft earth, revealing its white roots for the camera. This is known as the poisonous fish vine. As the name suggests, it is used to poison fish. Its effectiveness is quite remarkable. Some indigenous people prefer using it for fishing. I shall collect some to enhance my meal later tonight. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed expressions of as expected. Well, we guessed wrong. Understood. I shall search for it in my neighborhood later. If I find it, I'll try it out at the artificial lake tomorrow. By the way, anyone going to acknowledge how impressive Langu is? I feel like I've developed a resistance. If one day Langu claims not to recognize a certain plant, I might actually be surprised. Come on now, everyone, at least give Langu some credit. Let us show some love for Langu. As he watched the screen fill with accolades for him, Xia Lang rubbed his nose, feeling rather speechless. Is everyone being so perfunctory? Has it only been a few days, and you've already built up a resistance? Creating engaging content is proving to be quite the challenge. Shaking his head, Xia Lang noted the location of the poisonous fish vine and continued his exploration. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, a vast expanse lay ahead of him. A clearing of several dozen square meters appeared before his eyes, identical to the location where they had established their shelter and had discovered the treasure chest. Indeed, there was something here. Xia Lang gazed at the several rows of towering vegetation in the clearing, exclaiming with delight. The audience in the live broadcast room was equally astonished upon seeing this open space. What extraordinary luck! Another hidden gem from the production team. Brother Lang is truly soaring high this time. Finally, there is a plan I recognize. Haha, I know that one too. Brother Lang is indeed taking off. The production team has meticulously crafted each hidden gem. I wonder if there are more surprises. It's unclear, aside from Brother Lang. No other contestants have encountered any hidden gems. If it weren't for Brother Lang, I wouldn't have known that the production team had set up hidden surprises on the island. Am I the only one who heard Brother Lang use the word still? I suspect he must have discovered some clue that led him to explore the island. At this moment, disregarding the barrage of comments, Xia Lang excitedly approached, his eyes fixed on a row of corn at the center of the clearing, filled with exhilaration. He had been searching for a source of starch, and he had never expected to stumble upon such a hidden surprise. Indeed, the treasure on this island consisted of several rows of pre-planted corn. In a modern society, these rows of corn might only be worth a mere 100 yuan, a paltry sum insufficient even for 2 kilograms of ribs. However, when they thrive in the wilderness, their value transcends monetary measures. It is essential to realize that corn has a growth cycle of merely 3 months. If this patch of corn is planted in the coming spring, the harvest will completely resolve Xia Lang's food supply issues for the latter half of the year, significantly reducing the risks to his survival. As long as he can endure, he could do nothing but reside in the shelter, enjoying food and leisure for the next 6 months. Furthermore, Xia Lang had been contemplating how to secure a source of starch. Ever since humanity's ancestors entered the agricultural age 10,000 years ago, the human body has adapted to a diet primarily composed of starch. Sustaining oneself solely on meat without any starch can lead to various health issues, including liver failure and proteinuria, which are no trivial matters. Chapter 80 Bad News Brothers. How shall we describe this stroke of luck? Xia Lang composed himself and addressed the camera. Haha, Brother Lang is undoubtedly favored by fortune this time. Quickly, Brother Lang, plant the corn and you can bask in victory. Indeed, my family grows corn too. If we cultivate all this corn, it would be enough to sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. Goodness, is it really that extraordinary? A family of 3 for a year? That's a sure win. Absolutely. I feel as though this surprise has disrupted the balance of the competition. To be honest, if another contestant had received this surprise, I would be extremely displeased. After all, Brother Lang is so impressive, yet cannot guarantee a first-place finish. If someone else manages to scrape by to the end thanks to this surprise, that would be absurd. Having heard you, I too find this surprise rather outrageous. Foolish production team. Fortunately, it's Brother Lang. While Xia Lang was merrily enjoying himself, the audience's analysis caught him slightly off guard. He had not given it much thought earlier, but indeed, as one viewer pointed out, if this surprise had fallen into the hands of another contestant, it would have been rather unfortunate for him. Survival in the wilderness is inherently unpredictable, and even he would not dare to confidently claim a guaranteed first place. However, for a contestant who received the surprise, they could choose a safe location, cultivate with ease, and comfortably survive until the end. Just thinking about it seemed fundamentally unfair. In the live broadcast room, Director Wang Wei looked at the barrage of comments in Xia Lang's stream with a sense of helplessness. When the production team initially devised this surprise, they had somewhat overlooked potential consequences. After much deliberation, they decided to place the surprise on a subsidiary island a few kilometers away from the main island. After all contestants were surviving on the main island, which was already quite distant from the sea. Even if someone ventured to the coast, they would hardly think to swim out to the open sea several kilometers away. Indirectly, this rendered the surprise nearly obsolete. Yet, despite its remote location, Xia Lang had stumbled upon it. Wang Wei couldn't help but lament his sheer stroke of luck. Not to dwell on the complexities of director Wang Wei's thoughts. On the island, Xia Lang was utterly elated, his face adorned with an unwavering smile. He gleefully harvested the corn from the stalks, his pride evident. Meanwhile, the audience, witnessing his expression, began to mock him. "Brother Lang, could you please stop smiling? Your composed and valiant image is completely gone." Thinking back to half an hour ago, when Brother Lang scared off the shark, I must ask, are you even the same person? Hey. I suddenly came across a piece of news that might restore Brother Lang to his former self. I saw that news too. Brother Lang. The production team has officially announced that in 5 days, there will be a superstorm lasting 7 days, accompanied by a typhoon. I saw it as well. Huh. While picking corn, Xia Lang paused upon seeing this news. Confirming it was not a jest from the audience, his expression suddenly darkened. Damn it. A relentless deluge spanning 7 days? He cursed silently. Not only had he failed to procure sufficient sustenance, but he also had not constructed a proper shelter. What a predicament! In an instant, amusement faded from his face. While Xia Lang could not muster a smile, the audience was in fits of laughter. Though it felt rather unkind, I couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Ahem, let us tone it down a bit. Oh, ha. I simply couldn't restrain myself. Don't cry, Brother Lang. I'm not laughing at you, I exclaimed, amidst a flurry of laughter filling the screen. Xia Lang felt increasingly disheartened. How ironic it was that he had just felt a surge of gratitude, believing the audience genuinely cared for his well-being. Warm-hearted? Nonsense. It was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, he bore no real resentment towards the viewers. Instead, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do next. Since the officials had specifically announced the impending superstorm, it could not be dismissed as a false alarm. The situation was dire. At present, he had no clear plan for constructing a stable shelter. As for food, venturing out to forage during the storm would be impossible. Thus, he needed to prepare 7 days' worth of provisions in advance. As for the corn he had just harvested, Xia Lang was reluctant to consume it unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a sense of urgency enveloped him. The previous tranquility evaporated in an instant. He silently hoped for a stroke of luck the following day. He had not forgotten that he possessed a system. He had already spent 3 days in the wilderness, adding to the 3 days at home, totaling 6 days. Tomorrow marked the 7th day, and according to the system's rules, surviving for 7 days would grant him a chance to draw a prize. Having experienced the system's remarkable capabilities, Xia Lang had been diligently keeping track of time. As stated by the system, the rewards would align with his needs. He fervently hoped not to be disappointed. Dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Lang began to harvest the corn swiftly. He needed to act quickly. He did not wish to be drenched in rainwater while attempting to sleep during the storm. Preparation was imperative. Chapter 81. Returned Xia Lang swiftly plucked the corn and ventured into the adjacent grove to procure a vine. In the primeval forest, an abundance of vines flourished, readily visible at every turn. After stringing the cobs together with the vine and securing them firmly to his back, he surveyed his surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss before commencing his journey back. He also needed to gather a portion of the toxic fish vine. After traversing around 100 meters, he arrived at the location of the toxic fish vine. He decided to harvest some, promising himself to return for the rest later. As he bent down to gather the toxic fish vine, he casually shared some knowledge with his audience. The toxic fish vine contains a substance known as fish vine ketone, which is highly toxic to insects and fish, but poses minimal risk to mammals, nearly negligible in fact. Thus, it is often utilized as a fishing bait. This patch of toxic fish vines spanned about 10 square meters, constituting a significant cluster. Some of the newer viewers, upon hearing this explanation, expressed their astonishment. Wow, Brother Lang's reservoir of knowledge is astounding. He makes it seem effortless, surpassing our biology teacher by miles. 6,666. I've learned something new. Meanwhile, the seasoned viewers remained rather unfazed. Haha, don't get too excited. He reminds us so much of our former selves. Yet, Brother Lang's biological expertise has never let us down. He is indeed a walking encyclopedia. After gathering 2 large handfuls of toxic fish vine, Xia Lang secured them to his waist and continued on his way. With no need for further exploration and the sparse vegetation of the island facilitating his speed, he progressed 2 to 3 times faster than on his initial journey. In less than 10 minutes, he returned to the beach of the affiliated island. Once he confirmed that the 2 large bundles of corn on his back were secure, Xia Lang confidently strode toward his landing spot. He picked up a shark fin, strung it with the vine, and attached it to his waist before plunging into the water, swimming toward the beach of Xianyu Island. Half an hour later, Brother Xia Lang, Li Mengxi, who had been waiting anxiously by the shore, approached him with a look of surprise. "You scare me to death just now." Her eyes still reflected a hint of fear as she spoke. Xia Lang flashed a grin, flexing his bicep with confidence. Who am I? Just a mere shark, easily dealt with by a flick of my little finger." Seeing this display, Li Mengxi felt a mix of concern and amusement. However, unlike a fan, she refrained from urging Xia Lang to avoid such risks in the future. Being perceptive, she could clearly sense his yearning for wilderness challenges, and thus, she was willing to respect his choices. Xia Lang, too, noticed her understanding and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "By the way, take a look at this." He turned around to showcase the corn he had gathered, wearing a proud expression. Upon seeing the corn, Li Mengxi playfully scrunched her nose and smiled. "Brother Xia Lang is the best, but the audience already told me about it." Earlier, while worrying about him, she had been closely monitoring the live stream's comments. Thus, Xia Lang had long been aware of the discovery of corn on the affiliated island. Upon hearing this, she turned to the camera and remarked, "You all have such loose lips." I had intended to maintain an air of mystery. In the live broadcast room, laughter erupted. "Haha, Brother Lang, we shall not take the blame for this. If you've already revealed it, where's the fun in that?" Brother Lang is the king of show-offs, always preoccupied with putting on airs. At that moment, Li Mengxi, observing this, spoke up. "Brother Xia Lang, the coconut crab is ready. Come and eat." The mention of coconut crab brought a smile to Xia Lang's face. He had nearly forgotten that they were cooking coconut crab. Feeling slightly hungry, he unfastened the corn from his back and eagerly made his way to the stone stove by the beach. Inside the steel pot, the white broth was bubbling, and the vibrant red crab shells shimmered in the soup, releasing an enticing aroma unique to seafood. "How delightful!" Xia Lang couldn't help but swallow hard and exclaimed. Li Mengxi, with a cheerful smile, retrieved a pair of bamboo chopsticks, a bamboo spatula, and a bowl from her basket, handing them to Xia Lang. "It has been simmering for quite some time. Do taste it and let me know how it is. I didn't add any seasonings. I've heard that this preserves the freshest flavor of the seafood." She squatted beside him, her gaze fixed on Xia Lang with eager anticipation, as if witnessing him eat brought her immense satisfaction. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Xia Lang inquired, looking at the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, and then at Li Mengxi. In truth, what often touches one most profoundly in life are the small details. His journey to the affiliated island had taken 2 or 3 hours, while past mealtime. Li Mengxi could have easily eaten alone and waited for him. Yet she chose not to. Furthermore, the broth remained hot, indicating she had been stoking the fire in his absence. Blushing under his gaze, Li Mengxi stammered, "I'm not hungry. I just wanted to wait for you to eat together. You should try it and see how it tastes." Xia Lang smiled, exerting considerable effort to tear off a piece of the snow-white crab meat, dipping it into the broth before placing it in his mouth. The crab meat was piping hot, bursting with a rich seafood flavor. As he chewed, the tender and succulent crab meat was delightfully springy, complemented by a subtle hint of coconut aroma. Despite the absence of any added seasonings, the taste was indescribably exquisite. Chapter 82. The Torment of Happiness Within the Live Broadcast Room. I wept softly, feeling a pang of envy. Why did my tears betray me, cascading from my lips? I let out a sob of envy. Thankfully, I had already dined. Otherwise, the experience would have been utterly tasteless. The wilderness eating broadcast has commenced. Let unrelated personnel swiftly evacuate. The dish looked delectable, and Lang's expression reflected pure enjoyment. The natural coconut crab, such a sizable specimen, certainly promised exquisite flavor. Xia Lang savored a mouthful of crab meat, his face alight with delight. Indeed, the taste is quite exceptional, he remarked. Li Mengshi, upon hearing this, joyfully waved her small fist. I knew the flavor would be splendid, seeing her adorable demeanor. Xia Lang urged, you should eat quickly as well. After we finish, we must prepare salt. A storm is approaching, and we must be ready. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a proud smile appeared on Li Mengshi's cherubic face. While you were away, I managed to steam a considerable amount of salt. With that, she produced a bamboo tube, as long as her arm and as thick as her fist, presenting it to Xia Lang. Inside the tube were fine white crystals, nearly indistinguishable from the salt at home. Your salt is remarkably pure, Xia Lang exclaimed, astonished. This little girl had indeed exceeded his expectations, demonstrating her independence and determination not to hinder him. Li Mengshi beamed and explained, I layered stone, sand, bamboo charcoal, and fabric within the bamboo tube to create a 4-layer filter. I learned this in high school, so it was quite simple. Fabric? Xia Lang inquired, puzzled. Where had they acquired fabric? Li Mengshi, in response, flipped back her hood, revealing, I tore out the lining of my hood. It doesn't affect its usability. Ah, the hood. Xia Lang understood now. As a star contestant, Li Mengshi possessed an additional long-sleeve survival jacket compared to him. By the way, I also gathered a bounty of seafood, she said cheerfully, tilting her wicker basket to show him its contents. Inside lay a generous assortment of oysters, clams, green crabs, and shrimp, filling more than half of the basket. Upon witnessing such a bounty, Xia Lang blinked and smiled. You truly are capable. The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. Mengshi is incredible. She works so hard. Indeed, she seemed to embody unwavering strength. I am moved. Mengshi was eager to keep pace with Lang, not wishing to lag behind. Don't be too moved yet. Did you not hear what Lang said? He praised Mengshi for her capabilities. One viewer exclaimed, Bro, I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Blind man, you've discovered the essence. As the building began to tilt gradually, Xia Lang pretended not to notice. Li Mengshi's text flusha. After a moment, she added, however, it seems the seafood cannot be kept overnight. If we don't consume it tonight, it will go to waste. Yet if we eat seafood tonight, the bamboo that we've already roasted will also be wasted. I still have a piece of shark fin over here. Xia Lang scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. He had never imagined that the wilderness could become a predicament due to an excess of food. After pondering for quite some time, he could not devise an ideal solution. The shark fin, undoubtedly one of the 8 delicacies alongside bear paw, certainly could not be squandered. As for the seafood, not consuming it would also be quite wasteful. Furthermore, there remained bamboo rats, which had been marinated with spices for an entire day. Their flavor was beyond question. Lastly, they had 2 large coconut crabs. Wasting any of these would be a great pity, making the choice exceedingly difficult. Perhaps it would be best to eat first and deliberate afterwards. Li Mengshi obediently nodded, retrieving her bowl and chopsticks from her backpack, and began to eat. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream collectively expressed their envy. There was a sentiment that could only be summed up with an exasperated MMP. They felt compelled to voice their jealousy. Shark fin, coconut crab, bamboo rat meat, seafood. Each was a culinary delight they yearned for, yet their wallets forbade such indulgences. The most heart-wrenching part was that Xia Lang and the others could not finish their meal. Oh, how shameful it was to waste food. It was incomparable. Just moments ago, he had exited another live stream where the host was so famished he had begun consuming worms. If that individual were to learn of Xia Lang's situation, he might well be driven to despair. As Xia Lang gazed at the viewers' envious comments, a benevolent smile reminiscent of a father-esque graced his face. If not for the fear of inciting public ire, he would have relished the opportunity to declare, your envious expressions are quite the appetite stimulant. With a cheerful heart, Xia Lang devoured half a coconut crab, leaving a scattering of shells behind. Satisfied, he let out a hearty belch and patted his belly. He was full. Li Mingxi also wiped her mouth and gazed at the 2 large crab claws remaining in the pot. What a shame. Discarding them would be too wasteful. Throughout her upbringing, her parents had instilled in her that wastefulness is a disgrace. Moreover, in the wilderness where food is exceedingly scarce, it felt particularly regrettable. Xia Lang fixed his gaze upon the meat in the pot and the seafood beside it. These were perishables, given the current temperature. Leaving them out overnight would surely render them foul. Chapter 83. The return. If only there were a refrigerator. Li Mengxi mused whimsically, her cheeks puffed out. Ha ha ha, stop daydreaming. Xia Lang chuckled at her words. He then glanced at the sun hanging in the sky, rising to his feet. Let's tidy up and prepare for our return. We should consider how to handle things once we get back. It will likely be dark in a few hours. The night is when predators are most active, and traveling in the dark is fraught with danger. Li Mengxi nodded, swiftly retrieving the last 2 large crab claws from the pot. She felt a twinge of regret at the thought of discarding them. Then, she dashed over to the bushes by the beach, rummaging through them. She emerged with 2 coconut crabs tightly bound by vines. While Xia Lang was away, Li Mengxi had nearly prepared everything she could. You are quite thorough in your preparations, Xia Lang remarked, raising an eyebrow and generously offering his praise. Li Mengxi had indeed done a commendable job, considering every detail. She knew that sea salt could be impurities-laden, so she devised a way to filter it. Aware that coconut crabs prefer shade, she placed them among the bushes to prevent dehydration. Hee. Beaming with joy from Xia Lang's compliment, Li Mengxi radiated a bright smile, a clear expression of her delight at being acknowledged. By the way, how should we handle this water? With the addition of 2 coconut crabs and a significant amount of seafood, the space in their 2 backpacks was clearly insufficient. They could only discard the less essential water. Xia Lang surveyed the 3 large bamboo tubes filled with water, pondering, if left here, it will spoil in a couple of days. It's just right for rinsing off the salt from my body. After a trek through the sea, he was coated in seawater, with crystallized white salt clinging to his skin and hair, which was quite uncomfortable. Li Mengxi wrinkled her nose at his words, feigning disgust. Brother Xia Lang, you're filthy, reeking of fish. It's best that you wash up. Ha ha, so you are disdainful of me now, Xia Lang replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he poured water from the bamboo tube over his head. Today is only the 3rd day. We'll be even dirtier in the future. In truth, he had been keeping an eye out for wild soap pods during their journey. Soap pods contain natural saponins that can produce lather and cleanse, making them the best natural cleaning plants in the wild. Even in the industrial age, soap pods are still widely used to manufacture shampoos. However, while the idea was splendid, the reality was harsh. It appeared that Xianyu Island lacked any trace of soap pods. Dirtier? Li Mengxi sniffed her own clothes, a distinctly sour odor invading her nostrils. After 2 days of long travel, compounded by today, she had no idea how many times her clothes had been soaked in sweat, and the scent had long since fermented. It stinks. Furrowing her brow, Li Mengxi pouted. The thought that her unpleasant odor might be detected by her older companion filled her with urgency to rid herself of the foul smell. Having finished rinsing, Xia Lang shook the water from his hair, seeing through Li Mengxi's thoughts with a knowing smile. In the wild, there is no alternative. Should we return, we might manage to set up a rudimentary shower curtain. Really? Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Xia Lang nodded affirmatively and replied with a smile, of course. In fact, maintaining hygiene is even more crucial in the wilderness. There are no miracle cures. If one succumbs to infection, one can only endure. If one cannot withstand it, retreat is the only option. Meanwhile, the audience was not contemplating such matters. Lang Gu is truly warm-hearted. I wish to have children with him. Enough already, fitness blogger. Haven't you had your fill? Ha! This guy is definitely a homosexual. To be fair, Lang Gu really takes care of Mengxi. Burp. I'm full. You all continue. I love munching on dog food. While others were still gnawing on tree bark and roasting insects, Lang Gu was already pondering personal hygiene. The disparity was quite pronounced. Let us go. Xia Lang shouldered his wicker basket and called out. Li Mengshi squatted to lift her basket, relieved that it only contained 2 coconut crabs, which were not overly heavy. Off we go, homeward bound, she exclaimed with a beaming smile, joyfully following Xia Lang, resembling a child returning from school. Xia Lang gazed at this scene with a gentle smile, feeling inexplicably relaxed. Thus, the two, laden with their bounty, commenced their journey home. The brilliant sunlight of 3 or 4 o'clock bathed their backs, casting silhouettes against the seaside backdrop, as if portraying a beautiful painting. Observing the pair, the audience felt a wave of warmth. What a lovely duo. I envy them. Unlike me, who toils like a dead dog and still has to work overtime upon returning home. I too have not looked forward to going home in ages. It's an exhausting back and forth that has left me numb. Indeed, there is often a delusion that one might find joy in retreating alone to the wilderness. Ha ha! My fellow brother recognizes the illusion. Just look at the other contestants to understand how grim it would truly be in the wild. Only Lang Ge could so effortlessly transform wilderness survival into an idyllic experience akin to a paradise. I must say, I am in awe. Chapter 84. Tracks of the wild boar having traversed the marshlands. The two continued for approximately another hour. By this time, the sun had begun its descent, and the temperature within the forest gradually dropped. The calls of various unfamiliar birds echoed intermittently around them. Are you tired? Let us take a break, remarked Xiang, observing the perspiration glistening on Li Mengshi's forehead with a twinge of concern. Despite his repeated offers to assist her, the stubborn girl adamantly refused to allow him to carry her burden. I'm fine, we're almost there. I can manage, Li Mengshi replied with a cheerful smile. With a hint of exasperation, Xiang countered, don't be so stubborn. Tell me if you're fatigued. Li Mengshi nodded obediently. If I really can't carry it anymore, I will let you know. Very well, Xiang sighed, realizing he was at an impasse with her. However, at that moment, as he shook his head halfway, he paused, his expression shifting. What's wrong? Li Mengshi inquired immediately, noticing his unusual demeanor. Xiang did not respond, but instead took a few steps forward, approaching a pine tree. He fixed his gaze upon the soil surrounding the tree's roots, scrutinizing it intently. Li Mengshi, curious, followed suit, peering down at the ground. There, at the base of the pine, the turf had been disturbed, revealing a large pit of yellow earth that exposed the white roots of the tree. What is this? Is it the mark of an animal? She wondered aloud. More accurately, it is the mark of a wild boar, Xiang affirmed, nodding decisively. His eyes glimmered with fervor as he spoke. Earlier, he had lamented over the shark that had sunk into the depths, but now, only a few hours later, a far superior opportunity had presented itself. The meat of a wild boar was undoubtedly more delectable than that of a shark. It is worth noting that sharks, in their struggle to maintain equilibrium in the deep sea against osmotic pressure, accumulate urea within their bodies, resulting in a pronounced and unpleasant odor. However, distasteful as it may be, it was still better than having no food at all, and with proper preparation, it could be rendered palatable. This had been Xiang's rationale for hunting the shark. Alas, the outcome had not aligned with his hopes, as the shark had sunk, leaving him only with a fin. The issue of food scarcity remained unresolved. Wild boar. Li Mengshi's expression immediately shifted to one of concern. Having just engaged in a struggle with a shark, the prospect of facing a wild boar so soon seemed rather alarming. She had become acutely aware of the eagerness flickering in Xiang's eyes. Brother Xiang, are we going to embark on another adventure? Though she was willing to respect all of Xiang's decisions, her worries persisted. Not for the moment, Xiang replied with a sudden smile, shaking his head. These tracks are over 10 days old. The wild boar has long since vanished. However, we should keep an eye on this area. It likely resides nearby. The value of a wild boar far exceeds that of shark. Not only is the meat more flavorful, but the bristles can be used to make toothbrushes and the fat can be rendered for cooking oil. It can also be utilized to craft soap, addressing bathing concerns. As for the tusks, they can be fashioned into various small tools. One could say that every part is valuable. Upon hearing Xiaolang's words, the viewers in the live stream collectively sighed in relief. Goodness, I thought Brother Lang was going to seamlessly continue hunting wild boars. I feel the same way, someone chimed in. Brother Lang's tempestuous nature has truly resonated with many. If it were any other contestant who stumbled upon signs of large animals, they would likely be petrified. Only Brother Lang remains unfazed, able to jest in the face of danger. He is undoubtedly a formidable man, deserving of the title of a legendary warrior in the Three Kingdoms era. Glancing at the barrage of compliments streaming in, Xia Lang chuckled and rubbed his nose. The sensation of being praised is indeed quite pleasant. Beside him, Li Mengxi patted her chest, easing her worries. Let us go, it's nearly dark. Xia Lang took one last look at the muddy pit and spoke. Hum. Li Mengxi promptly replied, continuing on their journey. Thus, half an hour swiftly passed. The two finally returned to the clearing beside the stream. The bonfire at the center of the clearing still emitted wisps of smoke, having not yet extinguished. We've finally arrived, Li Mengxi exclaimed with relief as she set down the wicker basket on her back, feeling a sense of homecoming despite the emptiness of the clearing. Xia Lang, on the other hand, appeared much more at ease. After his physical enhancement, his stamina and strength far surpassed that of an average person. Carrying over 20 pounds for 2 to 3 hours felt effortless. They all said I should help you. Xia Lang shook his head and began to add firewood to the pit. Gradually, a wisp of smoke rose from the bonfire. After a while, a faint sound echoed, and the orange flames flickered. Tonight, you can rest and savor my specialty, Xia Lang declared. He often prepared stir-fried clams for himself, and his friends would rave about the taste. Now, with the system's perfect control over heat, the flavor would surely reach new heights. Then I shall assume the role of a discerning foodie, Li Mengxi said with wide, expectant eyes. You won't be disappointed, Xia Lang replied with a confident smile. With that, he picked up the basket and headed towards the stream to wash the seafood. Instinctively, he began to introduce the contents of the basket to the audience, providing some educational insights. Viewers, let me tell you, oysters are known to. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence. To stimulate? Goodness. Well, I do tonight. Chapter 85. Shark fin in the live broadcast room. Laughter echoed as a coastal dweller declared. As a person from the coast, I can confirm that oysters indeed possess aphrodisiac properties. Brother Lang, with your physique, do you really need to enhance it further? After consuming this delicacy, will you even be able to sleep tonight? The audience chuckled, pondering how Brother Lang would manage. Perhaps a light meal, a bit of resilience, though discomfort may be unavoidable. Xia Lang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was quite aware of his own body. Each morning, it took him at least 10 to 20 minutes to regain composure, which was quite bothersome. He was already in a heightened state. Any further indulgence might lead to an explosion of sorts. Perhaps I should eat less, he resolved internally, glancing at the half-basket of seafood. After all, he was to share the night with Li Mengxi. Consuming such delicacies might thwart his chances of a restful night. Noticing Xia Lang's unusual expression, Li Mengxi inquired with curiosity. What is wrong, big brother? Huh? Xia Lang was taken aback for a moment before hastily shaking his head. It's nothing, just lost in thought. He then turned away, heading towards the clear stream, eager to evade further questioning. Such topics were far too awkward. Upon reaching the pristine waters, Xia Lang began to wash the seafood. As he worked, a dorsal fin of a bull shark emerged from the catch. Almost forgetting about this creature, he smacked his forehead. This was one of the 8 delicacies. Surely, many viewers would be eager to learn more about it and its flavor. With that thought, he addressed the camera. Brothers, you must have heard of this shark fin, one of the 8 delicacies. Instantly, the audience's interest peaked upon seeing the fin. Every Chinese person, to some extent, has heard of these 2 characters. They understand that the most prestigious banquets must feature bird's nest and shark fin, as they symbolize the pinnacle of culinary art and social status. However, most people are ordinary folk, many of whom have never encountered these delicacies in their lifetime. The opportunity to taste them is even rarer. Thus, today was a revelation. Finally, shark fin has arrived. It must be delectable. Envy abounded, as many had only heard tales of it growing up, never witnessing it firsthand. Indeed, it feels like a legendary ingredient. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Perfect fodder for bragging rights. Observing the flood of envious comments in the chat, Xia Lang chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for envy. Allow me to explain, and your desire to consume this delicacy will diminish. Longtime viewers would surely recall his previous discussions on how to obtain salt in the wilderness and the world's priciest salt, Persian blue salt. In truth, shark fin, much like Persian blue salt, is merely an intellectual tax, a relic of ancient exaggeration. In the broadcasting room, Anya, who had been engrossed in the live stream, froze at Xia Lang's words, her expression stiffening as a slight itch crept into her teeth. Her gaze, once filled with interest, turned increasingly unfriendly. Why has this matter resurfaced? Just the other day, Xia Lang remarked that those who consume Persian blue salt are merely paying an intelligence tax. She was quite incensed at the time, for she adores Persian blue salt, captivated by its diamond-like, translucent azure hue. How could it be deemed an intelligence tax? She thought this issue had settled, only to find it brought up once more. Most importantly, she frequently indulges in shark fin as well. Does this imply that her intelligence is somewhat lacking, perpetually paying an intelligence tax? The audience in the live stream, upon hearing this, found their curiosity piqued. An intelligence tax? Shark fin as an intelligence tax? How enlightening. Knowledge for the sake of pretense, indeed. I await Brother Lang's explanation. Those who have tasted shark fin concurred, stating that Brother Lang was correct. It is indeed not as delectable as one might imagine. Goodness, a wealthy individual has appeared. As Xia Lang washed the seafood, she began her explanation. First, she presented the appearance of shark fin. With a black dagger in hand, she forcefully sliced open the fin. What emerged were translucent strands resembling vermicelli, entering the viewer's line of sight. Sharks, unlike the fish we typically encounter, are cartilaginous creatures. Thus, their fins do not consist of the hard spines found in freshwater fish, but rather, they're composed of soft, translucent cartilage. As she spoke, Xia Lang extracted a strand of fin and presented it to the camera. The fin was remarkably elastic, its shape akin to boiled rice noodles. If these two items were placed side by side, one would likely struggle to distinguish between them. Moreover, as shark hunting is prohibited in China, videos of shark fin consumption are seldom seen online. Consequently, for many viewers, this was their first glimpse of what shark fin truly looks like, evoking a sense of enlightenment. Goodness, is shark fin like this? Truly an eye-opener. Initially, I had no concrete concept in my mind, only aware of the term shark fin. Brother Lang's live stream is indeed fascinating, showcasing extraordinary items. It shattered my preconceived notions. I had always assumed shark fin was akin to fish meat, but I never anticipated it to be like this. Chapter 86. A medley of seafood. Xia Lang set down the elastic fish fin in his hand and continued. After discussing the appearance of shark fin, let us delve into its culinary preparation. Once the seafood was returned to the woven basket and underwent its final cleansing, he rose and strolled towards the open space. As the barrage of comments had suggested, the delicacy known as shark fin is not derived from fish flesh, but rather from the cartilage of sharks. The basic method involves stripping away the fish meat, extracting the cartilage from the fin, and simmering it in a flavorful broth. When served, it resembles clusters of vermicelli, devoid of any distinctive flavor. Its appeal lies solely in the broth. Furthermore, the protein contained within shark fin is incomplete, making it indigestible for the human body, thus offering little benefit. This is precisely why I deem shark fin a tax on intelligence. Xia Lang's string of explanations effectively unraveled the enigma surrounding shark fin. The audience listened with rapt attention. It became clear why the images of shark fin circulating online often featured photos of vermicelli. Indeed, that was the cartilage of the shark. What an eye-opener. From now on, should anyone dare to extol the virtues of shark fin, I shall not hesitate to retort. I have learned so much. Brother Lang never disappoints me. Ha! Although Brother Lang's narration was vivid, I still found myself curious whether he would indulge in oysters that evening. Your mention of it piqued my interest instantly. Brother Lang's physique is akin to a pile of dry tinder. Oysters would likely set him ablaze. But wait, what about mungshi tonight? Would Brother Lang be able to resist temptation? Whether he could or not remains a mystery to me. All I know is that oysters are highly nourishing. After consuming them for a week, my little tent has remained perpetually full every morning. 666, is the effect that remarkable? I shall procure some shortly. I too wish to purchase some. As Xia Lang observed the comments veering off topic, he felt a pang of discomfort. He had initially intended to elevate the discussion, to impart that catchy slogan, "Without trade, there is no harm." How had the topic veered so directly into the realm of oysters and virility? Moreover, with the audience's suggestion, Xia Lang glanced at the half-filled basket of shells, feeling overwhelmed. Never mind. Let us take it one step at a time. With this thought in mind, Xia Lang returned to the open area. Meanwhile, Li Mengshi was constructing a stone stove beside the campfire. The previous stove was located by the creek. To cook in the clearing, a new one had to be built. Xia Lang, observing Li Mengshi's silhouette, felt an unexplainable sense of guilt and awkwardness. He feared that some viewers might venture into Li Mengshi's livestream to enlighten her about the effects of oysters. Last night had already been sufficiently embarrassing. If Li Mengshi were to learn of the oyster's properties, it would surely lead to yet another uncomfortable evening. "Brother Xia Lang, what's wrong?" Li Mengshi turned her head, noticing Xia Lang staring at her in a daze, and asked with curiosity. "Nothing." Xia Lang chuckled awkwardly and walked over to the stone stove Li Mengshi was building, commencing his culinary endeavors. Simultaneously, he deftly shifted the topic, remarking, "This stone stove is rather inconvenient for cooking." Indeed, Li Mengshi gazed at the stone mortar, nodding in agreement. "It is far too low and small, rendering it impossible to increase the heat, and it tends to wobble. When stir-frying, one is compelled to be cautious and restrained. It certainly hinders one's culinary prowess." Upon observing Li Mengshi's composed demeanor, Xia Lang felt a slight relief wash over him. It appeared that the young lady remained oblivious to the matter concerning the oysters. "When we construct the shelter tomorrow, I shall build a larger stove," he contemplated, sharing the sentiment that the stone stove was indeed quite uncomfortable to use. However, many of the ideas swirling in his mind were rather rudimentary. The wilderness survival and botany knowledge packs did not encompass the intricacies of construction, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "I hope the lottery tomorrow proves fortuitous." Xia Lang muset inwardly. He cast the last remnants of fat from the bamboo rat into the bottom of the steel pot. Under the heat of the firewood, the white fat gradually melted. Seizing the moment, Xia Lang crushed the garlic, chopped the dried chili, and sliced the ginger. After a brief wait, the pot finally began to smoke. He then added the seasonings, and a delightful aroma of stir-fried ingredients filled the air. Subsequently, he tossed the shells directly into the pot, vigorously stirring them. After more than 20 minutes, a platter of fragrant stir-fried seafood was completed, brimming with oysters, clams, and blue crabs, a veritable Lang. Notably, the aroma was utterly enticing. With the perfect timing of the cooking, the flavors were undoubtedly comparable to those of a five-star restaurant. How delightful! Li Mengshi beheld the bountiful pot of seafood, her eyes sparkling with desire. Meanwhile, within the live streaming room, viewers were equally enraptured. "Why must I watch Brother Lang's live stream while I'm hungry?" One lamented. "Isn't this a wilderness live stream? I'm craving all my favorite foods." Judging by Mengshi's expression, Brother Lang's dish must be incredibly delicious. Alas, I had no intention of doing so, but I must now bring out my spicy beef. I shall also retrieve my pepper beef. As for the previous two gentlemen, have you both forgotten to include the word noodles? I think I shall go check on Wang Sheng and Wang Yuan. Perhaps I can regain a sense of superiority. Chapter 87. The temperature of the stone stove was difficult to control, and the flavor was uncertain. They would have to make do with what they had. Xia Lang found a few leaves to use as insulation and carefully removed the pot from the stone stove. Li Mengshi, producing a pair of clean bamboo chopsticks, gazed at the pot brimming with tantalizing seafood and smiled. "This is already splendid, far superior to what I could cook," she remarked, picking up a piece of clam and savoring the tender meat. The taste. Li Mengshi's eyes widened in disbelief. A wave of fresh seafood flavor washed over her, followed by a delightful, tingling spiciness that burst in her mouth. It was even more delicious than what she had experienced in restaurants. Just moments ago, she had intended to reassure her older brother Xia Lang, considering their remote location and the lack of complete seasonings. It was impressive enough to create a dish under such circumstances. To be overly critical would be excessive. However, upon tasting the clam, she realized how naive her previous thoughts had been. The handsome man before her defied all expectations. The barbecued meat had been extraordinarily delectable, and now this seafood medley was simply exquisite. Is it not to your liking? Xia Lang, having not yet tasted, hesitated upon noticing Li Mengxi's expression. The stone stove was notoriously challenging to manage, with flames fluctuating and smoke billowing, leaving him uncertain whether his efforts had been in vain. No, not at all. Li Mengxi quickly shook her head. It's incredibly delicious, even more fragrant than what I've had in restaurants. Is that so? Xia Lang, flattered by her praise, couldn't help but smile. He picked up a bamboo chopstick, selected a clam, and tasted it, inhaling deeply. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the flavor was remarkable. Perhaps it was the freshness of the ingredients freshly harvested from the sea. The combination of the clam's sweetness with a numbing Sichuan pepper and the heat of the chili was simply outstanding. Previously, Xia Lang had believed that exquisite ingredients required only the simplest of cooking, and he had been somewhat skeptical. However, after sampling this seafood medley, he was convinced. In the live streaming room, viewers watching the two were drooling at their expressions. Although they spoke simply of the food being delicious, their faces conveyed the exquisite taste of the seafood perfectly. Oh no, I just finished eating and I'm already hungry again. Damn it, I can't resist. I need to go have some barbecue. I must get another plate of clams and grill a few oysters. Why were they surviving in the wilderness, yet living like food vloggers? Xia Lang disregarded the playful comments of the viewers, setting down his chopsticks. If it tastes good, then eat your fill. After a day of walking, you'll need the energy for tomorrow. Li Mengxi nodded in agreement, happily picking up her chopsticks, ready to indulge. Yet, she noticed Xia Lang had not touched his food and urged, "Big brother, you should eat too. There's so much here. I can't finish it all by myself." Xia Lang looked at the pot of seafood, feeling conflicted. This was hardly something he could consume. How could he sleep at night after such a feast? "I'm not that hungry yet. You go ahead and eat." Xia Lang forced a calm smile and urged, "Aren't you hungry?" Li Mengxi nodded, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the issue. "Then I shall wait until Big Brother is hungry before we dine together." Upon reflection, Li Mengxi realized she wasn't particularly famished either. Having indulged in coconut crab around 3 in the afternoon, she was quite satiated. Her appetite was modest, hence she felt no hunger. Xia Lang was momentarily taken aback, while the audience erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Brother Lang might not escape this predicament tonight. I wish to flee, yet find myself ensnared. Relinquishing you is the most excruciating torment. Alas, there's no saving this situation." Xia Lang, feeling somewhat anxious, scratched his head. He always felt a tingling sensation at the back of his scalp when confronted with such awkward inquiries. The previous night, as they were to share a bed, he had been equally restless. The current dilemma mirrored the sentiments expressed by the audience. It was indeed a Gordian knot. If he refrained from revealing the truth to Li Mengxi, she would certainly be unwilling to dine alone. Given her disposition, she would never engage in solitary feasting, much like a family gathering around the dinner table. A meal could only commence when everyone was present. As for informing Li Mengxi that eating oysters was too invigorating, he feared for his own well-being that night. The mere utterance of such a notion would render sleep impossible. They would be left awaiting the dawn together. Clearing his throat softly, Xia Lang sought to mask his embarrassment. "Then let us wait a little longer. I shall prepare the shark fin." "Shark fin?" Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with interest. "Isn't shark fin typically used for soup? I read that it's best with broth, a rich soup." Upon hearing this, Xia Lang grinned widely. "Alas, I have no broth. However, there is a method that does not require it, and it may even lead to the creation of a novel dish." "Really?" Li Mengxi's immediate response was one of admiration rather than skepticism. In her eyes, as long as Brother Xia Lang spoke, he had never disappointed. The audience in the live stream was equally intrigued, their appetites whetted by the prospect of a new culinary creation. Chapter 88. "Let's eat first. Should I clear the pot for you?" Li Mengxi inquired, gazing at the survival pot. They possessed only one pot, while there were 3 bamboo bowls available. However, the bamboo bowls were merely palm-sized, insufficient to contain an entire pot brimming with seafood. "No need. This dish does not require a pot," Xia Lang replied, extracting several oysters from the basket and producing a clove of garlic with a smile. The survival pot was far too small to accommodate even half a basket of seafood, leaving a considerable amount still in the basket. No pot. Are we barbecuing? Li Mengshi, quick-witted, instantly deduced Xia Lang's intentions. Indeed, Xia Lang nodded in approval, opening the oysters with a knife and placing them beside the campfire one by one. Next, he picked up a stone, recently cleaned and used as a cutting board, and crushed the garlic cloves with a knife, mincing them finely. Then, he tilted the survival pot to pour out the oil at the bottom into a bamboo bowl for later use. Given that all the ingredients were seafood, he was unconcerned about mingling flavors. The primary reason was that the bamboo rat oil had run out. Oil was essential for grilling oysters, or else they would burn. The audience, observing this scene, quickly grasped the dish Xia Lang intended to prepare. I see, Brother Lang is making grilled oysters. We have a wise one among us. Everyone's eyes were sharp. It was evident that Brother Lang was preparing garlic grilled oysters. After all, this delicacy was a popular item at barbecue stalls, familiar to many. An oyster, with its shell removed, leaving the meat and bottom shell intact, served as a natural vessel, topped with minced garlic and placed over the fire. The resulting flavor was truly divine. Adding a ring of vermicelli beside the oysters elevated the taste to perfection. Grilled oysters? How does that relate to shark fin? Li Mengshi pondered, a hint of confusion in her heart. In the next moment, her eyes widened in realization. Many viewers in the live stream also caught on. Oh, I know what Brother Lang is up to. We have another wise one among us. No, I too have figured out Brother Lang's intentions. This audacious maneuver of his is indeed impressive. I am in awe. It was undoubtedly a novel dish, aptly named garlic shark fin oysters. What are you all talking about? Of course, a portion of the audience remained perplexed. However, upon witnessing Xia Lang's subsequent actions, they were left astounded. He retrieved the soft, fish fin-like cartilage, soaked in a bamboo bowl resembling vermicelli, and formed it into a small circle, tying it into a knot to place atop the oyster meat, generously covering it with a layer of finely minced garlic. At this point, everyone comprehended. Wow, Brother Lang is using shark fin as vermicelli. Haha, grilled oysters must absorb oil. And Brother Lang's extravagant choice to use shark fin for this is remarkable. Absolutely impressive and undeniably luxurious. A typical person would never waste shark fin in such a manner. Shark fin has become synonymous with luxury. Only Lang could incorporate it as a garnish for the most pedestrian grilled oysters at a barbecue stall. Lang's audacity is truly remarkable. Xia Lang's ideas are indeed refreshingly unique. Li Mengshi's eyes shimmer with excitement. The essence of a person's charm lies within their soul. Judging by Xia Lang's recent actions, his thoughts are unconventional and free-spirited, undoubtedly marking him as a captivating soul. With his handsome visage, robust physique, gentle demeanor, and an intriguing spirit, the term perfect man fits Xia Lang without a hint of incongruity or exaggeration. Ha! Since the taste and appearance of shark fin closely resemble that of vermicelli. And, as I happen to be short on vermicelli, what harm could there be in using it as an accompaniment? Xia Lang has always maintained an open-minded perspective. After all, they are merely ingredients. Regardless of their cost, what truly matters is their palatability. He assuredly would not disappoint you. A confident smile graced Xia Lang's face. If it were any other dish, he might feel uncertain. However, when it comes to barbecue, he is more than capable. The barbecue techniques endowed by the system are not mere boasts. After several trials, Xia Lang suspected that the system had infused him with the most exquisite grilling methods and experiences. It is worth noting that barbecue is merely a branch of wilderness survival knowledge. Unavoidably, he began to anticipate the lottery tomorrow. Immakama, Li Mengshi nudda, attentively watching as Xia Lang commenced grilling. Time passed swiftly, and 10 minutes flew by. By the campfire, an irresistibly tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Li Mengshi instinctively swallowed, and upon realizing her unladylike action, her cheeks flushed. Xia Lang felt equally tempted. His stomach audibly grumbled in protest. Hearing that sound, Xia Lang froze for a moment. Well, that was unfortunate. The previous rationale had now crumbled, leaving him unable to refuse Li Mengshi later. Just as he grappled with this predicament, a faint sizzling sound jolted him back to reality. Sizzle, sizzle. The oysters on the charcoal produced a delightful sound. Instinctively, Xia Lang inhaled deeply, the rich sense of garlic and grilled meat flooding his nostrils. Subsequently, saliva began to flow uncontrollably in his mouth. Could he truly forsake such culinary delights and betray his own appetite? He refused to be swayed by superstition. It couldn't possibly be that nourishing. The last bastion of resistance within Xia Lang crumbled entirely. He decided to indulge without hesitation. Chapter 89. The live broadcast begins in essence. Xia Lang possesses a certain penchant for gastronomy. Otherwise, he would not have taken to cooking, nor would his culinary creations be quite delectable. Thus, when confronted with the allure of exquisite cuisine, his willpower tends to wane. It should not yield such remarkable results, Xia Lang mused. The supervisor at their company, perpetually steeping goji berries in tea, never parting with his thermos, does not appear particularly invigorated. His hair remains as sparse as ever. This suggests that the notion of food as a source of vitality is indeed a rather esoteric matter. With this contemplation, Xia Lang felt increasingly that he had overreacted, swayed by the rhythm set by the viewers in the live stream. If it were truly that effortless to invigorate one's vigor, urology clinics would not be thriving as they are. What is the matter, Brother Xia Lang? Li Mengxi tilted her head, observing Xia Lang lost in thought. Coming to his senses, Xia Lang chuckled softly. It's nothing. Come, it's ready. Give it a try. As he spoke, he handed a piece of oyster to Li Mengxi. Upon receiving it, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and lifted the succulent oyster meat, placing it into her mouth. The tantalizing aroma of the oyster had thoroughly whetted her appetite. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "It's absolutely delicious." The steaming oyster meat, paired with garlic and chili oil, burst with flavor in her mouth. Beyond mere deliciousness, Li Mengxi found herself at a loss for adequate descriptors. It was as if cooking had transcended into an art form. Delicious is all that matters. Xia Lang also took a piece of oyster, savoring the warm, garlicky explosion followed by a hint of spice. These were simple flavors, yet their harmonious blend created an indescribable delight. The viewers in the live stream gazed longingly, fully captivated by the duo's indulgence. Thank goodness for my cleverness. I've already prepared the oysters and poured the beer. Watching Brother Lang's video while enjoying skewers makes the flavors seem even more appetizing. Wow, I can't help but cry, another chimed in. There's nothing more to say. I'm going to light a cigarette. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments, suppressing a chuckle. In the past, he had been a spectator, watching others stream as they showcased large bowls of crayfish or platters of braised pork knuckle, which had left him ravenous after just a short viewing. Now, with roles reversed, he found himself, as the streamer, eliciting envy from the audience. Undoubtedly, this sensation was quite gratifying. Go on, there's still plenty, he encouraged, observing Li Mengxi finish her oyster in mere bites. He handed her another. With joy, Li Mengxi accepted, saying, Brother Xia Lang, this fan is particularly delectable. You must try it. Upon hearing this, the viewers were even more provoked. Fan? Shark's fin. I am Shark's fin, a premium ingredient. Do you understand? I'm not a fan. Let me reiterate. I am shark's fin. I feel the prestige of Shark's fin has suddenly diminished. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. After laughing, I really want to eat. Xia Lang could not help but laugh at Li Mengxi's words. Then, he delicately picked up the vermicelli, or rather the fish fins, nestled within the oyster using bamboo chopsticks, and brought it to his lips. The moment he bit into it, a delightful crunch resonated, accompanied by the savory broth. The flavor was exquisite. Although it bore a resemblance to the taste of the oyster, the texture was remarkably enjoyable. Isn't it delicious? Li Mengxi inquired, observing Xia Lang's chewing. He nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed, the texture is quite unique, pleasantly crisp. Suddenly, Li Mengxi sprang to her feet, darting aside to retrieve a steel pot, which she placed next to the bonfire. I almost forgot about this. Xia Lang hesitated for a moment as he gazed at the large pot brimming with seafood, but soon joined in with the chopsticks. He picked up a crab, its orange hue a testament to the high heat of cooking. Breaking off a claw, he brought it to his mouth, his teeth gently crunching down. A burst of slightly salty juice infused with the flavors of chili and Sichuan peppercorn, flooded his palate, the taste exceptionally fragrant. Li Mengshi began to partake as well, selecting a clam to first sip its broth before savoring the tender meat. Thus, the two indulged heartily, their joy evident as they feasted. At first, the flavors were perfectly balanced, but as they continued, the spice intensified, yet the allure of the taste only grew stronger. Even as the heat made them breathe in quick, warm puffs, they remained unwilling to pause. They relished their meal for over an hour. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream transitioned from envy to expressing their own hunger and discomfort. Soon, the barrage of comments dwindled, with many exclaiming, "I can't resist any longer," and rushing off for a late-night snack. In a flash, street vendors in the city were bustling with patrons. Many entered establishments requesting, "Boss, a few oysters and plate of clams, but make it spicy," resulting in numerous barbecue and seafood places running out of stock. In the official live stream, Anya watched the two relish their meal, feeling a pang of desire herself. She waved goodbye to the director, Wang Wei, and decided to head back to have her chef prepare a roasted oyster with fish fins to sample the flavor. Meanwhile, He Jiong and Li Dao were not so fortunate, left to watch Xia Lang and Li Mengshi savor their feast while their own stomachs rumbled in envy. Chapter 90, Bewildered Ah. So spicy. Li Mengshi's petite mouth slightly parted as she fanned herself with her palm, exclaiming. Xia Lang watched this scene with a gentle smile, remarking, "If you cannot handle spice, perhaps you should refrain from indulging excessively." Upon hearing this, Li Mengshi's cheeks flushed. It was simply too delicious. She found it hard to stop from the very beginning. "Drink some water and retire early. We have to construct a shelter tomorrow. There is much to be done," Xia Lang advised with a chuckle, shaking his head. Li Mengshi obediently nodded and began to tidy up the dishes. Observing her, Xia Lang added, "It is already getting dark. Washing by the creek might be too perilous. Just tidy up a bit, and we shall wash them in the morning." "All right, I will rest for a bit and then sleep," Li Mengshi responded, setting the dishes aside. After contemplating for a moment, she picked up a dagger and began to slice the bamboo, fashioning it into thin strips. There was still one piece of bamboo left from yesterday, and she intended to weave a fish trap. With the knowledge she possessed, she found the task quite manageable. Xia Lang, watching her work, smiled quietly but said nothing. He then turned to his own tasks. Intending to crush the toxic fish vine he had collected that day to prepare a batch of poison for the fish. Constructing a shelter would not afford him the luxury of spending excessive time foraging for food. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to secure a substantial supply of provisions, allowing ample time to build the shelter in anticipation of the impending storm. The most feasible method at present was to utilize the toxic fish vine to catch a considerable number of fish. Given that Xianyu Island was a primitive isle, the creek undoubtedly teemed with fish. Provided the toxic vine proved effective, their food supply for the coming days would be assured. He secretly hoped for an optimal outcome. If that failed, he would have to resort to digging up purple yams, which they had yet to harvest from the marsh. Time passed slowly as the two worked quietly, the bright moon gradually ascending the night sky. Yawning, Li Mengshi set down the completed fish trap, stifled a yawn, and added another log to the fire. "Brother Xia Lang, I will retire now." As she spoke, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps from the heat of the fire or from shyness. "Yes, go ahead," Xia Lang replied, feigning calmness while nodding. Despite having experienced this situation previously, he still felt a bit flustered. "Big brother, you should rest early too," Li Mengshi shyly suggested. "Once I finish this, I will sleep as well." Xia Lang indicated towards the toxic fish vine at his feet, signaling that he would be retiring shortly. Hum. Li Mengshi softly nodded and settled into her sleeping bag. Xia Lang sighed with relief and continued to stuff the toxic fish vine into a bamboo tube, pounding it with a stick. Before he knew it, half an hour had slipped by. Xia Lang placed the bamboo tube down, tightly packed it with leaves, ended the live stream, and made his way towards the sleeping bag. As he approached, Xia Lang discovered that Li Mengshi was sound asleep, her breathing steady. It was likely the result of a long day's travel that had led her to succumb to slumber so quickly. This girl truly was remarkably stubborn. With a twinge of tenderness, Xia Lang gazed at Li Mengxi and whispered to himself. Carrying a burden of over 10 kilograms and traversing dozens of kilometers of mountainous terrain would be a daunting task, even for a robust adult. Yet, this delicate young lady did not utter a single complaint nor show any willingness to share the load with him. Shaking his head, Xia Lang gently nestled into his sleeping bag, ensuring not to disturb Li Mengxi. How comfortable it felt to lie upon his soft down mat, Xia Lang mused. To be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber in the midst of such desolate wilderness was indeed a luxury. After a moment of reflection, he closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. Then, an almost ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the scent of Li Mengxi, which, despite their wild surroundings, had not dissipated. Strangely, a phrase flickered through Xia Lang's mind, maidenly fragrance. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his lower abdomen. What on earth? As he became acutely aware of this sudden vitality, Xia Lang was taken aback. He had indeed sensed this aroma yesterday, yet it had provoked no reaction then. His mind had been free of any impure thoughts. Could it be? The memory of the oysters from last night flashed in his mind. Was the effect truly this potent? As the warmth within him gradually expanded, Xia Lang felt his entire being begin to heat up. The air he exhaled was imbued with a palpable intensity. Good heavens! Was it merely the consumption of oysters that could elicit such a response? How could it feel as though he had ingested some kind of elixir? Xia Lang inwardly lamented. With thoughts of serenity, he attempted to clear his mind, reciting mantras in his head to dispel any distractions. However, just then, Li Mengxi stirred suddenly, turning over in her sleep. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Xia Lang tightly. The author has something to say. I wrote about the oysters colliding with the sheep, and it took 2 days for review. I couldn't help but cry out loud. Chapter 91. The lottery. In an instant, Xia Lang's body stiffened. After a few seconds, he gradually relaxed. Initially, he feared that with Li Mengxi's embrace, things would escalate significantly. To his surprise, he found himself calming down instead. The chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind began to dissipate. Exhaling deeply, Xia Lang found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl truly had an extraordinary level of trust in him. Feeling the vitality of his companion, he silently sighed and resolved to consume fewer oysters in the future. Given his robust physique, it would be wiser to refrain from indulging in supplements. As Xia Lang's thoughts wandered, unable to find sleep, suddenly, Li Mengxi tensed, her breathing quickening. In the stillness of the night, Xia Lang immediately sensed this subtle change. The realization struck him. The little girl had awakened. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes, controlled his breathing, and feigned sleep. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed as she felt the warmth of Xia Lang's solid back while holding him. A peculiar emotion blossomed within her. Instinctively, she contemplated releasing him, but upon noticing that her brother was indeed asleep, a twinge of reluctance prevented her from letting go. She shifted her body slightly, settling into a comfortable position akin to a small cat contentedly nestled against Xia Lang as she drifted back to sleep. Observing this gesture, Xia Lang couldn't suppress a smile. Continuing to feign slumber. Time passed, and as Xia Lang sensed his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Instantly, Xia Lang opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise and delight. Ding! Detected that the host has survived for 7 days. Lottery chances have been reset. The system's voice was succinct, yet the information it conveyed filled Xia Lang with joy. He had initially believed that the lottery would have to wait until next day. In his mind, surviving for 7 days surely meant the 8th day would be when he could draw. However, it appeared that the system's algorithm functioned similarly to a sign-in. Upon reaching the 7th day, the lottery could be activated. It must have just passed midnight, ushering in the 7th day, prompting the system to refresh the lottery chances immediately. Overwhelmed with unexpected joy, Xia Lang clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions. The system was ready to conduct the lottery. After a brief moment of calm to ensure everything was in order, Xia Lang proceeded without hesitation. Ding! Detected 1 entry for the primary lottery. Beginning lottery. Opening primary gift package. Congratulations, host, you have acquired knowledge of materials science. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, adrenaline. Congratulations, host. You have received a mosquito repellent formula. Adrenaline. Through specialized techniques, control the secretion of adrenaline to achieve a temporary 1.5 times burst of energy. A series of notifications resonated in Xia Lang's mind. The reward left Xia Lang momentarily stunned, an overwhelming sense of astonishment flooding his mind. The nature of this reward diverged significantly from his expectations. He had presumed that a lottery would yield but a single item. However, it became apparent that the prize was not limited to one, but rather a package containing an array of items, with their quantity determined at random. One incredible windfall! Xia Lang felt his breath quickening as knowledge surged forth within his mind. His eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Tomorrow promised to be eventful. Upon absorbing all the imparted knowledge, he felt a wave of joy wash over him, dispelling the earlier fatigue that had vanished without a trace. His thoughts were consumed with the construction of a shelter. Simultaneously, previously unnoticed information regarding valuable minerals ignited a newfound enthusiasm within him. The novice package bestowed upon him upon system binding had merely provided knowledge of botany and wilderness survival. Consequently, Xia Lang was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of minerals. His acquaintance with obsidian stemmed solely from its utility in crafting tools in the wild. However, having now digested the principles of material science, his comprehension of minerals had ascended to a masterful level. It was unexpected that, while journeying, he had overlooked so many useful resources. Reflecting on his travels, Xia Lang felt a pang of regret. Had he identified that piece of potassium nitrate earlier, he would not have had to fret over the preservation of today's seafood. As for the obsidian, his earlier thoughts had been overly simplistic. Obsidian could only originate from volcanic activity, suggesting that there might be a volcano upstream of the creek. The geological layers surrounding a volcano are characterized by elevated temperatures, which facilitate the more dynamic migration of elements, thus increasing the likelihood of mineral deposits forming. Should he discover some metallic veins, he could accomplish a great many things. He resolved to investigate further when time permitted tomorrow. Having established this plan, Xia Lang redirected his attention to the mosquito repellent formula. Composed of simple plants, he felt confident that with a little diligence, he could locate them. He held firm belief in the efficacy of the mosquito repellent formula produced by the system, particularly given the nightly torment of buzzing mosquitoes that left him itching and uncomfortable. This reward was indeed commendable. As for the adrenaline skill, it was perhaps the reward that pleased Xia Lang the most. While the other knowledge merely enhanced his wilderness experience, this skill could prove vital in moments of peril, safeguarding his very life. Chapter 92. The fastidious male. The following day, Xia Lang was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds. Stretching comfortably, he emitted a contented sound upon opening his eyes. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he arose this morning feeling remarkably refreshed, with no signs of fatigue. One could not help but marvel at the potent effects of the enhancement liquid, which had transformed his physique to an almost extraordinary level. Moreover, the girl beside him seemed to have grown accustomed to this arrangement. Glancing down, Xia Lang found Li Mengxi wrapped around him like an octopus, sleeping soundly. With a smile, he had gradually become acclimated to this scenario. Gently extricating her limbs from his own, he rose with vigor. There was much to accomplish today, so he refrained from lingering. After getting up, he first activated the live stream. Then he approached the campfire, intending to rinse the pots and bowls from the previous night. Lacking dish soap, he could only manage a cursory cleaning. Just then, he heard Li Mengxi's voice from behind. "Xia Lang, let me wash the pots and bowls. Aren't you supposed to go fishing?" Having explained his itinerary the night before while preparing the poisonous fish broth by the fire, she was aware of his busy schedule. Turning to face her, he saw Li Mengxi rubbing her eyes, clearly just waking up. "You're awake?" Xia Lang remarked with a slight smile. "If you're not fully awake, you can sleep a bit longer. Today is quite busy, and there won't be much time for rest." Upon hearing this, she shook her head and replied, "I've already slept very well. During my college entrance exams last month, I could only manage 5 or 6 hours of sleep each day. so my body is accustomed to that state. I fell asleep at 10 last night, so I've probably rested for 7 or 8 hours now and feel rejuvenated. Very well, Xia Lang said, setting down the pots and bowls without pretense. I shall go fishing first and see if I can catch some fish for soup. Li Mengxi nodded, having finished rubbing her eyes, and began to rise. After placing the pots down, Xia Lang bent to pick up the poisonous fish broth he had prepared the night before and briskly made his way to the stream. Simultaneously, he greeted the audience in the live stream. Good morning, everyone. Inside the live stream, a considerable number of fans had already gathered. Instantly, hundreds of comments flooded the screen, creating a lively atmosphere. Good morning, Langge. Haha, what a stroke of luck to see your live stream start as soon as I wake up. First, how was your night, Lang Yi? Yes, I'm curious too. After consuming so many oysters, you seem perfectly fine. I can't believe it. As Xia Lang read through the comments, he recalled the events of the previous night and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Pretending not to notice, he swiftly redirected the conversation. As the regular viewers should know, today's plan is fishing. So without further ado, let us get started. Though many spectators may still be nestled in slumber, potentially missing out on the action, Xia Lang is devoid of any hesitation. For those who have yet to witness the event, the recorded broadcast awaits. Should he be unprepared, a tempest may soon descend upon them, leaving him and Li Mengxi to endure the chill of the rain while battling hunger pangs. Goodness, must we proceed so swiftly? I'm not quite ready, he muses, while others lament, Dear Xia Lang, must you be in such a rush? The banner continues, Bravo, you are quite the seasoned driver. Taking the wheel so early in the day, though they jest, this is no school bus. Xia Lang, rendered speechless by the overwhelming number of reckless drivers, chooses to remain silent as he presses on. In less than half a minute, he emerges from the thicket, reaching the bank of the stream. He first splashes his face with the brisk, icy water, feeling rejuvenated before he proceeds to uncover the leaves concealing the bamboo tube. He tips the verdant liquid into the river, repeating the process with a second tube. In an instant, the once crystal-clear waters become somewhat muddied. Mission accomplished. He now awaits the unfolding circumstances. Within the live stream, viewers are astonished by his decisive actions. To be fair, Xia Lang is impressively swift. I Uchihamadara would deem you the fastest. One exclaims, I assumed he would provide commentary. I did not expect him to commence poisoning the fish mere minutes into the stream. Laughter ensues, celebrating the early risers. Last night, millions were aware of Xia Lang's intentions, with at least a third expressing eager anticipation. Their hopes are now dashed, for by the time they awaken, Xia Lang will have completed his task. At this moment, Li Mengxi arrives at the stream, carrying her cookware. Oh, has it already begun? I missed it. Having never witnessed the process of poisoning fish, she harbors a mix of curiosity and excitement, hastening her morning routine only to arrive moments too late. Xia Lang, unsure of how to respond, reflects on the simplicity of pouring 2 buckets of toxic juice. Is there truly anything to behold? Will it even affect the fish? She inquires, her gaze fixed upon the swirling green liquid in the river. Hearing her question, Xia Lang, uncertain himself, replies, This is my first experience with it as well. However, the records indicate that it is quite effective. It should suffice to poison the fish. Chapter 93. The mishap, this was my first experience as well. However, the records indicated that it had a commendable efficacy and should be capable of incapacitating the fish. Yet, in the end, he harbored some uncertainty. Perhaps it could stun at least 2. Li Mengxi, discerning the wavering confidence in Xia Lang's tone, offered words of solace, assuring him that if all else failed, they could resort to digging for purple yam. Xia Lang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this would be their last resort. If it were avoidable, he had no desire to excavate the purple yam. Not only was the journey long, but the purple yam also served as a reserve food source, remaining unspoiled in its place. In times of dire need, it could provide essential sustenance. We shall wait and see, Xia Lang remarked, falling silent thereafter. Li Mengxi, fixated on the stream, awaited the sight of the stunned fish surfacing. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Before long, a minute had elapsed. Moments passed, and several minutes went by. The water of the brook gradually became clearer, the green liquid from the poisonous fish vine diluted. Had they failed? Li Mengxi gazed at the stream with a hint of disappointment. Xia Lang, too, felt a tinge of dismay, pondering aloud. Could it be that the juice from the poisonous fish vine spoiled overnight? He was uncertain whether the juice could actually go bad. It seemed implausible, he mused. According to the information stored in his mind, the efficacy of the poisonous fish vine was supposed to be quite remarkable. He had even increased the dosage. Surely it could not have failed to incapacitate a single fish. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed and astonished. This was the first time they witnessed Xia Lang falter. No fish incapacitated? It's unbelievable that Brother Lang has stumbled, they expressed incredulously. Disappointment echoed through the comments. Come on, everyone, Brother Lang is not a deity. It's perfectly normal to encounter setbacks. Indeed, who could guarantee success every time? At that moment, a golden barrage of comments flooded the screen. Brother Lang, keep your spirits up. One user gifted 10 airplanes, another followed suit, and yet another sent their encouragement. Observing the gifts and words of comfort from his 3 devoted fans, Xia Lang felt a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated their concern. Seeing him slightly disheartened prompted their immediate reassurance. The audience, noticing the golden comments, began to react. Some showered him with gifts, while others sent messages of encouragement. Brother Lang, you need not feel disheartened. I support you. Who dares to oppose? I wouldn't even recognize them. Brother Lang is so capable. Even if he couldn't incapacitate the fish, he can surely find other resources. And let's not forget about the wild boars. One hunt could sustain us for a month. In an instant, the screen was awash with comforting words. Xia Lang's charisma was undeniable, and many of his fans genuinely cherished him. Thus, when he encountered adversity, it instinctively stirred their compassion. Beside him, Li Mengxi softly offered her own words of comfort. Dear brother, there is no problem. We can always seek out other food. As Xia Lang gazed at the comforting barrage of comments and listened to Li Mengxi's words, the disappointment in his heart vanished almost instantaneously. A confident smile graced his lips as he declared, You all should know that I, Lang Ge, am not so fragile. Do you perceive me as one of those weeping and wailing individuals? He continued, Lastly, who told you that I failed at catching poisonous fish? In the course of his speech, he pointed to a distant white spot further downstream, exclaiming, Is that not a fish? His enhanced vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern a crucian carp, measuring the length of his finger, even from several meters away. Is there a fish? Li Mengxi exclaimed with delight, following Xia Lang's gesture. Through the haze, she could indeed see a glimmer of silver. Upon confirming the target, she joyfully dashed towards it. Soon, as she approached the fish, she let out a surprised exclamation. It truly is a fish. At the water's edge, the crucian carp floated on the surface, still bubbling, albeit appearing lethargic and dazed. Without any struggle, the fish was effortlessly scooped up by Li Mengxi. Clutching the fish, she gleefully returned, exclaiming, Big brother did not fail. We caught a fish. Indeed, let us store it for now. We shall explore downstream, Xia Lang replied, tossing the modest-sized crucian carp into a steel pot before striding downstream. Li Mengxi promptly followed suit. The pair meandered along the small creek, and after approximately 20 meters, they spotted another similarly sized crucian carp, listlessly bubbling at the water's edge. Another one. This will suffice for our breakfast. Li Mengxi chirped with sparkling eyes and a radiant smile. Xia Lang, upon hearing her, affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, 2 crucian carps are hardly enough. As they continued downstream for another 10 meters, they encountered a freshwater shrimp and 2 larger crucian carps, feebly thrashing on the surface of the creek. The catch is increasing, Li Mengxi exclaimed, quickly rolling up her pant legs and stepping into the creek, effortlessly scooping them up and tossing them into the steel pot. Breakfast is certainly assured. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly excited. I told you Lang Ge would not falter. One commented, I would have slid right in if I had gone up there. I'm watching the one who first said Lang Ge would fail. Another remarked, I can't believe I doubted Lang Ge. Lang Ge is indeed impressive. Next time I encounter such a situation, I shall never question his abilities, but rather assume the river is devoid of fish. This time, Lang has hit the jackpot with a free reward. Glancing at the comments, Xia Lang raised an eyebrow and grinned. Is it just these few fish that bring you such joy? A mere handful of small fish hardly proves my prowess. As he spoke, he cast his gaze downstream, where, at the limit of his vision, a shimmering silver glow flickered. Chapter 94. Fish. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, in a secluded valley, Wang Yuan and Wang Sheng sat beside a crackling campfire, gazing at the 6 or so large, flattened black rats arranged neatly beside their makeshift shelter. Their expressions were a captivating blend of disgust and faint joy. After having tasted success the day before, the duo had intensified their efforts, hastily setting up over 30 stone traps, convinced that a sufficient quantity would surely yield rabbits or snakes. Yet, the harshness of reality remained unforgiving. Instead of the desired game, they had ensnared a multitude of rats. Brother Yuan, let us make do with this. At least it's something to eat, Wang Sheng remarked, attempting to lighten the awkward atmosphere with a forced smile. And besides, if we prepare it properly, it won't taste so dreadful. Casting another glance at the flattened rodents, one of which had its entrails protruding, a wave of nausea surged within Wang Yuan. He nodded in distaste, suppressing the unsettling feeling in his chest. In the face of hunger, he found solace in the notion of consuming the rats. The hollow ache of an empty stomach, accompanied by a sense of anxiety and discomfort, was an experience he wished to avoid at all costs. Moreover, if they charred the rats sufficiently and overcame their psychological barriers, the meal would not be as repulsive as it initially seemed. Meanwhile, in their live streaming room, lurking viewers were entertained by the duo's expressions, erupting in laughter. "Ha! Let me laugh for a moment." One comment read, "My stomach hurts from laughing." Another chimed in, "It seems these two are truly at odds with the rats." Indeed, compared to Brother Lang and his crew, it's like comparing heaven and earth, a viewer noted. In response to the audience's jests, the two men maintained an air of composure. Initially, Wang Yuan had felt indignant, eager to confront the viewers. However, after Wang Sheng introduced the notion that even detractors could be considered fans, and that their engagement was often more productive than genuine supporters, Wang Yuan found himself much calmer. Besides, the monetary rewards received in the background were undeniably real. Within 3 days, his earnings had exceeded 5,000, far surpassing any regular job. Wang Sheng, do you think what the audience said about Xia Lang is true? It sounds more fantastical than any novel I've read, Wang Yuan remarked, gazing at the barrage of comments extolling Xia Lang's exploits. Tales of driving off hungry wolves, leaping across vast chasms, discovering ghost orchids, and hunting bull sharks seemed more thrilling than any film. What captivated him most was the audience's accounts of Xia Lang feasting on a bounty of delicacies: stir-fried bamboo rats, sumptuous breakfasts of nuts, giant coconut crabs the size of basketballs, and roasted oysters with shark fin. Just a thought made his mouth water. For 3 days, his palate had been deprived of flavor, and he would gladly devour anything, even a simple seaweed soup, if offered. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng fell silent for a moment. Logically, with so many viewers echoing the same sentiments, it was unlikely to be fabricated. Yet, the tale seemed too extraordinary to be true. After a brief pause, he shook his head and sighed. "I'm not sure. It should be true, I suppose." After a brief exchange of words, the two fell into a customary silence. Moments later, a flurry of messages flooded the screen. "What? Has Long Ji's poisonous fish taken off? Wasn't there a mishap? I'm off to see Long Ge. His stream is far more intriguing." In just a few seconds, the audiences in both their live streams diminished by 2/3, leaving them in an eerie quiet. Poisonous fish? Wang Yuan glanced at the mouse beside him, licking his lips with envy. How does this person know everything? Wang Sheng shook his head, lost in thought while gazing at the fire. Through the barrage of comments, they gleaned how Xia Lang had caught the poisonous fish. They learned about a plant called the poison fish vine that grew on the deserted island, whose sap could poison fish. However, mere knowledge was insufficient. They did not recognize it. Even if the poison fish vine were before them, it would be of no use. Sighing, Wang Sheng remarked, "Yet, we have fish traps made of vines. We should be able to catch a few fish. We can check it out soon." A small lake lay a kilometer away, where they went to drink. However, The area around the lake was littered with numerous animal footprints, rendering them too fearful to set up a shelter nearby, even to approach it closely. After assessing the situation on Xia Lang's and the previous day, they had an epiphany and wove 2 bamboo fish traps, using readily available mouse entrails as bait, tossing them into the lake. "Shall we go now?" Wang Yuan suggested, looking at the mouse on the ground, his appetite waning. "Sounds good. After a night, there should be fish." With renewed enthusiasm, the duo set off, reaching the lake half an hour later. Upon arrival, they eagerly pulled the fish traps from the water. "They're indeed fish," Wang Yuan exclaimed in delight, peering into the trap. And indeed, there were 2. Wang Sheng turned to see Wang Yuan excitedly extracting 2 silver fish, each the length of his fingers. The small fish, 2 fingers wide with sharp mouths, appeared quite lively. "I've got just 1 shrimp and a loach," Wang Sheng said, pulling the freshwater shrimp from the trap. It was the size of his pinky, its tail flapping vigorously. "Finally, we can improve our meals." Wang Yuan smacked his lips, giddy with joy, resembling an exuberant child weighing 180 pounds. Wang Sheng, too, felt uplifted. Although their haul was modest, it offered a glimmer of hope. With more traps woven, the fish would surely multiply. Chapter 95. The audience's lament at the limits of Xia Lang's vision. He beheld a glimmering expanse of silvery light downstream. Li Mengxi, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Is there more ahead?" After 2 days of companionship, she had come to realize that Xia Lang's eyesight was far superior to her own. "Indeed," Xia Lang replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "There is much more below." Without hesitation, Li Mengxi sprang from the water, disregarding her shoes, and dashed towards the wild grass by the stream, her excitement clearly surpassing even his. Observing her fervor, Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle. Why the rush? They won't escape. He then quickened his pace to follow her. After traversing several dozen meters, the stream widened dramatically, the water becoming smooth and forming a pool spanning over 10 meters. At that moment, the tranquil surface was teeming with small fish, flipping onto their backs and feebly releasing bubbles. A glance revealed hundreds of them, creating a remarkably spectacular sight. Li Mengxi was utterly astonished, her mouth agape. "So many fish." Xia Lang raised an eyebrow, realizing that the effects of the toxic fish vine exceeded his expectations. In the live stream, viewers were taken aback. "My goodness, how many fish are there?" One exclaimed. "What a bounty. Who just said that Brother Lang would fail? I can't believe you. Is this what you call a failure?" The results are astonishing. Brother Lang remains unchanged as always. It was undeniably fitting to exclaim, "Brother Lang is amazing," in this moment. The audience was clearly captivated by the dense congregation of fish. Initially, they had anticipated catching only a few dozen, enough for 2 or 3 days' worth of meals. However, the sheer number before them had far surpassed their expectations, and they were yet unaware of how many lay downstream. Suddenly, a splash erupted in the center of the stream as a flower carp, roughly the length of an arm, struggled and then disappeared beneath the surface. "There's a sizable one." Xia Lang's eyes sparkled as he grinned. "It appears to be a flower carp." Li Mengxi's eyes twinkled with excitement. "Yes, it should be a flower carp. I'll go down and catch it." Xia Lang rolled up his pant legs and stepped into the water. He was uncertain how long the toxic fish vine's effects would last. Larger fish would undoubtedly possess greater resistance, so it was prudent to catch it swiftly. Otherwise, once it regained its strength, capturing it would prove challenging. The water was icy, barely reaching Xia Lang's knees, and moving was not cumbersome. He approached the spot where the fish had splashed. The flower carp was languidly swaying its tail in the water, displaying little vigor. Even as Xia Lang drew near, it remained stationary, showing no intention to flee. "Brothers, how would you rate my fishing technique?" Xia Lang calmly extended his hands into the water and gently scooped the fish up. It flailed symbolically a few times before falling still. 66 out of 10. "I get 18. One viewer declared. "I simply adore Brother Lang's charming demeanor of having reaped the benefits while feigning innocence. The fish are remarkably easy to catch. By the way, could someone enlighten me on what transpired?" Upon rising, I noticed that the area around Langgo was teeming with fish. Indeed, it was barely 7 in the morning, quite early, yet I felt as though I had missed several episodes. Alas, I woke up an hour early specifically to witness the toxic fish, only to find myself disappointed. As a night owl, I merely stepped away for a moment and inadvertently missed the action. At this point, it was already 7 in the morning, and most people were beginning to rise for their daily endeavors. As they opened the live stream, bewilderment was evident on their faces. What the heck? I overslept just a tad and missed everything. Xia Lang glanced at the barrage of comments, noting numerous viewers lamenting their unfortunate timing. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his embarrassment. Xia Lang raised a fish in his hand and declared, "Brothers, it's time for a guessing game. Can anyone guess what type of fish I have here?" In the live stream, I knew it was a silver carp, but honestly, Langu, your method of diverting the topic is rather clumsy. Indeed, Langu is far from doting on his fans. I have been looking forward to this all night, even dreaming about it. Langu is essentially trivializing the guessing game, and I feel utterly dejected for not witnessing it. I protest. Langu must inform us in advance next time about the start time, or would be ashamed to miss out. Yes, next time definitely. Xia Lang, with a wry smile, responded, "I promise, next time for sure." He had initially thought that merely pouring out the juice from 2 bamboo tubes containing toxic fish would not attract many viewers. However, it appeared he had underestimated the allure of his live stream. Furthermore, he sensed that he would likely face a barrage of complaints from his audience this morning. Beside him, Li Mengxi, who was also in the water collecting fish, noticed Xia Lang's pained expression and burst into joyous laughter. "You seem to be enjoying this misfortune." Xia Lang looked at Li Mengxi, nearly in tears, and retorted in exasperation. Hearing this, Li Mengxi found even more amusement. Shaking his head, Xia Lang cradled the silver carp and made his way to the shore. He felt the strength of the fish gradually returning. If he were not careful, it might escape, leading to quite a spectacle. Wading through the stream, Xia Lang quickly reached the bank and with a vigorous motion, flung the silvery carp onto the grass beside the water. He then began to diligently scoop up fish. The stream was primarily inhabited by crucian carp, with a few common carp and grass carp mixed in. The larger ones were as long as chopsticks, while the smaller ones measured over 10 centimeters, all quite substantial in weight. Moreover, after the torment of the toxic fish, these fish were lethargically bubbling in the water, offering no resistance. They could easily be caught with a mere reach of the hand. It was a rather delightful experience. Just as Xia Lang was about to scoop up a crucian carp, his expression shifted in surprise. He spotted a golden stone quietly lying at the bottom of the water, glistening alluringly. Chapter 96. Building a shelter, this is gold. Xia Lang was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. Just yesterday, he had absorbed knowledge of materials science from the system. The golden stones in the water, both in hue and luster, were undoubtedly gold. However, if it were merely a small nugget, it would not have elicited such a profound reaction. What truly astonished him was the fact that gold rarely appears in isolation. The presence of such a high-quality gold piece in the river suggested that there might be a gold vein upstream. The value of a gold vein is incalculable. It would not be an exaggeration to say it could be worth billions. "Brother Xiang, what's wrong?" Li Mengxi, noticing his daze, turned her head and inquired with curiosity. Regaining his composure, Xia Lang replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I was just contemplating how to process all these fish." This time, he chose to conceal the news, refraining from sharing it. Previously, when he discovered the ghost orchid, he had been generous in announcing it. The ghost orchid was valued at 20 million, a staggering figure that could purchase 10 apartments in major cities, an amount many would never earn in a lifetime. However, in comparison to a gold vein, it paled in significance, lacking even the qualification for comparison. 1 ton of gold, according to international standards, occupies the volume of a cube with edges measuring 37.3 centimeters, roughly the size of a microwave oven. Yet its worth approaches 400 million RMB, 20 times that of the ghost orchid. The quantity of gold that a vein could yield in terms of microwave-sized amounts remain a mystery. Furthermore, if he were to announce in a live broadcast that there might be a gold vein on Xinyu Island, the program could very well be halted before the next day. Gold is a strategic resource. The stability of a nation's currency is directly linked to its gold reserves. Even if a wealthy individual were willing to donate an island, their country might not consent. Xia Lang was counting on securing first place to claim ownership of the island. There was no way he would foolishly make such information public. I've already thought it through. Some will be pickled and some smoked, ensuring they won't spoil. You can focus on building the shelter. I'll take care of the fish, he assured. Li Mengshi pondered for a moment before cheerfully responding. Then I'll leave it to you. Xia Lang concealed the matter of the gold in his heart, adopting an expression that signaled his confidence in her abilities. With a playful tap on her chest, Li Mengshi declared, "Leave it to me." After a brief exchange, the two quickly began to catch the freshwater fish that had succumbed in the stream. As the sun gradually ascended, casting golden rays upon them, the pile of fish by the riverside resembled a small hillock. Finally finished, Li Mengshi beamed at the lively fish still flopping in the grass, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. This should be enough for us for over half a month. Observing the mound of fish, Xia Lang felt immense joy. Initially, he had hoped to procure enough for a week's worth of sustenance, but the bounty had far surpassed his expectations. The audience in the live broadcast was equally thrilled and astonished. Brother Lang is truly invincible. With this bounty of fish, even if one were to indulge, it could last for nearly half a month. Indeed, if rationed wisely and accompanied by some wild greens, surviving for an entire month would pose no issue. The third prize of 500,000 Huaxia coins is practically in hand. How enviable. Was 500,000 in the grand scheme? With Brother Lang's prowess, it would be a disservice not to secure a championship. It seems Brother Lang has never truly faced a shortage of sustenance. With the provisions ready, it is time to commence the construction of a shelter. Xia Lang stretched his back and moved his shoulders before speaking. Li Mengshi nodded and said, "Big brother, you may attend to your tasks. I can manage the fish." "Very well. I shall prepare accordingly," Xia Lang replied languidly. Allowing her to handle such a large amount of fish would surely consume an entire day. If that were the case, time for constructing the shelter would become precarious. This is precisely why he consistently emphasized the importance of unity and collaboration in wilderness survival. One person's time is limited, but with mutual assistance, efficiency can be doubled. Go on, go on. I can manage alone," Li Mengshi urged, waving her hand dismissively. Xia Lang chuckled softly and turned toward the direction of a shelter. After a night of contemplation, he had already formulated a rough idea in his mind. Brothers, the next step is to build the shelter. According to the official announcement, the storm warning has reached a red alert level, lasting for a full 7 days. Let me enlighten you regarding the classification of storm alerts. Rainstorms are categorized into 4 levels: blue, yellow, orange, and red warnings. These correspond to rainfall amounts of 50 millimeters over 12 hours, 50 millimeters over 6 hours, 50 millimeters over 3 hours, and 100 millimeters over 3 hours, respectively. Therefore, the impending deluge will be exceedingly terrifying, with floods and mudslides poised to erupt at any moment. If the shelter is not sufficiently robust, the circumstances encountered will be dire. Upon hearing Xia Lang's explanation, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Goodness, 100 millimeters in 3 hours. Just how immense is that? Isn't 100 millimeters equivalent to 1 decimeter? It feels rather ominous. 7 continuous days of rain, even if not all falls as a torrential downpour, could likely submerge the island. Indeed, if the shelter lacks fortitude, it may not even sustain a fire, leaving them to endure the rain and cold, and at night to sleep in the water. Merely contemplating it is already quite terrifying. Chapter 96. The terror of hardship. Xia Lang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he was quite astonished upon receiving the news in the streaming room yesterday. The rainfall was far from ordinary. If it were to occur in an urban setting, it would undoubtedly be deemed a once-in-a-thousand-years deluge. Most concerning was the fact that this torrential rain would likely precipitate floods and landslides. In the face of such natural calamities, even with his strength doubled, the probability of demise was alarmingly high. Thus, he felt compelled to construct a refuge with utmost seriousness. Come on, Brother Lang. As a coastal dweller, my understanding of storms is particularly profound. I finally comprehend why the authorities felt the need to notify the contestants. Without such warnings, the impending storm would leave everyone in peril. I had naively assumed that the production team had developed a sense of conscience. However, I believe that even with official notification, it may prove futile, as many would likely disregard it. Ha ha ha. They can hardly feed themselves, let alone concern themselves with erecting shelters. Not everyone possesses skills as formidable as Brother Lang's. Once the rain descends, there will be plenty of tears shed. With that, Xia Lang concluded his casual banter with the audience. Upon reaching an open area, he picked up the stone axe he had crafted 2 days prior and ventured towards the dense forest beyond. The first step in constructing a shelter required a substantial amount of timber as fuel. Selecting a pine tree of the girth of a bowl, he began to swing his stone axe. Thud! With a dull thump, the pine tree shuddered, and a notch appeared in the trunk. Thud! Another swing followed, causing the tree to tremble once more, deepening the incision. However, after this strike, Xia Lang paused, gazing at the axe blade, which now bore a small chip the size of a sesame seed. It was beginning to show signs of wear. Furrowing his brow, Xia Lang murmured to himself. The sharpness of the stone axe was comparable to that of an iron axe, yet its durability was on an entirely different level. After merely felling a few trees, he would need to resharpen the blade. The back-and-forth grinding would significantly hinder progress. Xia Lang had not anticipated encountering difficulties so early in the construction of a shelter, issues that could not be resolved promptly. At this juncture, to swiftly procure a copious amount of firewood, there was but one solution: to have Li Mengshi forge another axe. While he chopped trees here, Li Mengshi could grind the other axe on the opposite side, allowing for seamless exchange when one became dull. However, sending Mengshi to sharpen an axe seemed a considerable waste of time. Xia Lang scrutinized the pine tree before him, frowning as he contemplated alternative solutions. The viewers in the live stream evidently sensed that Xia Lang was in a predicament. Oh no, this is an auspicious start. The axe blade must have cracked. Didn't Brother Lang mention earlier that the durability of the stone axe is quite low? What on earth should we do? Yet in the next moment, Xia Lang took action. He tossed the stone axe onto the ground and proceeded to the opposite side of the notched pine tree. As the audience pondered his next move, curiosity filled the air. Xia Lang embraced the trunk of the pine tree with both hands, appearing as if he intended to forcibly snap it in two. The viewers in the live stream were astonished at this spectacle. "My goodness, Lang is about to explode," exclaimed one. "This is excessively violent." Lang remains as tempestuous as ever. "His strength seems superhuman. I feel as though he could easily overpower 100 of me." Another chuckled. "Just this, and I bet if Lang glanced my way, I would faint from sheer fright." The audacity of his actions was truly impressive. Yet one couldn't help but wonder if Lang could indeed break it. After all, this was a pine tree, renowned for its considerable hardness among woods. However, before the audience could voice their skepticism, Xia Lang's arm muscles bulged, veins prominent. His previously well-proportioned physique appeared as if awakened, revealing a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Crack, crack, crack. The pine emitted a crisp sound as its fibers began to fracture. As time elapsed, the sound of splintering grew increasingly frequent. Crack, crack, crack. The viewers' hearts tightened with each resonating sound. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the tree splintered. Shards of wood shot out from the gash on the trunk. The 10-meter-tall pine began to topple. Xia Lang hastily stepped aside. Bang! The tree crashed to the ground, crushing a nearby shrub, which quivered momentarily before becoming still. In the official livestream, He Jiong, who had been narrating, gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Is this even humanly possible? He pondered, having just contemplated whether Xia Lang would unveil some astounding knowledge to tackle the stone axe conundrum. He was utterly taken aback by Xia Lang's sheer ferocity in snapping the pine tree, renowned for its hardness. Even though it was only as thick as a bowl and had already been struck with 2 axe blows, the sheer force displayed was terrifying. If a Guinness World Record strongman had performed this feat, it might have been more comprehensible. Yet, looking at Xia Lang, with his balanced physique and fair complexion, one might be inclined to call him a delicate scholar. Beside him, Anya was momentarily stunned. Then, a playful smile crept across her lips, her admiration for Xia Lang becoming increasingly evident. Deep within her, her curiosity about him had grown significantly. Chapter 98. Fractured Logic Within the Live Streaming Room. The barrage of comments surged forth after a brief moment of silence, overwhelming the screen. The live broadcast became somewhat stuttered due to the density of the comments. "Unbeatable," proclaimed one, suggesting that Brother Lang could effortlessly dispatch me with a single punch. The sheer might of Brother Lang seemed fit to challenge the Guinness World Records. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. I mused, recalling how, back in my hometown, I could break a pine tree of wrist thickness if I leveraged my strength properly. Brother Lang's tree was merely a bit thicker than mine. "That's quite a hefty circumference you've got there," remarked another, 6666. I began to suspect Brother Lang might be cheating, yet I lacked any evidence. After all, is it not humanly possible to break a tree? Damn it! If this tree weren't merely the size of a bull's mouth, I might suspect Brother Lang to be a martial arts master. In ancient times, there was Lu Zhishan uprooting willows. Now we have Brother Lang tearing trees barehanded. With a deep exhale, Xia Lang gazed at the tree on the ground, feeling a tinge of surprise. However, most of his astonishment stemmed from the rapid changes in his own physique. Just last week, he was a couch potato who would be winded after climbing a flight of stairs. After acquiring the system, in merely a week, he could now break trees with his bare hands. A strong sense of surrealism enveloped him. As for breaking the tree, he found it not overly strange, though the act of snapping a pine tree appeared quite astonishing. Understanding the underlying principles revealed it to be less daunting. Firstly, prior to snapping the tree, he had struck the pine with several axes, creating an effective leverage point, with a cut at least 3 to 4 centimeters deep. Secondly, while breaking the tree, he applied the principle of leverage. With a lever arm of approximately 1.5 meters, his strength was amplified by at least 2 to 3 times. The human limit for strength is over 400 kilograms. Under the influence of the gene-enhancing liquid, his strength exceeded 300 kilograms, more than sufficient. Thus, under the leverage, breaking a notch pine tree was not as fantastical as it seemed. A thought flashed through his mind as he turned his gaze to the barrage of comments. Upon reading, "In ancient times, Lu Zhishan uprooted willows. Today, Brother Lang tears trees barehanded," he couldn't help but chuckle. The audience, upon hearing the mention of Lu Zhishan, sparked curiosity. "Pray tell, who possesses greater strength, Lu Zhishan or Sun Wukong?" The audience, intrigued by this inquiry, pondered earnestly. Lu Zhishan, a character from the classic novel Water Margin, is renowned for uprooting willows, a classic tale within the narrative. As for Sun Wukong, he needs no introduction. He is a childhood hero, universally acknowledged. However, comparing an ordinary man like Lu Zhishan with the transcendent, shape-shifting deity Sun Wukong in terms of strength seemed rather peculiar. By the heavens, if anyone else posed me this question, I would certainly regard them with incredulity. Yet when Brother Lang asked this, I hesitated. Given his inquiry, the outcome seemed evident. Lu Zhishan possessed greater strength. Otherwise, he would not have drawn the comparison. It felt inherently illogical. Alas, what knowledge resides within Lang's mind? I feel as though my worldview is shattering today. Logic has collapsed, and a sense of sorrow envelopes my heart. I eagerly await Lang's explanation, anticipating that I shall boast to my classmates afterward. "Lang, do share your insights. I promise to reward you upon completion." The audience, brimming with anticipation, urged Xia Lang to elucidate. Xia Lang, with a thoughtful touch to his nose, wasted no time and declared, "Let me present the conclusion first. Lu Zhishan possesses a single-handed strength of at least 50,000 pounds, equivalent to 52 Captain Americas. Should he engage in combat with Thanos, he might very well tear him apart." Upon hearing this expected yet astonishing revelation, the audience reacted with a mixture of amazement and disbelief. 52 Captain Americas? What intriguing measurement. Is that a new unit of measurement? Laughter erupted as someone nearly spat water onto their computer screen. The notion of tearing Thanos apart seemed feasible. 50,000 pounds? If I recall correctly, the Monkey King's golden staff weighs around 13,500 pounds. That's nearly 4 times the weight of the staff. And all with one hand. This is astonishing. Goodness, I just visited the dinosaur museum today. The Tyrannosaurus Rex weighs only 9 tons. Surely, he could lift a T-Rex with ease. The Hulk exclaimed, "I can't possibly compete." In an instant, the live stream's comments exploded. Although the audience found it hard to accept Xia Lang's incredible assertions, no one dared to question him. For Xia Lang has always backed his claims with reason and evidence. The title of Mobile Library was not merely a boast. "Lang, please elaborate further. We are all curious." The walls echoed with inquiries. "Lang, I can hardly contain myself. Please continue, so I may relieve myself afterward." The preceding remarks were rather grotesque. I must say, Zheng Tu is indeed remarkable. He can withstand 3 punches from Lu Zhishan. Surely, he is no ordinary being. Xia Lang smiled serenely at the barrage of comments, having anticipated the audience's reactions. When he first stumbled upon this little piece of knowledge, he too was taken aback, his logic shattered into fragments. Note: apologies for the delay in content. I struggled with the narrative until the early hours, and I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 99. Xia Lang gazed at the barrage of comments with a smile and began to speak. In the original text of Water Margin, it merely mentions that Lu Zhishan uprooted a willow tree, without specifying its height. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible to ascertain the extent of his strength. However, there exists a detail within the text that renders such calculations feasible. At this point, Xia Lang paused before continuing. The text states, "The locals laughed and said, 'A new crow's nest has appeared on the green willow tree at the corner of the wall, where it caws only at dusk. Crows typically build their nests in trees that are 8 to 10 meters high, so we shall take the lower value of 8 meters. Furthermore, the text indicates that the willow tree had a diameter of 20 centimeters at breast height and a crown spread exceeding 3 meters. Based on this information, using specialized equipment to uproot a tree of this size would require approximately 50,000 pounds of force. Thus, we can deduce the single arm strength of Lu Zhishan." This brief explanation was coherent and easily comprehensible. Upon hearing it, the audience was left in astonishment. Originally intent on challenging him, I was convinced and decided to reward him. "All right, my friends, I shall see you later. I am off to boast a little. Although this joke is rather old, I still wish to express. My mother asked why I was kneeling while watching videos. Thanos gave a thumbs up, and Captain America exclaimed in admiration. Sure, Nyan remarked, 'Are you implying that I am uneducated?' It turns out that even classic literature is not without its imperfections. It too has its flaws. Indeed, the golden staff weighs merely over 10,000 pounds, which translates to just a little over 5 tons. Our freight trucks, when overloaded, can carry up to 50 tons. Therefore, one might question, can the Monkey King's golden staff be compared to a truck capable of carrying 10 of them? All right, my logic has shattered into pieces. As he observed the dense barrage of comments and the astonished conversations among the audience, Xia Lang chuckled. Novels are intrinsically linked to the knowledge and insights of their authors. It is impossible for anyone to possess omniscience. Thus, logical inconsistencies in their writings are entirely to be expected. The authors of Journey to the West and Water Margin penned their works when mathematics had yet to flourish. Their misjudgments regarding certain aspects are quite natural. After a brief interlude of casual conversation, Xia Lang allowed the audience in the live stream to engage in their discussions without further interruption. Picking up the stone axe from the ground, he resumed his task of felling trees. His method remained exceedingly forceful. He first struck the tree with several blows of the axe. Once the notch was sufficiently deep, he would apply brute force to snap the pine tree. This approach not only increased efficiency, but also significantly reduced the wear on the axe. The only drawback was the immense physical exertion required. After his initial attempts, Xia Lang, feeling the fatigue set in after enhancing his physique, sighed heavily. This is truly exhausting. This labor is not meant for mere mortals. After toppling dozens of similarly sized pine trees, he exhaled deeply. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Indeed, this work is beyond the capabilities of most. Only Brother Lang could accomplish it. Ha! It is quite a sight to see Brother Lang panting from exhaustion. Truly a depletion of vitality. To speak candidly, the efficiency is truly remarkable, faster than our lumbermill's chainsaws. Although I have witnessed it dozens of times, each side of the pine tree being snapped still leaves me astonished. Shaking his head, Xia Lang disregarded the audience's teasing. After a brief respite, He grasped the axe and resumed his labor. With practiced precision, he carved a notch into the pine tree, firmly gripping the trunk, stabilizing his footing, and exerting force through his arms. The tree emitted a disconcerting cracking sound before gradually toppling to the ground. Once the pine tree fell, Xia Lang turned to glance behind him. Having just heard footsteps, Li Mengshi had arrived. Behind him, Li Mengshi, cradling a bamboo tube, had her mouth agape, her small face brimming with astonishment. Seeing her adorably bewildered expression, Xia Lang couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha, what brings you here?" Li Mengshi, incredulous, looked at the fallen pine tree and exclaimed, "Big brother, you're truly amazing. You actually snapped the tree." "Just a little trick of leveraging force," Xia Lang humbly responded. "Still, it's incredibly impressive," Li Mengshi remarked, recovering from her shock after a while. After stealing another glance at the pine tree, she extended the bamboo tube towards him. The freshly brewed tea had already cooled in the stream. "Thank you, I'm quite parched." Xia Lang accepted the bamboo tube and, without hesitation, gulped down a generous amount. The fragrant green tea wafted through the air, infused with a subtle bamboo aroma. After vigorous exertion, the refreshing drink felt exceptionally gratifying. "Drink slowly," Li Mengshi cautioned from the side, concern etched on her face. "Drinking too much water after intense activity can burden your heart." Hearing this, Xia Lang grinned. "Such a minor burden is but a drizzle to my heart." While it is true that rapid hydration can lead to electrolyte dilution and an abrupt increase in blood volume, thus straining the heart, one must also recognize that individual constitutions vary. Xia Lang's myocardial fiber density and vitality are far beyond that of an ordinary person. What may pose a burden to others is merely trivial to him. "You're impossible," Li Mengshi pouted, scrunching her nose. "By the way, I just spotted this over by the stream." She produced a small twig from her pocket and handed it to Xia Lang. His eyes brightened upon seeing the twig, and he exclaimed in delight, "There's actually Raimi on the island." Chapter 100. The foodie within the official live broadcast room. A rare sight unfolded as the screen showcased not only Xia Lang and Li Mengshi. Lin Qingyu's archery skills were truly exceptional. He Jiong marveled as he watched Lin Qingyu effortlessly pin a wild chicken to the ground with a single arrow. Moreover, fortune favored her, as she had acquired equipment with which she was quite familiar. As a popular figure, Lin Qingyu's gear was nothing short of luxurious: a survival knife, a fire starter, and a composite bow. It was fair to say she had an extraordinarily advantageous start. Coupled with her beauty, her live stream consistently ranked second in popularity. As for luck, Anya, standing nearby, wore a knowing smile without contesting anything. As Lin Qingyu's close friend, she was well aware of the girl's formidable prowess. Archery, fencing, close combat, botany, zoology, ancient techniques. Lin Qingyu had dabbled in numerous fields, excelling in all of them. The weight of her various certificates alone must have exceeded several kilograms. She was undoubtedly the model child, with the only drawback being her introverted nature. However, recalling Lin Qingyu's small goals for self-improvement brought an even brighter smile to Anya's face. Dressed in a military green jacket, Lin Qingyu's clear, beautiful eyes were devoid of any emotion, radiating a chilling serenity. Her long, inky hair was casually tied back, accentuating her fair, exquisite profile that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, evoking a sense of untouchable sanctity. Even in the wilderness, Lin Qingyu exuded an aura of divinity, defying all expectations. The notion that a goddess would appear disheveled in the wild was clearly a misconception. Indeed, her skin appeared flawlessly maintained, gleaming like jade under the sun, evoking envy from her female admirers. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of isolation as her inner self drew circles in a corner of her mind. 4 days had passed without her uttering a single word to her audience. Her plan for overcoming her shyness had utterly failed. Having not spoken to the viewers once, she found herself unable to do so again. With a silent sigh, Lin Qingyu picked up the still-breathing wild chicken and made her way to the stream to clean it, as it would serve as her sustenance for the day. Nevertheless, she found roasted frog to be far more delectable. A fleeting thought of the frog she had caught on the first night ignited a fervor in her eyes, a passion known only to true foodies. The frog's tender meat bore a subtle aroma, in stark contrast to the earthy taste of the wild chicken in her grasp. Without any seasoning or cooking tools, it was dry and tough, rendering it nearly inedible. If only she could find an Easter egg, too. Frequently observing the comments, she was aware that a contestant named Xia Lang had accomplished various extraordinary feats throughout the show. What she envied the most was that Xia Lang not only managed to procure spices, but also an array of ingredients. The mere thought of stir-fried bamboo rat, boiled coconut crab, spicy seafood, and grilled abalone with shark fin made her mouth water uncontrollably. Having gone 3 days without tasting any seasonings, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep from longing. However, regardless of the inner turmoil, to the outside world, Lin Qingyu remained aloof and indifferent, resembling the ethereal Xia Lang knew from the tales of old Master Jean. With skin as fair as jade and an enchanting grace, she carried a wild chicken to the brook, preparing to clean it. What was this? Upon reaching the stream, Lin Qingyu noticed several fish lethargically floating in the water, seemingly dazed. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this familiar scene, were instantly taken aback. Could it be that the fish were poisoned? This was quite intriguing, as it seemed Qingyu was downstream from Xia Lang's poisoned fish stream. Yet, given her temperament, it was unlikely she would approach him. Indeed, with her cold demeanor, she would never take the initiative to engage with Xia Lang. How fortuitous! Such a coincidence was almost unbelievable, as if it were a plot twist from a novel. While Lin Qingyu was still pondering this, she quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the comments. The formidable contestant Xia Lang was upstream from her. This thought conjured images of delectable dishes in her mind, stirring her appetite fiercely. She felt an almost irresistible urge to run up with a wild chicken in hand and beg for a meal. Yet, the mere concept of interacting with a stranger sent her spiraling into self-doubt. What should she say first? Hello? And then what? Typically, when she uttered those words in her cool tone, others would become even more anxious. Gazing into her eyes, they often fell silent, leading to an awkward pause before they would hastily retreat. Deep down, Lin Qingyu yearned to go over, but her shyness dictated her actions. It was as if she were oblivious to the comments, as she squatted down to wash her food for the day, enveloped in tranquility and coldness. Chapter 101. Encountering the jungle wolf. As Xia Lang gazed toward the branch, his eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, there was Raimi on the island. Fearing that the audience might be unfamiliar with this plant, he turned to the camera and elucidated, Raimi, a subshrub or shrub belonging to the nettle family. It is one of the significant ancient fiber crops in China. It is the finest weaving plant and continues to be cultivated on a large scale even today. With this, we essentially have fabric at our disposal. Initially puzzled, the viewers quickly grasped the concept after his explanation. Indeed, in Brother Lang's livestream, one can always acquire bits of knowledge. I am struck by a curious illusion that I am not merely watching a live stream, but engaging in learning. With fabric now a possibility, Brother Lang is truly impressive. Ha! Only he would dare to assert that having Raimi equates to possessing fabric. As for the other contestants, what is this? What is that? Can it be eaten? In comparison to Brother Lang, the others appeared utterly inept. Even if Raimi were thrust in their faces, they would scarcely recognize it. Yes, most of my time is now spent watching Brother Lang's livestream, occasionally glancing over at Lin Qingyu's stream. Goodness, Lin Qingyu is downstream of Brother Lang. Oh my, Qingyu is downstream of Brother Lang. It cannot be far. 66,666. Brother Lang's Harem 1. What on earth does Harem 1 mean? Upon seeing the comments, Xia Lang couldn't help but wear a look of incredulity. He was aware of Lin Qingyu. After all, she is the darling of the program, a contestant known to all. However, recognition did not equate to any intention to seek her out. He was no stranger to women's affections. Choosing to disregard the comments, Xia Lang handed the bamboo tube, from which he had just drunk, to Li Mengxi. If there is one plant, there are bound to be plenty nearby. Indeed, Li Mengxi replied as she accepted the bamboo tube, nodding. I just explored the vicinity and found a vast patch. It is more than sufficient for us to make clothing. Then we have a basic guarantee for the winter, Xia Lang grinned, recalling the cold winters on Xianyu Island, a fact he had never forgotten. However, he could only deem it a basic assurance. Linen clothing stuffed with a bit of straw would have limited insulation. To comfortably weather the bitter winter, alternative measures would need to be devised. If all else fails, that would be the last resort. By the way, I prepared some fish soup for you. You can drink it later, Li Mengshi interjected. In the absence of oil, she could only manage to brew a modest bowl of fish soup. Xia Lang nodded at this, complimenting her. Our little Mengshi is always so thoughtful. Upon hearing his half-teasing remark, Li Mengshi's face flushed crimson, and she shot him an admonishing glare before swiftly departing. Xia Lang chuckled and shook his head, returning to his tasks. However, just as he was preparing to chop more wood, his gaze sharpened. He focused on the ground, where a faint footprint resembling a plum blossom was distinctly imprinted in the damp soil. A drone, monitored by personnel, swiftly adjusted its camera to follow Xia Lang's gaze. Upon observing the footprints, the audience's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be dog tracks? At such a moment, jesting was ill-timed. How unfortunate for Brother Lang. Encountering a wolf once again. It was likely the result of his bounteous provisions. After all, a wolf's sense of smell is formidable. Hadn't Brother Lang previously mentioned that a wolf's olfactory range extends several kilometers? At this moment, Xia Lang had little inclination to peruse the barrage of comments. By assessing the depth of the tracks, he could ascertain that they had been imprinted the previous day. It was highly probable that while he and Li Mengshi were indulging by the fire, a forest wolf lurked in the shadows, contemplating an ambush. Perhaps it was the fire, or perhaps the size of Xia Lang and Li Mengshi that deterred the wolf from attacking. Ultimately, the wolf chose to retreat. However, this initial withdrawal did not guarantee a similar decision in the future. If it were a lone wolf, it might opt to strike when the two were separated. Conversely, if it were part of a pack, it would summon its companions for a coordinated hunt. Of course, there existed an ideal scenario where the wolf, intimidated by the fire, would abandon its pursuit. Nevertheless, Xia Lang was unwilling to gamble on the wolf's state of mind, nor did he intend to entrust his fate to chance. He resolved to hasten his efforts. Muttering to himself, he resumed chopping wood. During a brief interlude, he drank the fish soup from his pot as a makeshift breakfast before returning to his vigorous labor. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, he was drenched in sweat, having cleared much of the surrounding forest. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that he had nearly completed this phase. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, "The next step is to gather bamboo and craft a few snares to catch some bamboo rats. To prepare food, one must acquire oil, and, currently, the most promising source of fat lies within the plump bamboo rats of the bamboo grove. Until he could hunt a wild boar, this was essentially his sole option." Chapter 102. As long as you have hands. After a brief respite, Xia Lang returned to the open space, took up the military shovel, and prepared to head to the bamboo grove. However, before he departed, he intended to greet Li Mengshi. Upon reaching the downstream area, he found Li Mengshi deeply engrossed in gutting fish, skillfully scaling, eviscerating, and removing the entrails with remarkable swiftness. He had initially thought that she would take a day to process the fish, but she had nearly completed the task. Considering that she had also boiled water and prepared fish soup in the interim, Xia Lang couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary efficiency. Upon hearing his footsteps, Li Mengshi promptly lifted her head and, upon recognizing Xia Lang, greeted him with a radiant smile. "Xia Lang, what brings you here?" she inquired. "I plan to visit the bamboo grove to chop some bamboo, so I wanted to inform you," Xia Lang replied with a light chuckle. He had intended to go alone, but he was surprised by her quick work. "Would you like to join me?" Hearing his compliment, a smile instinctively spread across Li Mengshi's face. She cherished his praises. Even a casual remark could bring her joy. "Of course. Just wait for me. It will only take a few minutes." In the meantime, with deft movements, she scaled and gutted a fish with the same proficiency as a seasoned vendor at the market. Witnessing this, Xia Lang couldn't contain his curiosity. "Mengshi, have you often gutted fish before?" Li Mengshi paused momentarily, then replied, "No, this is my first time." Xia Lang was taken aback. "How do you know the steps? And why are you so quick?" Li Mengshi, puzzled by his question, explained, "I went to the market with my mother once and watched a fishmonger gut fish. Is my speed impressive? Did I do something wrong?" As she spoke the last sentence, her tone wavered slightly. Coughing lightly, Xia Lang felt a bit embarrassed and quickly clarified. No, I merely think your technique is quite professional. You grasped it after a single observation. How could you master it so effortlessly? He felt like a younger sibling in her presence, overshadowed by her capabilities. Li Mengxi, relieved to hear that her technique was sound, smiled and said, "It's actually quite simple. As long as you know the steps, even a fool can do it." Meanwhile, in the live stream room, comments flooded in. Wow. After cooking for a year and frequently cutting into fish gall bladders, I still feel like a novice. Is it possible that someone genuinely believes gutting fish is difficult? If I know the steps and still struggle, does that mean I'm even less capable than a fool? Are you going to insult me again? It's just about having hands, humorously self-deprecating. Watching Brother Lang and Li Mengxi's live streams, I increasingly feel like an idiot. Xia Lang scratched his head, about to say that her learning speed was astonishing and that she was far superior to him when Li Mengxi suddenly babbled on. You nearly scared me. What if I had ruined all these fish? What would I do? And in front of you, I always feel so clumsy, like I can't do anything. Indeed, my esteemed elder brother is truly remarkable, possessing knowledge of all matters. Listening to Li Mengxi, Xia Lang swallowed the words he had intended to speak, merely desiring to assert, "No, it is not so. I am not. You are mistaken." After a brief pause, Li Mengxi retrieved a bamboo tube filled with sea salt and delicately sprinkled it over the freshly filleted fish. Rising to her feet, she stretched her limbs and joints, exclaiming, "Ah, the task is complete. Let us depart." "Do we not require a moment's respite?" Xia Lang inquired. Li Mengxi shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Not at all. It is merely a slight fatigue from standing too long. A bit of movement will invigorate the blood flow. Besides, this workload is trivial in comparison to the rigors of preparing for the college entrance examination, merely a drizzle." Upon hearing this, Xia Lang was transported back to the dark days of his own exam preparations, rising at 6 each morning and retiring at 10 at night, with only meal times interspersed amidst an endless barrage of exercises. In retrospect, wilderness survival seemed far less arduous than the trials of academic preparation. For those in their final year, wilderness survival paled in significance, with the rigors of examinations looming. 3 small tests every 3 days, a major one each week, and a unified exam each month. The relentless pursuit of knowledge was unyielding, affording only fleeting moments to indulge in Brother Lang's live broadcasts for a brief respite before the imminent science exam. In that moment, a flood of comments from fellow students surged through the chat, each lamenting their own struggles and fatigue. Xia Lang scanned the barrage of messages, offering encouragement. "Keep pushing forward, my fellow scholars." He then lifted the wicker basket containing the fish and hung it upon a branch of a nearby pine tree, ensuring that no large animals could reach it before preparing to set off. "By the way, esteemed elder brother, should we not tend to the fish entrails?" Li Mengxi remarked, glancing at the pile of innards on the ground, now swarmed by a multitude of green flies buzzing incessantly. "Indeed, it would be prudent to address that." Xia Lang nodded in agreement, though his approach diverged from Li Mengxi's. This was prime bait. How could one squander such a resource? Utilizing it to set traps might yield other prey. In the wilderness, it is essential to continuously seek sustenance, a fundamental principle of survival.